Hashtag C3901 opponent. Of course Chu Yan is familiar with this scene. This seems to have triggered the power of space-time rules, and began to bind and restrain himself. However, why the rules of time and space are triggered is just a battle, and this Hun Luo Tian is not a particularly famous person in later generations. Whatever the rules of time and space are doing, fights have to be stopped. What kind of taboo can this violate? Moreover, after the ancient times, Chu Yan had fought many times, and never thought that the rules of time and space would be triggered. This is troublesome. The rules of time and space must only restrain oneself, and if the other party's soul falls to the sky at this time, if he makes a move at this time, it will be like being bound hands and feet, covering his eyes and consciousness, and completely letting others slaughter him. However, at this moment, Hun Luo Tian on the opposite side, including 4 people including Zhang Wuji and Tai Daoren, simultaneously heard a spiritual message from the Sea of Consciousness. That place is open. Upon receiving such a message, the expressions of Hun Luo Tian and the others changed drastically. How could it be turned on at this time? Hun Luo Tian frowned, his face was full of depression, and his teeth were clenched. After finally fighting until now, the battle has taken some form, and I have some insights. Such a good battle is hard to come across once. I didn't expect to stop like this. The most regrettable thing in the world is this. However, if they just give up like this, then their efforts to stay here for the past few months will be in vain. Boy, I'll let you go today. I'll go find you when I'm done. Hun Luo Tian stared at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of reluctance, and when he said a word, his tone was almost affirmative. Good. Such an opponent is more precious to him than a peerless treasure, so naturally he will not give up. When the matter over there is over, he will definitely go to Chu Yan and have a big fight. Don't try to escape, you can't hide. As long as you are in this world, I will definitely find you, and use your blood and corpse to achieve my peak of martial arts. After finishing speaking, Hun Luo Tian no longer hesitated, turned around and left, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. On the other side, the Tai Dao men, Crazy Demon Jinhe and Zhang Wuji, who were originally fighting against Feng Bugao, also instantly retreated from the battlefield and rushed to the sky. At this moment, Feng Bugao was dumbfounded, while Chu Yan on the other side only felt a bright light in front of his eyes, and all the rules of time and space disappeared. Amazing. Fellow Daoist, Su, I didn't expect you to be tied with that Hun Luo Tian. Awesome, amazing, you're about to catch up with me. Although it's a bit behind, it's okay. Ha ha ha. When Feng Bugao said this, his face was high-spirited, and he looked at Chu Yan with starry eyes, as if he was waiting for some praise and praise. In contrast, isn't he strong against 3 of them by himself? That's all, it's not worth bragging about for a while, let's praise it. They ran away. Chu Yan looked up at the sky, and ignored the expectations around him. Strange, it seems that something urgent happened. Feng Bugao also looked up at the sky, his face full of surprise. They were guarding here 2 months ago, and now they ran away at the same time. There should be nothing else, except that the treasure they were waiting for is about to appear. It is not difficult to think of this matter. After all such 4 strong men gathered together, I am afraid that the treasure is by no means an ordinary treasure. Otherwise, with the personalities of these 4 people, how could they cooperate? Therefore, this treasure is a good thing that Hun Luo Tian can attach great importance to. Really? Really, really? There are such good things, so what are we waiting for? Hurry up, grab it all, grab it all. The little beast danced excitedly and kept calling. You are a little beast, how big is it, who taught you? Chu Yan glared at the little beast, and slapped it straight away. If you don't learn well at a young age, you will know how to grab and grab. Forget it, if it is not necessary, don't directly conflict, their strength is not weak. In a real fight, even if we win, we won't be good, after all we still have to go to Emperor Heaven. Hearing this, Feng Bugao nodded and said, "That's right, a plan is a plan, and you can't change it at will. Let them go today." Hearing the result of the discussion between the two, the little beast suddenly went limp. Boring. Obviously there are good things, but you don't want to grab them. Even if you don't want to grab them, you should at least lie to them. Maybe there is a chance. Next, the three of them continued their original plan and flew towards the Emperor Heaven. After another period of time, when they were about to leave Tsangzhu battlefield, Chu Yan sent Qin Xing a message to young Master Qin Qing, telling them all about the previous situation. At the same time, Chu Yan also sent a summons to the Hall Masters of Tiger Star Mansion. After all, they are still waiting for him, after waiting for so long. In addition, I also contacted Lord Tiger Gutsong and had a brief chat. In the ancient times, Chu Yan's status was equal to that of a casual cultivator, so it is necessary to maintain a good relationship with Lord Hu Gutsong. According to historical data, it won't be long before the Daojing mountain range will be born, and some heaven-defying opportunities will appear in the near future. According to Chu Yan's current situation, it is impossible for him to obtain these benefits before he breaks through the Tsangzhu realm, so these benefits are cheaper for the enemy than for his own people. Time passed, and 10 days passed during this flight. Leaving the Tsangzhu battlefield, transferred to the 3rd domain, took the spirit shuttle to the 21st domain, broke through a boundary, and flew towards the 25th domain. The road is tortuous, and the distance is extremely long. The sect forces in these small domains are really happy. Without those battles in the central domain, it's so cool to occupy the mountain and be king here. Feng Bugao couldn't help but shook his head and said as he looked at the peaceful appearance of these small domains all the way. Looking at all this, Chu Yan felt the same way. In the ancient times, the peak of martial arts, the 1st domain and other central domains were more powerful than later generations. And these small domains, although much stronger than the later generations, are similar to the later generations. The main reason is that the practitioners are different. Those who really pursue martial arts will naturally go to the central domain, while most of the practitioners who stay in these small domains have no hope. Warriors must compete. They are not worthy of martial arts. The little beast had a look of disdain. As the strongest monster, the cultivation of the monster way is more cruel, but he knows better than some warriors that warriors must fight. Little guy, you are a little beast, and you have lived for less than a month. What do you mean by being so old-fashioned? Listening to your tone, it means that we didn't grab things before, and you still have opinions. Feng Bugao stared at the little beast, grinning lightly at the corner of his mouth. You have to know, you are just a little beast now. If I trample you to death, it's like trampling an ant to death. Besides, before you grow up now, I can deal with you casually. Do you understand your identity and status now? Huh? The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3902 Budo Tournament. The little beast gritted its teeth at Feng Bugao and glared at him fiercely. You will bully me, if you have the ability. One man and one beast were quarreling, as if these two were born to face each other. Let's go, let's talk about it first. Chu Yan pretended not to hear the quarrel between them. It's better to be lively, after all, everyone is in this strange world, a little more lively is better than a little deserted. Then, the three continued on their way. In these 25 domains, the rules of heaven and earth and the prestige of heaven and earth are much weaker than that of the central domain, but the area is really large. It took another 10 days to traverse the entire domain. In addition, regarding the existence of Huang Tiantang, warriors from the entire ancient dynasties gathered here, which also resulted in more cultivators in the 25 domains than in other domains. Many small forces with different strengths, different backgrounds, and different talents, and even entire families moved here and gathered around Huangshentang for more convenience. Maybe their generation has no hope, so they pin all their hopes on their descendants. As long as there are a few geniuses among the descendants, maybe the whole family or power can rise. And the basis for the rise of geniuses can be found here in Huangtiantang. As a result, a strange situation gradually formed, that is, the older generation warriors struggled outside to earn resources, all of which were used for the younger generation's resources to enter and exit the emperor's heaven. Such a situation is not one or two, but hundreds or thousands. Among them, there have also been stories of shocking geniuses appearing in small powers, soaring to the sky, which has become a good story in the local area, making the atmosphere here even more intense. And recently, the Martial Dao Conference held once every 10 years in Huangshentang is about to start, so more people gather here. Some powerful forces have sent representatives, and even the Zhangzhou realm powerhouses came in person. The great strength of these central domains, when it comes to places like the 25 domains, it is almost like the overlord, sweeping a large area. Any person or force that dares to offend them will directly lead to the destruction of the entire clan. Except for a few ancient cities where strong people sit in town and rules are not allowed to kill, only the ancient city of Huangtian and Huangchengtang can shelter weak families and forces. This ancient city has existed for almost as long as the emperor's paradise. The endless years of development have made this ancient city full of everything. And this ancient city of Huangtian is also one of the ancient cities that hosts the Martial Dao Conference of Huangshentang. All the strong people come to this ancient city to gather first. As a result, warriors from all sides came to the ancient city of the imperial city. The ancient city of Huangtian is tall and majestic. After countless castings, it has undergone great changes from its original appearance. In this ancient city, not only warriors lived, but ordinary people also existed. They are engaged in the most common and simple work here, but because of the existence of the rules of the ancient city, they don't have martial arts, but they live in this ancient city very safely without any danger. And what they have to do is just some extremely simple jobs, such as cooking, cleaning, maintenance, and so on. Because of Huang Tiantong's trading rules, their gains are not small. As long as one person works, basically the whole family will have no problems. Moreover, there is another advantage for them, that is, if they want to practice, or buy some treasures to increase their lifespan, it is very convenient. After the three of Chu Yan arrived in the 25 domains, they directly entered the ancient city of Huangtian. Suyu, this martial arts conference is not easy. Just now I heard some warriors talking on the road. I heard one of the names. It seems that the great Dream Lord will come. This time, the martial arts conference should be quite large. Such a large scale, I am afraid that there is a reason for the incident, and it may indicate that some major event is about to happen. It seems that I have to make a good calculation. However, if we want to compete for the ranking in this martial arts conference, I'm afraid it will not be easy. You have to be mentally prepared. Feng Bugao walked all the way, and began to predict with his hands reprinting. It depends on the situation. Let's talk about the list of rewards. We will talk about the ranking according to the rewards we need. I don't care about false names. When Chu Yan said this, he was very indifferent, which surprised both Feng Bugao and Xiaoshou. However, what Chu Yan said was the truth, he really didn't pay much attention to the void of this ancient era. Winning the first place in the martial artists conference may directly become famous in the world, attracting powerful sects and great forces in the world to invite them. This may be a great benefit to others, but to Chu Yan, it is completely a burden. After all, he was in the ancient times, that is, only a few decades, so how could he be willing to waste time on these things? Moreover, this time he came to Emperor Heaven with a clear purpose, and he might stay here for a long time. So on the way, Chu Yan had already planned it out. For him, the Martial Dao Conference was just a place of trial. As for rewards, it would be better if there were none. Taking advantage of the time, Chu Yan recalled the historical records about this martial arts conference. King Ming and Bo Wang told him some things about this martial arts conference. It's just that the Martial Dao Conference is held every 10 years, and if King Ming hadn't said that a major event happened in this Martial Dao Conference at that time, I'm afraid he wouldn't remember it. Moreover, King Ming and Bo Wang didn't know the details of the event this time, they only knew that Huntian Bangling rarely showed up at that time. If it weren't for King Ming and Bo Wang, this period of history might not have disappeared into the Long River. I don't like to listen to your words. I came here just to fight. With my current strength, I say second, who dares to say first, right? As Feng Bugao spoke, he was arrogant at the beginning, but when he asked the last question, he seemed a bit lacking in confidence. Chu Yan almost laughed angrily, shook his head and said, "There is no need to doubt, you are the number one. Go, I am optimistic about you." With a thumbs up, Feng Bugao's teeth were immediately exposed. "Look, Brother Suyu said that I am the number one, who dares to refuse?" The little beast stared at Feng Bugao, grinning, and rarely resented him, but he seemed to have a new understanding of himself as the master of the human race. Not bad, very appetizing to the deity. Following Suyu in the future, there should be no lack of excitement. Ahem, but it's somewhat difficult to get the first place. I heard the news just now, and I heard that there are 30 or 50 people on the Huntian list this time. So many? Chu Yan was startled. Although the Martial Dao Conference in Huangshentang is relatively famous, it is relatively rare to attract so many Huntian ranking beings to participate. The martial arts tournament held by Emperor Tiantang is mainly for exchanges and learning. Therefore, only one person is the first place, and the other second and third places are all more than 10 people. There is no fixed number at all. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3903 Big Reward. In the martial arts tournament of Huangshentang, there is only one person in the first place, but countless people can be in the second and third places. Such a setting suddenly makes people a little surprised. That martial artist has not participated in many such martial arts competitions, but no one has seen such a setting. In some martial arts tournaments, the first, second and third places may be given to one person, and they will be rewarded separately, while in some, the first place may be 1, the second place will take 2 places, and the third place will take 3 places. If so, there are only 6 people in total. Anyway, the second place is also an extremely powerful existence, and sometimes there may be only a slight gap between the first place and the first place. If there are dozens of people in the second place, how can we compete? Isn't it usually the last battle, when 2 people fight against each other, the one who wins is the first and the one who loses is the second? Huang Tiantang, why is it set up like this? Chu Yan asked. Of course, Chu Yan is very clear that Huang Tiantang is not a fool, on the contrary, under the prestige, there must be a reason. According to Chu Yan's guess, if there is no accident, I am afraid that the first place will be different. Of course the rewards are different. Feng Bugao hurriedly introduced, you also know the reason why Huangtangtang is famous, so in his martial arts conference, the opening authority of Huangtangtang rewards for different rankings is naturally different. I heard that the first place can be awarded in Huangtangtang's the Tibetan Pavilion has been given the maximum authority for 5 years, and all the cheats and materials are open. The authority is exactly the same as that of the Hall Master of the Emperor Heaven. However, the second and third places are not different in time, but in authority. There are some important cheats that you have no right to view. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan nodded immediately, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. When they came here before, King Ming and Bo Wang just casually mentioned that this Huangshentang is one of the holy places of martial arts, so Chu Yan must come to see it when he has time, especially the martial arts conference. If he has time, he should attend it. At that time, Chu Yan hadn't found his own way, so King Ming and Bo Wang didn't think that the current Chu Yan would be so important to Huang Tiantang. Based on Chu Yan's current situation, if he can really get the highest authority of the Huangshantang Pavilion, it will have a huge effect on him in creating his own way. Not bad. In this way, the reward for the first place is very tempting. Chu Yan nodded. Also, I heard that the first place can still practice for 3 years in the secret realm of Huang Tian. In the secret realm of Huang Tian, there are 3 secret realms of Huang, Tian, and Tang. It is a secret realm within a secret realm. The supreme Tao seals, which heaven has collected over the years, are incomparably precious. Speaking of this, when Chu Yan was still a little confused, the little beast that was sleeping suddenly jumped up. Ants, what are you talking about? Daofeng, the last book. Huh. You little guy seems to know, Daofeng's last book. Feng Bugao looked at the little beast in surprise, and he didn't even get angry when the little beast called him an ant. The little beast that has been around for more than 10 days reacts like this, which basically shows that most of the blood memory of this little beast has been awakened. This point, unlike other monsters, the blood memory must be gradually awakened with the improvement of time and cultivation level, but now this little beast should have only been born more than 10 days ago, but it has awakened most of the blood memory. This sky beast is really extraordinary. Little saint, what is this posthumous book? Chu Yan asked. Suyu, this posthumous booklet is extremely precious. I don't know its origin, and I have never seen it, but I know that he has a rumor that has been passed down for thousands of years, but it is very suitable for you now. No, it should be said that it is very suitable for all geniuses in the world. Wan Tianqing spoke at this time, very cautiously, without the slightest hint of a joke. The Book of Daofeng, also known as the Book of Heaven, anyone who gets it can record all his martial arts skills and insights on it, and thus be born in the most suitable Dao. As soon as these words came out, there was a bang in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and his eyes brightened like fire. Birth your own way. In this world, there is such a heaven-defying treasure. According to the common sense in the world of martial arts, each martial arts avenue is a powerful and huge existence, and it takes countless years of time, coupled with incomparable talent and understanding, to create success on its own. However, it is easy to create a skill, but it is extremely difficult to create a new martial art. Even, this has become a huge gap between the extremely strong and the ordinary strong. Those cultivators who have the ability to create their own Dao can finally stand on the peak of martial arts, while other cultivators can only go halfway up the mountain at most, and will never reach the top of the mountain. In order to walk from the mountainside to the top of the mountain, those strong men spent thousands of years, sitting in seclusion, just like a lifetime away. Isn't their ultimate goal to walk out of their own way and open up their own world of martial arts? Only in this way can it be possible to reach the ultimate warrior. Such a road itself is a road against the sky, and it is by no means comparable to an extraordinary genius. It must be an absolute genius against the sky, coupled with various factors, conditions, and opportunities, to achieve it. It's a pity, this year's martial arts conference. Chu Yan shook his head. He knew his current situation very well, and all the conditions were met. Especially after merging the will of the 2 great masters, he is currently in a bottleneck state, and as long as some conditions are added, it is very possible to create his own way. The first place has been born, I heard it's called Li Mubing. Feng Bugao said disappointedly, looking at the news he just received. Forget it, the opportunity hasn't come yet, not to mention the first place, it should be okay to have the second place. Chu Yan thought in his heart that there was a big gap between the rewards for the first place and the second place, but Chu Yan believed that in his own situation, maybe he could break through as long as he stayed in the Tibetan pavilion of the Emperor's heaven for a while. After all, other warriors may not have taken that road yet, but I have basically realized that the Tao is right in front of me and within reach. In such a situation, maybe as long as we comprehend a few more powerful exercises and other people's ways, we may be able to directly break through. The three of them continued to fly forward while chatting. Several hours later, the three of them entered the main street of Huangtian ancient city, and they were all stunned when they saw the spirit stone chalcedony all over the floor. This Huangtian palm is not ordinary rich. The value of these spirit stones and chalcedony alone is enough to tempt any strong man in the world. However, I think what this Emperor Heaven is doing is completely costless business, using the inspection rights of martial arts and martial arts in exchange for resources. This is almost a costless business. Under such circumstances, the longer the accumulation of time, the wealth of Huang Tiantang will naturally skyrocket in geometric figures. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading Mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3904 Ancient City. Looking along the Fortune Avenue, you can see that Jiuxiao is a huge palace, and the extremely thick colorful spiritual clouds above the sky cast brilliance, covering the entire palace group. The palace complex of the Emperor's Paradise is not an entity, the whole scene is distorted and flickering, obviously in an independent void world. To enter such a place, there must be a special space-time channel. Chu Yan operated the pupil technique, looked at the independent void world, and after careful observation, continued to fly forward. Before arriving at the illusory palace group, the three of Chu Yan were able to enter after paying the fee. In an instant, the three of them felt that the world around them disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were in an extremely lively inner city. On the streets of this city, a large number of strong people shuttled among them, with different cultivation levels. The lowest one has the honorable state. Come and take a look. Here is the map of Wuji Palace. With this map, you can save a lot of time. Sanyu Zongjing, feel free to talk about it if you need it. The mental method is supreme. Here is the cultivation experience of the strong. Exchange it for similar treasures. On both sides of the streets in the inner city, there are all kinds of stalls, with endless hawking and incomparably noisy. There are many people here, and the market managed by Huang Tiantang is open to everyone. However, after the three of Chu Yan walked through half of the market, they understood that the collection here is limited, and basically they are mainly cheats. You can hardly see it here. It seems that Huang Tiantang is extremely serious about the management here. And because there are rules, the transactions here are also restricted and protected, and everyone trades here according to the secret skills. There are also some good ones, but they don't make much sense to Chu Yan and Feng Bugao now. Of course, I would like to know that the more and more complicated the secret books here, the more precious the secret books in the Emperor's Paradise Pavilion can be proved from another angle. Huang Tiantang is extremely familiar with this comparison technique. According to what King Ming and Bo Wang told Chu Yan at the beginning, there are 19 floors in the Tibetan Pavilion in Huangshantang, and the classification is extremely detailed. According to the rumors, the secret books here probably contain half of the collection of the entire martial arts world. Half, such a concept is already quite terrifying. One must know how many martial arts sects in the Divine Realm continent, plus those who have appeared and fallen over time, may be an astronomical figure. As a neutral sect force, Huang Tiantang can concentrate half of the secret scriptures and Taoism here, which has proved his incomparable power to everyone. As for ordinary warriors, no matter what Tao you practice, you can see similar cheats here. Even Feng Bugao has become very excited now. After all, their way of prediction has always been the most unpopular way of cultivation in God's domain continent. It is said that it has been inherited in one continuous line from ancient times to the present. There are very few similar secret exercises, and even treasures are extremely rare. Therefore, the unsealed jade compass, as an innate treasure of the way of prediction, is extremely precious. In the Bailing building, he obtained Shantian record again. These two treasures of prediction alone are enough for him to embark on the ultimate martial arts in the God's domain continent in the future. But now, seeing Chu Yan's eyes turned red, Feng Bugao's heart also became excited. Master has been trying to break through that bottleneck all his life, and it is because of this that he has been relying on Chu Yan's side. If there is a collection of books on the way of prediction in this imperial paradise, perhaps to him, the value is not weaker than that of Bailing Tower. Suyu, I heard that there are some divine pavilions here for people to live in, which are of great benefit to cultivation and enlightenment. I'll go around and see if I have a chance to get one. Feng Bugao originally came to Huangshentang with the mentality of accompanying the prince to study, but now, he has also started to get serious. Then, Feng Bugao hurriedly went in another direction. Chu Yan wandered around in the trading market casually. I found a booth, bought the detailed information and introduction of this emperor's paradise, and looked at it carefully. Huh. You still have a self-created exercise. Chu Yan only took 2 steps when he saw a self-created exercise on a booth, and his eyes lit up immediately. From the 10th floor of the Emperor's Paradise, there seems to be a collection of more than a dozen self-created exercises, several of which are left by the strong in the Zhangzhou realm. Unexpectedly, there are self-created exercises in this market. It seems that there are strong Zhangzhou realm, in exchange for the resources of the Emperor Heaven, even used their own self-created exercises. A self-created technique basically contains all the martial arts insights and origins of a strong man. If the enemy knows this, it means that he has no cards and no secrets. Therefore, it is generally not a special situation, and it is impossible for a strong person to use his own self-created skills. Emperor Paradise. Well, here is an introduction, so there are exchange points. Chu Yan looked at his hand, and immediately understood the detailed introduction about Huang Tiantang. Sometimes because there is no suitable method to exchange these in Huangshentang, a kind of exchange point has been developed, which is equivalent to currency and circulates within the control of Huangtangtang. In this way, anyone can exchange the cheats in Emperor Paradise, exchange points, and then use the exchange points to exchange for everything they want. Especially self-created exercises, in this way, there will be basically no omissions. Next, Chu Yan began to carefully understand the information related to the Daofeng Legacy Book. On this street, the news about the Daofeng Legacy Book is almost regarded as a legend. Everyone knows something, so it is not difficult to understand. This posthumous book turned out to be a Dao treasure, that is to say, if you want to use it, you must first subdue it and get its approval before you can use it to record your Dao. That is to say, it must be fused with this treasure, before it can display the power of the treasure. Therefore, even if you get the Daofeng bequest, if you don't get his approval, it will be in vain. I don't know, the function of immortal gods and demons can't work. Chu Yan's heart was full of expectations, and various thoughts emerged. Now as long as these can be collected, if the functions of immortal gods and demons are successfully integrated, there will be almost no resistance to creating your own way. At this moment, thinking of the previous Emperor Yuan, I'm afraid he would be shocked by Chu Yan. However, there are still a few conditions missing, and this is the focus now. Fellow Daoist Su, we are still a step late. Soon, Feng Bugao came quickly from a distance, and said out of breath. Several great god pavilions have been reserved, and I spent a lot of money to get a 9-character pavilion at the auction, which is not bad. Okay, let's go then. Chu Yan has no concept of money at all now. For martial arts cultivation, money is really of little use. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3905 repair day. Hearing Feng Bugao's words, Chu Yan didn't care too much, but the little beast showed contempt on his face. Ants are just ants. It's fine if you're weak in battle, but you're still such an ant when you do something, huh? When he said this, on the expression of the little beast, it was clearly the expression of how dare you live. Feng Bugao was in a bad mood. If it wasn't for the reason why it was squatting on Chu Yan's neck, Feng Bugao might have done it right away. How can this be tolerated? I can't bear it at all, okay? I am a powerful person at the peak of the invincible state. In the previous 2 battles, I fought against several strong people of the same level by myself. He said that he could reach the standard of invincibility at the same level, but he was despised by a little monster with only 10 days. How can this be tolerated? You little brat, you deserve a beating. Come on, let's compete. Feng Bugao blushed. Humph. I'm weak in battle, I can't do things well, and now I'm shameless to add a stinky one. You're sorry, I'm only in the God King realm, and I was born only 10 days old. According to the standards of your human race, I'm still a baby under the full moon. You have the nerve to do something to a baby under the full moon. Hearing Xiaoshuo's words, Feng Bugao was going crazy. It's true, it's embarrassing to win, but isn't it even more embarrassing to lose? Anyway, he is also a sky beast. If he can suppress his cultivation level to the same level, the method and inheritance of this sky beast is accumulated for countless years, and I have never heard of anyone in history who has killed a sky beast. As for myself, what I practice is the way of prediction, and I am not considered a cultivator of the combat system. When I meet a monster clan with the strongest combat system, this Feng Bugao is not stupid. If he can suppress with momentum, how could he do it? So, when Feng Bugao was about to discuss with the little beast again, Chu Yan suddenly stopped. The imprint of time and space responds. Chu Yan suddenly raised his head and looked around. The space-time imprint on the back of his hand was sending out spiritual consciousness, reminding Chu Yan. According to what Elder Hong Jun said before coming here, it was equivalent to meeting one of the 4 people who came here together, who was nearby. Soon, Chu Yan turned his gaze to a street on the left, where a figure squeezed through the crowd, and hurried towards this side with a face full of surprise. Hong Jun. Hong Lei. Or, Chu Yan. I am Xiaotian. The middle-aged man on the opposite side is extremely strong, and he directly transmits the sound with his spiritual sense, which means he is sure that the other party is one of the 3, otherwise, he dares to directly force the sound transmission with his spiritual sense. Junior Chu Yan, I have met the Taoist cultivator of heaven. Chu Yan also had a happy expression on his face, and hurriedly saluted. Haha, little friend Chu, this is great. Daozu Xiaotian was overjoyed. After all, strictly speaking, he and Chu Yan are in the same camp. If he meets the devouring clan, he still feels a little uncomfortable. If he meets Chu Yan, it will be much better. Huh. Fellow Taoist, Su, you know him. Feng Bugao looked at the other party with a look of astonishment. Feng Bugao and Xiaoshuo are both people from the ancient times. Of course, they don't know Chu Yan's past, so they obviously don't understand the sudden appearance of Taoist cultivator. Little friend Chu, you are also here to participate in the Martial Dao conference. Sure enough, we have met each other. Daozu Xiaotian said with a smile. He is a senior I know, named. Chu Yan just wanted to introduce Feng Bugao and Xiaoshuo, but he was stunned in the middle of speaking. What's the name? It's really hard to say. 2 fellow Taoists, let's cultivate the sky. Of course Xiaotian Daozu knew the reason for Chu Yan's pause, so he quickly took the conversation and introduced himself. After all, not all of them are the same as Chu Yan. In this life, they directly used the identity of the object of the seizure, but this time, Xiaotian Daozu used his real name. Xiaotian Dao is friendly, I will seal Bugao. Feng Bugao replied with a salute. Well, my name is Wan Tiancheng, you can call me Tianzuan. The little beast replied proudly with his chin raised high. Boom. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Chu Yan hit him directly on the head with a sudden blow. What a joke! This cultivator of heaven and Taoism is in his hometown, and his seniority is higher than his own. You just gave birth to a baby under the full moon, and now you are here to be an elder, which is a typical lack of care. In this regard, Chu Yan is very responsible. If it was someone else, Chu Yan would not care about it. In other words, if the little beast hadn't signed a contract with him, Chu Yan wouldn't say anything, but now it's different. After he signed a contract with the little beast, he would be his own child, and he couldn't justify not beating him. If you become a bear child in the future, it will be a headache. The little beast held his head with a look of grievance, his eyes were foggy, he shrank his head and dared not make a sound. He and Chu Yan had the same mind, he knows why he was beaten, and he also knows that Chu Yan is holding back his energy, and he still talks back, and he has to be beaten, so he quickly pretends to be honest. Senior, your body. Chu Yan tentatively said through sound transmission. My name is Xuanhuan. When I seized the house, he just fell. Suyu. Sure enough, I guessed it was you. Xiao was shocked at the time, seeing Chu Yan's stunned face, and the expression he knew a long time ago, his face was full of complexity. At the time of Wan Guoji, I was already on the road, but when the news came that someone had finished it the next day, I guessed it must be you, and it really is. Daoist Xiao smiled wryly, shook his head and said. I'm unlucky. When I came here, this body was hiding in a secret place for cultivation, but it went mad, and I lost myself from cultivation. Fortunately, I was a very poor casual cultivator, and I didn't have much reputation or recognition. People, so I just used my real name. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan nodded. This casual cultivator is really not ordinary bad, he can practice himself to death, this level, sooner or later. Your current cultivation base? Chu Yan asked. This bit of luck is not bad. This casual cultivator has been in seclusion for nearly 50 years, and he is just about to suddenly become invincible. After I took over, I have now reached the peak of invincibility. Daoist Xiao said, if Feng Bugao heard it, he would probably jump up in shock. This is faster than his cultivation speed, absolutely impossible. But of course Feng Bugao didn't know that before Xiao Daozu came, he was at the peak of the veteran invincible realm, and he had the same historical records as Chu Yan, so it's not difficult to break through if you just find some opportunities. Then now, have you contacted the other two? Chu Yan asked again. This matter, a bit. Hearing this question, Daozu Xiaotian's face suddenly changed, he hesitated to speak, and thought for a while before saying. 5 months ago, when I was looking for a chance in the 11th domain, there was a response from the timespace imprint, but there was no one around. It's a bit abnormal for someone to send me a sound transmission on their own initiative. As soon as Daozu Xiaotian said this, Chu Yan frowned. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3906 God Pavilion. This is a very troublesome thing. At least, by no means simple. According to Chu Yan's guess, there are currently 2 possibilities. The first is of course that something happened to Hong Jun and Hong Lei of the Devouring Clan, and they encountered some special circumstances. In this case, it may be a fall, or it may be a house, etc., but for Chu Yan and Xiaotian Daozu, maybe this is the best situation. The second possibility is relatively more troublesome, and that is the deliberate intention of the Devouring Clan. This intention is not to say that they don't want to meet Chu Yan and Xiaotian Daozu, but that they planned it themselves. If this is the case, then maybe they came to the ancient times for other purposes, and Chu Yan became their introduction, an introduction to improve the stability of reversing time and space. Chu Yan, did they encounter an accident? Daozu Xiaotian saw Chu Yan's expression, and of course he understood what Chu Yan was worried about. After all, he encountered this matter first, and he had deliberately checked it out in the past few months. However, not to mention that within a radius of 10,000 miles, even the entire 11 regions, nothing was discovered. Patriarch Hong seems to have said before that this imprint of time and space was created by an invincible strongman in the ancient times. I don't know if there are other people in the ancient times who have mastered this unique skill. If the fluctuation of the imprint of time and space is really sensed, the first thing to be sure is that one of them is present. However, if they don't take the initiative to come out to contact us, I'm afraid. When Chu Yan said this, he seemed to be analyzing and answering, but finally shook his head and added, "Judging from our situation, the chance of them being in danger is not high." Regarding the situation of his seizure of the house, Chu Yan also told Xiao Daozu that although compared with Xiao Daozu, he was in danger, but it was completely out of danger. The few people present did not treat him at all. Pose any threat. Under such circumstances, Hong Jun and Hong Lei could not really be in any danger. Moreover, the Taoist ancestors who cultivated heaven have all encountered fluctuations in the time-space imprint, which means that they have not fallen, otherwise the time-space imprint itself should dissipate. Hey, when you meet them in the future, ask carefully. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Xiao Daozu also shook his head, which was obviously similar to what Chu Yan was worried about. Although the devouring clan has come into contact with them, they are not from their Kunlun lineage, and maybe they have different intentions. Moreover, Chu Yan is still worried at this time. If it is only aimed at them, it will be fine. I hope that in future generations, there will be no better layout for Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, after Chu Yan returns, the devouring clan will definitely be wiped out. This time he came to the ancient times. Although Kunlun Mountain has left strength and means, after all, there are powerful enemies such as Tsang and Yi Rongtian. If there is another devouring family with evil intentions, the pressure on Kunlun Mountain will be too great up. Ancestor Xiao Dao, you are also planning to participate in this martial arts conference? Chu Yan asked. Of course. Daoist Xiao didn't hesitate at all. I have also listened to Shiji. I dare not say the first place. There is still hope for the second place. I have inquired about it. The number of second places in this emperor's heaven is not constant. Sometimes there are dozens of them. I also know that this year's martial arts conference will have visions, so you can't miss it. Having said that, Xiao Daozu laughed and said, You are now ranked 200 on the Huntian ranking, why not give me the chance? I haven't even seen the Huntian ranking, hee. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled indifferently and said, Of course, this opportunity doesn't mean much to me. I came to Huangshentang mainly for the Tibetan pavilion, but you have to take the two of them together. Chu Yan pointed to Feng Bugao and the little beast, and said to Xiao Daozu. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Daozu Xiao raised his head to look at Feng Bugao and Xiaoshou, and asked Chu Yan through sound transmission. What is the origin of these two, can you trust it? Of course Chu Yan knew what Xiao Daozu meant. He echoed and explained, His name is Feng Bugao, and I am the one who cultivates the way of forecasting. This is Wandian Sheng, a relatively rare sky beast, and now it is just. While explaining, several people got up and went to Jiuxiao Pavilion at the same time. The divine pavilion in the Emperor's heaven is not cheap, but it is worth the money. The entire divine pavilion is made of an extremely rare spar. The advantage of this kind of spar is that as long as a cultivator below Tsangzhu realm lives in it, he can automatically refine the spiritual breath in the spar and improve his cultivation level. If he cultivates, it will more than double his cultivation speed. Most of the people who can afford to live in this kind of divine pavilion are invincible powerhouses. That is to say, it is quite a terrifying thing to double the cultivation speed of invincible powerhouses. Therefore, although this divine pavilion is expensive, it is still extremely difficult to book, especially when this kind of martial arts conference is about to be held, it is even more difficult to find a pavilion. What makes Feng Bugao even more depressed is that he originally wanted to grab the third-grade divine pavilion, which is made of real top-grade crystals, and it is said that the cultivation speed is faster, and it can even improve one's comprehension. It's just that he didn't dare to say this directly, otherwise he would make the little beast look down upon him. Next, Chu Yan and Xiaotian Daozu practiced in the Shen Pavilion, while Feng Bugao went to register. After Chu Yan practiced for a period of time, he left the Shen Pavilion and prepared to participate in the battle. Because of the existence of the Tibetan Pavilion, Huang Tiantang has attracted many strong men and geniuses, especially those who practice strange methods, and some peerless geniuses with extremely strong talents. Therefore, there is such a thing as Lei Zhan naturally. The purpose is naturally to allow these strong men and geniuses to find opponents, and even find opponents in life and death battles, so that they can easily break through themselves in battles. After Chu Yan heard about it in the city before, he has been extremely enthusiastic, so he settled down a bit, but immediately found a place to fight in the city and signed up. This time, Chu Yan was completely caught in it, fighting one after another regardless of time. Time is fast, 9 days have passed in a blink of an eye. In the sea of consciousness, Feng Bugao turned around and said, "Fellow Daoist Su, you haven't seen anyone these days, the martial arts conference is about to start, we have to go." Chu Yan, who was in the battle, only woke up after hearing this, and prepared to leave the battle zone with some reluctance. "Are we going to start?" Looking up at the Imperial Palace complex in the distance, I saw that many cultivators had already jumped towards it. Above the sky and above the streets, crowds of people surged, which was extremely spectacular. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan flashed his figure and rushed to the Jiuxiao pavilion to join Feng Bugao and others, and was also preparing to participate in the martial arts conference. After seeing each other for a few days, Feng Bugao and Daozu Xiaotian were very curious, and after learning that Chu Yan had gone to participate in the competition, all of them were shocked. They also said that they will have to try it out later, maybe they will be able to find a life and death opponent that suits them. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3907 So many people. Chu Yan and the others followed the crowd, walked through the passage, and went directly to a new small world. A palace appeared in front of everyone. The square in front of the palace was extremely huge, accommodating a large number of people, but not crowded at all. Behind the palace is a continuous mountain range, covered with golden runes, covering the entire mountain range, and extending to the square in front of the palace at the feet of everyone. It was as if the golden rune fell from the sky, flowed down to the mountains, and finally flowed through the square in front of the temple. This kind of scene is extremely miraculous, many people have never seen it before, and all of them are full of astonishment, looking around at the same time, lamenting that this imperial way is really extraordinary. Chu Yan raised the gate and looked towards the palace, only to see the 4 big characters Emperor's Arena written on the plaque of the palace, which has a certain awe-inspiring momentum like an overlord. It seems that the strong man who wrote these 4 characters should be a practitioner. The way to dominate. At this time, there were more and more people in the surrounding squares, and there was a turmoil of people, which was extremely noisy. The cultivation bases of these powerhouses range from the peak of the invincible state to the respected state, and there are even a few cultivators of the God King state. Of course, many of them didn't even reach the Divine King realm, so they walked to the edge of the square consciously, gathered together, looked at everyone in the square, and kept talking in low voices. These people are obviously here to watch the fun, but they don't know what the rules of Huang Tiandao's martial Dao conference are, and there are people watching the ceremony throughout the whole process. Among the people watching the ceremony, dragons and snakes were also mixed. Not all of them really came to watch the martial arts conference, and there were also some chambers of commerce or individuals who set up markets here. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce has a high reputation and low risk, while the individual handicap has high odds, making it more exciting to play. With these people, such a martial arts event will be even more lively. This year's martial arts conference is likely to exceed 3,000 people, and the last one was only slightly more than 2,000 people. It seems that the Emperor's Heaven is becoming more and more famous. Feng Bugao looked around, with a hint of anticipation and excitement in his eyes. From this point of view, my goal has to be changed. The second place is not very hopeful, and the third place may be possible. Xiao Daozu also said with emotion. Yes, I am the same as you, the third is the target. Feng Bugao nodded quickly, deeply convinced. You have to be humble, because Feng Bugao's personality is one aspect, and at the same time, all the cultivators in the square are as imposing as a rainbow. It's not a joke. The cultivators here, except those who are on the hunting list, dare not brag, because the chances of embarrassment are very high. Because of the rewards, the martial arts conference in Huangshantung attracts a very large number of geniuses each session, and among them, some hermit practitioners are prone to appear and become super dark horses. Moreover, such a super dark horse is still a herd of horses. In the entire God's Domain continent, there is no martial Tao conference of any force that has such a high attraction to these hermit practitioners. Those conferences that rewarded with treasures and treasures of heaven and earth have no attraction for these hermits at all. On the contrary, the hidden pavilion of Huangshantung has a fatal temptation for hermits. After all, most of the hermit cultivators are casual cultivators, or extremely secretive sects handed down from generation to generation. The number of them is very small, and they have their own inherited exercises. However, after the cultivation level has been improved, like Chu Yan, he will need to know more about the method of asking questions, etc. In this case, there is no place more suitable than Huang Paradise. After all, you can go to the secret realm to find treasures and treasures by yourself, but you can't snatch the same kind of exercises and cheats from one sect to another. This is simply impossible. Moreover, it is impossible for Huang Tiantang to let you have such an opportunity. After all, even if you grab it, you will not accumulate it as fast as others, and it will even be infinitely slower. Therefore, the Martial Tao Conference of Huangshantung is destined to be the prosperous situation in the mainland, which cannot be changed or imitated. No sect force can learn it, and can only be jealous. Ants are just ants. Compared with a group of ants here, I will lower my status. If the deity comes out, these ants can be wiped out. As a small beast, Wan Tianxing would miss such a good opportunity. When he said this, he didn't look at the ants in the square, but stared at Feng Bugao, his face full of disdain. In fact, the biggest feature of this martial arts conference is that there is no restriction, no matter whether it is human race, monster race, or even demon race and abyss monsters, anyone can participate. As long as you can step into the sphere of influence of Huang Tiantang, you will be protected by Huang Tiantang, and you can freely participate in the martial arts competition. The rules and rewards are the same as everyone else. Demon cultivators and monster clans are fine, but abyssal monsters are a little troublesome. After all, it is troublesome to enter the Emperor's Paradise. If you want to leave after taking the ranking and rewards, it will be even more troublesome. Therefore, the number of abyssal monsters who came to participate not much. But even so, in the Tibetan pavilion of the Emperor's Heaven, there should be the most complete collection of cheat books about abyssal monsters in the world. Ha! Blow, keep blowing, sign up if you have the guts. Go get the first place, and see if you are an ant. Feng Bugao counterattacked on the spot. Huh! The ants dare not believe in this deity. Well, this deity will bet with you. The little beast looked at Feng Bugao, his beast eyes widened, all incredulous. Someone doubted the deity's strength, which is unforgivable. Haha, I'm waiting for you. Come on, let's make a bet. Feng Bugao was overjoyed on the spot, smiling all over his face. Heavenly beasts in the sky, monsters with the character, are definitely the favorite species of geniuses who know the way of prediction. Because of what? Of course, their bloodline memory and origin are the most important resources for practitioners of the way of prediction. Maybe an opportunity can make you break through to a height that you can never imagine. To put it simply, these monsters of the celestial generation are themselves bred by the Tao of heaven and the use of the secrets of the heavens. As long as they can study thoroughly, they may understand the operation of the secrets of the heavens and crack the way of the three talents of heaven, earth and man. This is the ultimate goal of every genius of the way of prediction. Standing aside, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to these two people, and kept observing the thousands of cultivators in the square. Sure enough, there are a lot of talents. As Chu Yan's gaze passed, he sensed the aura of these people, and couldn't help but move slightly. At a glance, there are more than a dozen people from the peak of the invincible realm, dozens of people from the Desheng realm. Such a lineup, of course, can be called the top event in the God's domain continent. However, at this moment, a commotion suddenly sounded in the square in the distance. I saw a young man with a bitter face and a gloomy face, followed by two figures, striding across the square. The actions of these three people immediately attracted the attention of a large number of cultivators in the square. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading Mobile Version Reading URL. #C3908 Big Dream. The face of the leader has always been bitter, as if everyone owed him countless cheats, but the two people around him were all smiling, especially the little girl who looked like the little sister next door, with a face full of joy. Innocence. He is Ling Wanqing. That little girl is Duo Yao Yao, and the one next to her is Li Dao. Could it be the three who broke through the 18 Dragon Gate formation some time ago? This rumor spread everywhere, and everyone's attention was instantly focused on the three of them. 18 Dragon Gate formation. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. He has been in the battle zone of Huangshantung for a long time, so he has naturally heard of the 18 Dragon Gate formation. It is a grand formation for Huang Tiantang to evaluate geniuses, that is, a formation for evaluating the talents and aptitudes of all cultivators. As long as the talents and aptitudes are high, they can get better treatment in Huang Tiantang and the battle zone. The 18 Dragon Gate formation, as the name suggests, the more levels one passes through, the higher one's natural talent will be. And the three people in front of them have all passed the final level. How powerful are the talents and aptitudes of these three people? This Ling Wanqing is Lingyu 9 Dao sect, one of the three true biographies. The ranking on the Huntian list is about 380, that Li Dao is about 400, and the others are about the same. That Duo Yao Yao is the strongest among the three. He is the direct disciple of the suzerain of the Lingyu 9 Dao sect. He ranks 240th in the hunting ranking, but all the news I know is from a few years ago. Feng Bugao sent voice transmission to Chu Yan's spiritual sense, and told Chu Yan all these news and messages at the first time. How do you know about them? Chu Yan turned to look at Feng Bugao, and asked in surprise. Huh? Who is like you, who disappeared immediately after rushing to the battle zone? Apart from practicing, I spent most of my time collecting information on the geniuses and strong players who participated in this martial arts conference. I spent a lot of money. Speaking of home, Feng Bugao had a pained look on his face. However, you can see the effect now. It's worth the money. Chu Yan nodded slightly, didn't say much, and continued to look up into the distance. At this time, there were figures constantly appearing in the passage, falling into the square, and blending into the crowd. These people come from all major forces, and many powerful geniuses also showed up. Now, more and more people have discovered that this year's martial arts conference is amazing, and almost all the strong sects and geniuses don't want to miss it. Chu Yan, that's Xiao. This guy is handsome, but he is a famous genius of the Xiao family among the 8 major families. I heard that he won the 2nd place in the last martial arts conference. And that beauty? Did you see that? The very tender one, called Yueshan. Speaking of this, Feng Bugao showed a very strange smile, looked at Chu Yan and said in a low voice, "This month is deep, she is very demonic, be careful. I heard that her strongest thing is not her combat power, but her ability to seduce men. I heard that among the strong men who fell under her skirt, there are also strong men on the Huntian ranking, and her ranking in the Huntian ranking has been raised to 201 fell swoop." The strong man on the hunting list. Didn't he take revenge on her? Chu Yan asked. You must know that the strong players on the hunting ranking are all the trump cards of various sects and potentials, and the death of any one will cause a lot of shock. Especially this kind of death without fighting, it may trigger a sect war at any time. Her background is not simple. She is the daughter of the head teacher of Tianbing Taoism. She was born. Feng Bugao laughed. So it is. Chu Yan nodded. This is reasonable. This month I am afraid that because of this status, ordinary cultivators really can't do anything about her. Chu Yan knew about the collapse of Taoism on this day. He was very powerful, and he was the kind of existence that could destroy a sect's power by flipping his hands. Immediately afterwards, Feng Bugao kept telling Chu Yan and Xiaotian Daozu about the strong geniuses he met. I have to say that it took a lot of effort during this period of time for this letter to be low. As long as there is a bit of fame in this square, he basically knows it, and when Chu Yan and Xiaotian Daozu are eyeing someone, he can also answer immediately. After a long time, Chu Yan turned his head and saw a figure coming out of the passage and stepping into the square. This person is like a shadow, passing through the crowd in the extremely noisy square, but it doesn't cause any fluctuations, as if he doesn't exist at all. As for himself, he just looked ahead and kept stepping, and he didn't have the slightest interest in everyone around him. When he reached the gate of the palace, he nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged on one side and began to practice. Such a move would attract the attention of a few people, but he didn't react at all. According to Chu Yan's observation, this person's cultivation is probably only in the realm of the God King, but in his body, as well as his words and deeds, I am afraid it is by no means as simple as the God King realm. You must know that there are not a few strong people at the peak of invincibility in this square. Even if there is no deliberate outburst of breath, just the breath of doom will affect the people around them. And from the moment he appeared to the gate of the palace, he had no way to spare from the beginning to the end. He also passed by a peak of the invincible realm just now, and his straight walking did not change at all. This is enough to illustrate some problems. Fellow Daoist Su, you know him? Feng Bugao asked curiously. I don't know. I just met him once in the battle zone. He is very strong. Chu Yan replied. Some time ago, Chu Yan was immersed in the battle zone. He experienced hundreds of battles, large and small, including one-on-one battles and group battles. Some of them left a deep impression on Chu Yan. Among them was the scene of this silent young man. That battle was a battle between the gods and kings. This kind of battle can be said to be the lowest level of battle in the battle zone of Emperor Heaven, and it will not attract people's attention at all. And that battle was quite exciting. This young man was slightly better in strength. After dozens of moves, he defeated his opponent and won. But when he met this young man for the second time, he was actually fighting an invincible expert, and this time, after dozens of moves in exactly the same fight, he was slightly better again. What makes Chu Yan remember him is not that he fights beyond the level of the God King realm, and hiding his cultivation base is nothing new in the God's domain continent. What makes Chu Yan strange is why he participated in the Battle of the God King realm, and that battle required dozens of moves to win. For the strong, such behavior is tantamount to wasting time. For a true cultivator, wasting time is the biggest mistake, because the road to martial arts is long, and all of it must be used for cultivation in order to ensure that he will not lose to anyone. Such a thing as wasting time is tantamount to sailing against the current, and it will never happen to a truly strong person. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading Mobile Version Reading URL #C3909 Lord of the Emperor. This young man is very interesting. This is Chu Yan's evaluation of him, because this kind of warrior who does not aim at winning or losing, and is completely immersed in the battle, will be weak. Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger. Chu Yan thought to himself. Gradually, seeing more and more talents of all kinds in the square, Chu Yan slowly felt the blood in his body boiling. At this time, the square suddenly started to be noisy, and it seemed that something had happened. Both Chu Yan and Xiaotian Daozu looked up into the distance, their eyes focused. At this time, the number of people gathered in the square in front of the hall actually reached nearly 5,000 people, which is really amazing. And the crowd of 5,000 people was full of noise at this time. Compared with before, it was obvious that things or people that could cause everyone's noise this time were definitely not easy. Looking through the crowd, one could clearly see a black figure, a young man wearing a gold silk black robe, with a strong aura. Behind him is a black ancient knife, as if walking out of a black hole in the void. Wherever it passes, everything loses its luster and color. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically parted, making way for a path, without daring to stand in the way. It doesn't make sense at all. While walking, the young man muttered to himself and shook his head endlessly, with an extremely disappointed expression on his face. Then, the young man stepped aside, threw the ancient knife behind him, hung it above his head, sat cross-legged, and directly entered the cultivation state. Like the previous youth in the God King realm, he was not interested in everyone in this square from the beginning to the end, and seemed a bit different and out of place. Even if everyone's eyes were on them, they wouldn't be able to arouse the slightest reaction. Such a situation in a crowd of 5,000 people would of course attract more attention, and there would be a lot of whispers and discussions. If the youth in the God King realm before was like a dusty person, completely isolated from the world, but now this young man in the golden silk black robe is detached and treats everything as if it were nothing. To put it simply, everything can't be seen by him, and it's not worth his feeling at all. This is a disregard. Chiguagua doesn't bring any provocations, it looks different, ignoring everything. However, such a result only brought more attention and curiosity, so someone soon recognized the identity of this person. Damning is invincible. He is. I didn't expect that, the rumors are true. Damning is invincible. Come and participate in this martial arts tournament. Haha, this is interesting, who can be his one-stroke enemy? Isn't there still the Zhongzhou realm? The Zhongzhou realm may not be his opponent either. The voices of discussion from all directions made Feng Bugao's startled face change color. No way. Is Dream invincible really? He can't, didn't he go to the land of 10,000 sources with heaven before? Although the relationship with his elder brother is not good, Feng Bugao still knows some heaven information, so he was more surprised than others when he saw Damning Wudi appear. But at this moment, Chu Yan looked at that figure with a look of astonishment. This is the great dream Zhongzhou from the ancient times. In this era, apart from the fourth Zhongzhou, there is probably only the great dream Zhongzhou who can cause such evaluations from the geniuses and experts who participated in the martial arts conference. Although the great dream Zhongzhou is only in the invincible realm now, his ranking on the hunting ranking has reached the 44th place. Such a ranking cannot be ignored by any Zhongzhou realm powerhouse, and even needs special attention. There is no other reason, because he is only an invincible realm, but he is within the 50th in the hunting heaven ranking. If it was just that, it would be enough to say that he was a peerless genius, but he was still 45 last year. In other words, within a year, he actually improved his ranking. There is no breakthrough in the cultivation base, and the cultivation base is still in the invincible state. Even within the 50th place in the hunting ranking, within a year, it has been promoted by 1 place. Such a result is enough to shock the world. If this allowed him to break through to the Zhangzhou realm, he might be directly in the top 10 or even the top 5 of the Huntian ranking. Such an existence is enough to affect the entire God's domain continent, and all forces and powerful people in the world. Therefore, not to mention the square in front of him, I am afraid that any whereabouts of Dream Invincible will be enough to attract the attention of all powerful sects and forces. However, Chu Yan, who came from a later generation, knew very well that the great Dream Lord passed away like a meteor in the historical records. It was short and brilliant to the extreme, but it soon faded out of the eyes of the world, and even lost the strength to compete with the 4 great masters. As for why this is, Chu Yan doesn't know. Haha, you're here, damning. If it's later, I'm afraid the gangster will arrest you personally. A strange sound resounded, and it seemed extremely unrestrained. Even the rumors that the legendary Huntianbang highly valued the great Dream Zhangzhou, and even pointed out the rumors in person, did not hide a bit, and he opened his mouth directly in the square of thousands of people gathered by the major forces, said it. Following the voice, he saw that it was an old man with white hair, slightly curved body, and the wrinkles under the smile on his face were all shining. Beside him, there were 2 middle-aged men and women with calm faces, like iron towers. See Hall Master. The invincible realm powerhouses present were startled when they saw the old man, and hurriedly saluted. Hearing this, the audience was stunned. Emperor Heaven. Hall Master. Chu Yan also saluted slightly and looked up. The old man couldn't feel his breath at all, and his old appearance made people think that he was just an ordinary person. Fellow Daoist Su, the emperor's title is Emperor Zhangzhou, and he ranks 8th on the hunting ranking. He is truly one of the top 10 Zhangzhou. Feng Bugao said in a low voice, and there were many people in this square who introduced the old man in a low voice like him. 10 heavenly lords. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and his eyes suddenly changed. The Hall Master of Huang Tiantang, is he so strong? He is actually among the top 10 Zhangzhou, with such strength, enough to run rampant in the whole world. Moreover, what does this old man's old look mean? At his level, his appearance is almost arbitrary, and most strong people are willing to maintain the appearance of middle-aged people. But this Emperor Heavenly Lord is an old man, which is a bit strange. Everyone, old man, don't be so polite. The Emperor Tian didn't have much airs, he smiled in an approachable way, and raised his hand to return the salute, which attracted everyone to salute again. This is a strong man in the Zhangzhou realm. Moreover, he is also one of the top 10 lords, a real boss on the hunting ranking. More importantly, he is the master of this martial arts conference, and also the master of Huangtian Ancient City, the master of Huangshentang. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading Mobile Version Reading URL. Hashtag C39 10-cent chance. Even the gentle smile on the face of the Emperor Zhangzhou may even look like an old man next door, but at this time the square in front of the hall was completely silent, and there was no sound. Except for the corner of the palace gate, the big Dream Invincible opened his eyes and said with a smile. Senior Huang Tian, it's rare that you're here. Let's take a good look. Your martial Dao is getting more and more famous every time, and there are more and more people, but why are people getting less and less interested? No. Are some strong players coming? I knew it was so boring, no matter what you and Tianga said, I wouldn't come. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of everyone in the audience changed slightly. This is the Emperor of Heaven. In front of him, isn't Dream Invincible a little too arrogant? However, even if someone was surprised, no one dared to speak out. In any case, this is the ancient city of Huangtian, and the Lord of Huangtian has an absolute status here. In addition, strength is the most important thing in the world of martial arts, and Daming Wudi's strength is also displayed here. What he can say does not mean that they are also qualified to speak in front of the emperor. Chu Yan looked at Daming Wudi, and his mind moved slightly. For this great dream lord, Chu Yan had imagined many times before, what a legendary existence he is, and how different he is. But now it seems that his arrogant appearance made Chu Yan completely unexpected. Damning, I think your heart is getting more and more heavenly. Could it be that there are so many geniuses in front of you, and none of them can catch your eyes? You know, speaking in front of so many people, in case if it hits a hard wall, it will hurt. Ha ha ha. Huang Tianzhu didn't look angry at all about what Damning said, and even made a joke. Immediately, he shook his head, turned around and walked towards the gate of the palace. The moment he turned around, Mang Wudi shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Everyone, since I'm here, let me announce that this martial arts tournament has officially begun. The specific rules and matters, my deacon will explain to everyone carefully. After raising his hand to signal, a deacon in robes came out behind him and said loudly. Listen everyone, this martial arts conference is divided into 5 floors. These words contain true energy, resounding through the entire square, even people in the farthest corners could hear clearly. But it also made everyone's face change slightly, including Feng Bugao, who was beside Chu Yan. 5 floors. It used to be 3 floors, up to 4 floors. Why did it become 5 floors today? This seems to have never happened before. Feng Bugao frowned slightly, glanced at Chu Yan beside him, and suddenly shuddered. Is something bad going to happen? Feng Bugao had doubts during the Huntian ranking test before, but now it seems. Everyone knows the previous situation, so I won't say more. This year, there is a 5th floor. The rewards are also differentiated. On the basis of the previous rewards, the first prize will be added 3 times with the Emperor's Heaven's Order and any 3. An Emperor's Heavenly Artifact. The second place. A huge sound wave picked up, and instantly drowned the deacon's speech about the award for the second place. Oh my God! This reward. The original reward was to enter the Emperor's secret realm and have access to the entire Tibetan pavilion. Now the added reward is several times better than before. Why is this happening? It's terrible. Once this reward is made public, I'm afraid everyone will go crazy. It's over, I don't want to die here. Ha ha ha, my reward. The Lord of Heaven is mighty, forever. All kinds of cheers and exclamations lasted for nearly 10 breaths, before being suppressed by the deacon who raised his voice. On the first level, each cultivator faces different assessments, but we guarantee the same difficulty. The assessment results are divided into ordinary and excellent. If you get an excellent cultivator, you can directly exempt from the second test. And, for such a genius, my Emperor Heaven has another chance to send you off. At that time, warriors who have obtained excellent assessment results can come to my Emperor's Paradise to claim it. The third level is also divided into ordinary and excellent. If you get the excellent one, you can skip the floor and enter the 5th floor directly. But this time there is no chance to give it away. Having said this, the deacon stopped, as if waiting for everyone to understand his rules. All kinds of discussions gradually sounded, and everyone was discussing with their eyes shining, and at the same time thinking quickly. That's right, in this case, it's equivalent to an extra opportunity reward. This Emperor's Heaven is quite generous. Feng Bugao was very happy, he was full of complacency and the corners of his mouth were raised, as if to indicate that he could get these rewards easily. Ants are just ants. What is the difference between ordinary and superior? No matter how superior the ants are, they are still ants. The little beast had a disgusted expression on his face. Dear friends, I believe that the rules have been understood, so now, prepare to start the first level assessment. I hope everyone's martial arts will prosper. The Emperor Heavenly Lord was very satisfied, the smile on his face remained unchanged, he waved his hand, and a golden light burst out from the sky. Swish! In an instant, a large piece of golden light sprinkled from his hands, covering the entire square. The golden light is like the wind, wherever it passes, it sweeps past the first cultivator present. The next moment, a huge altar rose from the middle of the square, hundreds of feet high, half the height of the city wall, and a mysterious aura gushed out, making all the cultivators feel refreshed. Start! The Emperor Xie shouted loudly, his words were like thunder, the square trembled slightly, and all the stars flickered at the same moment, covering all the people present in the golden light. It's as if thousands of people are at this moment, golden radiance is like a saint. Everyone, I'll be waiting for you on the last floor, to receive your rewards. Emperor Xie smiled. Standing in the corner of the square, Chu Yan looked down at the jinhui on his body, which flowed continuously, forming the appearance of a book on the chest of his robe. This is a seal, representing the Emperor Heaven Martial Arts Conference. Fellow Daoist Su, Senior Shoutian, Little Beast, you guys, I'll be waiting for you. Feng Bugao grinned, his chin raised, and he became more and more confident. Chu Yan nodded, seeing the book on his chest burst into golden light, covering his whole body. Not only him, but thousands of people in the audience disappeared in the golden light. After 10 breaths of time passed, Chu Yan felt that he had come to a new place. At this time, there is a new world in front of you, with distant mountains, plains, forests, and rivers. Some treasures of heaven, material, and earth are growing everywhere, releasing a faint aura, which can make people feel that the aura here is extremely full. The sky above is full of white clouds, as clear as a wash. What is the assessment on this level? Chu Yan's mind moved slightly, and he flew forward. It was his first time participating in this martial arts conference, so he was not in a hurry to pass it. It would be good to learn more about the situation first. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3911, pretty good. Where this mountain forest is located, there are treasures of heaven and earth everywhere, and all kinds of spiritual things grow and flourish. The sky stretches as far as the eye can see, blue as the sea. The breeze blows the clouds, leisurely and peaceful. In such an environment, people's minds are relaxed. But Chu Yan knows that this kind of relaxation is not a good thing. After all, this is the first level of assessment of the martial arts conference, and any relaxation is wrong. Especially when someone hears the first level, it is inevitable that they will be contemptuous, but if this is the case, why does the rule of Emperor Heaven divide the assessment results into ordinary and excellent? I am afraid that such an environment is also a test for practitioners. If it comes out, it will be that kind of hellish scene, full of dangers and monsters, but it will automatically put the practitioner on full alert. In this way, it is impossible to see who has a high or low martial arts heart and will. This Emperor's paradise, you put your heart into it. Chu Yan nodded slightly, while looking around, secretly thought. I just don't know, what exactly is this first level assessment? This mountain forest is somewhat blocked. Chu Yan is going to fly out of this mountain forest, and look around again. However, at this moment, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart, and without any hesitation, Chu Yan immediately activated his skills, and his body was protected by Gang Yuan. Roar. The next moment, the roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth exploded, and huge monsters appeared from the forest one after another, roaring and rushing towards Chu Yan. These monsters are as big as a small house, with their bloody mouths wide open, and their demonic aura is soaring to the sky. They are basically the cultivation base of the invincible state, which is the same as Chu Yan's cultivation base. The sudden impact surrounded Chu Yan in just an instant. Eternal God and Demon. Chu Yan was running his skills and was ready to make a move. However, when Chu Yan punched out, the rolling thunder exploded, and the void trembled. On the opposite side is the demon wave sweeping across the sky, all kinds of beasts sweeping across, the open bloody beast teeth, the cold light shining beast claws, all charged towards them. However, at the moment when the two collided, Chu Yan's mind suddenly moved, and a little enlightenment flashed in his sea of consciousness. Wrong. These monsters seem to be out of order, like a group of ordinary monsters, but Chu Yan can clearly feel that there is a mysterious special existence in the attacks of these monsters. It is by no means ordinary monsters. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan thought it through without any hesitation, forcibly interrupted his fists, and used his body and sword to dodge all monster attacks. Demon Realm. With a soft shout, the immortal god and devil art was activated to the extreme, and the mighty demon realm surged out, covering all directions. Boom! 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 All the attacks of the monsters hit the big question like a tide, exploding clusters of chi storms. Chu Yan was as motionless as a mountain, his eyes were like lightning, and he watched all this quietly. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base and strength, although there are still many monsters of the same level, they can no longer pose any threat to him. Moreover, the combat methods of these monsters are basically the same. After a vigorous effort, there will be no results, and they will decline. But at this time, in the forest where he was, there were still monsters pouring out and joining the attack. At this time, the number of monsters had reached 30. Chu Yan was in the demon realm, unmoved at all, still just quietly watching these monsters, attacking continuously. I see. Soon, Chu Yan realized something. The first wave of attacks of these new monsters is the same as that of the previous batch, all carrying a special kind of mystery. Start. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan used the method of asking questions, circulated the breath of the whole body, protected the whole body, and the momentum in the body continued to skyrocket. In an instant, with his body as the center, powerful ripples continued to ripple, and various mysterious auras surged. Chu Yan simply sat cross-legged, sitting in the center of the demon realm like a rock, despite the monsters attacking wildly outside, but he was restrained. Feel all this carefully. The attacks of those monsters, one after another, seemed to have some kind of tidal frequency, which was extremely strange. As time passed, Chu Yan's mind was gathered outside the demon realm, and he could feel the attacks of these monsters, which really turned into a tide, wave after wave, constantly surging on the boundary wall of the demon realm. At this time, Chu Yan stood upright, his will was like water, and he was completely immersed. In the countless chaotic attacks, Chu Yan seemed to disappear into the void and disappear completely. But at that time, as Chu Yan's awareness continued to improve, his own soul turned into a monster, mixed in with those monsters, and was also attacking the boundary wall of the demon realm. At the moment when Chu Yan's mind turned into a demon and mixed in, the surrounding monsters were stunned, and then the mysterious tide-like attack seemed to be disrupted. Chu Yan doesn't care about that, even if he turns into a monster, and doesn't care about the masked state of other monsters, he just pretends to be a monster, completely treating himself as a monster. At the same time, he was constantly changing his attack frequency, trying to match it with other monsters. Time is like water. After a long time, finally, Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. That's it, that's right. With a swish, Chu Yan rushed out of the demon realm, a blade of will appeared in his heart, and with a wave of his hand, countless sword lights flashed. Between one knife and one knife, there are layers upon layers, surging out like a tide. As the knife wave passed by, all the monsters roared and turned into powder, disappearing without a trace. On Chu Yan's body, the saber intent is more intense, like a blade of absolute heaven, standing above the void. At this time, he finally had a deeper understanding of the sword intent. With such a sword, it might be a bit better than his previous sword power. The key point is that this is not about knowing unique moves and martial arts, but a way of using swords. That is to say, in the future, his power will be multiplied by several times, not to mention using unique skills and skills. Just this insight can be said to have increased his combat power by more than 30%. Not bad. I like this kind of assessment very much. Chu Yan nodded, in a good mood. It seems that the standard of ordinary and excellent is not the same as other assessment methods. Now, Chu Yan somewhat understands why Huang Tiantang set up such rules in the 5-level assessment. Obviously, during the assessment process, if you didn't discover these small rewards set by Huang Tiantang, I'm afraid that no matter how many monsters you kill, you won't be able to get excellent rewards at all. Those cultivators who don't know are probably still desperately killing monsters, only regretting that they didn't kill fast enough, and didn't get the evaluation of excellent. But now, Chu Yan didn't know what happened to Feng Bugao and Xiaoshou. He was not worried about Shou Tiandaozu. With his background, it was not difficult to find such a small reward. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3912 All Heavens. Continuing to fly forward, Chu Yan soon left the stone forest. There is a mighty sea area in front of me, which is endless, and there is no end in sight. Above the sea, isolated islands tower above the sea, no more, no less, but covering the entire sea. What is surprising is that a huge tree grows on these islands, and the trees are connected to each other, which is equivalent to connecting the islands together. Looking at these islands from a distance, it looks like a large spider web, all heading in a distant direction. All heavens, and 10,000 ways. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan thought of this inexplicably, and his eyes were far away. In the world of martial arts in front of me, all the techniques and ways will eventually come together and lead to the ultimate avenue. This is a feeling, and it is also a kind of wisdom root. Ordinary people call people wisdom eyes. Experience in some realms are accumulated here, and the layout of Huang Tiandao here can be seen at a glance. Now, Chu Yan can say with certainty that Huang Tiandao's martial arts conference is not an assessment conference at all, but a welfare conference. Of course, this kind of welfare is not available to everyone. Only the real geniuses and people with extremely strong realms can discover it, and only those who can discover it can obtain such welfare. This is the simplest truth. As for other people, Chu Yan doesn't care. Ordinary. Excellent. That's what it means. Chu Yan smiled lightly and shook his head. At first, he felt that Huang Tiandao set the assessment results like this, which seemed a bit inappropriate. Now it seems that it is simpler. Interesting. The interest in the martial arts conference was completely raised. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base and state, what can make him feel excited and interested are basically extraordinary things. And the 5-level assessment of the martial arts conference in front of him is listed here. Therefore, the trust in King Ming and Bo Wang is reflected here. It stands to reason that Chu Yan came from later generations, and he is not interested in participating in this kind of martial arts conference all over the world, and it is even a waste of time. Chu Yan was able to come here, firstly because this martial Dao conference is extremely famous in the immemorial God's domain continent, with the participation of strong players from the Huntian ranking, and secondly, it was naturally recommended by King Ming and Bo Wang. Otherwise, Chu Yan would not waste this time at all, but now it seems that it is of considerable value. Now it means that the tree and vine road here means leading to the avenue. Chu Yan pinched his chin and frowned slightly. Jumping up, without any hesitation, he jumped onto the nearest vine and walked forward. Now that there is the current Tao, let's try it out and see if it can really lead to the final Tao. If so, it is a shortcut. But, in this heaven, in this martial arts conference, in this world, is there any shortcut to martial arts? Thinking of this, Chu Yan smiled and didn't care. Anyway, it's an assessment, and if you're serious, you might lose. But now, Chu Yan was aroused and naturally became more involved. After Chu Yan took 3 steps, the tree vines under his feet shook, and there was a buzzing trembling sound. Chu Yan was stunned, and immediately realized that the vibrating sound of the tree vine was a little strange. It seems that this time it's not a monster, it's playing with the rhythm. Chu Yan was a little surprised. Is this Emperor Heaven afraid that the cultivators will feel bored? He even changed his play style, but with the experience of last time, this time Chu Yan instantly discovered the abnormality of the trembling sound of the tree vine. Looking down at the feet, the brown-black tree vines are no different from ordinary tree vines, except that there is a faint golden glow overflowing from the tree vines, the breath is not scattered, and there is a faint vision of not rubbings. This could be an ordinary vine. That's it. Chu Yan runs the exercises, the breath in the body surges, and all the consciousness is scattered, observing all the islands within a radius of 10 miles. Variations of large trees and vines. At this time, the place covered by the spiritual consciousness was filled with faint mysteries, which made Chu Yan feel as if his heart was in a cloud of mysteries, and his soul was greatly stimulated. This kind of feeling is even more rare than sudden enlightenment. When you are in a wonderful place, you will be touched by the wonderful law, and you will naturally feel the meaning of heaven and earth in your heart. Tread. 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 Chu Yan knew that this opportunity was rare, so of course he would not waste time, step by step, stepping out continuously, making the vines tremble more and more. At this time, Chu Yan concentrated all his spiritual consciousness and fully sensed the big tree connected by the tree vine. If trees and vines have this mystery, then these big trees are probably the root of the mystery, and the layout of the Emperor Heaven is naturally based on big trees. After passing by his spiritual consciousness, Chu Yan instantly discovered that the rich and original breath contained in these giant trees was extremely powerful. If there were only scattered noises and faint vibrato before, then among these tree trunks, it seems that there is an expert outside the world who is singing the true sound of the supreme magic law. Anyone who hears such a voice will be instantly influenced, and even boldly say that it is possible to ascend on the spot. So it is, so it is. Listening to these Dashuan Tianin, Chu Yan suddenly understood the various realms in the past, and understood several ways in an instant. Compared with these profound sounds of the great Tao, the perceptions I had during my cultivation were indeed much superficial. At this time, hearing these voices of dispensation made Chu Yan's background deepen and solidify incomparably. This is not a breakthrough opportunity, but it is a way to build a foundation that is more precious than a breakthrough opportunity. Any cultivator who has reached the state of Chu Yan will naturally understand that the preciousness of building a foundation lies in the fact that the better you build a foundation, the higher your future achievements will naturally be. How far the road goes depends entirely on how stable your road is. As time passed, Chu Yan was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Step by step, he would stop from time to time, only to break the vines under his feet, and Chu Yan would continue to walk forward regretfully. At this time, Chu Yan even thought, if this is just the examination place of Huangtian, then how terrifying is the secret realm of Huangtian they mentioned. After all, this is just a place for assessment, which can make people feel such a sense of enlightenment, and the famous Emperor Heaven's secret realm is specially designed for warriors to enhance their power of understanding. Unknowingly, Chu Yan walked nearly 10,000 steps. In his heart, from the initial understanding of various martial arts such as the way of killing, the way of speed, the way of movement, the way of strength, the way of swords, etc., there have been earth-shaking changes. At this time, the vines under his feet had changed from brown-black to purple, emitting a silvery light, and it seemed that they would change again soon. All of these, to Chu Yan, are extremely special existences. Excitement and excitement, at this time, were all abandoned by Chu Yan, and he could only concentrate on it, completely immersed in the enlightenment of countless avenues. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading mobile version reading URL. #C3913 Excellent. The mysterious feeling is hard to come across. This realm of harmony between man and nature is what all practitioners pursue very much in the process of cultivation. However, this kind of feeling, which can be encountered but not sought after, is not something that can appear just because you want it. But now Chu Yan is facing a different situation. This is not an artistic conception, but a real environment. This island, with towering trees and vines, has become a kind of solidified existence after being laid out by Huang Tiantang. As long as anyone is in it, sooner or later, they will feel this kind of mysterious existence. As a result, Chu Yan cherished it even more, stepping out step by step. It was a surge of mystery all over the sky, surging like a vision of heaven and earth. And Chu Yan was in it, full of surprises, obsession, perception, and deep sinking, and his whole mind seemed to be changing. Chu Yan can imagine how much effort and accumulation Huang Tiantang has spent for this environment. Moreover, being willing to take out such a holy place and share it with warriors from all over the world is extremely rare in this world. The stars in the eyes are shining brightly, and the pupils are getting brighter and brighter. The next moment, Chu Yan stopped, raised his hand and waved it out, as if sensing the existence of Tao, he reached out and touched it. At this time, all the visions in the world disappeared instantly, and only his hand kept stretching forward. Not bad. So that's how it feels. A smile bloomed on Chu Yan's face, the blade of will appeared in his hand, and the wave of sword light was like a wave. Sword lights appeared one after another, like stars shining brightly between the sky and the earth, across the sky, releasing endless will power. These sword lights danced in the sky and touched the entire void, causing the void to tremble and twist and change continuously. The next moment, the entire void completely distorted and disappeared, merging Chu Yan's figure into it. When Chu Yan reappeared, he was in a new place. It seems that the first floor has passed. This place should be the third floor. Chu Yan's whole person is completely at the peak state at this time, not only the body, but also the mind and will are also at the peak. With a flash of figure, Chu Yan flew forward. Almost at the same time as he flew out, the void in front of him vibrated loudly, and exploded with a roar like the sky falling apart. This piece of void seemed to have a natural disaster, and everything continued to shatter as Chu Yan swept away. Call out. Everything in Chu Yan's mind is disappearing. This feeling is very strange. It was as if he was completely integrated with the world. Here. However, before Chu Yan rushed out of this shattered world, everything in front of him disappeared, and when he saw it again, he found that he had returned to the square palace. Surrounded by small beasts, the seal was not high, and Daozu Xiaotian sat cross-legged like a dead tree. Not only them, looking around, all the cultivators in the entire square were sitting cross-legged, as if they were in a state of cultivation. Huh. One woke up. I'll go, another one, these guys, so fast. They are invincible then damning, just a little slower. The talents and aptitudes of these people are probably extremely strong. It's amazing. It's amazing. At the far end of the square, some cultivators who had come to watch the ceremony from the very beginning looked up at the square and talked about it. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan felt something in his heart, and his eyes swept over Dream Invincible, and the young man in the God King realm, including Ling Wanqing, Li Dao, Duo Yaoyao, Xiao Xiangtian, Yu Shen and others, swept over to the audience. As for Chu Yan waking up, damning Wudi, glanced at him, didn't care, and looked away. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, you passed the first level assessment. The elder deacon of Huang Tiantang looked at Chu Yan and said with a smile. Level 1. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback when he heard the voice transmission from the deacon elder's spiritual consciousness. As he thought, he should have just reached the third floor after passing the first floor. Otherwise, what happened to the collapse of the world where man and nature are one, and there are still many cultivators who have not woken up here, which is obviously different. They are all average, but you, excellent. It's obvious at a glance, isn't it? Seemingly aware of Chu Yan's doubts, the elder deacon said with a smile. Normal. Excellent. Like a flash of lightning in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, at this moment, Chu Yan, who thought he had understood the difference between ordinary and excellent, was stunned again. Ordinary and excellent, everywhere, including the mystery of the monsters you discovered before, and the mystery of the avenue tree, they are all excellent. But the avenue is like this, just like the excellent and the ordinary, not only exist in one spot, but everywhere, just like on this square. Can't you see the ordinary and the excellent in the same way? Such a state requires accumulation and experience. Compared to you, what they lack is not only the discovery of monsters and avenue trees, but also the accumulation. Including what I'm telling you now. When they wake up, maybe these words don't mean anything to them, they're just an explanation of the rules, but for the really outstanding ones, it's completely different. So, there is a distinction between ordinary and excellent all the time. That's what we call true excellence. At this moment, Chu Yan completely understood, his eyes sparkled, he turned around and bowed to the elder deacon. Thank you. This sentence of thanks was sent from the bottom of my heart. The elder deacon at this time has already solved Chu Yan's preaching and can afford this gift. You are welcome. The deacon elder nodded slightly, and looked at Chu Yan with a smile. I didn't expect that this martial arts conference would be so exciting, the elder deacon thought to himself. On the other side, Chu Yan was also shocked. It's only the first floor, and there is such a big harvest. The next moment, Chu Yan saw that the emperor's mark on his robe had turned into a golden flame, which was completely different from the white flame at the beginning. This golden flame mark also represents that Chu Yan got excellent in this assessment. Therefore, he can claim the opportunity reward promised by Huang Tiantang. Wait a minute, you can also directly enter the third level of assessment. However, at this time, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and the second floor did not participate. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Perhaps for others, this is a great thing, and they can directly enter the third floor. But after experiencing the first floor, Chu Yan began to hesitate a little. The first floor alone gave him great benefits. If he skipped the second floor like this, wouldn't he miss it too? Thinking of this, Chu Yan didn't hesitate any longer, and said directly to the elder deacon. Senior deacon, I am willing to give up the opportunity reward, and request to enter the second level assessment. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3914 ants. Chu Yan's request did not surprise the deacon elder. He looked at Chu Yan with a slight smile, nodded, and said, Not bad. You are very good. But... As he said that, the elder deacon waved his hand, the whole square was still silent, and there were no signs of waking up one by one. In other words, most of the cultivators here did not discover the mysteries of the first level assessment immediately like Daming Wudi and Chu Yan, and they all fell into the assessment. Seeing this situation, do you understand? In fact, with your talent and aptitude, there is no need to go to the second level. On the contrary, it will waste your time. I can guarantee that for you, the third level, the role of the first layer, includes the second layer. If you explain it this way, I believe you can understand the layout of the Emperor's heaven. Chu Yan nodded slightly and said, understood. This was originally an attempt and temptation, and Chu Yan also doubted that Huang Tiantang would not leave such a loophole, but for Chu Yan, his head was idle, so it was okay to try. How many of them? Turning his head to look at Xiaotian, Feng Bugao, and Xiaoshou, Chu Yan began to pay attention to their situation. At this time, there was silence in the square, everyone was immersed in cultivation, and Chu Yan also began to sit cross-legged and adjust his breath, continuing to comprehend the mysteries before. Time goes by. After a full hour, people began to wake up one after another, looking around in surprise. Sure enough, Dream Invincible is the strongest. These people looked around and found that everyone was cultivating, obviously at a much slower speed, only Damning Wudi was sitting there with a leisurely expression on his face. Haha, not bad. Then, the little beast and Taoist Xiaotian also woke up quickly, with surprise on their faces. There were two buzzing sounds, and one of the imperial imprints on their chests turned into gold and the other turned into silver. Did not expect. Taoist Xiaotian shook his head, looked at the silver imprint on his chest, then at the golden imprint of the little beast, and was speechless. The opponent got excellent, but he was only average. In this way, Xiao Beast can directly enter the third floor, while he still has to continue to break through the second floor. In this way, the distance is directly opened. Huh. Chu Yan, you. Like the practitioner who woke up before, the two of them thought that Chu Yan was still assessing, but when Chu Yan turned his head and nodded at them, the corners of their mouths twitched suddenly. How could this evildoer surprise them? It was indeed much faster than them. Immediately afterwards, practitioners in the square woke up one after another, all with different expressions. Some shook their heads and sighed, and some were full of surprise. What surprised Chu Yan and others was that Feng Bugao hadn't woken up yet. Chu Yan knew him well. The talent and aptitude of Feng Bugao is definitely in the forefront in this square, but now half of the cultivators who have awakened, Feng Bugao has not yet passed. Ants, hum. The little beast snorted coldly, gloating on his face, if Feng Bugao wakes up, he can teach him a good lesson. Hum. At this moment, Feng Bugao suddenly opened his eyes, his expression changed drastically. Damn. Are you? Just halfway through speaking, Feng Bugao's eyes changed, and he quickly changed to spiritual consciousness to ask Chu Yan and the others. How did you pass? I accidentally blew up that mountain range. Are you okay? When this sentence landed, Chu Yan and others were stunned. Blow up the mountains. That mountain range can still be blown up. No, you are a cultivator of the way of prediction, why are you so violent? Ha ha ha, you're done. How could the little beast, who had been holding back his strength, let go of such an opportunity, and quickly laughed. What a broken test. The stone forest was passed in a short time, but there is still mystery in the mountain range. It's just that those monsters are too annoying. Endless, affecting my comprehension, I ruthlessly blow up the mountains. Feng Bugao looked like crying, he was really frightened by the little beast's words. Ha ha ha, just bullshit. There is mystery in the mountain range, shit, it is obviously in the river that there is mystery. Tears came out of the little beast's smile, and he kept laughing while hugging his belly. It's okay, fellow Taoist Feng, there is still a chance later. Daozu Xiaotian also persuaded. Feng Bugao's face turned dark at that moment. Sure enough, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't blow up the mountain. Originally, Xuanmiao was not in the mountains, but in the river. Chu Yan frowned slightly when he heard this. Sure enough, according to what Huang Tiantang said, everyone's assessment is different. With this layout, I don't know whether Huang Tiantang is for the convenience of cultivators to discover, or to prevent cultivators from discovering the mystery. It is difficult for Chu Yan to judge this point, but judging from the current situation, basically many people can find it. Everyone. In the square, the voice of the deacon elders sounded. From now on, those who have obtained the ordinary assessment are ready to enter the second floor, and those who have obtained the excellent assessment, please come to me to concentrate. Chu Yan, Xiaoxiao, and Xiaotian walked forward, ignoring Feng Bugao. Originally, the assessment results of Taoist Xiaotian Daozu were average at first, but after everyone woke up, it may be because the pass rate was too low, so his assessment results automatically became excellent. Feng Bugao's face turned green when he saw that the result could be changed. I am unlucky. For this level of assessment, there were nearly 4,000 people in the square, and less than 400 people got excellent results in the final assessment. Congratulations, everyone, please follow me. The elder deacon waved his hand, and a passage appeared in front of him, and he strode into it. A group of outstanding assessment practitioners followed closely behind, and after disappearing into the passage was also closed. And in the square, all the ordinary examiners with envious faces looked at this scene with regret. At this time another deacon appeared and said to everyone, "Everyone, you all have the same ordinary assessment results, and now you are preparing for the second level assessment. I hope this time, some of you can get excellent." Speaking of this, the new deacon glanced at Feng Bugao intentionally or unintentionally, with strange eyes. With this glance, Feng Bugao was startled for a moment, then the corners of his mouth twitched twice. As expected, he became famous and blew up the mountain. This heavenly emperor will not seek compensation from himself. At this time, inside the emperor's paradise, there is a place of secret realm. Emperor Tianzong came out of a palace, and in a flash, he reached a cliff. While waving his hand, the wooden table incense appeared. He sat down on his own, facing the mountain wind, looking at the magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers in front of him, drinking the incense. After a while, a figure appeared beside. If Chu Yan was here, he would have recognized it immediately. The figure that had just appeared was the most mysterious, Huntianbang spirit in Xinyu continent. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading mobile version reading URL. #C3915 What's his name? On the cliff, the hall master of Huang Tiantang and the spirit of Huntianbangbang sat facing each other, each holding incense inscriptions. Xiao Tian, what's the situation? As soon as Huntianbangling opened his mouth, the corner of Emperor Tiantangzu's mouth twitched. At his age, it would be awkward to be called Xiao Tian, but at the age of Huntianbangbangling and Tiandi, it is not an exaggeration to call him Xiao Tian. Bastard, don't worry. Taking a few deep breaths, the Emperor Heavenly Lord, who had the usual smile on his face, smiled and said, "The first floor has just ended, and more than 300 people have qualified, which is a pretty good number." Emperor Tian looked a little proud, and when he answered, his face was indifferent. More than 300 people. Hearing the answer from the Lord of Heaven, Huntianbangling was obviously taken aback, and said in surprise, "I remember the last session, and it didn't even reach half of it. It seems that the martial arts in our God's domain continent are becoming more and more prosperous. Genius and strong, there are so many people out there, ha ha ha." Smiling and laughing, Huntianbangling suddenly said, "What's the matter with that kid?" Hearing this, Emperor Tian smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a large brilliance suddenly appeared. I saw that there were many people in the square, only a young man in the corner walked forward with the crowd. This person is the young man in the God King realm that Chu Yan had paid special attention to before. Is it him? Emperor Heavenly Lord asked. That's right. I discovered this kid by accident. His talent and aptitude are so impressive. TSK. Huntianbangling's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at the Emperor Tian, pretending to be mysterious and smiling. I can tell you, his talent and aptitude are not bad at all, compared to those 4 little guys. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Tian couldn't help nodding his head and said, "If that's the case, then it must be him." As the scene in front of him turned around, the Emperor Heavenly Lord saw a familiar figure again, and immediately smiled and said, "Damning is going to be sad again this time. It's a pity. I hope the blow to him will not be too big." When Huntian Bangling heard this, he laughed and said, "His character should have been dealt with a long time ago. What's the name of this young man?" "He is." After a stick of incense, Chu Yan and his group, following the deacon, soon arrived in front of a palace. The palace was huge, and the various sculptures inside attracted everyone's attention. After all, this emperor's paradise is famous for its hidden pavilions, and everyone knows that any treasure in the emperor's paradise may have infinitely powerful skills. Fellow Taoists, the reward opportunity is rather special, please be a little bit. After he finished speaking, he turned his head, and two figures came out from the back of the hall, one in front and one behind, each carrying a jade case, walking slowly. There are hundreds of crystal stones placed on the jade case, shining brightly. Everyone can feel the special breath in it, and these crystal jades are obviously unusual. Everyone, among these crystal jades, there is a skill. Of course, most of the crystal jades are ordinary Taoism and divine arts, and only one of them is the secret skill of the Zhangzhou realm. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. The secret technique of the Zhangzhou realm is probably the most precious existence among all the secret books of warriors on the mainland. In the past, there were even people who were invincible all over the world by virtue of its Zhangzhou secret skill. Your perception, as well as the pupil technique, cannot see through these crystal jades, so there is no trickery, it all depends on everyone's luck. The deacon smiled and explained. "It's really idle." Damning Wudi looked contemptuous. Immediately, without even thinking about it, she walked forward, took a crystal jade, turned and left the palace. As the Great Dream Invincible, the future Great Dream Zhangzhou, that is the existence who has created an incomparably powerful warfare, how could he care about its Zhangzhou secret skill? What a joke. "Everyone, please." The deacon turned a blind eye to Damning Wudi's behavior, raised his head and gestured to all the cultivators present. Hearing the deacon's words, everyone stepped forward to choose a crystal jade. Chu Yan, Xiaoxiao and Xiaotian also took one each. "Hey! This is Tainyuan Jutsu. Divine art. Ha ha ha, I got a book of divine art, I am indeed the child of luck. Fuck. It turned out to be Taoism, what a loss." Various voices resounded in the hall, some were pleasantly surprised, some were unwilling, but the ending was set. Chu Yan held the crystal jade, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated into it. Ambivalence technique. When the three big characters appeared, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept away. After reading all the content in an instant, he shook his head. This is a divine technique, not bad, but to Chu Yan, it is average, or it is useless at all, a simple method of yin and yang, a secret book of using the power of the source. How are you guys doing? I got a Taoism. Xiaotian Daozu asked. Suyu, Xiaotian, neither of you can do it, look at me. Wan Tianxing seemed to be very sure about his own luck, he protruded his demon sense with pride, his eyes brightened instantly, and he couldn't stop laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, this is Zhangzhou's secret technique. Extremely mysterious 3, gathering method. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was shocked, and everyone's eyes were turned over. Extreme profound 3 gathering method. My God. That's a spell cast by Lord Jiuxiao, it's too terrifying. This guy is actually a little demon. Are all the little monsters so lucky now? Back then, this extremely mysterious Zhangzhou killed 3 Kangjus in one battle with this 3 gathering method. This is the top existence among the same rank. Strong. Too strong. Why it's not me. The audience gasped in surprise, with heavy gasps, and pairs of blood-red eyes instantly looked at the little beast. Fortunately, fighting is forbidden in this heaven, otherwise, a group of people may rush forward and swallow this little beast alive. In this continent, there have been some legendary bosses, and this extremely mysterious Songzhu is one of them. His prestige is no less than that of the Emperor Songzhu, and he was also one of the top 10 Songzhu at that time, so his secret skills of Songzhu are naturally extremely enviable. Good. Chu Yan and Shoutian Daozu nodded with a smile. In any case, the benefits are on the side of their own people. It is a good thing that the fat and water do not flow into the field of outsiders. It's just that this sky beast may really have the luck of heaven and earth, after all, it is a big monster of the celestial generation. Haha, hurry up, let's find a place, I'll practice it. Wan Tianxing blushed, of course he knew the benefits of this cheap book, and said impatiently. Okay, we. Just as Chu Yan nodded and was about to turn around and leave, a figure suddenly appeared. Wait a moment. As soon as he looked up, he saw Xiao Shangtian had come in front of him, and he spoke. The 3 extremely profound laws are extremely important to me. I am willing to pay any price to trade with you. I can guarantee that I will never let you suffer. Xiao Shangtian glanced at Wan Tianxing, then looked up at Chu Yan. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3916 trade. Xiao Shangtian had already observed Chu Yan and the others before, and the leader was this young man in black. No. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to speak, Wan Tianxing refused, without even thinking about it. Friend Daoist, you should be the master of this little monster. As long as you promise, I will never hesitate to offer any conditions. In addition, even if my Xiao family owes you a favor, there will be a big reward in the future. These words were spoken with great sincerity. The Xiao family is one of the 8 great families. What Xiao Shangtian was talking about was not his favor, but the Xiao family's favor, so it would be much more valuable. However, Chu Yan shook his head directly, and said, I'm sorry, this cheap book is also very important to him. Although I am his master, I will not force it on him. Since he doesn't want to make a move, I will not agree. Wan Tianxing was still a little worried at first, but when he heard what Chu Yan said, he immediately smiled and looked at Xiao Shangtian proudly. It seemed that the owner did a good job and did not disappoint him. Although he is a sky beast, he is still a monster. On the God's Domain continent, the status of monsters is not very high. Xiao Shangtian, on the opposite side, was stunned when he heard Chu Yan's words. He didn't expect that the other party would reject him even after showing off the Xiao family's face. However, he had to master this secret technique of the extremely Xuanzang Lord. On the one hand, it is because this secret technique is very suitable for his cultivation method, and at the same time, he can also use this cultivation method to get to know Jishuan Songzhu when the time comes, which may be a good luck. This benefit is amazing. But in this situation, the other party is completely uncooperative, which is a bit troublesome. According to the rules within the scope of Emperor Paradise, hands are not allowed, and there is no other way except trading. Correct. Xiao Shangtian's eyes flashed suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and he said. Fellow Daoist, this is the Martial Dao Conference of Emperor Heaven, nothing is impossible. Why is this so? How about we make an agreement? An arena battle that everyone is looking forward to. I won, you give me the cheats, if I lose, this thing is your trophy. After finishing speaking, Xiao Shangtian raised his hand to show a gem. The whole body of this gemstone is dark, releasing traces of golden threads, and a powerful force is bred in it. Heavenly Dao Gem. No way. He actually used the Heavenly Dao Gem as a bargaining chip. Are you crazy? I heard that this heavenly gem is extremely rare. Anyone can refine it to improve their talent and aptitude. It is a heaven-defying treasure. It's no wonder that the Xiao family has such a treasure. Among the cultivators present, someone recognized the gem, and all of them were shocked. The little beast glanced at the gemstone, but it had a disgusted look on its face, obviously not interested in this thing at all. Seeing Wan Tianqing's expression, Chu Yan knew that the little beast didn't like it. Fellow Daoist, Xiao, this secret book is extremely important to my little beast. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others like. I will not make any bets with this secret book. That's it. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Xiao Shangtian was startled for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Ha ha ha, to be able to participate in the martial arts conference, you can be regarded as a genius at the lowest level. I didn't expect to be so afraid of death. Then what's the point of you participating in this martial arts conference? It's a waste of time. Even if you get a ranking in the martial arts conference and get rewards, if you are so timid and afraid of death, you may never be able to break through." After finishing speaking, he turned his head and looked around. Duo Yaoyao, Lin Wanqing, and Li Dao came over. "Master Xiao, you see, forget it. Who here doesn't know that you won the second place in the balance competition when you were still in the state of honor? Do you think he really dares to challenge you?" Lin Wanqing said with a playful smile. "Ants." The little beast suddenly looked angry. Now he has signed a contract with Chu Yan, and his soul is connected. This person dares to say Chu Yan, and he is more angry than him. "Little beast, don't be angry, this is just their method, the human world is more complicated than your monster world." Chu Yan's spiritual sense, transmitted voice. "As you please. I go first." Chu Yan said something casually, then turned and left. Whether these provocative methods or calculations, it doesn't make any sense to Chu Yan. Even if you are a fierce general, you must at least come up with suitable and valuable things. That gem of heaven may be a good thing to others, but it has no meaning to Chu Yan now. Even a small beast like Wan Tian was not interested at all. This thing can greatly improve ordinary people, but for real geniuses, the improvement effect is very small. Because Xiao Shangtian didn't know Chu Yan, he really regarded him as a native. Rather than wasting time with him here, it is better to prepare for the next level of assessment. Compared with Xiao Shangtian, the Martial Dao Conference is much more absorbing. Okay. Very good. Since fellow Taoists dare not dare, I won't force them, but I don't know the names of fellow Taoists and the power of the sect. I'm afraid they will lose face to the sect in the future. Don't they care? However, maybe your sect is just like you, like a turtle with a shrunken head, that's why there are disciples like you. Xiao Shangtian continued to taunt, obviously wanting to provoke Chu Yan. The little beast turned around and glared at him, his eyes were full of fierceness. Don't look at him as just a little beast born more than 10 days old, but the prestige of the sky beast may make the entire God's domain continent tremble in the future. Now that the little beast is still young, it is definitely not a good thing to be remembered with a glare. However, at this moment, Chu Yan, beside him, suddenly stopped and turned around silently. Xiao Shangtian, some things can't be said casually, because you can't afford it in the end. The moment Chu Yan turned around, the breath on his body became endlessly cold. Originally, he didn't want to waste time on this person, but this person's words touched Chu Yan's bottom line. Haha, there is a good show to watch. The people around all looked excited, especially Duo Yaoyao and Lin Wanqing. Their eyes were slightly bright. They have never seen Xiao Shangtian make a move. If they fight now, it will definitely help them understand the real strength of the number 1 seed in this martial arts conference. That's why they gathered here, waiting to watch the excitement. Originally, when Chu Yan turned around and left, they were disappointed, but now it seems that the opportunity has come. Ha ha ha. Can't afford it. You're not small, I hope your strength is half as strong as your big words, and you won't let me down. Xiao Shangtian laughed wildly, this time he was really happy and finally took the bait. As soon as the battle starts, the secret book of Lord Xuanhuan will be in hand. Since that's the case, you can choose your own fighting style. I don't have any opinions. Xuanhuan was delighted. It was this kind of native, otherwise no one in this square would dare to fight him in the arena. However, Xuanhuan believed that after today, no one would be fooled by him again. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading Mobile version reading URL. #C3917 Impossible. Chu Yan looked at each other with a calm face, shook his head and said, I don't care, just do whatever you want. Hearing this, Xuanhuan was suddenly excited, and the smile on his face became wider. The Aboriginals are the Aboriginals, so people like it, this ignorant appearance, like a guy looking for death. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist is refreshing. Then, how about we have a fight? Xuandao. Chu Yan frowned slightly. He has been in the arena of Emperor Tiantang for a long time, so he naturally knows the meaning of turning to fight, that is, the two of them will each make a move, and then feel the opponent's unique skill, and then use it to see the result. There is a time limit for such a battle, which lasts about half an hour. Whoever can comprehend the opponent's unique skills more deeply and perform them better will be the winner. This kind of battle is not uncommon in Huangtian. First, the battle is peaceful, and second, the comparison is relatively comprehensive, mainly because of talent and aptitude. The geniuses of these two kinds of Huangtiantang will not be like ordinary warriors, they will use swords and guns, and they will appear relatively low level. In a place like Huangtiantang, aptitude and talent are compared, this is the strongest foundation of martial arts. Therefore, this way of turning fights is very popular in Huangtiantang. Of course, Xuanhuan proposed this fighting method not because of the benefits of this kind of competition method, but because he was sure that Chu Yan was weak in this aspect, and he could not compare with himself at all. After all, he is from the 8 great aristocratic families, and any secret skills and tricks are beyond the reach of those cultivators outside for a lifetime. This is the advantage of being born in the 8 great aristocratic families, and Xuanhuan doesn't want to be a gentleman. He can magnify his own advantages and crush his opponents, so why pretend to be a gentleman? In the world of martial arts, the law of the jungle preys on the strong, and interests come first. That being the case, let this native suffer a good loss, and at the same time, he can get 100% of the secret script of Lord Xuanhuan. That's the important thing, other face-saving, gentlemen, are all nonsense. Xuandao. It seems that this Xuanhuan has mastered a relatively strong secret technique, so he deliberately mentioned it like this. Chu Yan thought to himself, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Xuanhuan is very confident and realistic, there is no conspiracy, everything is on the bright side. This kind of cultivator is rare in the God's domain continent, and cultivators of the same status as him are more or less scruples about face. However, Chu Yan also knew that Xuanhuan was able to get so far in the 8 great ancient clans, probably because of this special mentality. Only with such a mentality can he go further. And those cultivators who are scruples about this, and that are okay for a short time, but after a long time, they will soon distance themselves from him. As you wish, just switch between fights. Chu Yan smiled slightly, nodded and agreed, this time let Xuanhuan see who is the native. However, when this sentence was spoken, only the mouth moved, and no sound came out. Chu Yan was stunned at that time. What's the situation? Time and space rules limit. It's just a battle, but it will cause the restrictions of time and space rules. Ha ha ha, seeing you like this, don't you dare. Xuanhuan laughed when he saw the change in Chu Yan's face. Strategies are not old, as long as they are useful. This kind of provocative method was useful before, and now if you continue to use it, it will naturally have an effect, and you are not afraid that he will run away. Chu Yan, how could this, 'cause the restriction of space-time rules. Daoist Xiutian also had a look of astonishment on his face, and asked, through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. At this time everyone in the audience looked at Chu Yan with a look of contempt. In their view, there was no suspense in this battle, so it was normal to shrink back now. I don't know the reason. Although the current space-time rules are not very restrictive, it really attracted me. Chu Yan frowned slightly. This is troublesome. Daoist Xiutian's complexion also sank, and his brows were tightly frowned. He was not worried about Chu Yan's battle, but worried about whether the rules of time and space would affect the martial arts conference. After all, this battle is not important, but the martial arts conference is very important to him and Chu Yan. There can be no questions, or else time will be wasted and the meaning of the trip will be lost. Ha ha ha, it seems that you are very smart. If this is the case, then there is no need to switch to the battle. Let's change it to the world battle. Xiao Shantian had been paying attention to the change of Chu Yan's face, and quickly changed his strategy. Once you get the cheat book, you must not let it fly away. With his own strength, no matter whether it is Xuan Do or Chandi Do, he is sure to win. Can. Chu Yan thought for a while, nodded and agreed. This time it turned out to be the same as before. When Chu Yan opened his mouth, he still only moved his mouth and made no sound. Even the movement of nodding caused the void to twist and change. In the eyes of others, he just moved his mouth, and there was no sound at all. Nodding motion. Huh. I don't want to fight between heaven and earth. This is the simplest battle. I didn't say life and death, it's for your own good. If that's the case, then do it the way you said. You can use that kind of battle. Use that. Xiao Shantian didn't want to give the other party time to think, of course he didn't want to have twists and turns, so he was naturally willing to give in to the extent he could accept it. Because he had a vague premonition, this guy wouldn't want to run away. It's hard to pull the hook. If you run away, it will be difficult to find opportunities in the future. Suyu, what are you doing? Don't tell me you can beat him up. Hurry up, beat him up. The little beast looked at Chu Yan with an anxious expression on his face, and hurriedly transmitted his spiritual sense. Xiaoxing, there are some problems on my side, I may not be able to fight him. The relationship between Chu Yan and Wan Tianxing is different, so Chu Yan didn't intend to hide it from him. Ah. What's the problem? The little beast looked bewildered. It's just a battle, what could go wrong? The little beast looked at Chu Yan, and instantly became weird. This? Hearing this question, Chu Yan suddenly looked bitter. How to explain this to him? Tell him directly that he came from a later life. Don't say whether you want to say it or not. I'm afraid the rules of time and space will also restrict it, and you won't let yourself say it. Unlike Xiutian Daozu, because he came from a later life like himself, so he can speak freely. Seeing Chu Yan's face, the little beast's eyes suddenly dimmed. This master wouldn't be really cowardly. Suyu, since it's like this now, let's fight with confidence. It doesn't matter whether you succeed or fail, and even if you lose this cheat book, I won't blame you at all. The little beast thought for a while, and began to persuade. Suyu, my heavenly beast clan would rather die than surrender, so even if you die in battle, you must not take half a step back. The sky beast has its own dignity, after all, it is a beast, how could it be possible to shrink back in front of the enemy? This is absolutely impossible. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3918 Little Beast. Hearing what the little beast said, Chu Yan was startled. This situation is complicated, Wan Tianxing really misunderstood himself. However, this is also normal, no matter what Xiaoxiao thinks, after all, the two of them have only spent a short time together. However, Wan Tianchu and his soul are in harmony, so he should be able to feel some of his current state of mind. It's just that there is no way to say all of this, and it is all restricted by the rules of time and space. But from Wan Tian Beast's words, it can be heard that he is worried about himself. Chu Yan stretched out his hand and rubbed the little beast's head, smiled lightly, without saying anything, turned to look at Xuanhuan and said, "Today's fight may not be possible, it can only be another day." As soon as this remark came out, the audience was stunned. "Really?" The guy eventually backed off. "What are you doing?" "We made an appointment, but we changed our minds." "It's pointless to waste our time, what's the point?" "What did you do long ago? I'm only talking about it now." The cultivators around complained all kinds of complaints, as if Chu Yan did not fight with Xuanhuan, which caused them a lot of losses. On the other hand, Xuanhuan was already hiding his face from the ice. At this moment, traces of aura surged from all over his body, like a volcano about to erupt. The huge aura was hidden inside, and it would erupt at any time to destroy the world. "Fellow Taoist, Xiao, calm down, you are just an aborigine, so you don't need to be as knowledgeable as him." Ling Wanqing began to persuade. "Understood, it's okay." Xuanhuan was silent for a long time before finally nodding his head, looking at Chu Yan in the distance, with a cold and disdainful expression. "Humph. I thought you were a good opponent, but now it seems that you are a complete waste of my time." When Xuanhuan said this, his heart was bleeding. But there is no way, if he pushes now, he may be exposed soon and arouse the other party's vigilance. At this time, he had no choice but to fight for future opportunities. "You got excellent at the first floor, and you also got the Zhangzhu cheats. You follow such a master, don't you blush?" Turning his head to look at the little beast, Xuanhuan decided to do his best and use all available things, maybe there is still a chance. "Humph. Humph. And, you have angered me, now bear my anger." The little beast didn't want Chu Yan, after all, he was still young, so he got angry on the spot, and was about to roll up his sleeves. Snapped. Without waiting for him to rush up, Chu Yan, who was beside him, slapped him, and turned the little beast around. It has to be said that this Xuanhuan's mind is very good. At such an age, it is rare to be able to have such a calculating mind in the God's domain continent. With just 1 or 2 words, he almost hooked the sky beast. However, he seemed to have made a mistake. This was his own sky beast, not a wild one. Wan Tianxing and God King Realm are just cubs, and I am afraid that he will definitely lose if he fights with him. Moreover, the Zhangzhu cheat book is in the hands of Xiao Beast, and losing is equivalent to losing to Xuanhuan, and there is no need to go through Chu Yan. After all, he promised before, but he suddenly didn't want to fight. Now that the little beast fights for him, it will naturally follow the agreement. In this way, Xuanhuan took advantage of it. "Everyone, stop watching and prepare for the next game," Ling Wanqing said to the cultivators around him. "That's right, let's go. There's nothing to see, the 3rd level of assessment is about to begin. Prepare well, there will be rewards in the next game." The cultivators all around dispersed in a rush, coming and going quickly. After all, the 3rd level of assessment is related to their interests. Watching the excitement, it's just watching the excitement, it doesn't make any sense. Chu Yan and Shou Tiandaozu also left, and returned to the corner of the square. At this time, there were very few people in the square, and they all went to the 3rd floor palace, where the 3rd floor assessment began. "Suyu, you shouldn't have stopped me just now and let me beat him to tears. I'm the best at this." The little beast looked unhappy and wailed at Chu Yan. "Xiaoxing, you want to believe me, there is a reason why I didn't fight with him. If you rushed up just now, I'm afraid it wasn't him who cried." Chu Yan replied with a chuckle. The little beast was startled for a moment, then gritted his teeth resentfully. He believed half of Suyu's words at most, which was already a lot. If you lose, you lose. Isn't it just a cheap book? It doesn't matter. Xiaosha was still stubborn. I'm going to understand it first. After finishing speaking, the little beast disappeared in a flash. Seeing the figure of the little beast leaving, Chu Yan shook his head and sighed. This thing is really a headache. However, if the firmament celestial beast can really be convinced by a contract, then it is not the firmament celestial beast. In this, it may take a lot of time and a common experience before the two can truly connect with each other. Ha ha ha, don't worry about Chu Yan, he is still young, it will be fine after a while. Taoist Xiutian smiled and comforted him. Well, that's the only way to go. Chu Yan nodded. Then, Chu Yan began to restrain his mind and prepare for the next assessment. Half an hour later, a powerful aura began to appear in the void, and the 4 strike palaces and squares all released a faint light, instantly covering the sky and the earth, reflecting figures one after another. Everyone gathered together in an instant and appeared in a new palace. Looking around at a glance, the number of people is about dozens of people. Ha ha ha, what's the point of this second test, it's too simple. Feng Bugao laughed wildly, extremely proud. You know, there are thousands of people participating in the second-level assessment, but only a few dozen of them passed, and he was the fastest among the dozens. Huh. Where's the little guy? Feng Bugao turned his head and looked around, only seeing Chu Yan and Xiutian Daozu, but not Wan Tianxing. Taoist Xiutian smiled wryly, shook his head and said, he may not be in a good mood right now, let him stay by himself for a while. Huh. What happened to him? Feng Bugao was stunned. Chu Yan also shook his head with a wry smile, and then told Feng Bugao what happened before. What? That little guy is like this. It's really too small, no, someone has to teach him, I'll go. Feng Bugao didn't hesitate at all, and didn't even suspect Chu Yan at all, and said directly. This is the difference between him and the little beast. He has experienced a lot with Chu Yan and knows Chu Yan very well. What kind of person is Chu Yan, how could he give in? In the Bailu back then, Chu Yan almost demolished the entire Bailinglu by himself. He was the master who took his life for blogging. How could he care about a little Xiao Shangtian? Not to mention the period between him and Yuanhuang before, compared with Yuanhuang, Xiao Shangtian is not even a hair. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3919pit. Chu Yan was not surprised by Feng Bugao's reaction, but he stopped Dao. Forget it, let him stay alone, some things can't be solved by persuasion. Chu Yan shook his head. Well, that little guy is still young and has not yet reached the full moon. Even if he has blood memory, it will take time to slowly awaken and adapt. The 3 of them stood in a corner of the square, chatting casually. And the little beast sat cross-legged not far away, silent, as if it didn't care about anything. An hour later, the deacon flew from a distance and announced loudly, "Dear fellows, the time is almost up, and now the 3rd level assessment begins." This 3rd level of assessment is similar to the previous 1st level, everyone pay more attention to comprehension. I wouldn't have said this before, but after going through the 1st level of assessment, everyone present knew the routine of the Huangshentang assessment, so the chief deacon also said something more. Everyone, run your breath now, don't resist, and pour your own emperor's mark. The next moment, Chu Yan and other cultivators all started to practice their exercises, their breath overflowed, and at the same time, they poured into the emperor's mark on their chests. Hundreds of imperial seals shone at the same time, and at this moment, the square was as bright as stars. All the starlight was flooding, and then enveloped the original body. Swish swish swish. After countless lights flashed, all the figures disappeared on the square, and a new world appeared. Huh. The first time Chu Yan appeared, he looked around and suddenly gasped. It turned out to be a dark world here, not really black, but that kind of dark purple, purple to the point of blackening, a bit penetrating. This is on a grassland, except for Chu Yan, there are all other cultivators, but this time they did not separate everyone. Everyone, I am your guide. An old man appeared in the sky, his figure was blurred, it was obvious that he was an artifact spirit or something. The figure is constantly switching between real and virtual, as if the spirit body is not stable, but at least the practitioners have discovered that there are such things as weapon spirits on the 3rd floor, which is obviously higher than the 1st floor. Not a lot. I've met Senior Guide. All the cultivators were startled for a moment, then they all bowed in salute. The old man smiled lightly and said, "This 3rd level is the same as before. It is divided into 2 types of assessment results, ordinary and excellent. Imagine that everyone here wants to get excellent as before. The rules are similar to the 1st floor. If you get an ordinary one, you can enter the 4th floor. If you get an excellent one, you can directly enter the 5th floor. This time the 3rd level of assessment is similar to the 1st level, but there are more comprehensive requirements and assessments. Look over there." As soon as the elder Qi Ling raised his hand, the purple dark world in the distance suddenly shone with light. Ho ho! All kinds of monster roars resounded earth-shatteringly, and the place where the light was located turned out to be a mighty battlefield. In the battlefield, there are cultivators, monsters, puppets, ghosts, almost as long as there are beings that exist on the continent of God's domain. Basically all of them exist on this battlefield. On the battlefield at this time, all lives are fighting and killing, and the entire sky and the ground are trembling. The scale of this battle is astonishing. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to make a move after entering the battlefield. I hope you can observe and learn carefully. Afterwards, you can compete with me in a battle. As long as you can defeat me, you can get the results of the ordinary assessment." As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators in the audience were stunned, then turned their heads to look at the battlefield, and everyone was a little bit shocked. Such a terrifying battlefield will involuntarily stimulate their fighting state, consciousness, soul, etc., will be affected. Now, they are still far away from this battlefield. If they really enter the battlefield, the impact will be more obvious. Remember, you can only use the unique skills you learned on the battlefield to fight me, and each practitioner only has one chance to make a move, and if you fail, you will be eliminated. The rules are so simple. Simple to a little rough. Moreover, compared to the 1st floor, Chu Yan and the others groped and searched completely by feeling, but now on the 3rd floor, this weapon spirit actually explained all the rules and details clearly. Here, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The simpler things may be, the more complicated they may be. In this way, the key point is the speed on the battlefield. The comprehension needs to be fast, and the power of the learned manuals must be strong. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, looking at the old man above. Yes. The old man seemed to have heard Chu Yan's murmur, and unexpectedly answered. It's that simple. Chu Yan laughed. Simple hell. Believe in you, there are ghosts. The 1st floor is obviously suspected of deliberately digging a hole. If it is the same as here, if the rules are clearly stated, the number of people who passed through will definitely not be as many as the current few hundred people. Therefore, on the 3rd level, which is more difficult, the purpose of explaining these rules in such detail, and actively answering Chu Yan's soliloquy, is to tell everyone that this level is very simple. Okay. The chance is personal. You can go in now. There is no danger. Don't worry, they won't see you. At this time, the old man seemed to be deliberately lowering everyone's doubts. There is no danger at all. Are we here to watch the ceremony? At this time, if anyone listens to the old man and really regards the third-level assessment as a simple matter, then I am afraid that they will eventually become that simple group of people. Below the ordinary and excellent, of course there are some simple ones that cannot pass. However, this is just a means. Chu Yan can clearly remember that the last thing the old man said was that the assessment is more comprehensive. Then what the old man said now may be included here. The old man above the void waved his hand slightly, and suddenly a large piece of brilliance and water gushed out, spreading a corner of the battlefield light curtain. Chu Yan and the others did not hesitate, strode into it, and entered the battlefield light curtain. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering air storm exploded, and the surrounding space and the ground under his feet were constantly trembling. After entering here, there is obviously a huge difference from the feeling outside. Endless various auras come in like a tide, sweeping everything between the heaven and the earth. Let the cultivators who entered it feel the terrible shock of the soul. This is what the old man said just now, he will not be attacked, otherwise, I am afraid that everyone will explode and fight at any time. This is the instinct of a warrior, and the more this instinct is in a terrible environment and danger, the stronger the instinct will be. Ordinary people call it the instinct of fear, but for warriors, it is the instinct of fighting. It's really interesting. Chu Yan looked around for the first time, with a restrained mind, trying to blend in with the surrounding empty environment. At this moment, he immediately discovered the first mystery. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3920 hidden. Such an environment is enlightening. I'm afraid it is difficult for ordinary cultivators to even calm down, let alone comprehend the secret scripts performed by others in such an environment. It may be much easier if the complete cheats are in front of you. But now, it is much more difficult to observe the opponent's battle and then to comprehend it. It takes a long time just to adapt to the environment here. Whole. Chu Yan operated the pupil technique, exerting the power of rules, and his figure rushed to the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. While flying by, he kept observing his surroundings. This is an extremely real battlefield, not the kind of prearranged scene. Therefore, the battle here is also very real, every life is fighting with all its strength, and various tricks and cheats emerge endlessly. What Chu Yan and the others have to do is to learn one of the tricks, and then use it to attack the third layer of the spirit. The difficulty here appeared again, just relying on the moment when the opponent made a move. Trying to comprehend the opponent's cheats was more difficult than ascending to the sky. You know, if there is such a strong genius on this continent, I am afraid that it only takes a few battles with the strong to learn all the secrets and tricks. This is simply impossible. Moreover, in such an environment, it is difficult to calm down, and you have to learn the other party's tricks. Everyone has heard of this matter, but if you really want to do it, it is not the case. If you want to defeat the third-level weapon spirit, you need a powerful cheat. And the more powerful the secret skill, the longer it will take. The weak ones are useless, the powerful ones need time to understand, and the more powerful the trick, the faster and more mysterious it is to use, and the more difficult it is to learn. Up to now, the practitioners who thought the rules were simple at first, now finally understand a little bit. This is much more difficult than the first floor. Find the strongest one first. Chu Yan doesn't have so many ideas, the plan is very clear, the most powerful cheats, of course, can only be used by the most powerful people. Therefore, as long as you find the strongest battle, you can lock the target. Of course, there is still a suitable problem, but as long as you find a few more powerful ones, you should be able to find the one that suits you. At this time, Chu Yan's figure became faster, passing through the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The cultivators on the other side were not so tough. Some of them rushed back a few times, but they all retreated instantly after being frightened by the powerful air waves on the battlefield. Although, as the third-level weapon spirit said, these remaining fighting spirits did not harm them at all, but this instinctive reaction was too difficult for people to overcome. The fighting instinct is the fighting experience that everyone has cultivated for countless years, and the more genius and stronger the person, the stronger the fighting instinct will be. At this time, it will take a long time for people to completely forget about their fighting instincts. But now, according to Huang Tiantong's assessment plan, this time should be very precious. No one would think that more than 200 people here can get excellent results. Even based on the experience of the first floor, if it is based on a 10th ratio, only a maximum of 30 people can get excellent results. Therefore, there is no doubt that time, talent, aptitude, character, consciousness, etc. are obviously more important here on the 3rd floor. But now everyone is facing the first hurdle, adapting to the battlefield environment. After that, it is only by merging with the heaven and the earth that it is possible to comprehend every move in the battle through spiritual consciousness, and comprehend 1.5 moves in the shortest time. At this moment, everyone's expressions became more and more serious. Now they are watching Chu Yan flying over the battlefield, and it is extremely difficult for them to even take a step. Vientiane judgment. It took nearly a stick of incense to fly around the entire battlefield. The battlefield was far beyond Chu Yan's imagination, and the Wanxiangju was activated immediately, and 3 clones were separated. These 3 avatars have all his 5 senses and 6 senses, and can replace him. Go. With a wave. The 3 clones flew in 3 directions, staring at the 3 small battlefields that Chu Yan had locked on just now. In these 3 battlefields, there are more than a dozen strong men fighting, and their power and influence are definitely the top existence on this battlefield. Chu Yan flew aside by himself, spotted a battlefield, and sat cross-legged directly, his pupils working. This position is the best position. It is not difficult to stare at the strongest battle, and at the same time, cannot see the central area of the battlefield. As for the periphery of the battlefield, it is basically in accordance with the usual rules, but some low-level strong men are fighting. At this time, most of the cultivators who came in were almost there near the outer battlefield, and some of them also tried to walk to the center of the battlefield, and kept trying. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 1 day passed, and 2 of Chu Yan's 3 avatars had fallen, and another avatar was also seriously injured. Every cultivator knows this kind of avatar technique, and the rules of the 3rd level of the Emperor's Heaven only guarantee the case of the deity, so this kind of avatar will be seriously injured or even fall when it is impacted by the remaining energy of the battlefield. This trickery, of course, has to be limited. If your strength surpasses these powerhouses on the battlefield, of course you will not be affected too much, but the avatar only has part of the power of the deity, and it is extremely difficult to surpass the deity. Therefore, Chu Yan only displayed 3 clones, and the maintenance time was only about 1 stick of incense, but this was much stronger than other cultivators. Their avatars can last up to 100 breaths, and there is only one, so few people use it, because it is too wasteful of consciousness, and people cannot concentrate on enlightenment. It's now. Suddenly, in the battlefield below, he had been staring at the golden armor cultivator. With a roar, the divine light surged all over his body, and all his injuries and aura instantly doubled. This golden armor cultivator, Chu Yan, has been staring at him for a day and a night. This person has no fixed target to fight, but on the central battlefield, he fights as soon as he sees anyone. He is like a madman. However, whenever he thinks that he is about to run out of energy, he will use this secret technique, and his strength will skyrocket in an instant, and all his injuries will be recovered at the same time. This cheap book surprised Chu Yan, so he kept staring at it. Dead. All die. The golden armor cultivator held a long knife like a rainbow, and when he slashed out, the void shattered. In an instant, all the knife light turned into a tide, and the place it passed was like a tide of knife shadows. However, in this knife tide, Chu Yan could clearly see a ray of light hiding in it, like hiding in a beast tied. The beast king among them will choose someone to eat. That's the trick. Chu Yan was ecstatic in his heart. This move was excellent and suited him very well. Not only is it for dealing with the spirits of the third layer, but it can also be used by oneself in the future, which is very useful. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3921 Heaven and Earth Talisman. Come back. Chu Yan whispered, and the 3 damaged Vientiane clones all returned. At this time, there is no need to choose any more. Chu Yan has locked on the golden armor cultivator. The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, staring closely at the golden armor cultivator in front of him, sensing the movement of his true energy and the frequency of his breath. In the absence of cheats, this is the only way to understand the opponent's ultimate move. There is no other way. Then, every move of the golden armor cultivator, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, kept taking pictures of a series of actions and repeated them. Every time you swing a knife, the route of your breath, the movement of your meridians, and the changes in your surrounding aura, etc. Chu Yan's mind is completely condensed on the golden armor cultivator, and even with the help of the state of the unity of heaven and earth, he completely possesses the golden armor cultivator, feeling and comprehending. This kind of possession, of course, is not a seizure, but a kind of spiritual attachment. A day later, around Chu Yan's body, the sword intent became stronger, and there was a faint wave of swords gathering. Cut. 3 days later, Chu Yan slashed out with a sword, and in the wave of swords all over the sky, a flash of sword light like electricity was contained in it, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Yes, that's it. Chu Yan's mind sank slightly, and he withdrew his divine consciousness possession, closing his eyes and pondering, practicing that move in the sea of consciousness. Although he has already learned the shape, under the tide of swords, the magic of the moves is obviously not enough. Now it only appears and disappears. In this state, the power cannot be strong. It must be cultivated to the point where it is condensed into thunder and lightning before it can be applied and displayed. And the next step is to hide the sword. Hiding that real killer move in the wave of swords, no matter how much the opponent probes, he can't find it. Under such circumstances, he can truly display the supreme power of this sword. At this time, for Chu Yan, the initial comprehension has been completed. It takes 1 day to comprehend the entry, and 3 days to master it. This level is already the result of Chu Yan's efforts. It is a little regretful to Chu Yan that he did not fully master this unique skill in 3 days, but what he does not know is that other cultivators have not yet started. That won't work. That weapon spirit is not simple. Chu Yan opened his eyes after pondering for a moment. From Chu Yan to Huang Tiantang, everything here is far beyond his imagination, especially the degree of understanding of martial arts by forces like Huang Tiantang. I am afraid that it ranks first in the entire God's domain continent. Such a holy place of martial arts, if it is used to assess the third-level weapon spirit of the world's powerful, it can be done with just one ordinary move, then Chu Yan himself will not believe it. This trick, learned from the golden armor cultivator, was originally a sword skill, and Chu Yan used a sword. Therefore, in order to enhance the power of this move, the best way is to fuse it into a sword move, so that one's own sword intent and sword way can be integrated into it, and the power must be greatly amplified. Next, after Chu Yan made up his mind, he settled down and began to concentrate on cultivation. The sword of will condensed and floated around his body, echoing the void. This time it didn't take long for Chu Yan to complete the fusion and transformation. Okay. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan got up and flew out of the battlefield, where the light curtain appeared in an instant. Senior Guide, please advise. Coming in a hurry, Chu Yan's momentum soared all the way, without any hesitation. While speaking, he cast the long sword in his hand instantly. etc. The old man, Qi Ling, saw that Chu Yan shot directly, and immediately said, "Huh." Chu Yan put away his sword and stood up, looking at the other party suspiciously. "Didn't you say you're good at a sword? Why wait now? What are you waiting for?" Chu Yan's sword power erupted, and with the power of the fusion just now, he just shot now, which is the strongest state. "Friend Daoist, you don't need to make a move, you have already passed." Qi Ling seemed to see Chu Yan's doubts, and answered. "Passed?" Chu Yan was startled. "Yes. And it's the best grade. It's currently rated as excellent." Qi Ling replied. "Then what's the next assessment?" Chu Yan naturally wouldn't believe it. The third-level assessment was nothing more than that. If that's the case, the gains from this trick alone can't even compare to the first level, so how dare you call it the third level of assessment? Naturally. Please choose one. The old man smiled, raised his hand and took out a handful of runes, spread them out in front of Chu Yan, and raised his hand as a signal. "This one." Chu Yan was not surprised, and clicked a rune casually. "Not bad. It really is you." The old man hadn't seen the content of the rune yet, but he had a confident smile on his face. But when he opened the rune, he was slightly taken aback. "It's not." "What is it?" Chu Yan asked. "The core land on the third floor is not so easy to enter. After passing the battlefield assessment, every cultivator needs to draw an identity rune here. And the identity runes are divided into sky runes and earth runes. If you get the heavenly talisman, you need to fight against all the earth talismans, but if you get the earth talisman, you only need to deal with the sky talisman." Having said that, the old man lowered his head and thought for a while, as if he was thinking about what he hadn't explained clearly. Of course, there is only one celestial talisman, while the earth talisman speaks more. "Please." After thinking for a while, the old man finally nodded, as if he thought he had made it clear. He opened a void passage and signaled to Chu Yan. "Good." Without hesitation, Chu Yan strode into it and disappeared into the passage. Relatively speaking, he certainly prefers Tianfu. Maybe he can have a good fight. But now it's a land talisman, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's a battle, it won't be bad. Strange, it's not a heavenly talisman. This is not normal. After Chu Yan's figure disappeared in the passage, the old man looked at the void passage, pinched his chin and muttered. Then, he turned his head to look at the light curtain battlefield over there, and shook his head slightly. Impossible. How could it be wrong? Very unreasonable. Since he has been in the Emperor Heaven for so many years, he can know who the celestial talisman on the third floor of each martial arts conference is by just looking at it or smelling it. Not to mention, this kid was the first to complete the battlefield assessment, so he couldn't be wrong. It's not like something is going to happen. The old man was startled suddenly. On the other side, after Chu Yan entered the spacetime channel, he saw a gray world in front of him, as if he was walking on the gray clouds, and he couldn't see the edge, distance or exit at all. After walking for nearly an hour, Chu Yan finally saw a gray vortex in front of him, and rushed into it. In an instant, everything changed. This is an incomparably huge square. As soon as Chu Yan appeared, all eyes suddenly looked over from all around. Among them was the young man in the God King realm. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3922 Big Dream Invincible. In addition to the young man of the God King, Ling Wanqing, Li Dao, Xiao Shangtian and others were all waiting in the square. This surprised Chu Yan. These people are not slow. So it's you, and you can pass the battlefield assessment. It seems that you still have some talents, but it's a pity that these talents are wasted for a guy who has no fighting spirit. When Xiao Shangtian saw Chu Yan appearing, he taunted him directly. Chu Yan glanced at him, his eyes flickering slightly. In the square before, this Xuanhuan must have stimulated himself on purpose because of the secret book of the extremely mysterious Songzhu. But now, if you still come to this trick, I'm afraid it's not the purpose. It should be because I didn't succeed before, so I have resentment towards myself. For this situation, Chu Yan has seen too much, and he doesn't bother to pay attention to it. Restricted by the rules of time and space, he was saved. If it wasn't for the restriction of time and space rules, maybe this Xuanhuan wouldn't be able to talk nonsense here now. What Chu Yan was curious about was that the people in these squares were all like himself, and passed the test directly. What happened to the attitude of the third-level weapon spirit towards him? There seems to be something in it that he doesn't know. This question is currently unknown. Chu Yan just exists in his heart. As time went by, there were more and more figures on the square. In less than half a day, from the first few people to nearly 20 people. Friend Su. When Feng Bugao appeared, he ran over excitedly when he saw Chu Yan for the first time. Finally, after going through untold hardships to catch up with Chu Yan, how can Feng Bugao be unhappy? It was Wan Tianxing who followed behind him, and he also completed the battlefield assessment at the same time as Feng Bugao, but when he entered the square, he heard what Xuanhuan said, and his originally happy face turned gloomy. Anyway, he wanted to kill this guy. Boy, if you want to become a beast in the sky, you must learn to be a beast. Just like a cultivator who wants to practice martial arts, he must learn how to be a human being. Feng Bugao glared at a little beast, and directly taught. You have to see clearly the current environment and our purpose. At the same time, you have to know the right time for everything. Do you understand? Hearing this, Xiao Beast immediately rolled his eyes, and said viciously to Feng Bugao. You ants, how dare you teach me? You speak as if you understand. Hey! You're not even full moon yet, so you're going to talk back. Are you in need of cleaning up? Feng Bugao was furious at the time, and with the Xinqi in his body circulating, he was ready to strike. Little trees don't run straight if they don't repair them, and little beasts don't obey if they don't beat them up. It's such a simple truth. Forget it. Pass the third-level assessment first. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan dissuaded him. Hearing the words, Feng Bugao gave the little beast a hard look, and let it go. At this time, the small square became more and more lively, and gradually became noisy. Apparently, are they all Earth talismans? Heaven talismans haven't come out yet. Who is the Tian Fui? How long can it last? I feel that whoever is the talisman will be unlucky. Looking at the current situation, everyone is staring at the talisman. That's right, Tianfu has dealt with so many people by himself, and even if he is strong, if he loses the Earth talisman, everyone will hold grudges. This is really hard work and thankless. All the cultivators present were very fortunate that they were only Earth talismans and not Heaven talismans, otherwise the consequences would be. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly there was a tide in the square, and a huge bronze gate appeared in the thick fog like a cloud of smoke. When the copper door fell to the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the entire square, including the surrounding space, trembled. This is. Everyone turned their heads to look, with strange expressions on their faces. Hello everyone. At this moment, a figure appeared in the copper gate. A young man in a golden robe appeared in front of everyone, with a gentle smile on his face. Wherever the eyes pass, everyone's pupils shrink. I am the talisman of the third floor this time. I hope you all pass my assessment and complete the third floor. At this moment, everyone's eyes were dull and their faces were stunned. Dozens of pairs of eyes just looked at this young man in golden robe, their pupils were dull. Dream invincible. This year's martial arts conference's third-tier assessment turned out to be damning invincible. My God! How is it possible? It turns out that the reason why he hasn't appeared is because he is a celestial talisman. What's going on? Is this going to make it impossible for all of us to pass the third floor? Did you make a mistake? You actually chose the damning Invincible Day talisman. Isn't this ridiculous? Are the people in Huangshentang crazy? Could it be that this year is going to change the world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's over this time. Even Feng Bugao had a dull and bewildered expression on his face, completely dumbfounded. Chu Yan looked at damning Wudi, but his face was indifferent, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The invincible dream is a heavenly talisman, so this is interesting. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it would not cause such a big reaction, except for this big dream invincible, no one else would. The reason is very simple. If there is a chance of 1 to many in the audience, I am afraid that there is only one person, dream invincible. After all, no one who can participate in the martial arts conference is not a genius and a strong man, and among these thousands of geniuses and strong men, the dozens who finally reach the third floor are geniuses among geniuses, strong men, the strong ones. In the face of these people, it is almost impossible to have one-to-many existence, even if they cannot be found among the same rank in the entire God's domain continent. However, what this great dream invincible cultivates is the way of will, which is different. Will attacks, but regardless of the number, as many come and die as many come. If it is a normal battle, to deal with this big dream invincible, you can avoid it first and then find a chance to strike. But now, everyone's goal is the same. Only by defeating Dream Invincible can they pass the third level. This means that the rules are restricted, and you have to confront him. Everyone, let's not talk too much. Everyone knows the rules of the sky and earth talismans. I don't feel sorry for everyone. As long as your strength can be recognized by me, I will let you pass. The words that dream is invincible made everyone in the audience twitch. Believe me. Although they don't know the rules of the celestial talisman, they are probably similar to the ground talisman. If more people pass the earth talisman, the celestial talisman must be considered a failure. Therefore, it is as difficult as going to the sky to pass through the hands of damning Wudi. Also, if you can last 100 breaths of time in front of me, I will count you as passing. Dream Invincible smiled and looked extremely confident, as if he had already mastered the assessment. However, he really has the strength. 100 interest time. Hearing this, the eyes of the geniuses and powerhouses present immediately lit up. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C39238 Fang Yundong. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of combat power, the current Great Dream Invincible already has the combat power of the Zhangzhou realm. Most of the powerhouses who can survive until now are mostly in the Invincible realm, but if you want to support 100 breaths of time in the hands of damning Wudi, it will be like a dream. After all, this will attack can be done in an instant, there is no process at all, and you can't hold it even if you want to. Then let's get started. Everyone has plenty of time, but I only have one person. You'd better line up, or else, hee. With damning Wudi's smile, everyone's hair stood on end and their whole bodies felt cold. The rules are decided by others. If you are told to line up, you can only line up, otherwise you will offend others and kill you directly. Come on, where is Li Mubing? Dream Invincible spoke, and everyone in the audience was stunned. Li Mubing, the number 1 in this year's assessment. Senior Dream, I am here. A young man walked out of the crowd, bowed his hands, and saluted with an extremely humble attitude. He is Li Mubing. Chu Yan looked at the young man, frowning slightly. Isn't this person the same young man in the God King realm from before? You don't have to, just go to the next level. The words that damning was invincible made everyone stunned. This Li Mubing didn't even need to participate. Chu Yan didn't know Li Mubing, but most of the people present knew him, and it was extremely rare to be able to break through here with the cultivation base of the God King. However, this does not mean that he has such a privilege. Senior Dream, why? Both the genius and the strong are proud, and some people were unwilling at that time. Yeah, why doesn't he need to participate and pass the test directly? This is too unfair. Didn't the martial arts conference say justice? When someone took the lead, the geniuses and strong men who were already full of anger were blown up in an instant. The third layer is very important, but I didn't expect to meet damning invincible as a talisman. What an unlucky thing. It doesn't matter if you are going to be unlucky together, but at this time you actually said that someone can be special. In this case, it's no wonder not to fry the pan. Senior Damning, what they said is correct. I am just an ordinary cultivator. Let's follow the rules of the martial arts conference. Li Mubing was savvy and said quickly. Very good. It's rare to have such a mind at the Divine King realm. There was no surprise on Damning Wudi's face. After nodding in approval, he turned to look at the cultivators around him. Fair. You actually told me it was fair. I've made a lot of steps, it's good. If it's fair, then let's start. An extremely powerful force of will burst out from him in an instant, and all the cultivators present trembled in the sea of consciousness when the will passed, and their expressions changed drastically in an instant. This is trouble. It seems to have angered this dream invincible. In an instant, the entire square was silent, everyone's face was dark, and they dared not say a word. Originally, according to Damning Wudi's statement and attitude, it seems that there are still a few people who can pass the test, but now it seems that they are all doomed. Depend on. Why are you bothering him? This great dream cultivator in the invincible realm is an existence that even the Zhangzhou realm on the Huntian list is afraid of. Li Mubing, I appreciate you very much, so what I said will not change. You can leave now. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Dream Invincible waved his hand directly, and a large swath of breath rushed over, wrapping Li Mubing and disappearing on the spot. Everyone watched Li Mubing disappear with astonishment. The next moment, Dream Invincible turned his head to look at the others, and said with a smile, let's start now, who will come first? The voice fell to the ground, and the entire square was silent. After 10 breaths, Dream Invincible's face was dark, and he said, are you all like this? Is it interesting? Well, if that's the case, then I'm not going to be polite, whoever you want. Having said that, his eyes swept across the audience. Fall on a person. The Xiao family, come out. Xiao Shangtian, who was in the crowd, turned dark at that moment, and walked out helplessly, clasped his hands and saluted and asked. Senior, are you calling me? Who else is not you? There are other Xiao family members here. Damning Wudi smiled happily. I heard that your talent is good, come on, try it. When Xiao Shangtian, who had a gloomy face, heard this, his expression changed immediately, and his eyes glowed. This great dream invincible seems to have heard of himself, and it seems to be very good if he can get his appreciation. If you are the first to fight, you will not have the opportunity to observe. It is equivalent to trying the experience for the people behind. Of course, no one is willing to do this, but if you can get the appreciation of the other party, that is another matter. If he behaves well and can make friends with Damning Wudi, then it doesn't matter if he suffers from this little loss. After all, whether you are the first one or the last one, you have to go up, and no one can escape. At worst, you can deal with it carefully in the first game. In the end, it still depends on one's own strength, and the order before and after playing has little effect on strength, it's just a matter of mentality. And in this respect, Xiao Shangtian thinks he is very strong, at least among his peers here, he thinks he can't lose to anyone. It's not good to be the first one, but it's also good. It's easier to impress Senior Damning and form an inherent standard. Conscious thoughts flashed across Xiao Shantian's sea of consciousness. After weighing the pros and cons, the corners of his mouth lightly raised. Seeing your big dream, I just created a set of exercises not long ago. Can I use it? Yes. Damning Wudi nodded. Thank you, senior. When he bowed his hands and saluted, the corners of Xiao Shantian's mouth rose even more. This question seems to be superfluous, since it is a competition. How could it be possible not to allow you to display your unique skills? But Xiao Shantian is not an honest person, and he is even particularly scheming. He asked this intentionally in order to deepen the impression that Dream Invincible has of him. Of course, the prerequisite is that he is very confident in the technique he created. The next moment, the aura of Xiao Shantian's whole body was rising, a powerful force swept away, and the void in all directions trembled. This trick is called 8 Directions Cloud Movement. As soon as he raised his hand, the long knife buzzed, and a silver long knife appeared in Xiao Shantian's hand. Under the rush of the knife's energy, the moonlight flashed in the sky in all directions. Click! As the moonlight passed by, the humming sound in the void became louder and louder, as if a wave of water moved from far to near, and finally shook the entire void. Not bad. This Xiao Shantian sword intent has already integrated the void world, and his talent is good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan nodded slightly. At this time, he has not used the sword technique yet, and the sword intent alone has such a state, which is definitely a top genius. Clouds move in all directions. Xiao Shantian saw the changes in the eyes of the cultivators around him, and immediately revealed a proud expression, and said at the same time. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 Reading Mobile version reading URL. #C3924, try not to accept. After saying a word, the saber intent void around Xiao Shantian's body began to become extremely deep and introverted. All the sword intent seemed to have a spirit, gathering towards his body. This kind of stunt is really extraordinary. At his level, most of the unique skills of powerhouses of the same level use their own strength to arouse the resonance of the world, and their power is multiplied. And this Xiao Shantian actually did the opposite, cultivating his own combat power with the power of heaven and earth. There was an obvious process of gaining momentum. No wonder he deliberately reminded Dream Invincible before, not because he really thought his move could threaten Dream Invincible, but because his move was very special. Not only is it powerful, but it also reflects his innate talent. This Xiao Shantian has some tricks. His technique is not only self-created, but also powerful. This way is rare. Talent is a thing, each has its own way, it's really different. With his strength, there should be no problem. I feel the same way. This level, damning invincible may let him pass. The cultivators around stared at Xiao Shantian with a pair of eyes, and they were slightly surprised. First of all, creating one's own skills is a very difficult thing, especially the accumulation of this kind of martial arts background. It is impossible to reach a certain height. Secondly, most of the self-created exercises are a metamorphic manifestation of one's own experience, and their essence still requires the fusion of all the martial arts of the practitioner, with a kind of Tao as the foundation, and the more powerful this Tao is, the future of this special skill the greater the room for improvement. And the room for improvement of this unique skill naturally also represents how far the cultivator's own martial arts path can go. This Xiao Shantian is actually very strong. My combat power is not as good as him now. Seeing this scene, the little beast on one side gritted its teeth and tensed up all over. Sky Beast, proud and invincible. Fight all over the world, never back down. However, that of course refers to the adult Sky Beast in its prime, and even the Sky Beast that has lived for endless years is even more powerful and outrageous. Wantian Christmas was born only a dozen days ago, and his strength is already quite against the sky. More blood and memory inheritance need more time to grow. Therefore, Wan Tianqing's biggest task now is to grow. You don't even need to practice and look for opportunities like other cultivators. Everything is prepared. As long as you can grow up safely, you will naturally become extremely powerful. However, even if this is the case, you shouldn't shrink back, just shouldn't. Wan Tianqing glanced at Chu Yan, and felt a little strange in his heart. This master treats him very well, but why can't he just go forward? From the Xiao family, tell me your name. At this moment, Dream Invincible asked. Hearing this, Xiao Xiangtian's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly replied. Report to Senior, Xiao Xiangtian, from the Xiao family. This time, I really remembered my name. The joy on Xiao Xiangtian's face completely emerged. Xiao Xiangtian. But Dream Invincible frowned, and immediately made everyone present, including Xiao Xiangtian, feel a little bit of a thump in their hearts at the same time. A rubbish like you can't get on the stage at all. Is this level the strength of the top genius of the Xiao family? It's so disappointing. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the audience. Everyone couldn't believe that what they just heard was true. This is all rubbish. Senior, Xiao Xiangtian was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know who he was or where he was. Is this still the God's domain continent that I know? My own Bafang Yundong is definitely considered a top-level existence among the same level of practitioners in the Xiao family, but it has such an evaluation. Xiao Xiangtian didn't expect such a result at all, and he was stupid on the spot. Don't you understand? My meaning is very clear. Your self-created exercises are completely rubbish. Garbage, get it? The words of damning Wudi were like thunder, and they struck Xiao Xiangtian's mind, making his whole face turn green. My practice is garbage. After being blinded for a short time, Xiao Xiangtian finally came to his senses. His eyes kept turning blood red, and the anger in his heart surged like a tide. Senior, don't you say too much. Although my technique is not as good as some of the strongest ones, it's not enough to make such an evaluation. Hearing Xiao Xiangtian's words, all the cultivators around nodded in agreement. That's right, this kind of kung fu, or self-created kung fu, is rated as rubbish. Isn't the standard of damning invincible too high? Everyone thinks so, because everyone has seen Xiao Xiangtian's self-created exercises from the beginning to the end. Not convinced. Upon hearing Xiao Xiangtian's words, Damning Wudi smiled slightly when he saw the gazes around him, and said. Then I'll tell you. A kung fu is not only powerful, but also has flaws. Realm, will, soul, etc. are all very important. No matter how strong a kung fu is, there must be no flaws. If there are flaws, it is meaningless at all. Your cultivation method seems to have found another way, which is very extraordinary, but in fact, you don't have such a foundation at all. After forcibly developing it, the willpower that leads to this cultivation method is only the realm of dignity. It took so much cost, time, and resources to create a kung fu technique with such a big flaw, just for the sole pursuit of power. It will be breached by the enemy and cause serious damage. Then tell me now, this skill of yours can't be used against the enemy, so what's the point of its existence? Are you a street juggler just to use this to perform? The words of Damning Wudi immediately made Xiao Xiangtian open his mouth, and he was dumbfounded. The next moment, Xiao Xiangtian's entire face was flushed, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. As an invincible realm, he certainly knows what Damning Invincible said, and of course he knows what the exercises he created are like. It's just that when he used his self-created technique, he had deliberately avoided these shortcomings. He didn't expect that this dream of invincibility could actually be seen. One must know that although Dream Invincible has a great reputation, he is also in existence of the same level as himself, and he was able to discover it. At this moment, he had nothing to say, and his face became more and more serious. Almost, next one. Damning Wudi looked at Xuanhuan without a trace of pity, and waved his hand as if chasing flies away. This is also in Huang Tiandao's martial arts conference. Normally, how could he talk nonsense with these people and slap him away with a single slap? The strength and talent are not very good, but the level of scheming is well studied. What kind of future can such a person have? The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3925 not simple. Next, the assessment continues. Now there is no longer a queue, and no one dares to take the initiative to step forward. It is Damning Wudi who raises his hand to click who is who. Basically, Dream Invincible keeps asking people to come up and try according to a sequence in his heart. This is the situation of this year's martial arts conference. According to the previous martial arts conference, those cultivators who became Tianfu were hunted down by a group of people. In the history of Huang Tiandao, such a harmonious and friendly martial arts conference scene is definitely extremely rare. In addition to Xuanhuan, Ling Wanqing and other geniuses also stepped forward one after another. But the results were very unsatisfactory, and everyone suffered a lot. No matter what the method is, those who perform special skills like Xuanhuan, or directly test their talent and aptitude, or even fight against Damning Wudi, will be directly suppressed by Damning Wudi in the end, without a trace of resistance. At this time, the geniuses finally understood that even if you are at the same level, they can completely suppress you, there is no room for it. After trying all kinds of moves and methods, none of them passed the assessment of Damning Wudi. I can see it. This Emperor Heaven doesn't want us to pass the level at all. This big dream is poisonous. Feng Bugao's eyes were straightened. After Golo turned a few times, he looked at Chu Yan and said, "Fellow Daoist Su, if you come up with that magic skill, I think Damning Wudi will definitely be convinced." Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head and said, "This magic skill cannot be known to too many people for the time being. In that case, we can only honestly participate in the 4th level assessment. It is impossible to get excellent in the 3rd level." Feng Bugao said with some regret, "After all, so far, no one has passed the test of the Great Dream Invincibility, the probability is here." At this time, Chu Yan looked at Damning Wudi, and was also thinking secretly. The difficulty of the assessment this time seems to be deliberately and secretly raised by Huang Tiantang. Perhaps there is a special relationship between the Great Dream Invincible and Huang Tiantang. If you want to pass this kind of assessment that has been deliberately increased in difficulty, you have to show your real whole cards. And this should be the purpose of Huang Tiantang. It seems that Huang Tiantang has some expectations for this year's martial arts conference. Now I have to pass this assessment, use the talent test, I don't know if it will work. Just as Chu Yan was thinking, Damning Wudi raised his hand and hit the spot where Chu Yan was standing, and said, "It's your turn, come on." At this time, no matter whether they have participated in the assessment or not, they are all gathered here, and they seem to want to see if anyone can pass the assessment. Therefore, when Damning Wudi clicked on Chu Yan, Xuanhuan suddenly sneered and said, "People who don't even dare to fight with me dare to participate in this kind of excellent assessment, You're looking for shame." It should be said that everyone here failed in the hands of Damning Wudi, but Xuanhuan was the only one who was really ashamed. Because the evaluation of him by Damning Wudi before was actually too shocking. In his opinion, this person didn't even dare to challenge him, let alone pass the test. "Senior Damning, I have something to ask for advice." Chu Yan still looked around at Xuanhuan, ignored it directly, and asked, "Say it, hurry up." Dream Invincible was a little impatient. "I have done some research on the Tao of Will, and I have also practiced this Tao specifically, and I have also heard of the invincible reputation of the Great Dream, so I would like to ask, have you researched the Blade of Will?" This question came to Chu Yan when he met Emperor Yuan in Mingyi, and he remembered it all the time. If this dream of invincibility has not been created, then the situation is not the same as that of Emperor Yuan. That would be much more interesting. Of course, Chu Yan didn't think too much about it, mainly because he wanted to use the talent test method to pass the assessment. Blade of Will, what do you mean? Dream Invincible heard this. First startled, then frowning slightly. Okay, I get it now. Hearing the answer, Chu Yan suddenly understood, and the corners of his mouth lightly raised. The main reason is that this junior has been cultivating in the way of will for a long time, so he also created a trick called the Blade of Will. Seniors, please give me some pointers. When Chu Yan said this, he didn't blush at all. You must know that this great Dream Invincible is a top cultivator of the Tao of Will, and among the known cultivators in the God's Domain continent, he is probably ranked among the top 3 existences. Therefore, even if his cultivation base is only invincible, everyone who sees him will be worthy of seniority. Huh? The self-created technique of the Way of Will. Interesting, come on, show it. When Dream Invincible heard this, he immediately became interested. The Way of Will is more difficult to cultivate than other martial arts, so it is of course more difficult to create exercises. With Daming's invincible status and strength, so far, he has only created 2 schools of his own. Therefore, the person in front of me who said that he created the Way of Will, in the eyes of Dream Invincible, is just like Xuanhuan, who has done some fancy things, thinking about cultivating the Way of Will, hoping to be able to open it. Side meaning. These people are so dishonest. Therefore, if necessary, take advantage of this opportunity to suppress it, and act as a deterrent if necessary. Otherwise, it will be endless, and I will be too tired. Without any self-knowledge, knowing that there is no chance, if you have to try, can't you admit that you are cowardly? Create a self-made method of the Way of Will. Hit the iron plate now. I think you are looking for death. Want to use this little trick to pass the level, dreaming. Xuanhuan suddenly sneered. On the one hand he was disdainful, but at the same time he was expecting that he would suffer a big loss from Dream Invincible, so that he would be comfortable. Suyu, don't learn from that Xuanhuan, this big dream is not easy, and it's not so easy to get past it. Wan Tianxing thought for a while, and finally couldn't help but persuade him. Well, don't worry. Chu Yan smiled lightly at him, turned around to face Daming Wudi, his whole body exploded with momentum, and the power of will gushed out like a tide. Not bad. Daming Wudi's eyes changed slightly, and his gaze towards Chu Yan softened a little. This person's willpower is extremely pure and strong, which at least shows that his foundation is very solid, and he does not seem to be a dishonest person. Therefore, Dream Invincible decided at this time that it would be fine if he was not injured when he made a move. Senior Dream, you can see clearly, this is the Blade of Will. The next moment, the willpower of Chu Yan's whole body exploded, gathered together like a tide, and turned into a Blade of Will in his hands. The Blade of Will raised high, raised his hand and cut it down. Boom! The powerful force of will broke through the void, like a ray of divine light, slashing downward. There is reality in the emptiness, and emptiness in the reality, as if it is connected with the heaven and the earth, and it is also like the wrath of the gods, who came to the world with thunder and punishment. #C3926, Blade of Will. After 10 breaths, the blades of will all over the sky slowly dissipated, and the vast void began to return to calm. On the square below, there was silence. Hey. Xuanhuan's whole body was smiling like a flower, and his heart was even more happy. This guy is absolutely finished this time, such a powerful will stunt, I am afraid that he secretly changed it to himself from there. As a master of the Way of Will, Dream Invincible, how could he not know such a stunt of will? This guy is courting death. Taking something like this out and showing off in front of Daming Wudi, wanting to get away with it, what is the difference between this and courting death? If it is normal, if you steal it, and no one cares about you. It is also your skill to be able to steal, but what is the situation now? Now it is the excellent assessment on the third floor. In theory, damning invincible, can beat people. The way of will, the most important thing is the heart, and the heart of the invincible dream has definitely blazed its own path. And this path is definitely not what other people like. Suyu. Wan Tianxing on the other side saw this scene, and his face darkened. He had persuaded Chu Yan before that this big dream is invincible and not weak, but now Suyu is playing tricks in front of him, and the consequences will never be good. Why not listen? Just because I'm young. However, the Celestial Beast clan is famous for their strength, but all the celestial beasts inside know that their biggest trump card is growth. To put it bluntly, this kind of growth is just a feeling. Including following Chu Yan before, it was also an inexplicable feeling. But now, persuading Chu Yan not to underestimate damning Wudi is also a feeling. To put it simply, no matter what the feeling is, Wan Tianxing knows that all the feelings of the sky beasts have only one purpose, which is to benefit their own growth. Now, it is time to consider whether to use secret techniques to cancel the contract with Chu Yan. This is the Blade of Will. However, when everyone was waiting to watch the fun, Meng Wudi standing there was sluggish, his eyes were empty, and his face was in a daze. He completely lost the feeling of being at ease, and above all else just now. Yes, this is the Blade of Will. Chu Yan smiled and nodded slightly. Fuck, this is what you researched. Fuck. The dream invincible just now has completely disappeared, and the dream invincible at this time is completely stupid, and he can't speak clearly. Even with his identity and strength, his face is distorted in shock now. What? The smiles on the faces of Xiao Shantian, Ling Wanqing and other cultivators who were present froze instantly, and Wan Tianxing in the corner froze. This situation, something is wrong. What happened to the invincible dream? Something seems wrong. Yes. Chu Yan nodded without blushing. At this time, this is the place of time and space, not the place of the afterlife, where I am. Hiss. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, damning Wudi gasped suddenly, as if sucking up all the air in the square. What's happening here? I can be regarded as a master in cultivating the way of will in this God's domain continent. If I say that I am second, who dares to say that I am the first? Based on his understanding of the way of will, the entire God's domain continent added up is nothing more than that. But now, who is standing in front of him? At this time, the other cultivators on the field felt that the move that Chu Yan released just now was very powerful, and it was also extremely mysterious in the way of will. But in damning Wudi, it caused a terrifying tremor effect. Because in addition to those feelings of other cultivators, Dream Invincible felt an incomparable sense of familiarity. Under a sense of the same source, it seemed that the trick released by Chu Yan just now was different from the one in his soul. Some background. Totally agree. This kind of feeling seemed to be felt in the dark when I was cultivating before, but I didn't expect it to appear in front of me today. In this way, the shock to his soul was unimaginably terrifying. That is to say, he has not yet broken through to the Zhangzhu realm. At that time, he felt that after breaking through the Zhangzhu realm, he would definitely create a peerless skill and become the existence of the Tao of Will that will go down in history. Senior damning. Can I pass? Chu Yan looked at the sluggish Dream Invincible, afraid that he would think too much, so he asked. I'm so scared that if I still can't pass, then it's unreasonable. When, of course, pass. Hearing Chu Yan's question, damning Wudi woke up suddenly, and the feeling of enlightenment disappeared instantly, and he quickly answered. Shame on me. The way you comprehend the opponent's unique skills by yourself must be seen, it's too shameful. As the #1 master of will on the continent of God's domain, he actually comprehended a junior's unique skill. If this is to be spread, how can he still have his own face? No, it has to be hard. Fellow Taoist, I don't know if you can teach me this kind of exercise. Damning Wudi's eyes glowed, and he asked the question with anticipation. I'm not shameless, I'm shameless. I'm asking, this is called intoxicating martial arts, there is no distinction of status. In this way, maybe it can still leave a good reputation for being informal. However, the words of damning Wudi made all the cultivators in the audience feel as if they were struck by lightning, and they all froze on the spot, and the whole scene was dead silent. Boom. 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 Almost every cultivator can hear that the sea of consciousness world in their hearts is constantly collapsing, and with it, their cognition of the world of martial arts formed all their lives. How can this be? No. Absolutely, never possible. Ling Wancheng, Xiao Xiangtian and other peerless geniuses, as well as all the strong players in the audience, were all shocked and completely dumbfounded. Dream is invincible. This is the strongest master of the way of will that is famous all over the continent, even practitioners of the same level will call him a senior. Now, with jealousy, she pitifully begged a junior to learn the other party's will skills. How mysterious was that guy's sword just now? Su, master. There is a corner of Wantiansheng, with its mouth wide open, completely covered. What's the situation? Just now Suyu even gave up on the fight with Xiao Xiangtian, now this. This Suyu is not. But now, Suyu has surprised damning invincible to such an extent that he even put aside his identity and asked to teach exercises instead. This is equivalent to Suyu's martial arts talent, which is extremely terrifying. Don't even think about it, I'm afraid it far surpasses Xiao Xiangtian. Could it be that Suyu really had other reasons, so he didn't make an appointment with him? Suyu told him before that due to some other reasons, Xiao Xiangtian could not make an appointment with Xiao Xiangtian. Now it seems that this is not an excuse, but the truth. This time, Wan Tianqing's face was full of astonishment, and he felt that his intestines were full of regret. #C3927 Teach me. Chu Yan looked at damning Wudi with a strange look on his face. This exercise is passed on to you. Chu Yan looked up at the sky, and found that there was nothing abnormal at all, and the rules of time and space seemed to be completely ignorant of things here. You must know that at the time of Emperor Yuan's meeting, if there were no puppets passing messages back and forth, I am afraid that there would be no chance at all, and some words would not even be allowed to be said. But now, the rules of time and space. This fellow Taoist has realized many years ago that he wanted to create the strongest exercise of the way of will, but he has been missing something. Now that he sees this move of fellow Taoist, he has a lot of insights. It works great. The attitude of damning Wudi when he spoke was completely different from before, and his tone was extremely polite. Moreover, everyone could hear that there was a trace of eagerness and tension in his words. I can feel that if I get this move from fellow Taoist, I will definitely be able to create it. So. Of course, if you have any conditions, fellow Taoist, feel free to mention them, as long as I can do it, I won't hesitate. Speaking of this, the eyes of damning Wudi looking at Chu Yan are full of stars, as if looking forward to the treasure of the world. Wait, even if it can't be done, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to do it for you. To be on the safe side, Dream Invincible added another sentence. Chu Yan was stunned at the time. This dream of invincibility is very interesting. Senior Damning, I didn't create this trick independently. There is a senior who inspired me a lot. This must be explained, so Chu Yan explained first. Of course it can be passed on to you, but I hope you don't pass it on to others. Hearing this, Dream Invincible was immediately excited, and quickly replied. Okay, no problem, absolutely no problem. Chu Yan nodded slightly and said, then pass it on to you now. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved. A force of will contained the message of the blade of will, flew towards Dream Invincible, and instantly sank into the center of his eyebrows. Ha ha ha, thank you so much. By the way, what is the honorable name of fellow Daoist? Damning Wudi reacted suddenly, and asked quickly. I'm Suyu, casual cultivator. Good. Good. Fellow Daoist, Su, we will be biological brothers from now on. You gave me such a great opportunity today. This kindness is greater than heaven. This is my token. You can hold it. If you have anything to do in the future, call me anytime. Dream Invincible looked at this Chu Yan now. It was a real kiss, even closer than his parents, so he took out his token and gave it to the other party. Such a token, he only gave 2 people in his life, and Chu Yan was the third. Thank you, senior. Chu Yan bowed his hands and saluted politely. Senior, brother. Brother. You can just call me Xiaoming from now on. Little Dream. Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice at that time. The name is a bit pink. Brother Su, you passed the level, go to the next level, hurry up, the sooner the better. Damning Wudi thought of something, turned his head to look at Feng Bugao, blinked his eyes a few times, and asked. Are you with my brother? Then you have passed the test, go. At this moment, both Feng Bugao and Chu Yan were stunned, and Chu Yan said quickly. Senior Damning, this, isn't it good? Ha ha ha, I have the final say here, and it's fine if I say yes, and anyone who is not convinced can just ask me to mention it. I just want to try my brother's big move. When this sentence landed, those around were still a little unconvinced, so they shrank their necks on the spot. What a joke. Try. This trick is okay in the hands of that Suyu, but if it is in the hands of Damning Wudi, if you try it, the sea of consciousness will explode. Who would dare to try it? Yes. Yes. I am Su Dao's younger brother, ha ha ha, thank you Damning Wudi. Feng Bugao trotted over quickly, bowed his hands to Damning Wudi, with a charming smile on his face. He was not like Chu Yan, he didn't care about the rules and irregularities, at this time. Crossing the border is the kingly way. Ha ha ha, not bad. You are very good. Since he is my own brother's younger brother, he is one of his own. Of course he has passed. Go. Hearing this, Feng Bugao blushed with excitement. This luck is against the sky. Even the assessment was waived, and he passed the test directly, which is so cool. Especially when those cultivators with red eyes around him glared at them one by one, Feng Bugao felt even better. This is the difference in treatment. What's wrong with you geniuses? What's wrong with masters? All follow me and eat farts, ha ha ha. Before the big dream, big brother, I still have a little beast that came with me. I don't know if it's okay. Before Chu Yan could finish speaking, Dream Invincible waved his hand directly. It's still so polite, just say who you are, don't say 1, even 10 or 100 are fine, it's up to you. Turning his head to look at Wan Tianxing in the corner, Damning Wudi said directly. You are my brother's little beast. You also passed, go. Wan Tianxing is stupid. What's the situation? With one move, 3 people passed, and the pass rate was 300%. At this moment, his mood became extremely complicated. Hurry up. Feng Bugao greeted the little beast. Chu Yan also looked at Wan Tianxing and nodded slightly. Humph. Feng Bugao, you will never pass the next level. It all depends on my big brother Su. My big brother and I will definitely pass. Wan Tianxing's eyes were slightly red, and while wailing at Feng Bugao, he returned to Chu Yan's shoulder in a flash. The two were noisy and walked towards the passage behind Damning Wudi. Xiao Shantian on the other side stared and opened his mouth. Just looking at it like that, his whole body has been petrified. After they disappeared into the passage, the entire square was still silent. So far, only one, no. It should have passed 3 at once, but only one move. Hurry up. Who of you wants to try? Hurry up, don't waste my time comprehending my brother's ultimate move. Dream Invincible looked at these people at this moment, becoming more and more unkind. These are some rubbish, compared with his brother, it's too bad, it's meaningless at all. Fortunately, I met Brother Su today, otherwise it would be so boring. This trip is too cost-effective, not counting the benefits given by Huang Tiantang, just the chance Chu Yan got here is several times more than him. If you calculate it from the perspective of damning Invincible, it will not be exchanged for 10 times. I won't call the names of those who laughed at my brother just now, hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, Damning Wudi's eyes swept over Xiao Shantian and the others, his face filled with murderous aura. Those few were laughing happily just now, but now the whole person feels like falling into an ice cellar, their brains are buzzing. This time it was completely hopeless. If I knew this earlier, why bother, just watch the fun, why not laugh? But this situation is too weird, that person who doesn't know his name at all, suddenly became the brother of damning Invincible. Isn't this kind of opportunity exactly what Xiao Shantian and the others have been looking forward to? The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C39289 Alien. Emperor's Paradise, in the secret realm of the Holy Land. In the small courtyard, Huntian Bangling and Huang Tian Songzhu were looking at a huge crystal screen, which showed the scene of damning Wudi's assessment site. Therefore, everything that Chu Yan and the others did and said before was seen by the two big brothers. It's interesting, this guy, damning, has such a mind. For him, there are no rules or anything. It doesn't make any sense. Huang Tianbang smiled exceptionally brightly, and at the same time looked at Huang Tianzhu with obvious complacency. Brother Hun, the young man who used the blade of will just now, do you feel that the level of will of his sword is far beyond the same level, even surpassed? Anyway, it is very powerful. If it is really created by him, the skills that come out can compete with Li Mubing, or definitely surpass Li Mubing. There was a gleam of light in the eyes of the Emperor Songzhu, like a lighted star. Even he did not expect that such a terrifying genius would appear in his martial arts conference. Impossible. Huntian Bangling shook his head and waved his hands, directly denying. It's impossible for him to surpass Li Mubing, not even damning. It's just that his talent is stronger than the geniuses of the same level, and he can be regarded as a good top-level genius. Having said that, Huntian Bangling turned his head to look at Emperor Songtian, and pondered for a moment. This son has been taken away. This newcomer seems to have come from the land of myriad origins, and this sword should also come from the land of myriad origins. What I didn't expect was that this Suyu would pass this sword to damning without hesitation, which is a bit surprising. Emperor Huang Tian Songzhu was completely stunned, and he just froze there for a long time before opening his mouth. Brother Hun, is he from the land of myriad origins? Is this land of myriad origins free to enter and exit? Then the rules here. The more he talked about the emperor, the more terrified he became, and his whole face changed color. If it was what he thought, what would happen between the land of 10,000 origins and the continent of God's domain? Could it be that the sky is about to change? The land of 10,000 origins and Wendao Mountains are all forbidden places. Huntian Bangling shook his head and said, impossible. This kid is just a special accident, and I've talked to him about it. His purpose of coming here is just to learn something and improve himself. Emperor Songtian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said, it's okay, big brother, you should tell me about this kind of thing in the future, it's too scary. Huntian Bangling said with contempt on his face, aren't you the top 10 gods? You said the same thing as a little girl. Emperor Tian Song suddenly laughed, what a beautiful little girl, she is so white and tender, don't you like it? Why don't you tell me what's going on in Kunlun Mountains? I heard it's not peaceful there recently. Huntian Bangling turned his head to look at him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Huang Tian, don't be too greedy. The descendant of Kunlun Mountain can only be one of those four. You don't have to dream, and these things are beyond your reach, and they won't do you any good. The emperor was silent, and said again, Brother Hun, you have misunderstood me. I just want to collect and inherit more martial arts in the world. Hee, you think too much. Huntian Bangling shook his head indifferently and said, I'm not afraid if I think too much. As long as you don't want to think too much, it's fine. Hurry up and prepare for the next assessment. Having said that, Huntian Bangling seemed to not want to talk to him anymore. On the other hand, the assessment continues. Chu Yan, Feng Bugao, and Wan Tianxing flew forward for a long time, and arrived at a grassland in the New World. In front of it is a huge palace gate, surrounded by auspicious clouds, which seems to be inexplicably celestial. Let's separate here. Chu Yan looked around and said. Haha, the ants are finished. Without my elder brother covering them, I will never pass this level. Wan Tianxing was happy at that time. Huh. Who do you think I can't be named high? The number one in the world predicts that the cultivator will not pass the test. Do you want to take a gamble? Of course, Feng Bugao is not convinced. He carried it directly with the little beast. Huh. I want to bet with Ben Tianzuan. I'm quite brave. Okay, what are you betting on? Gambling father. Whoever loses will be called father. Do you dare? Feng Bugao has long been annoyed at Wan Tianxing, calling him an ant. This is a rare opportunity. It would be so cool to think that this sky beast would call him father in the future. After all, this may be the last sky beast in the mainland. If he wins the bet, it will be equivalent to winning the entire sky beast clan. You bet slowly, I'll go first. Chu Yan has already watched the two of them carry this way, and he didn't care at all, so he turned around and left. Ah. Fellow Taoist, Su, wait for me. Brother, I'm here. Seeing Chu Yan running away, Feng Bugao and Xiaoshu quickly turned around and chased after him, flying towards the palace gate. The palace gate was right, and when the three of them rushed in, a powerful aura swept over them, wiping out all the aura of the three of them, and dragging them to a palace square. Standing on the large and empty square, there is a large hall in front of you. Push the door of the hall and enter it, and you will find a huge study room with bookshelves everywhere. On those bookshelves, there are neatly arranged secret books and books, as if entering a library. Fellow Taoist, Suyu, this place is a hidden pavilion in my emperor's paradise. There are many invincible realm cheats here. You can choose 9 of them, read and comprehend them. Whether you can gain anything or not depends on chance. The sound in the hall made Chu Yan's eyes light up. This is the Tibetan pavilion of Emperor Paradise. That world-famous existence that makes all cultivators admire the existence of the Holy Land. Chu Yan no longer hesitated, strode out, and walked towards the bookshelves. Wherever he passed, the rows of bookshelves seemed to be covered with dust, and the powerful aura was continuously lit up and swept away, making each cheat book seem to come alive. The breath and fluctuations made Chu Yan's heart flutter. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered so many Tibetan pavilions with a collection of books. The art of good fortune of the heaven and the earth, the law of 10,000 determinations to rise to the sky, gold is born from the earth, everything depends on the 5 elements to return to the law, and all the wonders come. The knife is light, the knife is as light as dust, the knife is like smoke, the smoke and dust pass by, the world will end. Everything is the most important thing, the end of human beings, and the end of immortals are all in the underworld. Going to heaven. Fortunately, the power of the rules of heaven and earth, luck is determined by one body, the past, present, and future bodies of the 3 generations are gathered together to achieve great success, and finally become a great way. For every secret book that has been read by the divine sense, you can see its brief introduction. Is this an assessment or a chance? Chu Yan was a little puzzled. He had never encountered that force that would take out his library pavilion as an assessment item during the assessment, and taking out so much at one time was very meaningful. Or, they don't care at all. Some treasures and resources are like this: in your eyes they are extremely precious, but in the eyes of some powerful people, they are like worthless things. Just like Chu Yan's trip to the ancient times, he also encountered many precious natural materials and earth treasures. He watched others fight to death, but it didn't have any temptation for him at all. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3929 in the past. The secret book of invincibility is nothing in the same level, but it is below invincibility. It's as if these people who come to participate in the martial arts conference now regard the pursuit of Tsangju's cheats as precious treasures. In any case, the invincible realm is the strongest realm on this continent, except for some Tsangju realm. And Tsangju realm is not considered the ultimate in martial arts. According to the previous cultivation path, the invincible realm is actually the end of that kind of cultivation path. If you want to break through to the Tsangju realm after reaching the invincible realm, you can't do it by practicing at all. Here's the proof. Therefore, when a cultivator goes from the invincible realm to the Tsangju realm, it is not the summit of the martial Dao road, but another road, another world. It was a completely unfamiliar world to everyone, and because of this, all Tsangju realm couldn't move forward even half a step. This is also the embarrassing position of Tsangju realm on this continent. Powerful. That is of course very strong, but if he is not strong, it seems that he has trapped himself in a cage, and he will never see anything again. Whether this process is right or wrong, no one knows. But no matter what, for a cultivator, breaking through the invincible realm and the Tsangju realm is like a goal. Once upon a time, Chu Yan even felt that this kind of behavior was like moths flying into a flame. All the moths only saw the light, longing for it, and came one after another, but they didn't know what the final result would be, so they annihilated. This kind of situation is very suitable for describing Tsangju realm. Heaven. Maybe it thinks its actions are very strange, not for the expansion of power, not for resources and wealth, but to spend endless years and a lot of time on the martial arts and the way of the road. What is the purpose of this? Chu Yan looked at the rows of bookshelves in front of him, and countless cheap books, as if a glimmer of understanding flashed in his heart. The way of the Great Way. Among the secret books of Invincible Realm, there is the Method of Tao, which may also be the main goal of Huang Tiantong's collection. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then gave up grasping the flashing enlightenment, and withdrew his mind. This is. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan's face moved slightly. I just scanned all the cheats here, and I didn't find anything at first, but just now Chu Yan seemed to find something different. 9 secret books. It doesn't mean that if you want to pass the test, you have to choose the right 9 secret books. The reason for choosing the secret book is not told clearly, but just let the choice. Chu Yan was thinking, and at the same time, his eyes swept over the cheat books again. Since there is no standard, then follow my own standard. Afterwards, Chu Yan picked up the resurrection technique and began to flip through it. The power of rules is considered the top-level method of the Tao in the Invincible Realm, and this technique of rebirth is for the strong in the Invincible Realm to practice the Tao of rules. Next, Chu Yan chose 3 schools of swordsmanship, 1 school of meditation, 1 school of soul, and so on. Let's start. With 9 cheat books in front of him, Chu Yan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend. The comprehension of a secret book is an extremely difficult process for a cultivator. If it has a foundation, such as the systematically integrated secret book among the sect forces, it is even better. But the 9 selected by Chu Yan are almost all cheats without any foundation and experience, so it is extremely difficult to practice. But for Chu Yan, that's all. Time is passing by, half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. It takes a very long time to practice a secret book. It may take several months for ordinary practitioners. This has a lot to do with the realm of cultivation. It will take at least 3 months to half a year for brand new, untouched Dao cheats. And this time, the assessment given by Huang Tiantang is 9 gates. Calculated according to the average time, that is, it takes at least 3 years to complete all the cultivation. This is when everything goes well. During these half a month, Chu Yan didn't know what was going on outside. Except for him, the bet between Wan Tianxing and Feng Bugao actually ended in a draw. Because both of them have been eliminated and have already gone to the 4th floor for assessment. At present, only Chu Yan, Li Mubing and Daming Wudi are still in the 3rd test. When the names of the 3 and the results of the assessment appeared on the square, the entire martial arts conference was filled with excitement. In fact, it's not just the martial arts conference. Because of the martial arts conference, the news of the 3 of them has begun to spread, sweeping the entire continent along with the participation of many forces in the martial arts conference. In this martial arts tournament, 3 seeded contestants were born. For these, it has nothing to do with Chu Yan. Even if it does, I am afraid Chu Yan is not interested at all. Fake name, what's the point? Now, at the speed of his practice of 1 secret book in 2 days, he has basically completed all 9 secret books. I have mastered the new 9 secret books and are integrating them, hoping to exert the greatest power. The power of these 9 secret books is probably not weaker than the General Zhangzhu secret book. This secret book can actually penetrate the world, which probably surpasses the existence of the pupil technique. Chu Yan was full of emotion. For a long time, cultivators, including himself, have used the pupil technique to explore the environment, but this secret book is to integrate the void and the earth, and the void world in the 10 directions. The art of exploration. At least so far, Chu Yan has never encountered any cultivator who has such a probing technique. Maybe Zhangzhu realm can do it, but Chu Yan doesn't know. Now that all the 9 secret books have been comprehended, what should be the next step? Chu Yan looked around, frowning slightly. It seems that after the comprehension is completed, it must be displayed to be considered complete. This is the only possibility. After all, you have finished comprehension. If you don't perform it, no one will know. This is an assessment, and there will naturally be an evaluation result. Only after you perform it can you judge whether you have really comprehended. Go to heaven. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the Dharma seals rushed around like thunder, and suddenly found that the fluctuation frequency of the void had changed. One-line sword fight. Ming Lei Wan Dao. One after another, the exercises were continuously displayed, and the whole hall was full of true energy. After all the 9 exercises were performed, an astonishing scene happened. In the entire hall, all the bookshelves and secret books collapsed and turned into countless stars, flying in all directions, as if everything had turned into dust, filling the void. Boom! The sky was full of fire, igniting these voids, as if in a sea of flames, lighting up the whole world. In the sea of flames, rays of light rose up and turned into a series of spirit seals fused together to form a special spirit seal. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. #C3930 Daofeng Secret Book. Congratulations fellow Daoist, you have achieved an excellent rating. The old voice echoed throughout the hall, and all the visions disappeared in an instant, returning to calm. Then, a powerful breath descended from the sky, wrapped around Chu Yan, and disappeared on the spot. When Chu Yan opened his eyes, he saw a figure standing in front of him. Haha, brother is amazing, passed so quickly. Damning Wudi looked at Chu Yan with a calm smile on his face, as if he was not surprised at all that Chu Yan passed the excellent evaluation. Of course, my brother, what problem can there be? On the other side were the deacon and Li Mubing. Li Mubing looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered twice, and he nodded slightly. This time only the three of you have reached the excellent assessment. They will start the 4th level assessment, which will take about 3 days. The deacon smiled, looked at the three of them, and explained. As for the three of you, I, Emperor Heaven, have opened up this hidden pavilion for you. Please do as you please. Raising his hand and pointing to the main hall in front of him, he spoke to the three of them. When the 5th floor assessment starts, I will come and notify the three of you. When Damning Wudi heard this, he immediately expressed reluctance, and said, What's the use of this poor place, you Tibetan pavilions? I'm not interested, can you leave? At this time, Damning is invincible, and his mentality has long changed. Originally participating in the martial arts conference, I wanted to use the Tibetan pavilion of the Emperor Heaven to create exercises for my will. But now, he got the blade of will from Chu Yan, and he is no longer interested in other exercises. It can be said that he does not believe at all that there is a willpower method on this continent that is more suitable for him than the blade of will. Therefore, it will be a big deal if he can practice the blade of will well during this period of time. Whoever has the time to waste on your rags has to find them by himself, troublesome. Hearing what Damning Invincible said, the deacon smiled as before, and said, This may not work. The martial arts conference is at a critical moment, and the three are the most important contestants. At the same time, the 5th level assessment is about to begin. In order to prevent it from happening an accident, so the three must not leave this place if something happens. Dream Invincible didn't wait for him to finish, and waved directly. If you don't let go, stop talking nonsense. Turning around and looking at Chu Yan, he said, Brother Suyu, I'm going to continue practicing, let's talk later. Li Mubing bowed slightly to the deacon and Chu Yan, then turned and left. Deacon, is this 5th level of assessment very important? Chu Yan heard the meaning of the deacon's long words just now, and it is obvious that there is something special about this 5th level assessment. Oh? You don't know? The deacon looked at Chu Yan and said in surprise. It seems that this is really your first time participating in a martial arts tournament. The meaning of what he said was relatively reserved. He originally meant to say that a cultivator like Chu Yan is really capable of casual cultivating. I don't know anything about the martial arts conference. It's like this. After the 5th level of the martial arts conference, the internal assessment method will be ended and it will be changed to a public viewing ceremony. At that time, all cultivators will be able to enter the interior of the Emperor's Heaven to observe the last level of the ceremony. In this way, if any cultivator wins the first place at that time, or if he has some insights in the assessment and directly breaks through the bottleneck of cultivation, he will definitely become famous all over the world. This is also a good momentum for my martial arts conference, and it is also beneficial to the cultivators. It is an absolute win-win situation. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan understood what Huang Tiantang meant, and didn't ask any more questions. A breakthrough in the bottleneck of cultivation. Those who can make it to the 5th level of assessment are probably top-level powerhouses, and most of them are invincible powerhouses. The breakthrough mentioned by the director should refer to the breakthrough from the invincible realm to the Zhongzhu realm. A martial arts tournament can break through the invincible realm to the Zhongzhu realm. Judging from what the deacon said, it seems that this has happened before, so Huang Tiantang can treat him as a matter, instead of facing it as an accident. Don't let them leave, let them study hard here, I'm afraid they are all preparing for this matter. This is easy to understand. The strongest in the world is the Zhongzhu realm, and a martial arts conference can produce a strong Zhongzhu realm, how powerful it is. In this way, more cultivators will naturally be attracted to participate in the martial arts conference, and at the same time, they will be more convinced of Huang Tiantang. With these foundations, Huang Tiantang can continue to develop and realize their own goals. Chu Yan bid farewell to the deacon and walked towards several rooms in the main hall. In this hall, by coincidence, there were exactly 3 rooms, and Li Mubing and Daming Wudi each occupied one room, so Chu Yan went directly to the last room. What makes Chu Yan a little doubtful is whether the cheats in the 3 rooms are repeated or different. Or, Huang Tiantang will place different cheats according to the different situations of the 3 of them, producing tailor-made effects. This Emperor's Paradise is not bad. Chu Yan stepped into the room, and the door closed automatically. Unfortunately, there is no way to compete with that Li Mubing. According to historical records, the first place in this martial arts conference is Li Mubing. Of course, if it wasn't for him, the rules of space wouldn't have made me and Daozu Xiutian the number 1. The cultivators of later generations will leave their names in the ancient history, and the probability of this happening is basically 0. Unless the rules of time and space do not exist, or completely ignore him. Under these impossible circumstances, the possibility of Li Mubing becoming the number 1 is also 100%. Heaven, Holy Land. The figure of Emperor Zhongzhu appeared in the Holy Land, followed by 3 figures. The aura of these 3 people is extremely strong, and they are the 3 giants of the Zhongzhu realm. Brother, you are good at everything, the only bad thing is laziness, let us old guys work. Emperor Tianzong helplessly shook his head. Haha, Hall Master, why didn't you say this in front of him? Maybe he will change it. The 3 Zhongzhu realm powerhouses all had smiles on their faces. Change? Let's forget it, I might as well expect something else, it might be realistic, right? Emperor Zhongzhu shook his head suddenly, with a bitter expression on his face. Stop talking, let's get started. Emperor Zhongzhu put away the smile on his face, and said righteously. Immediately afterwards, a powerful breath erupted from him, like a vast ocean, surging in all directions. At this time, the seals of his hands were constantly changing, shattered and then recondensed, repeating over and over again. The only result is to make that handprint more solid. Heaven and earth are boundless, Daofeng's secret book, open. The Emperor Zongtian let out a soft drink, and the whole world went dark in an instant. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3931 Tianyu Peak. A secret book rises from the ground, it is extremely huge, exceeding the height of 100 feet. This is an ordinary book, but it has a mountain-like shape, which makes people look up to it. On the writing, there is no text as the name of the book, not even a symbol. However, when it completely appeared above the void, a faint breath appeared, but even the surrounding void was ups and downs. This is the treasure of the Emperor's Heaven. Daofeng Book. It is such a book that makes all the powerful people in the world and countless sect forces envious of it. However, when Emperor Zhongzhu and the other 3 Kang lords looked at the sealed book of Taoism, they had bitter expressions on their faces. How many years have passed, the Daofeng Book is still the Daofeng Book, nothing has changed. 3. Let's start the layout. With a heavy heart, Huang Tianzong spoke. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a flash. The assessment of the 4th floor of the martial arts conference has ended. There were 290 practitioners participating in the assessment on this floor, and only 40 of them passed the assessment in the end. Both Feng Bugao and Wan Tianxing successfully passed the assessment, and now only Xiutian Daozu is still continuing. Is it the 5th floor soon? Yes, the elder just said that the 5th level of assessment will start in a few hours. This 5th floor is probably prepared for that Suyu and Daming Wudi, we have no hope. Now we'll see if we can grab the ranking, even if it's 3rd place. That Suyu, does he have a chance to be number one? It's hard to say. It seems that his strength is invincible with damning, some fight it. Many cultivators around are watching and discussing with each other. The forces of all parties are constantly stationed. According to the rules of the Emperor's Heaven, when the 4th floor ends and the 5th floor begins, they can be made public. Therefore, some of these forces came to inquire about the situation and obtain information, while some directly opened the market. Various bets and odds are quickly arranged and opened according to the information they collect. This time, Huangtian ancient city quickly became lively. At this time a group of cultivators were waiting in the square where Feng Bugao and the others were, and suddenly they felt a monstrous aura sweeping over. When everyone looked up, they saw the Emperor Cangzhu and the 3 Cangzhu realm bosses coming across the sky and landing on the square. Dear friends, congratulations on passing the 4th level assessment. No matter what the final result is, or what the ranking is, I believe that everyone will gain something. In the future, the Martial Dao Conference in Huangtangtang will be held again. We sincerely hope that everyone can get, when the ranking is reached, enter the Tibetan Pavilion of the Emperor's Paradise. Emperor Songtian spoke with a faint smile on his face. This sound was like a Sanskrit sound, reaching the ears of every cultivator in the city, making everyone feel a sense of spiritual upliftment. Even the unhappiness and entanglement caused by various reasons before, under such Sanskrit sounds, they are all enlightened in an instant. It's almost time. The most anticipated thing at this time, I believe you are the same as me, who will become the number one. Speaking of this, the Emperor Songtian waved his hand, took out an axe and Taoist weapon, and slashed at the void. Click! The entire sky split open, and dazzling mysterious lights, with colorful colors poured out from the cracks, but the cracks were like a door to the sky, constantly opening. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes, and saw that behind the gate of the sky was an extremely huge space world. In that independent world, there are immortal beasts and spirit birds, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and peaks and spiritual seas. It is like a fairyland, where the holy place is located. All fellow Taoists who have passed the 4th level, please get ready. Those who have not yet completed the 4th level, please hurry up. The deacon came out, stood in front of the crowd, and announced loudly. Let's go. It's time. Is it finally time to start now? Hope this time there are bigger gains. Let's go. Various voices sounded, and a cultivator flew towards the gate of the sky with excitement, like a shooting star across the sky. Such meteor clusters attracted more cultivators with envious expressions on their faces. It seems that this year's martial arts conference has more people passing than before. A voice sounded, which attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned their heads to look. Dream is invincible. Everyone who saw the speaker was damning Wudi, and beside him were Chu Yan and Li Mubing. Friend Su. When Feng Bugao and Xiaoshu saw Chu Yan, they rushed over excitedly. Chu Yan glanced at the sky, and saw that the cultivators in the meteor group were basically the more famous ones before, and the ones that Feng Bugao had introduced to him at the beginning. However, Ling Wanqing and Xiao Shantian were no longer among them. Great Dream Invincible did a great job. Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at damning Wudi, and smiled slightly, but the other party shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression on his face. Anyway, he was just working for Huang Tiantang, and he got paid, so he didn't care so much. Everyone, please follow me. Emperor Songtian looked at Chu Yan and the others, and then flew towards the gate of the sky after speaking. Soon, the figures of several people passed through the gate of the sky and entered the independent world. This? Chu Yan and others looked around, and their faces were shocked. I saw that this piece of heaven and earth was vast and boundless, and a tall city towered above the sky and fell on the top of the mountain. In addition, the aura of heaven and earth in this world is astonishingly rich. This is obviously not a normal aura of heaven and earth. It is obviously a spiritual aura of heaven and earth that has been deliberately raised after many means of arrangement. No matter how rich the aura is, Chu Yan is very clear that the richer the aura of heaven and earth, the resources and price to pay are probably two parts of it. Some big forces on the mainland will arrange a secret place or holy place like this to facilitate the cultivation of geniuses and powerhouses. However, it has never been heard of that one force will elevate an independent world to such a terrifying heaven and earth aura. Not every force can afford such resources and price. How rich is it? Chu Yan believed that if he could practice here for half a year, he might be able to break through to the peak of invincibility. Everyone, this is a good place. I can assure you that only my Emperor's heaven has such a place in the entire God's domain continent. Emperor Tian Songzhu introduced with a proud face, and at the same time raised his finger to those mountains in the distance. There is the biggest secret book of my Emperor's heaven, named Tian Yufeng. With it, you can test the talent of geniuses in any realm. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled. According to Huang Tiantong's meaning, is the fifth level of assessment a test of talent? According to the difficulty of the first 4 floors, Chu Yan and the others thought that the 5th floor would be more difficult, but they didn't expect it, it was just a simple test. But, it's really that simple. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3932 Qingshi. This 5th floor tests martial arts talent. What is the purpose of testing? And after the test? Just to get first place and get some rewards. It is impossible for Chu Yan to believe that Huang Tiantang would be so boring. Moreover, the thousands of people who came to participate in the martial arts conference were basically geniuses and masters from various sects, and they all came for the Tibetan pavilion of the Emperor's heaven. Without a bit of competence and confidence, I will not come to the martial arts conference. But now, among these thousands of people, the few people here and the dozens of people below who have passed the 4-level assessment can basically be said to be the top geniuses and masters in the God's domain continent. Some people like this can't meet the requirements of the Emperor's heaven. Guys, let me tell you in advance that every martial Dao conference held in the Emperor's heaven is a test of talent at the 5th floor, but this year's session is a little different. I hope you will be happy to find out and don't let us do it. So much effort for nothing. I believe you will like it. Emperor Tian Songzhu smiled brightly, but his eyes shone slightly as he looked at everyone. Senior Huang Tian, it's useless to say these things, let's start directly. Damning Wudi was still the same, with an impatient expression on his face. Is it interesting to engage in this kind of psychological warfare? Here are all geniuses and masters, not those fools. Such a test of will is meaningless at all, it is a waste of time. So boring. Hee, you kid. Emperor Tian Songzhu didn't seem to be angry that damning Wudi disrupted his release, but smiled instead. Okay, let's get started. Among those of you who pass the 4th level, there will be a first place winner, and the others will be tied for second place according to the rules of the martial arts tournament. Leave the judgment to us old fellows. You just need to put your all into it and give full play to your strength and talent. It's very simple. Deacon, I'll leave it to you. After the Emperor gave an order, the deacon stood up and began to announce. Now, according to the names I reported, enter Tianyu Peak 1 by 1. First place, Li Mubing. As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of some people in the audience froze for an instant, and they all looked at Li Mubing. This is not the first martial arts conference held in Huangshentang, on the contrary, it has been held many times, so naturally there are some experiences and rules that will not change. For example, the order of appearance on the 5th floor is basically the order that is arranged after strict evaluation. The purpose of Huang Tiantong's doing this is to inspire everyone to fight and explode, so as to break such laws and experiences. Although this kind of psychological stimulation is useless to most ordinary cultivators, and they will accept their fate more, but it often has unexpected effects on some top geniuses and masters. This is also Huang Tiantian's own experience, so he deliberately arranged it this way. However, for those cultivators outside, they only looked at the surface. When they heard that Li Mubing was the first to appear, they naturally thought that according to the experience of previous balance conferences, the first to appear was basically the last one, accounting for 90%. Impossible. Has he surpassed Dream Invincible? I'm not mistaken, he seems to be a god king, he is the first to appear. It's impossible for this person to be strong. Huang Tiantang puts more emphasis on talent, so his talent is terrifyingly strong. Damn it, I made a wrong bet. Can I change it now? This person, I'm afraid his background is not simple. Background is useless. This Emperor Heaven is the least optimistic about the background. Even their own people are basically eliminated. Quick! Spread the news. In less than 10 breaths, the entire ancient city of Huangtian was boiling. Li Mubing. Dream Invincible looked at the young man in the God King realm, his eyes shone slightly. When the third-level assessment of Huang Tiantang was conducted before, the Emperor Santian had told him to take care of this Li Mubing. At that time, Daming Wudi saw that he was only at the level of a God King, but subconsciously thought that this person was very talented and his cultivation was too weak, so the Emperor would deliberately release water on him. But now it seems that I still underestimated this person's talent, which may have exceeded my imagination. This is no longer water. At this point, Huang Tiantang's gang of stubborn old men may have already made up their minds, or else they would hide Li Mubing in a low-key manner like those before. This time, he was directly pushed to the cusp of the storm, and he must be absolutely sure. She would only act like this after all the arrangements had been made, but this Li Mubing, what was going on? Why, I couldn't see anything from the beginning to the end. This is a bit interesting. With Daming Wudi's current strength and identity, there are really not many things that can interest him. But this time at the martial arts conference, he met two at once, the brother Suyu he just met before, and now there is another Li Mubing. Li Mubing. His name has been left in history. Chu Yan stood there, glanced at Li Mubing, and smiled slightly. However, his eyes flashed the same light as Daming Wudi, but it's a pity, this is the ancient times, it would be great if it was in later generations. Such an opponent is exactly what he needs. But now, limited by time and space rules, it may not be possible to fight with all our strength, how can this not be a pity? At this time, Li Mubing, the core of all attention, didn't respond at all, as if he didn't know anything, and couldn't perceive any other attention. After raising his hand and saluting, he flew towards Tianyu Peak. From his departure to his disappearance, along the way, his expression and eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. Second place, Daming is invincible. The third place, Suyu. Fourth. As if he didn't feel it, the deacon read the names one after another. These subsequent names did not cause any fluctuations at all. The special rules of the martial arts tournament determine that each martial arts tournament can only have one winner. Half an hour later, above Yutian Peak. Martial Arts Conference, 5th Floor Assessment, beginning. The chief deacon made a seal with his hands, and when he waved it, half of the sky roared. In an instant, the entire mountain peak seemed to come alive, and the aura released surged into the sky, like a group of giants standing there, roaring upwards at the same time. Chu Yan's mind vibrated instantly. At this time, he was sitting on Tianyu Peak, and he didn't feel anything at first, but at the moment just now, an endless frenzy surged from the mountain peak, enveloping him like sea water in an instant. It was as if he was immersed in a piece of sea water, but he couldn't see it at all. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. 0 reading mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C3934 Sanctification of the Flesh. Chu Yan concentrated all his willpower together to attack these clouds and mountains. But after trying a few times, I couldn't shake it at all. In a flash, Chu Yan appeared on top of a cloud peak, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate. Soon, Chu Yan discovered the difference. He found these cloud peaks, and as his comprehension progressed, the surrounding sea of clouds began to disappear, but the peaks became clearer and taller. This feeling is more clear and obvious than at the beginning of comprehension. In other words, Chu Yan seems to have entered a higher level of comprehension, which is completely beyond comparison at the beginning. Moreover, these Yunfangs seem to have spirits, and there is a trace of obvious thoughts in them, gathering in Yunfeng, trying to fuse with Chu Yan's body. This feeling is as if someone is staring at him, watching his every move. Chu Yan was very surprised by this discovery, but extremely disgusted. It's up to you. After a long time, Chu Yan felt relieved and ignored it. After all, this is the Holy Land of Emperor Heaven's enlightenment. Naturally, there are monitoring methods, and it is impossible for all practitioners to achieve enlightenment. However, Chu Yan also gradually understood that these monitoring forces may also be Huang Tiantong's evaluation method for talent assessment. If he wants to completely cut off these monitoring forces, he may not even be able to participate in the talent assessment in the end. Enlightenment continued. Chu Yan stopped concentrating, and used 90% of his willpower to proceed. Among them, behind the cultivators, those visionary rocks began to change, some changed in color, some changed in size, and some even turned into two-winged rocks. In any case, the vision masters behind most of the cultivators are improving, and they are obviously much stronger than at the beginning. At this time, behind the three seed players, Chu Yan, Li Mubing and Daming Wudi, they were still calm and there was no movement. Of course, this is only the external situation seen by ordinary cultivators, but for Chu Yan, earth-shaking changes have taken place in his sea of consciousness world at this time. On top of Yunfeng, Chu Yan was like a rock at this moment, motionless. But his figure is at the foot of the mountain, and he is slowly walking towards the top of the mountain step by step. And every step he takes, his figure will become blurry, and when he lifts his feet forward again, his figure will become solid again. Between the virtual and the real, Chu Yan's state of mind and will are undergoing great changes. Even at the end, Chu Yan himself turned into Yunfeng, looking at the figure who was climbing, with a puzzled expression on his face. He didn't even know who the other party was. The mountain is oneself, and the mountaineering is also oneself, but sometimes, the mountain is not oneself, and the climber does not know who it is. This mysterious feeling made Chu Yan deeply involved. And when the figure climbed to the top of the mountain and looked up at the sky, a feeling of being in the sky and the earth spontaneously arose. Heaven, earth and sky. It represents the beginning of all things. As the saying goes, one element produces two forms transform into four phenomena, and four phenomena transform into all things. So, that's how it feels. After an unknown amount of time, the figure standing on the top of the mountain looked up to the sky and sighed. At this moment, Chu Yan finally had an epiphany. The path of a cultivator is walking against the sky, just like this journey to the sky, step by step, constantly climbing, never ending. But the closer you get to the heaven, earth and sky, the easier it is to lose yourself in this world. Just like when you climbed a mountain before, you are the mountain, and the mountain may also be yourself, and you will never know that step will make you completely lost. Whether it is talent or aptitude, it just makes you take one more step and one less step. How far you go, and why you go, are completely different. Only after knowing yourself and knowing this world, can you never get lost on the road against the sky. To be strong, to recognize oneself clearly, and to walk with a heavy burden is the path of practice against the sky. At this moment of Chu Yan, the entire sea of consciousness is clear, without any distracting thoughts at all, as if the whole soul has been sublimated. Under this sublimation, let Chu Yan subconsciously lift his foot and step towards the sky. This is not a trip to the sky using true qi, kung fu, and other means. There is no aura on his body, and there is no aura of skills and kung fu. The legendary, the sanctification of the flesh. Step by step, keep moving forward, as if the mind is fused with the sky and the earth, but the body is walking in the sky. At this time, Chu Yan had no assessment in his heart, no yunfeng, no emperor list, only emptiness like dust. Walking and walking, it seems that the sky is endless, and he is an ascetic with his heart towards the sky, moving forward without stopping. In the end, that figure disappeared into the sky, and there was no more figure. The endless world seemed to be injected with a force, as if a little bit of ultimate power was contained. After entering the calm sea, it finally started to cause the roar of the sea. First, the colorful brilliance, centered on that point, spread towards the entire sky at an astonishing speed. Like ripples, they spread out like water ripples, spreading farther and farther away. But after waiting for 10 breaths, those scattered ripples of light echoed back from a distance, and all gathered towards the place where the figure was. In an instant, all the rays of light between the sky, the earth, and the sky seemed to have returned to the figure, and became radiant, like a star rising in the east. Between the heaven and the earth, the mighty tide is like a tide, and the golden wheel rushes into the night. At this moment, in Huangtian ancient city, there is movement. Look! A cry of astonishment resounded in an instant among the watching crowd in the city. Everyone was startled when they heard the sound, and they all raised their heads to look at Tianyu Peak in the sky, and saw Chu Yan, Li Mubing and Daming Wudi, a golden light rising from the three of them at the same time, as if a golden glow came from a point in the east. Light up and spread towards the sky. At this moment, even if Jinping appeared behind the other cultivators on Tianyu Peak, they could not compare with the golden glow behind these three people. They were instantly suppressed and became dim. The three of them have finally used it. I don't know what level of vision it will cause. In the previous Martial Dao conference, there was a 7th level Jinping. I guess the three of them will definitely produce a 7th level Jinping. Very likely, no matter which one of these three, I am afraid that they are not weaker than those geniuses in the past. That's it. At this moment, all eyes were on Li Mubing and the three of them. Moreover, no matter it was the cultivators of Manching, even the emperor, the head of the deacon and other big bosses all looked at the three of them. The golden light is still rising, occupying a larger and larger area of the sky, almost reaching the point of overwhelming the sky. After hundreds of breaths, start. Chirp. 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 An incomparably clear cry resounded through the heavens and the earth. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3933 Sun, Moon and Universe. The mysterious power impacted Chu Yan's mind, and everything in front of him, including everything touched by his spiritual consciousness, changed. Tian Yufeng, and all the scenes I had seen just now, all disappeared, replaced by a brand new sea of clouds. Standing on the clouds and looking around, Chu Yan operated the pupil technique and insight technique to observe the surroundings. This sea of clouds seemed to have no boundaries and was empty. After Chu Yan inspected it carefully, he found nothing. Stepping out with one step, the sea of clouds under his feet fluctuated like water ripples. Violence. Chu Yan yelled lightly, turned lightly, and his true energy blasted out like thunder, hitting the surrounding sea of clouds. Boom, boom. A violent sound spread, and the clouds instantly rioted under the powerful force, roaring like a huge wave. No abnormalities. Chu Yan has been observing, no matter whether it is spiritual consciousness, pupil technique or whole method, he has not found anything. There is only violent power around, picking up the clouds, rolling like huge waves. the fifth floor seems to be a real test of talent. Now, Chu Yan finally believed Huang Tiantong's words, and after taking a deep breath, his whole body restrained instantly. In the blink of an eye, with Chu Yan sitting cross-legged, with his body as the center, the violent clouds and waves around him instantly calmed down, as if a giant hand was brushing over the violent clouds, and everything that passed by returned to the original state. Early. Begin to understand. After the mind returned to calm, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness began to function, and the power of will spread to the surrounding world. In the next breath, an amazing scene appeared. In the calm sea of clouds, traces of cloud lines visible to the naked eye gathered from all sides, like a huge spider web rushing towards Chu Yan. In an instant, all these spider threads poured into Chu Yan's body and disappeared. However, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged there, didn't feel the slightest, as if he couldn't feel anything pouring into his body at all. But as time became unbalanced, Chu Yan's comprehension became deeper and deeper, and the sea of clouds and spiderwebs under him turned into a cloud mirror, and various visions kept flickering on the mirror surface. Not bad. This Emperor's paradise is really extraordinary. Chu Yan secretly said in his heart, and 90% of his willpower sank into it. This is a good opportunity. For Chu Yan, it has been a long time since he has tested his martial arts talent, and during this period of time, Chu Yan has gained a lot, so he just took this opportunity to test it out. Time returned to calm, and the entire ancient city of Huangtian gradually fell silent, as if the world had turned into silence. All the cultivators in Huangtian ancient city closed their breaths and focused their attention. All eyes were on Tianyu Peak, waiting. On the sea of clouds above Tianyu Peak, one after another figures sat down cross-legged one after another, and all of them began to comprehend. Just after the world was completely quiet, less than an hour later, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Chirp! A startling cry sounded, and the golden rock broke through the sea of clouds, rushing towards the sky like a divine bird going out to sea, and the sky was filled with golden light. The rock's wings spread out to a width of more than 10 feet, which is close to the size of a small building. The golden light enveloped a radius of 10 miles, and the large sea of clouds turned golden. The vision is coming. Someone attracted Jin Peng. It's so fast. In less than an hour, this person's talent is amazing. It's the first one, why worry? I'm afraid there are stronger ones. That's right, just wait and see. The cultivators in Huangtian ancient city looked at the big rock with pairs of eyes, and all of them looked excited. Sure enough, before their discussion subsided, above the sea of clouds in Tianyu Peak, as if attracted by the previous rock, one after another rocks rushed out of the sea of clouds and soared into the sky. These rocks are gold, silver, fiery red, purple, and even three-color and multicolored, reflecting the entire sky into colorful colors. Roaring rocks soaring in the sky. It seems that they are competing with each other, and no one will obey the other. However, these visionary rocks did not fly randomly, but concentrated in the sky above the heads of each cultivator, indicating the affiliation of each family. Constantly vibrating its wings, it fanned out the air that filled the sky. For a moment, it seemed as if a group of birds of heaven occupied the sky, suppressing all the rays of the sun in the sky. At this time, in Huangtian ancient city, everyone was watching, and those who placed bets were selling like crazy. What does this Dupeng anomaly mean? Why are all the odds different? A cultivator who came to watch the martial arts conference for the first time asked in amazement. His cultivation is only at the God King realm, because the current number 1 seed, Li Mubing, is also at the God King realm, which makes them, the cultivators of the God King realm, almost all lean towards Li Mubing. Haha, the assessments of the martial arts conference are basically the same, although there are often some changes, but that's it. The assessment on the 5th floor is the talent assessment, and Tianyu Peak is the main assessment place. For a relatively large handicap, the owner generally closed the bet, and at the same time answered with a smile on his face. I don't know why, this year's martial arts conference, the handicap gains are much greater than before, which makes him feel much better, and he is even willing to answer some newcomers' questions. And those who are in the business of favors are most willing to answer these questions. These cultivators are comparing themselves to comprehend visions. This is just the beginning, and the color of Dapeng's visions can be used to distinguish different levels of talent. Ordinary color levels, that is, the silver and gold color of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue. Of course, above this, the only ones that can decide the real ranking are the two top-level visions of the sun, the moon, and the universe. Only then can the decision be made. For these two visions, I am afraid that only Li Mubing, Daming, and Su Yu will have hope this year. How about it, do you want to make another bet on the spot? After listening to these explanations, the newcomer to the Divine King realm immediately let go, and after making a random bet, he continued to ask. Senior, according to what you said, the result is determined by the vision, but now most of the cultivators have aroused the vision, but the three you mentioned, why are there no movements at all? Hearing this, the owner immediately laughed. Little brother, don't worry, this is another secret, the three of them. Just as they were talking, the great rock visions in the distant sky and sea of clouds suddenly returned to the sky above the cultivator's head, flapping their wings continuously. On the other side, Chu Yan sat there cross-legged, but the void behind him was calm and there was nothing. However, apart from himself, no one knew that at this time, his heart was probably 10 times more excited than the scene here. At this moment, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world has completely changed, becoming exactly the same as the entire Tianyu Peak, and a mighty cloud sea mountain peak appeared. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3935 Heaven and Earth Tonghui. With a swish, a golden light emerged, like a little golden starlight, outlining a shape in the sky. Then came the next point, which was also sketched quickly, and soon the first point of golden light was outlined, which looked like a feather. It was as if it had aroused everything in the whole body, bit by bit, piece by piece, continuously appearing in the void behind the three of them, turning into pieces of golden feathers, and more were still emerging and outlined. Soon, everyone could discover that this was the figure of an incomparably huge golden rock, like the top of a mountain and the sky, and the area of the sky occupied by the three golden rocks definitely exceeded half. Also because of their appearance, the entire Huangtian ancient city, within 1,000 miles turned into a golden world. This time, on the entire Tianyu Peak, the light of all the great rock visions of other cultivators was completely suppressed by these three behemoth-like golden rocks, and more than 90% of their light was lost. Moreover, the appearance of these three golden rocks made all the rocks of other practitioners seem to become subjects, and they were like ants in front of the three golden rocks who were like the king of heaven and earth. This. In Huangtian ancient city, although all cultivators know that these three are very strong. But when they saw this vision, they were completely shocked, which had exceeded their previous predictions. The three king-like Jinpeng stand on the clouds of Tianyu Peak, as if they are the real masters of heaven and earth. Pengyu turned into reality, the king of heaven and earth. Such a vision, Jin Peng, has not appeared on Tianyu Peak in Huangtian ancient city for many years. But now, three statues suddenly appeared. These three people were so terrifying that they completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Great! Really good. Emperor Tian Songzhu's face had already blossomed with a smile, like a huge peony in full bloom, and the smile was full of flowers. Just because others don't dare to guess expectations doesn't mean he doesn't dare. He has been looking forward to this scene for a long time, even from the first level of assessment, he has been looking forward to it, waiting hard. Sure enough, it's finally here. Originally, I thought that Li Mubing had at least a 70% chance, and Dream Invincible had a 50% chance, but now it seems that the three seeds have all reached such a level. This is definitely a super unexpected surprise. Damning, you have been doing well in the past few years. You should have a lot of opportunities, otherwise your talent and aptitude would not have improved so much. Standing in the void, beside Emperor Xongtian, a figure emerged, and when he spoke, he was also pleasantly surprised. It was none other than the Huntian Bangling who had appeared before. However, what I didn't expect is that Suyu has also reached it. This is really a bit of a surprise. Huntian Bangling's eyes were shining with strange light, staring at Chu Yan on Tianyu Peak. There was a hint of doubt in this look, as well as curiosity and hesitation. Suyu's performance once again exceeded people's expectations. In this case, this kid can be considered. Did you see it? Huang Tian Songzhu turned his head to look at Huntian Bangling, and asked. It's not a problem for those who come from the land of 10,000 origins. If they can be cultivated and really grow up, there may be a chance to break that shackle in the future. Hearing the words, Huntian Bangling nodded involuntarily, and at the same time murmured softly, not bad. Not bad, it's time to observe carefully. Cultivation and talent are only one aspect, the most important thing is the problem of heart, which is the key. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Xongtian also nodded. Good. In God's domain continent, there are countless geniuses. Although there are not many top talents and aptitudes, some will always appear every once in a while. Therefore, there is no shortage of geniuses, what is lacking is talents that can be used to great effect. This is called chance. While the two were chatting, Li Mubing, Daming and Chu Yan were on Tianyu Peak, and their comprehension was still going on. Visions are constantly changing. Next breath. All the golden lights between the sky and the earth went dark instantly, as if the sun was setting and it was going to be dark. On the cloud peak where the three of them sat cross-legged, a little bit of light lit up from the cloud peak, turning into a golden tide, sweeping across the sky, picking up a large piece of golden light, and sweeping in all directions. Chirping chirps rang out, and all the cultivators' Jinpeng anomalies swept by the tides of the three cloud peaks began to chirp, as if they had become extremely excited, and the strange light on their bodies also began to increase. In such a situation, the faces of all cultivators froze fiercely, and their mouths opened wider and wider. Because they saw 3 suns and 3 crescent moons rising above the cloud peaks at the same time, illuminating the sky and the earth. The sun, and the moon share the same brilliance. Oh my God, what a vision that the sun and the moon shine together. Oh my God, the 3 sun and moon with the same brilliance appeared together. The 3 of them are the sun and the moon shining together. How is this possible? There are 3 at once. It's too ridiculous. Too strong. They are terrifyingly strong. Not only did they appear at the same time, but they also appeared at almost the same time, which shows that the 3 of them are completely comparable. This time, it's exciting to watch. Great luck. All kinds of exclamations from the ancient city of Huangtian rang together, everyone's voices were trembling, and they couldn't believe what they saw. You have to remember that there is no such thing as great luck. The road to martial arts cultivation depends on your own efforts, including talent and aptitude. As long as you work hard, you can improve. Some elders of Chongzong began to teach the geniuses in the sect, admonishing them. This martial arts tournament, no matter what your rank is or whether you have gained anything, you should watch it attentively now and listen carefully to my teachings. Don't think that the 3 of them have better luck and opportunities than you. The 3 sun and moon Tonghui appeared in the same class and at almost the same time. This is enough to explain my words. Could it be that their luck is still exactly the same? There is only one possibility, that is, all 3 of them are working hard. If you want to beat the opponent, no one wants to lose. This is called, the cultivator must fight. Their current state is like 3 long-distance runners. When rushing to the finish line, they are all trying their best to exert their strength. That's why they are in such a stalemate. Do you understand? At this time, it is the time when all the hard work and dedication in normal times will be truly tested and rewarded. Having said that, the sect elder stopped, shook his head, and continued to turn his head to look at Tian Yufeng. What a pity. I'm so envious. Such a genius, why didn't he appear in his sect? Follow the elder's instruction. A group of sect geniuses and powerhouses hurriedly responded. Good. They naturally understood what the elder said, and they also knew the reason behind it. It's just that when they saw three such amazing and peerless geniuses that they had no chance of catching up, they would naturally think of chance and luck. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3936 Meet again. No matter how much the cultivators in Huangtian ancient city talk and envy, at this moment, Emperor Huangtian Songzhu and Huntian Bangling on the other side are still talking. Now is the time. Tell them the meaning of the 5th floor. As soon as Huntian Bangling finished asking, Huangtian Songzhu immediately slapped his head and said, I forgot, if you don't tell me, I won't even remember it. Hearing this, the corners of Huntian Bangling's eyes twitched violently a few times. The Hall Master of the Emperor's Heaven really has a big heart. Let me go and tell you. He opened his mouth with suspicious eyes, and before the Emperor Songtian could answer, Huntian Bangling flashed away and disappeared directly on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already reached the cloud peak of Tianyu Peak. Everyone, we meet again. A signature smile appeared on Huntian Bangling's face, and his voice was gentle like that of an elder. Who's that person? That person is the spirit of the hunting ranking list. Oh my God, the legendary Huntian list. In the ancient city of Huangtian, all the cultivators looked up in astonishment, and subconsciously looked up. When the identity of Huntian Bangling was exposed, there was a cry of astonishment, and everyone's fiery eyes were lit at the same time. Mixed list. For ordinary cultivators like them, that is almost an unattainable existence. At this time, most of the cultivators on Tianyu Peak reacted similarly to the ordinary cultivators in Huangtian ancient city. The Huntian Bang is mysterious, and the Huntian Bangling is even more mysterious. People who have seen him are rare. I have seen the seniors. A cultivator on Tianyu Peak opened his mouth to see the Tao. You're welcome, I'm here for only one purpose, and I'm here to tell you the mystery of this 5th level assessment. Having said that, all the vision cultivators behind them all looked up at Huntian Emperor Spirit with anticipation on their faces. Because everyone has triggered the vision, and there are still changes and improvements in the vision, so until now, no one really wants to give up the possibility of competing for the first place. Moreover, they are geniuses among geniuses, masters among masters. Even if they don't get the first place, experiencing such a challenge will be of great benefit to their martial arts growth. They managed to get here and walked up to Tianyu Peak, so they naturally hoped to gain something. And the key to this point is naturally above the mystery of the 5th floor. So far, none of them have discovered the real mystery about the 5th floor, including Chu Yan and the 3 of them. Everyone, this year's martial arts conference, I'm here for the whole process, which is different from the previous ones. At least in the previous ones, I won't be here to pay attention to the entire assessment process. Huntian Bangling continued, his eyes swept over every cultivator. Everyone has seen the appearance of the 3 geniuses. At present, the treasure of Emperor Heaven, the Daofeng secret book, has been opened. Daofeng secret book. Hearing these 4 words, everyone's eyes trembled in unison, and the sea of consciousness rumbled like thunder. The cultivators in Huangtian ancient city were all dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief all over their faces. Many of them have lived in the ancient city of Huangtian for a long time, so of course they know the treasure of Huangtian, the Daofeng Atlas. The fifth level of assessment is the most important in Huangshan. In the previous assessments, some heavy treasures and supreme treasures have been obtained, but what can be confirmed is that they have never produced. Daofeng Secret Book. It can even be said that the extent to which Huang Tiantang attaches great importance to the Daofeng Secret Book has basically never been revealed publicly. Even if some mainland giants want to borrow the best cheats at a very high price, it is completely impossible. Under such circumstances, Huang Tiantang suddenly took out the Daofeng Secret Book today, which naturally surprised everyone. This kind of secret book that only exists in the legends of the mainland, among the living people, there are only a handful of people who have seen it. Huntian Ranking. Daofeng Secret Book. All of them have appeared. This year's martial arts conference. Obviously different. A cultivator felt something and took a deep breath in his heart. One is accidental, two are coincidences, but if all three appear in a row, it is definitely not a matter of chance. First, the three geniuses inspired the vision of the sun and the moon shining together, then the Huntian list appeared, and now it is the secret book of Taoism. In this way, even a fool would know that something big is about to happen. Everyone has seen that the vision of Jinping and Yufeng appeared again this day, the vision of the sun and the moon shining together. This is a good thing. Ha ha ha. Huntian Bangling looked very happy, and laughed happily. Now with the Daofeng Secret Book, any Jinping vision will trigger a bigger vision after passing through the Daofeng Secret Book. The prerequisite is to get the approval of the Dao Book and Secret Book. Having said that, Huntian Bangling stopped, looked around with piercing eyes, and then continued. So, everyone should understand that there is only one way to get the first place in this year's martial arts conference, and that is to get the approval of the Daofeng Secret Book. Now let's start to look forward to it. Whoever can get the approval of the Daofeng Secret Book and inspire the Daofeng Secret Realm will not only benefit the instigator, but any cultivator within the scope of the Daofeng Secret Realm will also get the benefits. Great benefit. Moreover, this kind of benefit can still be superimposed, which means that the more practitioners who attract the Daofeng Secret Realm, the greater the benefits and gains. How is it? Do you feel all right? When these words came out, all the cultivators present were stunned. After being stunned for 10 breaths, the whole scene shook like a boiling tide. Oh my God! The power triggered by the Daofeng Secret Book. This sealed secret world is definitely a great opportunity. Haha, there is hope. The three of them, Li Mubing, Daming and Chu Yan, can all trigger the vision of the sun and the moon. If they can all trigger the Dao sealing secret realm, then the 3 layers will superimpose. This is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1, I am afraid it will be a 10-fold change. There is drama, there is drama, there is definitely drama. Everyone became extremely excited, and everyone shouted with excitement. They didn't expect that in this martial arts conference, they could still see the secret book of Dao Seal, and what's more precious is the chance to get the secret book of Dao Seal. If it was themselves, they might not give any hope, but now that there are 3 of them, Li Mubing, it is absolutely possible. Who would refuse to take advantage of this kind of thing? And this is 3 chances, one of them will succeed. The chances are great, the chances are absolutely great. Thinking of this, people including the people in Huangtian ancient city began to get excited, and they kept approaching the front, crowded, and it seemed that they all wanted to squeeze into the range of the Daofeng secret book. Anyway, no one knows the specific scope of the Daofeng secret realm, just squeeze forward. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3937, who is it? As time passed, everyone's eyes were red, staring at the 3 figures on Tianyu Peak. Li Mubing, Dream Invincible, and Chu Yan, their figures carried everyone's expectations at this time, and they were all the focus. And the 3 of them did not disappoint. In less than half an hour, the vision suddenly appeared. On the entire Tianyu Peak, the 3 rounds of sun and moon shine in the sky, illuminating the world into a world of golden light, covering an area as large as tens of thousands of miles. Some people speculate, some people expect that if the scope of the Daofeng secret book can be so large, it can cover the entire ancient city of Huangtian, and everyone can benefit. The 3 suns and the moon are shining together, that is the pinnacle of the talent test. Moreover, at this moment, Wan Tianxing and a casual cultivator actually triggered the vision of the universe, and the 2 Taiji diagrams revolved above their heads, evolving the vision of the myriad of stars. As a result, everyone expected more, and many people also paid attention to the 2 of them. Look, who can trigger the Daofeng secret book? This time everyone was relieved and began to wait patiently. 3 visions of the same brilliance of the sun and the moon, and 2 visions of the myriad phenomena of the universe, this adds up to 5, so what's the problem? It will definitely lead to the Daofeng secret book, and after being approved, it will lead out of the Daofeng secret realm. The Emperor Zhongzhu and Huntian Bangling above the Holy Land set up a wine table, and you drank 1 cup after another. This is a good mood, so naturally I want to drink a few glasses. But Li Mubing, Daming Wudi, and Chu Yan, who were on Tianyu Peak, didn't know these things at all, and they were all immersed in cultivation and comprehension. This situation is not right. At this time, Chu Yan looked puzzled and frowned. During this time, his sanctified body ascended into the sky and walked on the endless sky. All mortal illusions, are all seen through, and there is a new perception. But at this moment, the strange feeling in his heart reached its peak. Moreover, the sea of stars in front of my eyes is endless, and the vast sky has become extremely blurred. I could see clearly before, but now I can't see clearly at all. This feeling accumulated more and more, making his heart heavy. The feet no longer have the leisurely feeling of strolling in the garden, and they can't even lift them up to take another step forward. This is the real test. Chu Yan looked at the world in front of him and thought to himself. But, is it that simple and straightforward? This is the 5th level assessment of the martial arts conference, and even Daofeng's secret book is involved, is that all? Let's break this shackle first. Chu Yan's eyes are like gods, sitting there cross-legged, his eyes are shining and looking ahead, the eyes of gods are shining like the sun and the moon. The spiritual consciousness was swept away, gushed out of the sea of consciousness, scattered in the surrounding void, merged into the myriad of stars and seas, and began to contact this brand new world. At this moment, Chu Yan could feel a sense of oppression, as if trapped in quicksand, with no possibility of getting out. But this is not a problem for Chu Yan, he is very clear that this is the initial state. The first step is the hardest, but as long as you get out, it will naturally get better and better. After an hour, the feeling of deepness began to dissipate, and the world of stars and seas in front of me began to become clear. Moreover, the spiritual consciousness merged into the void, and began to feel like a fish entering the ocean, as smooth as a fish in water. Not long after, a nebula appeared in front of his eyes, blocking him so that he couldn't see clearly, and he didn't dare to step into it. These illusory resistances seemed to come from the same place. Chu Yan felt something in his heart, and his spiritual sense traveled far. To solve these, we must find the source, and then we can finally solve it. Sometimes, one needs to be patient when practicing. Chu Yan knows this truth, so he is not in a hurry and starts to practice quietly. Time goes by. I don't know how long it took, Chu Yan's whole mind was completely immersed in it, and he entered a state of complete comprehension. At this time, he, even if it was anything outside, could not affect him. Such opportunities are rare. After all, there is no need to worry about safety issues, and you can completely concentrate on enlightenment and cultivation. In the martial arts conference in Huangshentang, where there is a secret book of Tao, if there is any safety problem, then it will be a hell. Therefore, this is also a good opportunity for cultivation. At this time on Tianyu Peak, many cultivators have woken up from their cultivation, and their martial arts talent and aptitude have reached their limit. In the next few days, practitioners kept waking up one after another. But these are not important to the people watching the ceremony. After all, they all want to put their hopes on Chu Yan and 5 people. As for the others, there seem to be 5 or 6 people who have some hope and are still in the process of understanding. Someone has changed. Some people watching the ceremony noticed some changes and shouted. This year's martial arts conference seems to have a lot of geniuses and masters, and there are always miracles. On the other side, the backs of Chu Yan and the others also began to fluctuate, and a large piece of golden light rippled, surging like a tide, constantly sweeping towards the void. Is this going to be induced? It looks like it's going to succeed. The gazes of all the cultivators became excited at this moment, and all of them had their eyes glowing. This is a big event. If they arouse the Dingdanfang secret realm, they must be ready to reap these opportunities, which is a rare event in 1,000 years. Now it depends on who can do that step and trigger the secret book of Taoism. Whoever can induce it will naturally be number 1. Bastard, there is movement. Huang Tian Songzhu suddenly turned his head to look over, and said at the same time. That's right, I was approved by the Dingdanfang secret book at the same time as Li Mubing. These 2 surprised me. Hun Tian Bangling nodded in approval, with an expression of appreciation on his face. In his opinion, it is entirely possible that Daming and Suyu can arouse the recognition of the Dingdanfang secret book. However, with their talent and aptitude, it shouldn't be too soon. Unexpectedly, the previous prediction was wrong again. On the other side, Chu Yan on Tianyu Peak was sitting there cross-legged, wearing a heavy black robe, releasing a faint breath. A powerful aura enveloped his body, printing the light of one after another sigil, as if the rules of time and space descended. Chu Yan was immersed in cultivation at this time, his eyes trembled a few times, but he was forcibly awakened. And that sense of comprehension had already been found by him, and it was almost worn out, and it was about to be cracked. Call out. His eyes opened suddenly, and all the enlightenment in Chu Yan's heart dissipated. Chu Yan didn't expect that he would leave and go to another place. At this time, he was in a vast world, silent and soundless, as if he had entered a lifeless chaotic world, and he couldn't feel anything. #C3938 The Fate of Heaven. All the void scenes, like clouds and mist, spread towards the 4 directions. Then, a long blood-colored jade stone road appeared in front of him, floating in the void, stretching into the distance. Blood surged on the jade stone road, as if endless blood was pouring into the small road. Without hesitation, Chu Wei strode up the cloud and stood on the jade path. However, the moment his body appeared on the jade path, the vision suddenly appeared. I saw that a mighty breath erupted on it, directly impacting Chu Yan's body, causing Chu Yan to frown slightly, and his soul was shaken. This breath is very strong. Chu Yan restrained his breath and stimulated the blood in his body. At this time, Chu Yan is not a physical deity. At this time, his deity is still on Tianyu Peak, which is just his will body. Therefore, what this force impacted was not his soul itself, but only his will. You want to suppress me? Flames rose in Chu Yan's eyes, and against this pressure, he took another step. Bump bump. His figure suddenly exploded, and in less than 2 breaths, his whole body was shaken, and he was obviously traumatized. However, Chu Yan ignored this and continued walking. This path is not long, with his current strength, it is only a few steps away. But when he really went to walk, the distance was less than 100 steps, and he walked nearly 100 steps. In such a situation, he might not even be as good as an ordinary cultivator. However, Chu Yan did not stop, nor hesitated, and continued to move forward. 10 steps, 20 steps, 100 steps. I don't know how long it took. When Chu Yan reached the end of the path, he just took the last step and wanted to get out of the path. But at this moment, the aura of power that had been suppressing him suddenly exploded, turning into a palace and pressing down on him fiercely. Roll! Chu Yan shouted angrily, and his figure was like a tide, releasing a powerful force, and his whole body was full of golden light. Boom! As if stepping on the entire void, with this step, everything collapsed. At this time, on Tianyu Peak. Suddenly, the figures of Li Mubing, Daming, and Chu Yan began to sway in the powerful golden tide, rising from the top of Yunfeng. The vision behind the three of them continued to shrink, covering the range of 10 steps around the three of them, as if the three of them were physically sanctified. And precisely because of this, the coercion released by the three of them also broke out at the same time. At the very beginning, the coercion did not spread around the three of them, but after a few breaths, the coercion condensed to a certain extent, and at the same time as the horror reached its limit, it also exploded and rushed towards the surroundings. Look, it's starting. The cultivators who were waiting all noticed this, and their bodies tensed up instantly. Boom! 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 At this time, the sound of thunder exploded one after another, and the sound of thunder rolled, resounding through the world. At the very beginning, the sound of thunder was like the beginning of the rainy season, and there was an explosion in more than 10 breaths, like lightning and thunder, rolling with tremors. But later, the sound of thunder became more and more dense, and even became thunderous, and it was impossible to count. Boom, boom. At this moment, Tianyu Peak began to vibrate. Above the boundless sky, there seems to be a golden light gathering in the sky, turning into a spear of the gods, stabbing down towards the lower realm, splitting the void and the earth in an instant, and piercing a huge pit. This time everything in the world is in chaos. The visions behind all the cultivators are distorted, including the visions of the 3 statues of the sun and the moon and the 2 statues of the myriad phenomena of the universe, and they all start to become chaotic. The entire sky, earth, and void are distorting, as if a catastrophe has fallen, impacting towards the mortal world. This, so scary. Everyone could feel that being shaken by this terrifying aura of disaster, their souls were shaken and their minds were shaken. Some people with low cultivation bases even feel that the sea of consciousness is not stable, as if they are about to be injured. In the next breath, all the power suddenly disappeared, and the mind calmed down. The signs of natural disasters have completely severed their relationship with them, as if they suddenly realized that these natural disasters were not aimed at them, but were only involved. Now that the natural disaster has identified its target, it will leave them. Without any hesitation at all, everyone raised their heads to look at Tianyu Fang. All of them looked like torches. Natural disasters are naturally aimed at those cultivators on Tianyu Peak. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, a huge book like a mountain appeared. It was a wordless heavenly book, releasing thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire world, and endless spiritual mist rising, covering all directions. All kinds of rules and powers, the mighty powers of the heavens are contained in it, making it impossible for people to see clearly the true colors of this book. However, all cultivators can feel that this book contains infinite power. Even if they spend their entire lives, they will not be able to get a glimpse of the truth. Daofeng's secret book, in this world. However, according to the rules of Tianyu Peak, like Chu Yan and the others, the Daofeng's secret book did not appear as a deity, but stayed in the depths of Tianyu Peak, and what came out now was its will clone. Click! All the cultivators heard a voice, as if the door that had been dusty for thousands of years was opening, and the first page of the Dao Seal book was being opened. It was loud, followed by the normal sound of pages being turned, which was much softer. But under the silence of the void, this slight sound made everyone's hearts tremble fiercely. The Daofeng's secret book has been opened. The gazes of all the cultivators all looked over. They looked at the top of Tianyu Peak, where one glow after another glowed. These rays of light swayed in the sky, as if a piece of garden was opened, or a blurry world of flowers blooming. What's the situation? A cultivator with a dull face asked. When the glow was released and diffused into the bodies of every cultivator, they all felt a warm force filling their bodies. In an instant, various perceptions and spiritual knowledge flashed in their sea of consciousness. Opportunity. Heaven, I feel it. The entire ancient city of Huangtian boiled instantly. Some cultivators even sat cross-legged without hesitation, trying to grasp the fleeting spiritual knowledge and understanding. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. For a cultivator to have a chance to realize once in a lifetime, it is already considered precious. But now, most people, including those in the invincible realm, can feel that there are hundreds or even thousands of flashing spiritual consciousness in the sea of consciousness. As long as one of them is caught, it will be a great opportunity and harvest. This is just the beginning. If this really triggers the Daofeng secret realm, what kind of harvest will it be? The eyes of all the cultivators were instantly blood red, they were panting with excitement, and their nostrils were breathing heavily. Seeing this scene, the Huntian Bangling on the other side nodded with a light smile and said, I hope this time, I can really inspire the Dao Sealing secret realm. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #see 3939 next time. Emperor Huangtian didn't care about the words of Huntian Bangling, and even sneered. Brother Hun, at the very beginning, you said that only Li Mubing is needed, and all our layouts and arrangements are for him alone, right? Huntian Bangling took a look at him and shook his head. That was at the beginning, but now it's different. No one thought that the two of them are no worse than Li Mubing at all. That's a good thing. Maybe everything is a secret, and we can't predict it. So, these are two different things. Anyway, let's wrong them this time, and make arrangements for them in the next session. Right now, we're still following the original plan, focusing on Li Mubing. Speaking of this, Huntian Bangling thought about it again, and said, besides, Li Mubing's icy disposition, if only he could change it. Do you have any good ideas? Of course. If you want me to say, maybe letting a few of them get in touch might be beneficial. On the other side, on Tianyu Peak, where are the bodies of Chu Yan, Li Mubing, and Daming Wudi? At this moment, they were all standing in front of the last step, and the endless void was twisting and changing, causing them the greatest impact and pressure. At this time, in front of them, the mysterious light emitted from the jade path reached its peak, and the flickering runes could be faintly seen in the jade stones paving the road. At the same time, above their heads, the phantom of a palace became more and more real. This is an extremely huge palace, extremely majestic, with two huge dragon pillars standing upright, as if the Tsungu dragon was sealed inside. At first glance, it seems that there is nothing special about this palace except for its size, but if you observe carefully, you will find that this palace is extremely old, and there is a will in it. This kind of willpower draws people's minds, and will be affected by it at any time. Suddenly, a beam of brilliance flew over, flashed through the void and appeared in front of them. This hall is Yuanzun Hall, which means that the heaven and the earth are primitive, respecting the heaven and the earth. Everyone starts from here. The figure was extremely illusory, even unsteady, as if it would disappear in an instant, but it insisted on speaking every word. Break this temple, you can get everything, if not, then there is no hope for life. Any method is fine, as long as the palace is destroyed. When these words landed, his figure disappeared instantly, like starlight scattered. Break the palace. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he looked up at the majestic giant palace in the sky, his face darkened. This ancient hall has its own will, and it is absolutely impossible to break it with brute force. The assessment of the 5th level seems to be the point of urgency here. To break through this hall, one must rely on talent and aptitude. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and with a flash, he arrived in front of the gate of the palace. All the power of will turned into a huge net, covering the net door. Time passed, and soon half an hour passed, and Chu Yan's eyes opened instantly. This is an ordinary palace gate, and Chu Yan didn't find any abnormalities at all. To enter this palace, of course one has to enter through the gate of the palace, but if there is no mystery in the gate of the palace, how can one open it? If it is mysterious, with my talent and aptitude, I can't even perceive it at all. This is very unreasonable. It seems that we need to be more realistic. Chu Yan withdrew his willpower and looked up at the palace gate. There are spirit seal runes on the gate, and Chu Yan carefully identified them, and some handwriting can be vaguely seen. Chu Yan doesn't know the meaning of these relatively ancient spirit seal runes. After all, too many eras have passed, and the meaning of the words is completely different. However, Chu Yan could see the will and mystery above these spirit seal runes, but he felt it. Looks like it is. One after another, the spiritual seals and runes flickered in Chu Yan's eyes, like stars lighting up one by one. At some point, those stars are all connected together, drilling into the acupuncture points all over his body, as if the entire sea of stars has been integrated into Chu Yan's body. The next moment, the previous mysterious epiphany reappeared, as if he had reintegrated with this world, and there was no hindrance. Just as Chu Yan sat cross-legged and fell into a sudden enlightenment, he closed his eyes, so he didn't see the spirit seal runes on the door of the temple, as if he had come to life, constantly twisting and flashing pieces of brilliance, poured into Chu Yan's body. When the last spirit seal rune faded, Chu Yan finally woke up from his epiphany. Boom! Boom! At this time, Chu Yan's body seemed to erupt as if a group of volcanoes erupted, and various methods of asking, such as the immortal god and demon art, and the 8-Yu Xuanhuan Sutra, were all in operation. The powerful willpower erupted, dispersing the surrounding void, releasing various powerful auras. The body of will moved with the situation, constantly displaying a method of asking questions, killing intent, and breath volleying. After all the casting was finished, an extremely mysterious aura descended, causing those spirit seal runes to rush out of the gate, flying in the void. From a distance, it seemed that Chu Yan was submerged in the ocean of spirit seal runes. There is no form, but there is no form or meaning. The mountains have form, the sea has no form, the mountains and the sea have form, the sun and the moon have no intention. Tao is tangible. It is invisible. So it can carry thousands. This is the true rhyme of the secret book of Taoism without words. Just as Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, that illusory figure appeared again. Since you have seen Xuanmiao, break through this door and find your own way. This sound made Chu Yan's eyes froze, as if he had lost his soul, and seemed to have gained everything. This was an extremely familiar feeling. Right. That's it. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and he looked up at the palace gate. Time flies, the day passes quickly. The 5th level of assessment has been carried out so far, and there are only 3 Yunfeng, Li Mubing, Daming Wudi, and Chu Yan. The comprehension of all other cultivators is over, and no one will arouse the vision of the universe and the sun and the moon. At this time, the auras of the 3 were still rising, extremely deep, and they were extremely dazzling in this chaotic world. All the cultivators were not too disappointed, but turned to look at the 3 of them with more expectations in their eyes. This shows that it is almost over, and there will be results soon. Over there is movement from the great dream invincible. Some cultivators exclaimed loudly when they saw something. This sentence was like thunder, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison. I saw that damning Wudi above Yunfeng. The golden light on his body had disappeared, and turned into a dark purple light, shining on his face. Boom! A wave of powerful weather rushed up from his body and shot straight at Jiuxiao. Bump! Bump! A shocking thunderous sound exploded, echoing in the sky, like the sound of a heavy drum. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3940 Big Dream Invincible. As the drums sounded, the runes above the void appeared, and a huge palace evolved, suppressing it towards the invincible dream. The thunder was furious, roaring the heaven and the earth. Even the cultivators in Huangtian ancient city can still feel the terrifying power above this palace even though they are far away. Break! Damning Wudi rose up with a long body, screaming and shaking the sky. His body burst apart, and blood flowed from the wound. A powerful willpower awakened in his body and kept rising, as if thousands of rivers gathered and condensed into a long knife, slashing towards the palace. Boom! The sky trembled, and the power of thunder scattered in all directions. The entire palace was not affected in any way by this knife, and it easily took down the knife of Damning Wudi. However, the great dream invincible below did not seem to be surprised. The thunder reappeared in the eyes, and the will of the whole body continued to explode, as if preparing to fight the palace to the death. Stop! Not far away, Huntian Bangling spoke. His voice was soft, but with infinite penetrating power, resounding through the world. Dream, the situation is over. Don't do useless work. At this time, you should see yourself clearly. The cultivators of Huangtian ancient city all looked stunned. What's the meaning? However, they didn't understand that when Dream Invincible heard these words, his whole body trembled, and the thunder in his eyes instantly dimmed. The will to rise up and explode in the whole body also weakens. After a few breaths like this, all the aura in Damning Wudi's body returned to silence. And the mighty palace above his head also returned to calm, as if the two sides were striking off. Seeing this scene, Huntian Bangling and Huangtian Songzhu couldn't help feeling a big stone fall from their hearts. Such a scene is incomprehensible to everyone. Dream Invincible just now seemed to burst out with all his strength to forcibly shatter the palace, but under his power, the palace did not respond at all. It doesn't work at all. If it continues, no matter whether it is Damning Wudi's own will and consciousness, or his own cultivation realm, they may all be backlashed, and in severe cases, they may even go mad. In that case, it is definitely not the result that Huntian Bangling and Huangtian Songzhu wanted. After all, their main target in this martial arts conference is Li Mubing. As for Damning Invincible, as long as they don't suffer serious injuries, the next one is entirely possible. How are you? Are you okay? Huntian Bangling made a dodge and came in front of Damning Wudi. With a tired face, Damning Wudi raised his head and glanced at Huntian Bangling, then turned his head to look at Li Mubing and Chu Yan in the distance. Humph. What do you think? If it were you, are you okay? Hearing these words, Huntian Bangling smiled instead of anger, and heaved a sigh of relief. It was that big dream, and it seemed that his mind was not affected, which was already the best result. Don't be afraid if you don't accept it. If you make some blows, it may not be better than direct success. Right. When Damning Wudi heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched violently twice, and he said, "Stop talking nonsense, just say that you have made up your mind, and let me serve as a foil for Li Mubing." When Huntian Bangling heard this, he didn't refute at all, but nodded directly. Good. Although Dream Invincible had already guessed this result, but he said it so nakedly in front of his face, it still made him feel uncomfortable. Depend on. Turning around, it turned into a stream of light and left Tianyu Peak. On the way to the ancient city of Huangtian, Dream Invincible has been running exercises, trying to forcibly stabilize his trembling heart. This blow is not small. Dream Invincible failed. The cultivators in Huangtian ancient city all reacted when they saw this situation. Lost. Just now, the vision of Ryu Tonghui was aroused, and the seemingly incomparably relaxed Dream Invincible lost just like that. This is a dream of invincibility. For an existence who claims to be invincible at the same level as the invincible realm, even those in the Songzhu realm will be afraid of his Dream Invincible. comparable to the existence of those 4 people. With his talent and aptitude, he couldn't attract the Daofeng's secret realm. So what kind of talent and aptitude do you need to do it? Those 4. It may not be possible to do it. If you want to say that, is there anyone on the God's domain continent who can do it? Let's watch Li Mubing and Suyu now. The 2 of them, why didn't they move? Dream Invincible is defeated, do they still have hope? A cultivator's original confidence turned into doubt at this moment. Many people's faces are not as relaxed as before, thinking that the result is certain, and now their faces are obviously tense. At this time, Daming Wudi returned to the ancient city of Huangtian, and the Emperor Huangtian came to him immediately. How about it? Not convinced. Hearing this, Dream Invincible twitched violently in his heart. His already stable heart almost went into a riot again. These 2 old fellows actually asked the same question, so it was on purpose. On the 5th floor, only the 2 of them have a chance. Daming Wudi didn't answer, but asked. No. Emperor Huangtian Songzhu shook his head, looked at Suyu, and replied, his talent and aptitude are very good, but it's a pity that he is only a little short. Li Mubing is destined to be the only one in the 5th level assessment. This is not surprising at all. Daming Wudi scratched his head and said, you are kind. You are really kind. These old guys have found so many people to serve as Li Mubing's foil. But, I want to tell you that you have succeeded. I am now it feels very interesting. When Emperor Huangtian heard this, he immediately laughed. That's good, how about it, do you want to try that? While speaking, Emperor Songtian flipped his hand, and a jade talisman appeared, which was obviously prepared long ago. Daming Wudi is very strong in all aspects, so his temperament and vision are too high. Therefore, Emperor Tian Songzhu and the others tried to persuade him before, but Daming Wudi didn't listen at all. Now that it has been hit this time, it should be possible. Okay. Sure enough, one said after another, the abacus is crackling, but I still want to go, this time the martial arts conference, I can't come in vain. Wait here first, then talk. Speaking of this, Daming Wudi took a deep breath and looked up at Tianyu Peak. If you lose, you lose. As a cultivator, no one has ever been defeated, but he is not convinced, so let's see how Li Mubing passed. At this time, Chu Yan was surrounded by a vast sea of runes, looking in all directions. All kinds of minds began to slowly return to calm. Chu Yan felt extremely comfortable in this mysterious state, which is rare for warriors. Raise your hand to catch a rune, feel the mystery in it, each one is different. Chu Yan's soul is feeling them one by one, longing for them. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3941mess. One after another, the runes were comprehended by Chu Yan, and the will and strength were classified into various methods of asking, and each unique skill was improving. I don't know how long it took, but he began to realize in his heart that these were just mysterious superficial meanings of the runes. However, just such an improvement has already given him a huge harvest, and Chu Yan is very content. Time passed by, and another day passed in a blink of an eye. The failure of Great Dream Invincible cast a shadow over the ancient city of Huangtian, and everyone was a little nervous and heavy. The result that seemed to be very easy to reach at your fingertips, before did not seem to be that simple. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the 2 remaining figures on Tianyu Peak, and they kept their eyes on them. The originally bustling ancient city of Huangtian gradually fell silent. The excitement and warm atmosphere is gone forever. The same is true for Emperor Songzhu and Huntian Bangling. Although they kept saying that there was nothing wrong with Li Mubing, how could they not be nervous after Daming Invincible failed? Logically speaking, with Li Mubing's talent and aptitude, coupled with the appearance of the Daofeng's secret book, there should be no problem for Li Mubing to trigger the Daofeng secret realm. There was no problem with saying this before, but now, more or less lack of confidence. If even in case, Li Mubing really had a little accident, then the result. At this moment, the eyes of Huang Tian Songzhu and Huntian Bangling suddenly tightened, including all the cultivators in Huang Tian ancient city, all raised their heads. All I saw was a monstrous golden light soaring into the sky from Li Mubing's body. Not only that, a large number of phantoms of visions evolved behind Li Mubing at the same time, and all kinds of visions were like a frenzy, transforming into a desirable world above the sky. Does this vision mean that it's finished? Huntian Bangling was taken aback, and when he turned his head to look at Emperor Songtian, the smile on his face had already bloomed, and he couldn't help it anymore, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, great, it's finally done. The emperor's face was also full of joy, and he said, sure enough, I am not disappointed, not bad. Li Mubing succeeded. Everyone in Huangtian ancient city heard the wild laughter of Huntian Bangling and the exclamation of Emperor Huangtian Songzhu, and all of them immediately looked happy. Then, the entire ancient city of Huangtian boiled. Li Mubing! How could it be him? Feng Bugao and Wan Tianxing looked strange, and they couldn't even believe it. Before they saw Chu Yan, damning Wudi, and Li Mubing with their own eyes, at the same time triggering the vision of the sun and the moon shining together, they were very excited. Logically speaking, the person who succeeded in the end should be Chu Yan et al. But now, Li Mubing has been attracted, but Chu Yan still doesn't seem to have any movement there. This is not right. Actually, there are some things that I can't tell you, just like what Chu Suyu said before, because of some special reasons, I can't fight with Xia Shantian. It's hard to explain the things here, but you must believe it, Suyu's talent and aptitude are definitely not inferior to Li Mubing's, and even stronger than he should be. Daoist Xiutian was not too surprised, and even comforted the two of them. That is, no matter what, Suyu's martial arts talent has surpassed that of Dream Invincible. Looking at the entire God's Domain continent, he is definitely a top existence, and only Tsang and Yi Rongtian can compare. Feng Bugao had a smug look on his face, as if he had been stained with light. However, when he said this, he was stunned for a moment. How could he meet such a person, and he has always believed in it. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. I saw that Chu Yan, who was like a rock on Tianyu Peak, suddenly burst out an extremely thick purple beam of light, shooting up into the sky like a divine sword, and turning the entire sky into purple. Whoosh! A large number of tall phantoms, immortals, and gods appearing from the phantoms on his body, as well as various celestial beasts and birds, Wanfa Immortal Palace, and other visions. All broke out. However, unlike Li Mubing, the phantom behind Chu Yan was vast, and all kinds of visions were covered by the brightness of the sun, moon, and stars. At this time even a blind person could tell that the vision caused by Chu Yan was several levels higher than that of Li Mubing. At this time, the figure of Chu Yan sitting cross-legged on Tianyu Peak has become the most dazzling existence in the world. Take a look. Suyu's vision is so terrifying. This is much better than the previous Li Mubing. Are the two of them going to trigger the Dao Sealing secret realm? The cultivators in Huangtian ancient city all looked shocked and couldn't believe it. The previous Li Mubing was better. After all, he was the number 1 seed, and he was appreciated by Huntian Bangling and Emperor Songzhu, and even believed that he could be attracted, but this Chu Yan was different. When Dream Invincible failed, almost all of them thought that Chu Yan would definitely fail, like Dream Invincible. But now, this is completely a shocking accident, so surprising. Depend on. Just now, Feng Bugao and Wan Tianxing cursed at the same time. The next moment, the eyes of the two of them shone at the same time, and at the same time, their faces raised a look of pride, and they looked around with their chins raised. That look seemed to be saying, let's see, let you talk again. This is impossible. Huntian Bangling and Huangtian Songzhu, a group of giants, were shocked at the time, staring at their huge eyeballs, as if they had seen a ghost. Suyu. Has it reached this level yet? Moreover, compared to Li Mubing, he is obviously much stronger. How terrifying is this talent and aptitude? You know, even if it is a genius like Li Mubing, they have only met one in so many years, but now, a random corner has jumped out to become a genius who is so much better than Li Mubing. No. Won't it be him? When Emperor Songtian said this, he almost bit his tongue. At this time everyone's eyes turned to Chu Yan, and they were completely stunned looking at his vision all over the sky. The vision is still rising, unlike Li Mubing before, when it appeared as a peak vision, the vision behind Suyu is still growing and erupting, as if it is endless. Moreover, the vision that Li Mubing aroused was at most 1,000 feet in radius and 100 feet in height, but now Suyu is here. I am afraid that it has a range of 10,000 feet and a height of 1,000 feet. This is not a level at all, just like the difference between Haori and Inoue. Could it be that the so-called sun and moon brilliance refer to this? At this moment, the vision behind Li Mubing seemed to have sensed something, releasing a monstrous purple light, which also began to rise. On the other side, the vision of Chu Yan seemed to have reached its peak, fluttering like a breeze, and spreading towards the surroundings. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3942cool. The entire Tianyu Peak became extremely quiet at this moment. After about a few breaths, the sky darkened, only the Tianyu Peak was shining, and the great formation of Huangtian ancient city was in motion. The Daofeng secret realm, is it about to appear? This sense of tranquility and gloom that the storm is coming makes people naturally associate and tremble. Huntian Bangling and Huangtian Songzhu raised their heads to look at the sky at the same time. Both of them were trembling in their hearts and their eyes were round. If it really came, then Li Mubing couldn't have induced this secret sealing world. His vision was still rising, and it was obviously not at its peak. And after Suyu's vision seemed to reach its peak, it dissipated into the void, and that was the reason for the arousal. Ha ha ha, old ghosts, it's cool now. In the silence of the audience, Meng Wudi's smiling face was distorted, holding his stomach and pointing at the completely dumbfounded group of Huntian Bangling, and desperately squeezing tears. This? I didn't expect that. Huntian Bangling said dully. Not only him, but everyone else was the same. No one thought that they were all waiting for Li Mubing, completely ignoring Suyu. Therefore, when Suyu's vision broke out and dissipated, the whole process took only a few breaths, but everyone couldn't react at all. Huangtian Songzhu and Huntian Bangling looked at each other, their eyes were full of confusion. But soon, after this mess, it was scalding like red flames, as if a surge of hot blood was surging in his heart. Of course they knew what kind of genius Li Mubing was. But now, a monster even more talented than Li Mubing appeared. What does that mean? Of course, it means that this Suyu is qualified to compete with those four, at least at the same level. On an equal footing. On an equal footing with Song, Yu Rongtian, Yuan Huang, and Wu. But this is not the end, but a beginning. The initial evaluation was just the evaluation before he triggered the Daofeng secret realm, because now the Daofeng secret realm will appear soon. What that will bring him, no one knows. But maybe after that, Suyu's talent and aptitude will surpass those four people. At that time, what kind of situation will it be like? At this moment, Chu Yan, who was standing in front of the palace gate, had fully woken up. He walked step by step, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his expression calm, and he kept grabbing runes one after another in his hands. At this time, he didn't know anything else at all, he just stared at these runes, and his whole mind was immersed in them. What are these runes? It was the summary and accumulation of martial arts in his whole life, and now it appeared in front of him alive, allowing him to examine it. Such an opportunity is extremely rare, so Chu Yan cherishes it very much. Chu Yan knows whether he is looking at his past, the present, or the future, which is impossible to tell now. But one thing is certain, that is, this is an absolutely correct path. Maybe after leaving the Emperor Heaven, there will be no such opportunity again. Now that the martial arts conference has come, for Chu Yan, it is no longer an assessment, a competition, but an extremely huge opportunity. And such an opportunity is only for myself, and it may not be meaningful for anyone else. Moreover, if I return to the later life, I am afraid that I will not be able to meet it in my whole life. Step by step. Walking firmly, one rune after another, never miss it. Even for the runes that have already been read, Chu Yan will patiently read it once more, twice. As long as there is any doubt or hesitation, Chu Yan will stop without hesitation. Walking like this, watching, time was passing by, and in the void in front of my eyes, there were only the last 9 runes left. Waiting for Chu Yan to take another 7 steps, there are only 2 left. Finally, in front of the last rune, Chu Yan stood still. Before he could raise his hand, the whole palace began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the gate of the palace, as if Chu Yan was standing in front of an extremely powerful seal. In less than a breath, the entire gate of the palace was full of cracks. It didn't collapse, it was holding on, as if it was waiting for something, but everyone knew that with just a little force, the gate of the palace would fall apart and the smoke would disperse. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. The old voice sounded again, echoing in the void. Thank you, senior. After Chu Yan fused the last rune, he bowed to the void. Who is the owner of this voice? Chu Yan doesn't understand, but he doesn't need to understand now. At this time, all his mind is in the palace in front of him. The door is finally open. Then, the real focus is on the stage. However, just as Chu Yan was stepping towards the gate, the mutation regenerated. An incomparably powerful force appeared, gushing out from the void around him, instantly enveloping his body and completely confining him. This. Chu Yan's eyes froze, and his soul shook slightly. Time and space rules. Why at this time, there will be space-time rules appear? Is this a stop, or is it part of the assessment? Chu Yan thought to himself. He didn't understand why the space-time rule appeared at this time. If it was really violated, it should have appeared before, or at any time. However, at this moment, Chu Yan was startled suddenly. According to the historical records, the first place in this year's martial arts tournament is Li Mubing. In other words, I can't change history. Chu Yan let out a long sigh and shook his head. Why? That old time, with a hint of doubt, asked. The illusory figure appeared, but this time it was no longer distorted. Although it was a little illusory, it was basically normal. Senior, I may not be able to go in. When Chu Yan said this, he had a helpless and wry smile on his face. What an opportunity, so wasted. You've been approved. Just walk in and get it all, and you stop here. I can't understand. The old voice spoke with deep doubts. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled wryly and could only shake his head. He was right to be suspicious, even he was unwilling to give up, and finally got to this point, but when he stepped into this door, he was stopped. What a great opportunity this is, what a good foundation was laid for Chu Yan with so many runes just now. Chu Yan believes that as long as he walks here by himself, perhaps the long-standing problems can really be solved, just like what the old voice said. Not necessarily for others, but for myself, it is very possible. I'm sorry, senior, I can only stop here. I hope in the future, forget it. Chu Yan shook his head, bowed respectfully, turned around and left. The phantom stood there, watching Chu Yan really leave. The whole person was stunned there, completely confused, and couldn't figure out the situation at all. What exactly is going on? The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3943 Daofeng Secret World. When the phantom figure reacted, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "Little friend, wait a moment." This time, the Martial Dao Conference is now the 5th level of assessment, which is the last level of assessment. That is to say, as long as you step into this door, you will be number 1. All rewards and opportunities are yours. You should have known this before. Up to now, you have gone through so many difficulties and finally got here, so why don't you just give up like this? The haste of these words seemed to consume a lot of energy, distorting his phantom endlessly. Obviously, if he wasn't really in a hurry, he shouldn't be doing this. At this time, Chu Yan had already stopped, just stood there, his whole body was tense, and his teeth were clenched. How could he not know these things? This is the last step, which is very meaningful to me, but this step is the gap that cannot be crossed. After a few breaths, Chu Yan relaxed his whole body, and let out a long breath. "Senior, sorry." After saluting again, Chu Yan continued to leave. In the end, his figure disappeared in this virtual world. On the other side, on Tianyu Peak, Huntian Bangling, Huangtian Songzhu, Meng Wudi, and others all looked nervous, staring at the sea of clouds on Tianyu Peak. Because they know that the Daofeng secret realm is about to appear. This is the last moment, and all the waiting is now, and it will be completed soon. However, at this moment, the entire Tianyu Peak was suddenly dark, as if the entire sky had disappeared. And the Jinping visions of all the cultivators who had been suppressed just now recovered instantly at this moment, roaring in unison, and screaming into the sky. That kind of feeling, as if suddenly turning from tranquility to noise, makes people unable to guard against it. What's the situation? Huntian Bangling, Emperor Songzhu, Damning Invincible, and all the practitioners of Huangtian City are all deluded. Wasn't it just finished? Why all of a sudden is gone, as if back to the starting point? It should be. Oh. Daoist Xiutian sighed suddenly, knowing what happened in his heart. Not. But Feng Bugao and Wan Tianxing just looked at each other, and opened their mouths at the same time. Again. A bad premonition appeared, causing the corners of their eyes to twitch at the same time. At this time, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on Tianyu Peak, opened his eyes suddenly. Raising his eyes and scanning the surroundings, Chu Yan turned his head to look at Li Mubing, who was not far away, without saying anything, got up and left Tianyu Peak, and flew towards Huangtian Ancient City. "Suyu, what's going on? Didn't they all succeed just now? Is there something wrong with Daofeng's secret realm?" Huangtian Songzhu and Huntian Bangling rushed over immediately and asked quickly. Their faces were almost twisted together. Daofeng's secret realm. Chu Yan was taken aback, but quickly realized. "Seniors, I didn't succeed in taking that step at the last moment, so I didn't induce success either." Hearing this, Huntian Bang anxiously asked, "Then you just failed like that?" After Chu Yan nodded, Huntian Bangling shook his head first, then nodded and said, "It's okay, your talent and aptitude are extraordinary, better than damning, wait for next time." "Brother, don't listen to him, your talent and aptitude are by no means inferior to those 4. Damning Wudi laughed. "Well, I see, I'll go first." Chu Yan nodded, then walked towards Feng Bugao and the others. Looking at the background of Chu Yan's departure, Huntian Bangling said, "The last step. Unfortunately, this should not be due to his talent and aptitude. It should be a little bit of a chance. I didn't expect Daofeng's secret realm to be so real." Emperor Tian Songzhu and the others shook their heads when they heard his words, and they didn't know what to say. After all, they don't really know much about the Daofeng secret book. As for what Huntian Bangling said, maybe they know a little better. After all, the identity of the Huntian Bangling is here, and they have more say than them. Even if they have mastered the secret book of Taoism, they really don't understand it. He surpassed Li Mubing before. Yeah, what a pity, it would be great if both of them could inspire the Dao sealing secret realm. Hun Tianbangling didn't take it seriously, and with a smile back on his face, he looked at damning Wudi, and said, "How about it, are you convinced now? The first place in this martial arts conference can only be him." Li Mubing. When Dream Invincible heard this, he shrugged. Up to now, Li Mubing was the only one left among the three, so it was meaningless to refuse. On the other side, in the ancient city of Huangtian, all the cultivators were talking about it. "So you failed. Isn't it? When it's induced, it still fails. Is this sealing the secret world so difficult? Now Li Mubing is alone, I hope he won't fail." The whole city boiled, and various voices resounded. Up to now, it is impossible to say not to worry, everyone's heart is in the throat. This is how many martial arts conferences in the world, and it is hard to come across such an opportunity. The strength and identity of damning Wudi actually failed, so no one expected. But now, this Suyu has already attracted the Daofeng secret realm, but he still failed, which made everyone who was full of effort and thought that he had a chance, all anxious. But now, they can only pin their hopes on Li Mubing. At this moment, Chu Yan walked up to Feng Bugao and Wan Tianxing, and they immediately surrounded him and asked anxiously, "Suyu, you are so powerful that you even won the Great Dream Invincible. Your talent and aptitude are definitely among the top 10 in God's domain continent." Xiaoshu is absolutely convinced by Chu Yan now, even if Chu Yan fails, he still thinks it is amazing. "That's right, fellow Daoist Su, you are famous now. Everyone in Huangtian ancient city knows you, which means that all the forces in the world know you. Don't forget, I am your brother." Chu Yan looked at the two, shook his head with a wry smile, "You don't need to comfort me, I'm fine." Feng Bugao stared at Chu Yan and said, "Fellow Daoist Su, it's really not consolation, you don't know it. Don't worry, just wait and see." Chu Yan smiled and nodded. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in Huangtian ancient city. "Look! Li Mubing is the same. Evoked, he also provoked. Success, don't fail this time." Hearing this, Chu Yan raised his head and looked in the direction of Tianyu Peak, only to see that behind Li Mubing, the vision seemed to have reached its peak, and began to dissipate, turning into endless radiance and spreading around. The tranquil and peaceful atmosphere swept away again, rushing through the ancient city of Huangtian, exactly the same as Chu Yan's situation before. On the entire Tianyu Peak, the sea of spiritual clouds began to boil, once again illuminating the sky and the earth into a fairy light, and all the darkness disappeared. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3944 first. It's about to start. Hun Tianbangling and Huangtian Songzhu stood there, extremely nervous. After experiencing Suyu's situation just now, they are also a little worried now. At this time, even if the time is normal, everyone will feel that the time has become extremely slow, as if there is a feeling that the days are like years. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, everyone could only see a star shining on the endless dark sky above the sky. This is. Everyone's pupils shrank and their faces were solemn. Chu Yan looked at the starlight, his face darkened. The next moment, one after another, the stars continued to shine, as if someone was lighting up the stars one after another. At first, the speed was very slow, and it took a few breaths to light up one star, but as more and more stars were lit, the speed became very fast. After half a stick of incense, the stars on Tianyu Peak were shining brightly. The ground and the stars are fused together, illuminating the sky and the earth, and the starlight falls on every cultivator. Everyone can feel that they are in the vast sea of stars, bathed in the light of endless stars, as if they are in a state of absolute emptiness, Hum. The next moment there was a sound, weak but resounding through the whole world. The Tao book and the secret book that appeared before appeared again, floating between the heaven and the earth, releasing 10,000 rays of light. The light caused by these books condensed into a series of spiritual seal runes in the sky, scattered like snowflakes into the surrounding sky, and moved towards the practitioners present. Then, everyone saw that the spirit seal runes merged into their bodies, and everyone's eyes brightened. Ha ha ha, I feel it. Success. It's done. Li Mubing is doing great. That's great. The first place in the martial arts tournament is none other than him. The cultivators present were all boiling, and the entire ancient city of Huangtian was boiling. Haha, great. Big bosses like Huntian Bangling and Huangtian Songzhu were also laughing wildly, inexplicably excited. Only now did their hanging hearts finally relax. For other cultivators, this kind of result only means that the first place in the Martial Tao Conference has appeared, but for Emperor Tian Songzhu and the others, it is of great significance. At this time, Chu Yan was immersed in his mind. Even though the spirit seal runes were flying all over the sky, he couldn't feel anything, as if he was in a completely dead world. The boiling cheers all around could not be heard at all. Looking at the figure on Tianyu Peak, it was Li Mubing who was sitting cross-legged there. At this time, Li Mubing's whole body was so golden that it seemed to be transformed into a saint. Under such a scene, Li Mubing has also become the center of attention, and will let the entire God's domain continent know him in the future. After the martial arts conference is over, the powers in the world will definitely know Li Mubing's name, and at the same time, it will shock all the cultivators. Chu Yan didn't care about these discussions and remarks. Chu Yan never valued these false names. What he likes is in martial arts, the kind of life and death struggle that makes people feel passionate. Just like Emperor Songzhu and the others, they were famous and almost invincible in the God's domain continent, but that's it, they wanted to find an opponent and fight a good fight, but it was as difficult as reaching the sky. What's the point of making people practice martial arts? The moment when one reaches the peak of martial arts, one may feel the supreme glory and attract the attention of the world. But after that moment, there was endless confusion and loneliness. Just like most of the current Songzhu realm powerhouses, they don't know where the road ahead is, and how to break the shackles. Because of this, Emperor Tian Songzhu has been studying the Daofeng secret book, hoping to find some more unknowns from here. Even after Daming Wudi achieved Songzhu realm, it was the same, there was nothing else to do except to study his way of will. This kind of time is not a period of time, but a lifetime. I don't know if I still have a chance. Chu Yan looked at. I sigh in my heart. If I had known this before, I shouldn't have hoped for it. Don't be obsessed with that door. Maybe it will be better. Chu Yan knew the historical data, so he knew very well that Li Mubing won the first place this year, and according to the rules of time and space, no one can change this history. Thinking of this, Chu Yan shook his head and smiled. Sometimes it is like this, it is clearly in front of your eyes, but it feels like there is a distance between heaven and earth. According to the rules of time and space, only the past can be changed, not the future. The rules of time and space do not set any restrictions on the things that have happened, but they are very strict on the things that have not happened. Chu Yan was thinking about things related to the rules of time and space, his eyes were constantly shining. At this time, the entire Huangtian ancient city and Tianyu Peak were boiling, and everyone was cheering. This is a prosperous age, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is universally celebrated. As soon as the Daofeng secret realm was induced, there were already signs of benefiting everyone, which naturally convinced them that the rumors were true. On Tianyu Peak, Li Mubing, who was being watched by everyone, suddenly opened his eyes, but his pupils were completely out of focus, as if he had lost his soul. 100 years of painstaking cultivation, at this moment, can be regarded as the fruit of cultivation. Family, lover, brother, everything is worth it, and my own destiny and history have finally been changed. This is the turning point. Congratulations. Little friend, congratulations. Han Dianfang and Huang Tian appeared immediately, and congratulated Li Mubing. Thank you, seniors. Although Li Mubing has achieved great success and fame, he still knows what to do. Facing all the giants in the mainland, he quickly bowed and saluted. Fame is one thing, strength is another, and there is still a giant, especially Han Dianfang, who dare not offend even the top forces in the mainland. Li Mubing, of course he didn't dare. Fortunately, he has a good heart and is not inflated, but this is also one of the reasons why Huang Tiantang chose him. Only with such a mind can it be possible to achieve such an achievement, otherwise, I am afraid that even the ordinary cultivators in the ancient city of Huangtian are inferior. After all, the repairers who can now observe the ceremony in the ancient city of Huangtian are all geniuses and masters of various forces, and they are not comparable to ordinary repairers. Ha ha ha, today you are the most dazzling existence. Han Dianfang was in a good mood, and praised him. Little friend, come with me. Emperor Xantian laughed. Yes. Li Mubing got up, flashed down from Tianyu Peak, and landed beside Emperor Zhangzhu in the ancient city of Huangtian. Dear friends. Emperor Tian Zhangzhu nodded in satisfaction, and then spoke to everyone. I declare that the first place in this year's martial arts conference is this. Li Mubing. When the voice fell to the ground, the entire ancient city of Huangtian boiled instantly, and all kinds of cheers rang together. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3945 results announcement. After everyone's excited cheers continued for a period of time, and the joy in their hearts was fully displayed, the Emperor Xantian spoke again. The second and third lists of this martial arts tournament will be announced later. Compared to the previous ones, this martial arts conference is very exciting. Thank you everyone for letting me feel the youthful blood. Since it is a thank you, it is natural to have some gifts of thanks. Therefore, a grand celebration ceremony will be held in the Qiankuan Hall of the Emperor's Heaven in a few hours. I will take out my treasures and hope that everyone will come to participate and celebrate together. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere on the scene was pushed to a climax again, and various cheers rose like a sea tide. Up to now, Huang Tiantong's martial arts conference this year can be regarded as a successful completion. All the results were within the expectations of the giants. Although there were some surprises in the process, they were not very satisfied overall. After announcing everything, Huang Tianzhu and Han Dianfang were silent at the same time, and a strange light flickered in their eyes. For everyone here, the martial arts tournament is over, everything is over. But for them, no. Daming Wudi walked through the crowd, walked to Chu Yan, and said, Brother, what are your plans? Chu Yan glanced at him and replied, Forget about the celebration, I'm going to ask the chief deacon, get the reward first, and go directly to Xingwu Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Daming Wudi immediately nodded and said, Xingwu Pavilion is good, you should go. After he spoke, he thought for a while and added, When I turn around, I'll take a chance and bring you something good. As long as those two old ghosts relax, I'll, hee. Chu Yan was startled, and just about to ask, Daming Wudi shook his head and said, I'll take care of this, you don't have to thank me, remember that we are the same, we lost this time, we lost the face of our brother, we have to fight for it ourselves. After finishing speaking, Daming Wudi nodded fiercely at Chu Yan, and then disappeared on the spot without giving Chu Yan any time to react. This is very depressing, Chu Yan has no idea what he is talking about. No matter what it was before, or what face was said later, do these have anything to do with me? This big dream is invincible, it seems to have become more energetic. Chu Yan chuckled and shook his head. When he first saw Damning Wudi, he looked lazy and seemed not interested in everything, but now it seems to have changed. This change should be a good thing for him. Perhaps the bottleneck that has plagued him for so many years, after this time, he officially embarked on the road to breakthrough. Afterwards, according to historical records, the great dreamed Sangju who astonishes the continent will be born accordingly. Everything, for Chu Yan now, seems to be doomed. He didn't pay too much attention to these Chu Yan, and directly found the deacon according to his own plan, and asked about the reward for the second place. The chief deacon was very happy, not only fully fulfilled, but also expanded his authority. The first 20 floors of Xingwu Pavilion were all open to him, and he was not given any restrictions within the specified time. This surprised Chu Yan very much. According to the rules of the martial arts conference, if you come in second, you can only enter the top 15 floors. And after going through this assessment before, Chu Yan has full confidence in Huang Tiantong's Tibetan pavilion. There are already some secret books and inheritances of Sangju realm on the 20th floor, which is definitely a good place. And what Chu Yan needs most now is the cheats of the top invincible realm first, and the Sangju realm second. It was still impossible to contact at first, but now it seems that there is an unexpected joy. Go, let's go. Chu Yan led a few people through the extremely lively crowd, all the way towards the Tibetan pavilion. The Xingwu pavilion should be one of the hidden pavilions in the Emperor's heaven. The distance is not too far. After walking for half an hour, we arrived at the place. In front of him was a black attic. The suggestion of a height of 30 floors was extremely rare in the God's domain continent. There is only one possibility for such a building, and that is the treasure of Taoism, so the Tibetan pavilion of Huangshintang itself is a Taoism. 1 month is a bit short. When he really stood in front of Xingwu Pavilion, Chu Yan began to feel a little regretful. For retreat and enlightenment, a month is really not long. Sometimes for some cultivators, it is just the blink of an eye. Here it is, make good use of 1 month's time. Chu Yan calmed down, held the token given by the deacon, and went directly into the Xingwu Pavilion. At this time, all kinds of news about the martial arts conference from the outside world have spread around the streets. This kind of spread from the ancient city of Huangtian to the entire God's domain continent. For a moment, the mainland shook, and everyone was shocked. Li Mubing. Who is it? I didn't expect that damning invincible is not as good as this Li Mubing. Impossible. Daofeng's secret book appeared. Is there any secret in this martial arts conference? Notify the other cases to pay close attention to this matter, and find out 10 more spies. Keep an eye on me. I need to check Li Mubing's identity immediately. When this person leaves the ancient city of Huangtian, I will do my best. No. When he leaves the Emperor Tiantang Pavilion, I will win him over at all costs, and he must belong to our sect. For a moment, all the forces and cultivators in the entire God's domain continent were moved upon hearing the news. Of course, the center of the storm is of course the first place in the martial arts tournament, Li Mubing, and almost all plans and actions revolve around him. And because of the strange rules of the martial arts tournament, the second and third places received little attention. Of course, except for some cultivators present who passed on some details to the Zoman forces. Among these forces and cultivators, including Wu, Yuan Huang, Yi Rongtian, and Tian, they all began to pay close attention to this martial arts conference. If it was a martial arts conference like the previous ones, it would naturally not attract their attention. But it is different now, as the existence of the 4 legends, their sensitivity and intuition are more accurate than ordinary cultivators and those sect forces. Of course, including Chu Yan and Damning Wudi, they are also in their attention. It's okay that Dream is invincible, after all, he has become famous long ago, but regarding Su Yu, according to the news from the scene, this person has even gained the attention of the Emperor. That would be absolutely extraordinary. There are not many forces and cultivators who are as concerned about Chu Yan as these four, and more people's eyes are still focused on Li Mubing. At this time, everyone in Huangtian ancient city outside was excitedly waiting for the upcoming celebration ceremony. Li Mubing, like Chu Yan, had no intention of appearing in this ceremony at all. He followed Huangtian Songzhu and Huntian Bangling to the holy place of Huangtian, and seemed to be preparing for something. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3946 Fifth person. In the depths of the Emperor's paradise, where a group of bigwigs and Li Mubing are. I didn't expect that this year's martial arts conference, the 5th floor, turned out to be the Dao Seal secret book. When Li Mubing heard this, his eyes flashed and his face moved slightly. For an existence like him with a calm heart, it is a very big thing to have such a fluctuating expression. He knows the Dao Feng secret book, which is almost a treasure for Emperor Tiantang. All cultivators on this continent, including the top experts, all have expectations for the Dao Feng secret book, let alone Li Mubing. Yes. Huntian Bangling smiled and said, "You probably didn't expect that the Dao Feng secret book will appear in this martial Dao conference." Li Mubing nodded and said, "I remember that this secret booklet has never appeared before, any time." Emperor Tianzong nodded with a smile when he heard the words, and said, "Li Xiaoyu, there is an artifact spirit in the Dao Seal secret book, although he has been in the sealed state. The artifact spirit of Dao Feng secret book is sealed." Li Mubing said with some surprise. It is not surprising to him that Dao Feng's secret book has weapon spirits, and most of the treasures on this God's domain continent have weapon spirits, which is not surprising. But he didn't expect that the spirit of the weapon was actually sealed. Emperor Xantian looked at Li Mubing's expression, and then said, "In the early days of the establishment of Huangshentang, several ancestors paid a huge price to find this secret book, and it became the treasure of our Huangtangtang sect. However, what people didn't expect is that the spirit in this sealed book is actually in a sealed state. Over the years, we have searched for many ways, but there is no way to break it." Having said that, he turned his head and glanced at Hun Tianbang Lingdao. "I asked Brother Hun to help me back then, but I still haven't broken the seal. The benefits of Dao Feng's secret book, you also know that anyone who can induce it, and enter it can awaken the original power and create your own Dao. For so many years, in order to maintain the state of the Dao Feng secret book, the amount of natural materials, earth treasures and other resources that need to be consumed every year is almost astronomical." At this point, Li Mubing was not surprised and nodded slightly. Such a treasure can be known without even thinking about it, and with the status of Emperor Songzhu, the amount of resources he mentioned is probably an extremely terrifying amount. So now, such a support is already a bit heavy for me, Huang Tiantang. If we don't change it, I'm afraid we won't be able to last long. But the most important thing is that if the artifact spirit of the Dao Feng secret book is not rescued, the origin of this treasure may be damaged. These external forces alone cannot make it work automatically. Such damage will take a long time, and the damage will be natural. It's big. Hearing this, Li Mubing seemed to understand something, and asked. That is to say, the reason why the Dao Feng secret book was used at the martial arts conference this time is. When the emperor heard it, he smiled slightly and said, "That's right. There were some changes in the secret book of Dao Feng half a year ago. The few of us exhausted all methods and means, and only then did we roughly know the purpose of the secret book of Dao Feng. It is looking for a chance person. If it can find it, maybe the seal of the Dao Feng secret book can be opened, and all the secrets in it will also be opened. But..." Having said this, Emperor Huang Tianzong said again, "These are all our speculations. We don't have accurate information about the actual situation, but in any case, it is a rare opportunity, because we have to wait for his next change, and we don't know what will happen. When will it be?" Then, Huang Tian Songzhu and Huntian Bangling and other big bosses all straightened their faces, looked at Li Mubing and said, "Li Mubing, are you willing to give this a try?" Hearing these words, Li Mubing's pupils shrank suddenly, and his spirit trembled slightly. At this moment, he suddenly had a strange feeling. At this time, he seemed to be different from his original self. Maybe the future martial arts will be even more exciting. Seniors, my chance comes from the Daofeng secret book. There is only any way to restore him. I am willing to try my best. Li Mubing pondered for a while. Then he bowed his hands and saluted. Good, very good. When Huntian Bangling heard this, he was overjoyed and said two nice words. Ha ha ha, boy, according to our speculation, there should be no danger. You just need to help us to test whether the Daofeng secret book is looking for someone who has a chance. Since there is no problem, hurry up. Huang Tian Songzhu was much more excited than Huntian Bangling, and hurriedly urged. The group of people did not stop, but got up and set off at the same time. After a stick of incense, he entered the forbidden area of the Emperor's heaven. Dao, seal the secret book. Li Mubing looked at the behemoth-like book in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. In the valley here, an extremely huge book is suspended in the valley. The valley with a radius of 10 miles seems a little small, because of its existence. The book is suspended there, with a faint breath overflowing, making people feel as if it is extremely ancient, and an endless world is contained in it. On the cover of the book, the words Tao Feng are shining in gold. After reading it for a long time, it seems that the soul will fall into it, seeing two golden dragons playing in the sky. In addition, there are a large number of spirit seal runes overflowing from the book, melting into the surrounding void, but it is not 3 steps away, but it will disappear with a touch, as if it cannot merge with the void at all. Li Xiaoyu, it's up to you. Emperor Tianzong's whole body was tense, and when he spoke, his breath was a little unstable. Yes. Without any hesitation, Li Mubing raised his foot and walked towards the Daofeng secret book. Restrain your mind, let your will out, try to get in touch with it, and see if it is looking for chance. Huntian Bangling stood aside with a solemn expression, and also spoke to remind him. When Li Mubing hadn't gone far, when he got close to the Daofeng secret book, the other party seemed to sense something, and a ray of light lit up, falling directly on Li Mubing's body, swallowing it whole. Just look at this. Emperor Tianzong suddenly became nervous, his whole face twisted together. If the Daofeng secret book can make eye contact with this kid, then all the original power of the millennium will belong to him. In this way, the 5th person will appear in the God's domain continent. Not bad. The two of them were tense, but they both nodded slightly with a hint of expectation. I hope there must be, otherwise they wouldn't have been busy for so long. However, there were some things that they did not tell Li Mubing in advance, and that was the reason why the Taoist secret book was sealed. Emperor Huang Tian Songzhu didn't know it at first, but after he asked Huntian Bangling to take action, according to his investigation, the existence of this secret book is a key left by Tianji for all practitioners. As long as this seal is broken, a new martial art can be created in the God's domain continent, and this martial art is the key to breaking through the Songzhu realm and reaching another realm. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3947 became. How many years have passed? Although the spirit of the Daofeng secret book is still in the seal, it is still working hard. Except for this point, tell Li Mubing the truth about other things. Now they have no way to control the Daofeng secret book, nor can they communicate with it. Moreover, the power of this seal can't even be used by Huntian Bangling, let alone other people, it can only break the seal through it itself. As for the situation of the Daofeng secret book, they also knew through Gu Ling in this valley. This valley itself is also a Taoist artifact. After obtaining the Dao Seal secret book, several ancestors specially used it to carry the Tao Seal Atlas, so there is also a slight connection between the two Taoist artifacts. After all, it is much easier to communicate between Tao Qi and Tao Qi than they do. The previous hall masters of the Tao Qi of the Valley and the Heavenly Heaven considered the master to be a treasure, so through this transfer, they can somewhat know something about it. It is only limited to this little vague feeling, and it is impossible to know the specific situation. Presumably, the seal could only be broken after Li Mubing comprehends and cultivates the original technique of the Daofeng secret book. Why do they think that Li Mubing can become the number one in this martial arts conference? The source of this information is what Dao Qi told them. The chance person who obtained the Daofeng secret book will appear in this martial arts conference. What is certain now is that Li Mubing is the lucky one, otherwise it would be impossible to get the first place. With Li Mubing's support, they can implement their plan, which is the most important purpose of this martial arts conference. It's almost done. I won't stay here anymore. When the results come out, please tell me the situation. I really want to know what is the original cultivation method that has been hidden in this secret book for so many years. Han Dianfang said. Afterwards, he greeted casually and left directly. Let some of us old guys work again. This bastard. Emperor Songtian sighed, shook his head, glanced at the valley, and sat cross-legged. This time is uncertain. Maybe half a month if it is fast, or a few years if it is slow. Master, it's not peaceful outside. Those powerful sects seem to be aware of it and are preparing for something. Do you want to deal with it, or there will be too many flies, and it will be very annoying? A god asked. Yeah. That's right. Then just make it public and tell those guys outside that the Han Dianfang is looking for an inheritor. As soon as these words came out, several Tsang lords were startled at the same time. Han Dianfang, looking for an inheritor. This surprised them a little, and they didn't quite understand what it meant. Bastard guy, he will let us work, don't drag him into the water, always uncomfortable, right? Emperor Tianzong looked at the old fellows and smiled brightly. Ha ha ha, good idea, the entire God's Domain continent will be full of excitement by then. When the Tsang lords heard this, they immediately became happy. They are all old and mature, and they have been in the Xinyu continent for countless years, so they naturally understand the meaning of Emperor Zhongzhu. The current Li Mubing, even if he has been approved by the Daofeng secret book, but after all, his current cultivation is only at the God King realm, and it will take a long time for him to improve his cultivation and strength. In this way, when the news spreads, everyone will think that Li Mubing is the chosen heir of the Han Dianfang, and even if they want to move him, they have to consider whether the Han Dianfang is cool or not. No one in the entire continent dares to provoke this bastard's identity and status. What's more, even if Han Dianfang sees the plot of the emperor, there is nothing he can do about it. After all, if he appeared here in this martial arts conference, it would be equivalent to 300 taels of silver here. Even if he denied it, others would not dare to believe it. This game is over. Time passed, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. Emperor Paradise, the 20th floor of Xingwu Pavilion. Behind the bookshelves made of various spiritual jades. A faint breath surged, and books of ancient secret books were placed on it, shrouded in spiritual breath. In the entire attic, there was silence. If there is a strong person here, he can accurately sense that there is a faint force of rules surging in the entire pavilion. In a corner of the pavilion, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, blending with the entire void, and even with the power of rules existing in the void, there was no sense of disobedience. During this month, Chu Yan went all the way from the first floor to the 20th floor. Chu Yan didn't spend long time on the first 10 floors, and basically just glanced at it without any special comprehension. But after reaching the 10th floor, Chu Yan will carefully study almost every cheat book that suits him, or record it in the sea of knowledge. After reaching the 20th floor, there are a total of 98 cheat books suitable for him collected from tens of thousands of cheat books. One-time comprehension, all the 98 cheats are solved. Many of these cheats are common and complementary, or match the rules. If you comprehend them together, the speed will be much faster. After half a month was completed, Chu Yan spent the second half of the month on the 20th floor. The first secret book here has a kind of rule power. Chu Yan's current cultivation is at the peak of invincibility. In later generations, his cultivation was at the peak of invincibility, so he is no stranger to the power of rules. Invincible, with the power of rules for the first time, Songzhu realm is the master of rules. The so-called mastery of the rules can be controlled by it, completely attributed to its own use, and can be retracted freely. Rules such as Xuanhuan's demonic rules, Wu's eternal rules, Song's dominance rules, etc., are all the main ways they practiced when they were in the Song Lord realm. A cultivator must have his own Tao before he has truly reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Chu Yan is still some distance away from his own way of rules, and the distance is not close. Chu Yan knows a lot about other people's Tao, but because it does not match his own Tao, it is only of reference value. This time, on the 20th floor of Xingwu Pavilion, Chu Yan chose a total of 3 rules and ways to study. 10 days is not too fast. After a general understanding, if you want to understand it, you must study it carefully. After a few more days, Chu Yan gradually found the speed increased a lot, and there was a feeling of clearing the clouds and seeing the fog. At this moment, a jade talisman in Chu Yan's arms lit up, but it rushed out, suspended in front of Chu Yan, shining red. 30 days. So fast. Chu Yan opened his eyes to the sky, feeling a little bit reluctant. This closed-door practice takes a few days and a blink of an eye, and dozens of days pass. It seems like a flash, extremely fast. This place is really good. If there is a longer period of time, the harvest will be even greater. Chu Yan sighed, got up and walked towards His Excellency Xingwu. On the first floor, you can see many cultivators coming in and out. All of them are cultivators from Emperor Heaven, and there are also some foreign cultivators who have exchanged for authority. It is a lively scene. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3948 Tiancheng Lake. The first floor of Xingwu Pavilion. Feng Bugao, Wan Tianxing and Shou Tiandaozu are all here waiting for Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Yan come out, the little beast hurriedly asked, "Suyu, how is it? It's been a month and you've gained something." Chu Yan nodded and said with a smile, "The harvest is good." Feng Bugao's eyes lit up immediately and he said, "You've got the kung fu." Hearing this, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice, and said, "That's so simple. 1 month's time is not even enough time to comprehend a secret book, let alone my own exercises." As he spoke, Chu Yan thought for a while and said, "I'll tell you one thing. You want to stay here?" Daoist Shoutian immediately reacted and smiled. "Good." Chu Yan nodded and glanced at Shou Tiandaozu, and said, "I want to create a book of my own exercises, so I will stay here for a while." The Xingwu Pavilion in the Heavenly Emperor's Heaven is really a good place. The Tibetan Pavilion in Huangshentang is open to the outside world, so in addition to the rewards from the Martial Arts Conference, the cultivators who are usually in the city can also redeem the permission to enter the Tibetan Pavilion through various tasks. Therefore, Chu Yan is going to try to earn more time like these cultivators. Suyu, if you want to create your own exercises, you don't have to stay in the Emperor's Heaven all the time. It's just this one place. It's so boring. Wan Tianxing was born less than a year ago, and with such a natural nature, he naturally hopes to follow Chu Yan to see this world he has never seen before, and for him, he does not need any cheats and exercises, but only needs to experience more things, and the blood inheritance it is everything. Therefore, he naturally didn't want to stay in one place. Fellow Taoist Suyu, my current cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I need to find opportunities to break through, so I can't accompany you here anymore. Xiao Daozu said. Also, in my opinion, you'd better not stay here. You, fellow Taoist Feng, and fellow Taoist Wan all urgently need to improve your cultivation, and the most important thing is to lay a good foundation for others. Your current cultivation base is only the great min of the invincible realm, and you are still some distance away from the peak of the invincible realm. It is better to raise your cultivation first, and when you reach the peak of the invincible realm, no matter whether you are comprehending the cheats or creating your own exercises, you will be able to do so. Much more convenient. In this way, even if the Zhangzhou battlefield begins, you can directly participate in it. Hearing the words of Xiao Daozu, Chu Yan pondered for a while, and suddenly felt reasonable. The Tibetan pavilion of the Emperor's Paradise is here anyway, so I can't escape, and I just got the secret book of the 9 Zhangzhou, and I need time to digest and comprehend it. Why not just take advantage of this time, to improve your cultivation? When everything is over, if I come here and study the self-created exercises, I can concentrate on it without distracting thoughts. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Daozu Xiaotian then said, Xiaoyu Su, I accidentally got a few inheritance jades when I was practicing before. In this case, the few of us can go in and inherit and refine together for half a year. When Feng Bugao heard this, he immediately said, Fellow cultivator, you are talking about the inheritance, lake of the 18th domain. Not bad. Taoist Xiaotian said with a smile. At this moment, Feng Bugao's eyes lit up instantly. The most famous of the 18 regions is this inheritance lake, which is known to all cultivators in the entire God's domain continent. No one can tell the origin of this inheritance lake. It is said that when the world was first born, an extremely powerful sect was born. All the resources and treasures of heaven, material and earth were turned into spirit liquid and accumulated in this Tianqing to form a lake, which is now the inheritance lake. The spiritual source of heaven and earth contained in it, the will of heaven, the pure spiritual breath, etc., are of great benefit to the practitioner's breakthrough in the realm of cultivation. In addition, due to its special origin, this inheritance lake has a slight connection with the origin of the heaven and earth of these 18 domains. After many years, it has not decreased in the slightest, but has continued to grow stronger. For any cultivator, this inheritance lake is a sacred place for cultivation. Only, it's not that anyone can enter it if they want to. Its natural seal and boundary wall can only enter it with the jade talisman of inheritance. Moreover, it is only possible to enter if the cultivation base is under the Tsang Lord. It is speculated that the bearing capacity of this inheritance lake should be below the Tsang Lord realm, otherwise, it may not be able to bear it, which will lead to the weakening of its original power. The current inheritance lake is controlled by a big force, and it is said that it has a great relationship with this inheritance lake. According to the mainland cultivators' speculation, this force may be the inheritance force of the destroyed sect force, so it can be recognized by this inheritance lake. Any cultivator who wants to enter it must obtain the inheritance jade talisman issued by this force. Without absolute strength and connections, it is impossible to obtain the jade talisman of inheritance and enter the inheritance lake. Haha, the ancestor is definitely a good person, the best person on this continent. Feng Bugao's eyes glowed golden, and he quickly flattered him. However, it is also worth it, after all. Taoist Xiaotian is willing to share it with others, which is a very generous act. For a cultivator, don't say take out a few pieces at a time, even if it is one piece, it is impossible. Therefore, Feng Bugao hastened to flatter him, for fear that Xiaotian Daozu would regret it. At this time, he really recognized the Taoist cultivator. When he first met, he only said that he was an old friend of Chu Yan, but he didn't care too much. Only now did I realize that this cultivator is definitely a good person. Suyu, let's go and have a look together. If you reach the peak of invincibility, half a year won't be long. Feng Bugao quickly nodded and said, yes, that's it. Chu Yan glanced at everyone, since they all think so, it's okay. Okay, let's go then. After making up their minds, the four moved quickly and rushed towards the 18th domain. At this time Emperor Paradise, the land of secret realms. Emperor Zhongzhu and all the high-ranking officials of the Emperor Heaven were all sitting cross-legged in the valley, breathing heavily like a rock. During this month, the valley kept shaking. The valley was originally very quiet, but now it is full of light, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. From a distance, it seems that the valley is a sacred place, a vision of gods and demons. The mysterious breath overflowed, as if the rays of the sun shrouded all directions, filling the entire void of heaven and earth. It can be said that the world where the valley is located has completely turned into a holy land, as if a peerless treasure is about to be born, and these strange auras alone can improve the practitioner's cultivation base. Suddenly, Huangtian Songzhu, who was practicing, and a group of big bosses opened their eyes at the same time. Boom, boom. In the valley ahead, a large area of spiritual seal runes rose up, bringing a monstrous power. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3949 familiar feeling. The mutation in the valley finally caused a shocking change. I saw that all kinds of spirit seal runes sprayed out towards the surrounding void and the earth like a volcanic eruption. Every spiritual seal and rune landed will turn into a plant of heaven, material and earth treasures, releasing a mysterious spiritual breath, while some will turn into magical weapons, and some will turn into mountains, rivers and lakes, floating above the void. All of this appeared in front of everyone, as if a small world was being born. Is there a situation? Emperor Zhongzhu and other big bosses all had joyful expressions on their faces. After a month of waiting, it finally came. Now, these big bosses still have the mind to cultivate. They all stood up and looked towards the middle of the valley, their spirits tensed. Maybe now is the time to. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The vision in the valley has never stopped, and it will erupt every few hours, making the surrounding illusory world more solid. Now, the holy land of Huangshentang is quite different from the original one. Boom. 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 The next moment, a monstrous power erupted, and the thunder exploded, billowing like a tide. A powerful aura surged out, like a tide of destroying the world, raging in all directions. Even the Emperor Zhongzhu and the others, under the coercion of the world, their souls were trembling, and they were greatly affected. These people are all in the Zhongzhu realm. Although they are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, they are also existences at the top of the pyramid in the mainland. It is extremely rare that their minds will be affected by the vision of heaven and earth. Come on. Come on. Emperor Zhongzhu and the others seemed a little excited. Boom. As soon as the voice fell to the ground, a loud noise exploded, and amidst the countless divine lights, the behemoth-like secret book of Taoism rushed towards the sky, covering the sky in an instant, as if covering the sky and blocking out the sun. When the Daofeng secret book ascended to the Lingyun Sea, it finally stopped. Click. It was as if some force struck fiercely on the Daofeng secret book, causing the Daofeng secret book to tremble suddenly, and the cover seemed to be loose. This loosening was only for a moment, but it was extremely shocking to the induction of Huangtian Songzhu and others. How rare it is for them to witness such a scene with their own eyes. At least this is the first time he has seen it since he became the Hall Master. In the end, all visions are disappearing. In the end, it turned into a crystal jade staircase and went straight up to Qingyun. At the end of the staircase stood a young man with a jade face and blue hair. His eyes were tightly closed, as if the power of heaven gathered on him, and it seemed that he would erupt at any moment. This ladder is not long, but it looks very ordinary, as if it is no different from ordinary stairs. At the end of the stairs is a palace, as quiet as water. The entire palace is densely covered with various spirit seal runes, and various images of the 5 elements coexist, and there are connections between them, forming various wonderful formations. This. Emperor Tian Songzhu's face was full of astonishment, and his whole body was trembling. This feels so familiar. This aura, and this divine sense instantly brought back his long-standing memory, which he had only sensed once when he had just succeeded as the Hall Master of the Emperor's Heaven. This is the breath of the Daofeng secret book artifact spirit. Emperor Songtian clearly felt that in that palace, there was an artifact spirit that sealed the secret book. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be completely silent, falling into a deathly silence. At this time, Chu Yan and his party on the other side had just arrived at the 18th domain. This day is destined to be an extraordinary day. It will be a day of earth-shaking changes for God's domain continent and the entire world of martial arts. 18th domain. After Chu Yan and others arrived, they went directly to the Inheritance Lake without any pause. The force controlling the Inheritance Lake is called Tianqingzong, and is currently one of the top 10 Taoist sects on the continent of God's domain. Daoist Xiutian took out a few jade talismans and punched them into his will, and soon a disciple of Tianqingzong flew over from a distance. Everyone is polite. The green-robed disciple saluted. While saluting politely, the disciple looked at Chu Yan and his group of 4 with strange eyes. There are 4 jade talismans here, please take us in. Xiutian Daozu showed 4 inheritance jade charms and said to this green-robed disciple. Yes. The disciple who only had a respectable cultivation level took the jade talisman, and said with a smile, "For seniors, you are an inner disciple of Tianqingzong." After he finished his self-introduction, he began to check the jade talisman, and after entering a divine consciousness, the jade talisman flashed a spirit seal at the same time. Seniors, these 4 inheritance jade talismans are level 3 jade talismans, so in the next year, if you have any questions or needs, you can come to me. Hearing this, the 4 of Chu Yan nodded. The jade talismans of this inheritance lake are divided into 4 levels, from level 1 to level 4, the higher the level the more precious. The 4 jade talismans obtained by Xiutian Daozu are 3-level jade talismans, which are relatively precious inheritance jade talismans. The more precious the jade talisman, the harder it is to obtain, and of course the treatment will be better if you get it. Kong Feng went on to say, "For seniors, according to the rules of my Tianqingzong, after the jade talisman of level 3 or above enters the inheritance lake, it must be registered with its real name. Please forgive me, for seniors." When Feng Bugao heard this, he was a little unhappy, but he still said, "It's so troublesome, my name is Feng Bugao, a loose cultivator. Wan Tianxing, Sanyao. Cultivate the sky, casual cultivators. Suyu, casual cultivator." Everything else was fine. When Chu Yan announced his name, Kong Feng's pupils shrank visibly. It seems that he has some special knowledge of Suyu's name. Such gazes did not escape Chu Yan's gaze. There is a situation. Chu Yan thought to himself. Although this Kong Feng deliberately concealed it, the gap in cultivation is here, and Chu Yan has been practicing on the mainland for so long, it is impossible not to be on guard against people. However, Chu Yan didn't think much about it, and most of all, he didn't care about it. "For seniors, follow me." Kong Feng's expression was normal for an instant, and he bowed to invite him with a normal and polite attitude. After that, Chu Yan and the others followed Kong Feng, left Qingtian City, and flew forward. Less than half a stick of incense time passed, a golden lake appeared on the distant horizon. The cultivators of God's domain continent, no matter who they are, who have never been here think that Qingtian Lake is really a lake, but they will not understand until they see it with their own eyes. This Qingtian Lake is boundless, no less than a piece of sea. However, when you get closer, you can also find that this Qingtian lake is really different from seawater. There is no tidal wave of seawater, but the water-scale surface of the lake. This is obviously the feeling of a lake, and it may also be the origin of Qingtian Lake. For seniors, let me introduce a little bit. At the beginning, this Qingtian Lake was really only the size of the lake, but as time went by, the area of the lake became larger and larger. Now, it has such a scale. This is thanks to its relationship with the original power of heaven and earth. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3950 bounty. While Kong Fong was explaining, he also brought Chu Yan and the others into a carriage and headed forward. After less than a stick of incense, the carriage stopped. For seniors, this is the third-level area. Chu Yan and the others looked up, and saw that on the lake, there was already a lot of dark gold swimming in the original golden liquid. The breath contained in these dark golden lake waters, like the breath of the gods, made people feel extremely shocked. In addition, Chu Yan also saw that in a place farther away, the lake has a sense of tide, where many practitioners gather to practice and refine the source of heaven's breath, which is why the lake tide is caused. Seniors, this is your jade talisman. Your location is recorded in the jade talisman. Seniors, please do not step into other people's areas, so as not to cause conflicts. At the same time, the jade talisman will automatically punish you and deduct some time. In this case, very bad value. Our Qingtian sect has set the rules so that we hope everyone can practice with peace of mind. Please understand. After Kong Fong told Chu Yan and the others about the situation, he also handed them the jade talisman in his hand. New. Chu Yan took the jade talisman, and instantly felt that there was a nearby lake with a sense of connection with them. According to Kong Fong's introduction, that should be the training area for the 4 of them. Okay, let's start the retreat, little beast. You can remember, if you can't break through the realm of dignity, you won't be able to follow us when we go out to play in the future, haha. Feng Bugao teased Wan Tianqing as usual. With my talent and blood, I will break through to the invincible realm in half a year and show you, don't you believe me? Wan Tianqing said with a nonchalant face. Then, the 4 of Chu Yan all set off, and after reaching the water area, they each pressed the position of the jade talisman and began to practice. Kong Fong, the disciple who received him, had a polite expression at first, but after he left, his eyes lit up and his face was full of ecstasy. Finally, let me wait. This is a rare opportunity. Kong Fong glanced back at the water area where Chu Yan was, and laughed in his heart. His plan originated from a conversation not long ago. When several old friends came to visit, he heard of very important news. It is about a senior named Sun Qing, who is said to have a big feud with Suyu. There is news among people he knows that as long as anyone kills Suyu, he is willing to use all his resources as a bounty. Hearing the news, Kong Fong immediately became interested, and after inquiring carefully, he found out that this Suyu is not simple. It is said that he was appreciated by huge Songzhu in Huxing Mansion, and because of this, he rushed into the hunting ranking. However, that senior Chong Sun Qing is also in the Songzhu realm. With the support of this person, Kong Fong is not ambiguous about this one. He only thinks about all the resources of its Songzhu realm, which will definitely allow him to break through to the invincible realm. The way of the warrior, there is no risk. Moreover, there are some cultivators who have no background, and many people are engaged in such high-risk assassination missions. Some of them, with good luck, even soared overnight, broke through to the peak of the invincible realm, and pointed directly at the cultivation base of the Songzhu realm. Opportunities like this don't come across every day. How many Tsang Lord realms are there? How many are willing to use all their resources to offer rewards? Originally, he was an inner disciple of Qingtian sect, responsible for receiving outside practitioners into Tianqing Lake. Apart from being well informed, he basically had no advantages. But because of this, Kong Fong kept this matter in mind all the time, and unexpectedly met him. This can be missed. It is simply impossible to deal with Chu Yan with his current strength, not to mention that there are 3 existences around him who are stronger than him. Therefore, Kong Fong will not act recklessly, he just wants to pass the news to Zhang Sunqing, and he can get benefits as well without any risk. This is the greatest means for him to survive in this world of martial arts. As long as Zhang Sunqing knows that Chu Yan is here, then Suyu will never survive. After all, he is a strong man in the Zhangzhou realm. Once Suyu died, he didn't have any risks, and he was absolutely profitable. Hold on. Hold on. The opportunity is here, don't miss it. Kong Fong took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Master Chang Sun Song, how do I contact him? After calming down, Kong Fong began to think about it. With his current strength and status, it is of course impossible for him to know the Zhangzhou realm powerhouse. Therefore, for Kong Fong, the most important thing at present is to contact the benefactor. I do know some of them, but that's tantamount to sharing the benefits. It's not worth it. Kong Fong is a very small person, of course he is not willing to find another middleman to share the other party's benefits. After pondering for a while, he thought of an idea, and immediately flew towards Tianqingzong with a happy face. Less than half an hour. In Tianqingzong's Deacon Hall, daily affairs are going on. Now according to your request, the contract between us has been finalized. If you have any good things, please tell me. An old man in iron armor looked at the people below and said. This person is full of power. Even if he doesn't use his true energy, he is extremely majestic. Kong Fong below hurriedly said, Elder Yuehu, do you know that some time ago, the eldest grandson, Songzhu, offered a reward to a man named Suyu? Of course I know, this Suyu is said to be the one who won the 2nd place in Huangshantung some time ago. It is said that his talent and aptitude are not weaker than that of Dream Invincible. I heard that the eldest grandson, Songzhu, has gone to the ancient city of Huangtian, looking for this Suyu. Elder Yuehu glanced at Kong Fong, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. If he hadn't had an old relationship with Kong Fong's master, he wouldn't have wasted time on him at all, and he even came to ask himself this kind of thing. Huh? Could it be? Suddenly, Elder Yuehu raised his eyes to look at Kong Fong, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Not bad. Kong Fong's face was full of smiles. Normally, he would have the opportunity to talk to Elder Yuehu, let alone something that would surprise the other party. This feeling is really good. Haha, not bad, not bad. If you tell the eldest grandson about this son, I'm afraid it will be of great benefit. There was a smile on Elder Yuehu's face. Looking at Kong Fong's eyes, he felt that the other party was much more pleasing to the eye. You mean, come to me specially, and share this benefit with me? Hearing the family talk, Kong Fong hurriedly said, Of course, I get the care of Elder Yuehu on weekdays, this is a good opportunity to repay, how dare I enjoy it to myself? Very good. I have always told your master that your kid has a bright future, and it really is. Elder Yuehu received an affirmative answer, and immediately felt better, and he spoke a few words of approval, and said. This time, you and I will share the benefits equally. If you have anything to do in the future, just report my name. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3951 did not succeed. Elder Yuehu said it politely, but in fact he knew very well in his heart that if Kong Fong hadn't had difficulties, it would be absolutely impossible for him to share this opportunity with him given his character. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the benefits must be obtained, as long as you can keep them on the surface. Who doesn't know who? Big Grace, the elder, that Suyu is now in the third level area, and it was my subordinate who took him there just now, I can be sure. Kong Fong said quickly. Elder Yuehu had already made a contract before, so he was not afraid of his betrayal. Huh. The third level area of Tianqing Lake. Elder Yuehu was taken aback. After pondering for a while, although he knew that Kong Fong would not lie, Elder Yuehu still thought about it and felt that the possibility was still very high. This Suyu, there is a way in heaven and he doesn't go. If he insists on breaking into our Tianqing zone, it's no wonder us. Ha ha ha. Without any further hesitation, he took out a jade talisman and sent out a thought directly. In less than 3 breaths, a powerful sense of consciousness burst out of the jade talisman of communication, so powerful that a figure appeared in the void. Ordinary jade talismans for communication are voice messages. When the jade talisman for communication reaches Songzhu realm, in case of an emergency, it can burst out the original will, and the will body will come directly. But now, Chongsun Songzhu's body of will rushed out of the communication jade talisman, which was exactly what Chongsun Songzhu thought was an emergency. Yuehu, is what you just said true? Chongsun Songzhu's will body rushed out, without even saying any polite words, he asked anxiously. Seeing your eldest grandson, this matter is absolutely true. Elder Yuehu hurriedly stood up, bowed and replied. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. I've been looking for him for a long time, and I missed him in Huangtian ancient city before. I didn't expect him to be here. Fortunately, you, Yuehu, are here. The eldest grandson, Songzhu's face was full of ecstasy, and the whole hall was trembling for a while. Lord Chongsun Song, do you need my help? Elder Yuehu asked, but in fact, this was just a polite remark. With Chongsun Songzhu's knowledge, he knew that Elder Yuehu belonged to Tianqing Zong, and this was Tianqing Zong's territory, so it was impossible for him to do anything. My true self is still in the ancient city of Huangtian, and I have already set off now. If I go fast, it will take about half a day to a day. Yuehu, please help me. In my name, some friends now have this son severely injured and locked up. When I arrive, I will torture him myself. Speaking of this, the killing intent in Chongsun Songzhu's eyes almost turned into reality, making the faces of Elder Yuehu and Kong Fengqi who were present froze. Yes. I'll do it now. Yuehu didn't dare to neglect. Okay. After it's done, I'll be grateful. After Chongsun Songzhu finished speaking, he nodded and disappeared into the void. Following his disappearance, Elder Yuehu and Kong Fong looked overjoyed at the same time. Thank you so much. It is a generous gift that can be said to be a strong man in the Songzhu realm, and it will definitely not disappoint. Therefore, Elder Yuehu, with a face full of surprise, quickly took out the jade talisman and started sound transmission. Everyone, I have something here. At this time, in the holy land of the Emperor's heaven on the other side, in the valley where the Daofeng secret book is located. The whole world is in silence, as if the world has become a whole and completely solidified. Emperor Tian Songzhu and other big bosses were all tense at this moment, their pupils were constricted, and they were holding their breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the front, looking at the valley, and they didn't dare to breathe. Now, it's the most important time. Li Mubing, who was above the stage, had his whole body cracked, walked to the end of the stairs, and stood in front of the palace gate. Now, as long as he can break through the palace gate, it will be considered a success. At this time, Li Mubing's whole mind was completely immersed, with nothing in his mind, and his entire consciousness and will were gathered on the palace gate in front of him. This palace gate is composed of spiritual seal runes, with a sense of divine breath, and it seems that there is also the original will of heaven and earth contained in it. Li Mubing raised his hand. Pressing on the palace gate, all the spirit seal runes immediately emerged. Li Mubing felt something in his heart, and he grasped each spirit seal rune with his hand. He could clearly feel that these spirit seal runes were the key to breaking through the palace gate, and each of them was of great benefit to his martial arts. Li Mubing frowned slightly. This feeling was very strange. It seemed to give him a mysterious feeling. About there, Emperor Tian Songzhu and other big bosses saw Li Mubing standing in front of the palace gate, and all of them felt their hearts beating faster. Li Mubing was not in a hurry, refining these spirit seal runes one by one. Soon, one by one they disappeared. In the end, only one rune appeared in front of Li Mubing. This rune is an eye-shaped rune, with a powerful majesty. It seems to be the rune of the Emperor's Way. Without hesitation, Li Mubing raised his hand to grab it. However, the moment he grabbed the eye rune with one hand, there was a sudden change. Wrong. Li Mubing suddenly shrank his pupils, and instinctively felt something was wrong in his heart. This rune is obviously different from so many runes that have been refined before, but it is the last rune, and some abnormalities are normal. Li Mubing stopped, and after careful consideration, he shrank the breadth of his whole body to one place, gathered it on his palm, and continued to grab the rune. Boom! Only a shocking sound was heard, and the whole palace was shaken, and a monstrous rainbow burst into the sky, bursting into the sky. The whole world was instantly shrouded in light, and it was completely impossible to see what happened. After a full 3 breaths, after the valley stabilized, I looked up again, and the big bosses such as Emperor Tian Songzhu were all dumbfounded. I saw that the palace had been restored to its original state, and all the spiritual seal runes above the palace gate had been restored, and Li Mubing was standing under the stairs with a dull expression on his face. It felt as if he had been kicked out of the palace. What happened? The complexions of the several bosses suddenly changed, and they all turned pale. At the same time, they were running the internal exercises, and their spiritual consciousness and pupil power all rushed towards the stairs. However, their spiritual sense and pupil power can only reach the palace stairs, and they can't make any further progress. The big bosses were startled, and hurriedly investigated Li Mubing together. After a breath, the faces of the big bosses turned dark instantly. At this moment, Li Mubing's body no longer had the aura of sealing the secret book. Failed. On the other side, the 18th domain, in Qingtian Lake. In an underwater palace, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, constantly refining various golden and dark golden breaths in the water. The practice in the lake surprised Chu Yan. It made Chu Yan seem to be immersed in the spiritual breath of heaven and earth, and his whole body felt warm. According to this situation, it would not take a year at all, at most half a year for him to break through to the peak of the invincible realm. Chu Yan clearly felt a powerful breath on the water, and suddenly appeared. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3952 Shameless. The sky above Qingtian Lake is not too big, but Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness has discovered that dozens of powerful auras are faintly flying tens of thousands of miles away. According to the direction of those breaths, it is exactly where I am. If it's just 1 or 2 breaths, Chu Yan might think it's passing by, or a disciple of Tian Qingzong. But now, this is a large group of powerful auras, and the target is just here, which is a bit unusual. There must be a problem. Chu Yan is not a newcomer to the world of martial arts. Without the slightest hesitation, his aura erupted instantly, turning into a thunderous might, soaring to the sky above the surface of the lake. Bold. Who? There was a shout on the surface of the lake, followed by a direct sentence, do it. Without any nonsense, more than 20 powerful forces erupted in an instant, and one figure after another descended on the lake, all staring at Chu Yan fiercely. So many people. Chu Yan's eyes froze, and his consciousness swept over. Among the more than 20 people, basically all of them are in the invincible realm, and 5 of them are still at the peak of the invincible realm. The others are basically the cultivation bases of the Invincible Realm and the Xiaoqing Realm, and they can be regarded as cultivators who have just stepped into the Invincible Realm. Sunset Universe DAFA. More than 20 people shot together, and the handprints that had been saved for a long time were taken, and more than 20 mysterious lights were printed and enveloped Chu Yan. In an instant, silk threads appeared behind them, winding towards the void around Chu Yan like cables of lightning. All the cables of electricity and light are connected, constantly trembling the void, as if to cut out this void and completely isolate it from the entire world. The next moment, a large piece of silk thread was connected together, turning into a net and covering it downward. Seal the void. Chu Yan's eyes were slightly cold, and he was slightly startled when he saw this scene. Such a powerful formation is almost impossible to appear in later generations. According to the situation of later generations, the large formation composed of more than 20 people can even support in front of the Zhangzhou realm for a period of time. This is almost impossible in later generations. Even if it is 100 invincibles, it is extremely difficult to deal with its Song Lord. Obviously, this group of people deliberately targeted themselves, and they were well prepared. Chu Yan looked at the crowd, his eyes swept over these people, and found that he didn't know them, probably he had never seen them before. With Chu Yan's current willpower, anyone he has met will basically have an influence. Are you from Tianqingzhou? Chu Yan looked at these people, opened his mouth, and asked. This is Tianqing Lake, which belongs to Tianqingzhong's territory. If they were not members of Tianqingzhong, it would be impossible for them to stir up troubles like this, but they would not have any influence. If it is really not affected, then Tianqing Lake will become a place for all kinds of battles, and it will be a fart for cultivation. Suyu, it's because you are a genius on the hunting list, let you understand it today. The leader is none other than Elder Yuehu. He didn't need to take action on this matter at all, but when he heard Chongsun Songzhu's words that there must be good rewards, his heart was suddenly moved. Thinking about taking this Suyu personally and handing it over to the eldest grandson Songzhu, doesn't it mean that he has completed the reward offered by the eldest grandson Songzhu, and all that Songzhu resources are his own? For this result, all the people he contacted were his confidants, and he also used a large formation, which can be said to be foolproof. What's more, when Elder Yuehu first arrived, for the sake of comprehensiveness, he didn't say a single word, and immediately displayed a large formation. Now that the big formation is complete, and that Suyu is trapped, there is no longer any risk. Elder Yuehu is at ease, and it is inevitable that he will be happy. I heard that you were in the Emperor's heaven not long ago, and your reputation was greatly shaken. You didn't know how to cherish your good future in martial arts, and you insisted on doing things that violated the way of heaven. Now I will act on behalf of the heavens and come to judge you. This is called the recovery of the sky, not missing, ha ha ha. Thinking of all the resources and wealth of the eldest grandson, Songzhu, Elder Yuehu couldn't help being ecstatic in his heart. With these resources, with his years of martial arts savings, there is definitely a chance to hit the Songzhu realm. Don't think I'm talking nonsense, let me tell you, the way of heaven has its own rules, so the eldest grandson, Songzhu, became my friend back then, and you are in trouble today. This is called Tianhuan recovery, understand? When Chu Yan heard this, he finally understood that this matter was done by a man named Chongsun Songzhu. The eldest grandson, Songzhu. This name is a bit familiar. Chu Yan frowned slightly. I don't know the Tao of Dao Tian, what is the name of the father who killed last time? Suddenly, Chu Yan thought of a little influence, and finally understood something. Suyu, how dare you kill the only son of senior grandson, and yet dare to pretend not to know? Elder Yuehu scolded. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head immediately. The thing is such a thing, it is to seek revenge. It should be that Kong Fong, the previous disciple who received him, recognized him and told this one the news. So when I saw Kong Fong before, his eyes were rather strange. It's a bit careless. Chu Yan groaned for a while, then shook his head. If he had known this earlier, he would have changed his appearance to save trouble. At that time, he already felt that Kong Fong was a little strange, so Chu Yan directly reported his real name, which led to this incident. Fellow Taoists, this son can only be seriously injured, don't kill him. Elder Yuehu ordered. Yes. All the confidants responded in unison. Boom. The next moment, everyone made a move together, and dozens of attacks swept out like a frenzy, like a river of killing intent, pulling up monstrous waves. Chu Yan's complexion changed slightly, and the demon realm emerged, and it surged instantly, enveloping the wave of attacking attacks. The next moment, the long sword in his hand was thrown out, and his figure flickered and he bypassed it directly, appearing in another direction. There are too many people. Chu Yan's face darkened slightly, looking at dozens of figures over there. This large formation enveloped the void, and I am afraid that no matter how you fight inside, you will not feel anything outside. Moreover, it also restricted his range of activities, and the dozens of people on the other side seemed to have discussed it, so they gathered together and continuously launched a large-scale attack. If this was the case, even if it was consumed, it could drag him to death. Asshole! At this moment, a roar exploded, and not far away, Xiaotian Daozu and Feng Bugao rushed forward together. The monstrous power erupted from both of them, the speed was like lightning, like two startling rainbows. Their location is not far from Chu Yan's practice place, just within the range of this large formation, so when the battle broke out, they had a feeling and rushed to support. Tianqing Zong, you are still shameless, we have the Tianqing Jade Talisman, how dare you do something to us? Daoist Xiaotian scolded these people sharply, and his face turned red. According to the rules of Tianqing Zong, anyone who possesses the Tianqing Jade Talisman is their honored guest. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3953 Moon Tiger. Qing Tianzong's place was proposed by Xiaotian Daozu, so now that something happened, he was very angry. He didn't understand, Qing Tianzong had a good reputation before, why something happened to him as soon as he came, and he was still an internal member of them. You two are Suyu's accomplices. Elder Yuehu rushed over to the two men, and after glancing at them, he didn't care at all. Kong Fong told him all the information in detail before. There are 4 of them in total, 3 of them are invincible, and the other monster is only at the level of God King, which can almost be ignored. Therefore, Elder Yuehu didn't care about the appearance of these 2 people at all, this was already in his plan. The biggest hole card is to block the big formation, anyway, it has been successful now, it doesn't matter at all. Even if there are 2 more accomplices, there are more than 20 people here who can handle it. According to his original plan, he planned to send out 5 people to push these 2 people back. As long as Chu Yan is taken down, nothing else matters. Now that these 2 people have come to the door by themselves, it saves him the trouble and does not need to divide the troops. Accomplice. Does this mean that even we have to deal with it together? The tone of Daozu Xiaotian was extremely low, and his face was icy cold. Chu Yan, don't worry, I have a trick here, which is enough to deal with it. While speaking, he opened his mouth and said to Chu Yan. When he got the 4 Qingtian Jade Talismans in that inheritance secret before, he had some other gains. These secret realms and the like are all historical materials that King Ming and Bo Wang told them before they came. Naturally, the level is not low, so how could there be few good things inside? Basically, as long as they find anyone, it is enough to keep them alive in the ancient times. When this sentence fell to the ground, Taoist Xiaotian didn't bother to talk nonsense to them anymore, he just raised his hand, took out a jade talisman, and punched it into a path of divine consciousness. I want to see today, is your Qingtian sect the black sect? Feng Bugao also let out a cold snort, his chin raised, as if he didn't care at all. Before, he alone could hold back 7 strong men of the same level, but there are more than 20 people here, what can he do? Elder Yuehu glanced at him, frowning slightly. Who used the order of no heaven? In less than a breath, an incomparably majestic voice sounded. With a swish sound, a figure flew towards him, and the blockade formation in the void appeared as if it were nothing, and was instantly broken through by the figure, appearing in front of him. This person was dressed in a jade robe, with a long beard that reached to his waist, with a bookish face, and his eyes swept over everyone. Under this detached temperament, there is a trace of impatience and eagerness, obviously a little anxious. Elder Yuehu and a group of people, when they saw this old scholar, their faces changed. See the deputy suzerain. Even though the thunder was rolling from the sky in shock, Elder Yuehu and the others didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, so they hurriedly opened their mouths to see. This scholar turned out to be one of the 4 deputy suzerains of Chengtianzong, the Lord of Longevity. This Cangzhou realm is the real peak of the Cangzhou realm, not some ordinary Cangzhou powerhouse who has just entered the Cangzhou realm. It can be said that Cangzhou realm cultivators like him are almost old monsters. No one knows how many years they have lived in this God's domain continent. The most frightening thing is that among the 4 deputy suzerains, this longevity deputy suzerain is the successor suzerain. As long as the old suzerain emerges and returns to heaven, he will be the next Chengtianzong suzerain. What are you doing here? Lord Changxingcong glanced, and found that the situation in front of him was not right, so he asked. Having received Yuan Tianling's call just now, he hastily rushed over, and only now did he realize that the situation here is a bit strange. This is Qingtian Lake, one of the important places of Qingtian sect. Senior longevity, I used it just now. Wu Tian order. Daoist Xiutian stood up, and after saluting, he showed the jade talisman in his hand. Good. 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 You have no order, can you return it to me? The face of Chongqing Songzhu changed instantly, when he turned his head to look at Xiutian Daozu. His face was full of eagerness, and his eyes were slightly red. Certainly. Daoist Xiutian waved his hand, and the jade talisman came out horizontally. As soon as he left his hand, the Lord Chongqing shouted loudly, and almost grabbed the void. Ha ha ha, there is no order of heaven. Today I finally return to my Tianchengzong. In the eyes of the deputy sect master of Chongqing, there was light shining, and he couldn't hide his excitement, and he kept stroking the Wutian jade talisman in his hand. It can be seen that this jade talisman is very important to him. But Elder Yuehu and the group of people who saw this scene, their faces darkened at the same time, feeling an inexplicable bad feeling in their hearts. Really? Do you have any requirements? Just ask, as long as I can do it, Tianqingzong can do it, there is no problem. Lord Chongqing raised his hand, held the jade talisman, and asked Daozu Xiutian. I only have one question, I just want to ask, is Tianqingzong the black sect? A word from Xiutian Daozu immediately stunned Chongqing Songzhu. What's the meaning? Tianqingzong is the black sect. You must know that Huang Tiantang is famous all over the world because of the obsession with martial arts among the cultivators all over the world, and it is also the foundation of their sect. And Tianqingzong is similar, he relied on the advantage that practitioners from all over the world wanted to practice in Tianqing Lake, and established himself in the God's domain continent. Sometimes, because of some needs of Tianqingzong, a reward of several Tianqing jade talismans will be offered, as long as they can help Tianqingzong with affairs, or find some resources, they can exchange for Tianqing jade talismans. Only in this way can Tianqingzong's long-term stability and development and survive. Therefore, sect forces like Huang Tiantang and Tianqingzong are most concerned about their own reputation. Yuehu. What are you doing here? The deputy suzerain of Chongqing was stunned for a moment, and instantly understood what happened here, and looked at Wuhun and his group with a dark complexion. Chongqing deputy suzerain, we are entrusted by the eldest grandson, Songzhu, to arrest this Suyu. He killed the only son of the eldest grandson, Songzhu. The crime is heinous. There was panic in Wuhun's eyes, but his expression remained the same, and he explained. Shameless! Shameless! Xiutian Daozu and Feng Bugao cursed at the same time. That. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan immediately said, he was right. The only son of the eldest grandson, Songzhu, I killed him. When these words landed, Daozu Xiutian and Feng Bugao were stunned. What? Really kill? This? Daozu Xiutian was stunned for a moment. At first, he thought that Wuhun and the others were looking for trouble on purpose, but now it seems, some trouble. Huge Songzhu, are you free? Chu Yan knew that things were a little tricky, so he sent a message to Huge Songzhu. If things don't go well, then you can only ask Tiger Good Songzhu to help. This matter is not a big deal when it is said, but it is also very troublesome to talk about it. In the world of martial arts, there are countless such vendettas, but the most important thing is the attitude and disposition shown by all parties, and there are great variables in it. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3954 Impossible. For Chongqing Songzhu, the status of Chongsun Songzhu in Tianqing Zong is not low, and this Suyu killed his only son, so things will be difficult. If it was something else, Chongsun Songzhu would not hesitate at all, but now there is some trouble. However, this order of no heaven is of great significance to him. At the same time, in the imperial paradise on the other side. At this time, the valley was completely silent, and the silence was terrifying. The behemoth-like secret book of Dao Seal is suspended above the sky, releasing monstrous majesty and aura, and the whole sky is still in a world of glittering gold. At this time, it seems that nothing has changed, but it feels obviously different. Standing there, Li Mubing was completely blinded, and he was completely unconscious of the pain caused by the trauma on his body. What's the situation now? Failed one? This feeling has not been felt for a long time. Just now, when he was almost about to succeed, the last Irun seemed to burst out with a force that he had never seen before, and he was blown away like this. Seniors, I failed. I have let you down. It seems that I am not the person I am looking for in the Daofeng secret book. After all, Li Mubing was a genius, and after taking a deep breath, he came to his senses. When he said this, his heart was full of pain and unwillingness. In the 5th level test of the previous martial arts conference, he obviously came to the end. Moreover, how many people like myself can trigger the secret book of Taoism over the years? Not to mention, getting the approval of Daofeng's secret book. But even so, I still failed in the end, and I was not at all the chance person that the Daofeng secret book was looking for. If that's the case, then who is the chance winner of the Daofeng secret book? Because of this, Li Mubing was very unwilling, but he had to face the result. This sense of loss, for practitioners, is the seed of future demons. Little friend, don't worry, you have done a good job. Emperor Huangtian Songzhu reacted, shook his head slightly, and said consolingly, this matter should have nothing to do with you, the key is still in the secret book of Taoism. That's right. You don't have to worry about it, Li Xiaoyu. You've been seriously injured. It's important to recover as soon as possible. Don't think about anything else. A big guy spoke up and also comforted him. Yes. Li Mubing nodded, and after bowing and saluting, he took out the pill and sat cross-legged to recover. At this moment, the pain that he couldn't feel before, mixed with a sense of loss and unwillingness, hit him like a tide, almost completely submerging him. Emperor Tian Songzhu and the other big bosses felt all the changes in Li Mubing's breath, and their faces darkened, and they shook their heads lightly. It's not easy for anyone who falls on this matter. Moreover, these big brothers, the sense of loss in their hearts is probably much stronger than that of Li Mubing. They have been waiting for such a long time for planning and arrangement, and finally came to such a result. If they failed at the beginning, they might not be so disappointed, but when they were clearly hopeful just now, they failed at the last step. This kind of feeling that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, is really very bad. This time, Li Mubing, whom they managed to find, just failed. If they want to continue, they have to start all over again. But, how long will it be? Is it possible? But now, because of the blockage of the Daofeng's secret book artifact spirit, it itself cannot refine the source and spiritual breath from the void of heaven and earth, so it needs Huang Tiantang to continuously invest in natural materials, earth treasures and resources. Moreover, with the use of Daofeng's secret book during this period of time, the consumption has also doubled. Now most of Huang Tiantang's income is used to supply Daofeng's secret books. After a long time, Huang Tiantang's foundation may not be able to support it. Moreover, it is not only a question of resource payment, if the time is delayed for too long. If the origin of Daofeng's secret book cannot be nourished for a long time, it will also hurt the origin. This is a more troublesome thing, and it may even drop the rank. But now, the only hope is so shattered. A group of bigwigs are completely at a loss now, and there is nothing they can do. For a moment, the entire valley fell silent, and no one spoke again. After a long time, Emperor Songzhu gently took out the jade talisman, poured it with spiritual consciousness, and opened his mouth to transmit the sound. "Bastard, are you still there?" Soon, golden light flickered in the jade talisman, and the voice of Hun Tianbangling sounded. "Haha, did you succeed? Great. I'll be right there." Hearing these words, the corners of Huang Tian Songzhu's eyes twitched twice instantly, and the corners of his mouth bitterly said, "Brother Hun, actually you don't need to come." Li Mubing failed. The divine sense communication in the entire jade talisman suddenly trembled and fluctuated instantly. The Hun Tianbangling on the opposite side seemed to be shocked by the news, and was stunned on the spot, making no sound at all. Just because Hun Tianbangling left before, it doesn't mean he doesn't care about it, on the contrary, he cares about it more than anyone else. After 10 breaths of time, the jade talisman fluctuated again, and the sound came out. "Humph. Familiarity is familiarity, but if you make fun of me, see how I will deal with you later." Hearing this, Emperor Huang Tian Songzhu shook his head with a wry smile again, not to mention that Brother Hun didn't believe it, he himself didn't quite believe it now. "Bastard brother, how dare I joke with you about this? Li Mubing really failed." Sigh. After this sigh, the Hun Tianbangling on the opposite side was completely furious. "Fart. How is it possible? It is impossible for Li Mubing to fail, absolutely impossible. The first place in this year's Martial Dao Conference is definitely the one who has a chance to seal the secret book of Taoism. It can't be wrong." That's what he said himself. "Now, you tell me it's a lie. What's the point of it telling such lies? After paying such a high price, it was finally attracted. Could it be that it just came out to tell a lie and trick us into playing? This is absolutely impossible." After talking a lot in one breath, Hun Tianbangling felt that his breath was not stable. This is so wrong at all. If this news was told by others, there would still be doubts, but it was said by Daofeng's secret book himself, how could it be false? "Brother Hun, judging from the current situation, there is only one explanation. It really lied to us." Don't say that Hun Tianbangling can't figure it out, and the emperor himself doesn't understand. What's the point of it lying to people like himself? However, this is the case now, and there is no other explanation at all. "Asshole. Huntian Bangling is really angry this time. Huntian Bangling, who hadn't been angry for an unknown number of years, felt like he was about to explode. Dare to lie to me, it doesn't want to mess around anymore, you guys wait there, I'll go over right away, I want to see if it doesn't want to mess around anymore, if it really dares to lie to me, I'll beat his shit out. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3955 first. After Huntian Bangling said this, all the bigwigs present, including Emperor Tian Songzhu, were all dumbfounded. This is the spirit of Huntian Bangbang. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 spirit in the Divine Realm continent. Such an existence is actually so irritable. It seems that Huntian Bangling is going to do something for real this time. That's right, with his identity and status, plus the fact that he is also a weapon spirit, it would be strange if he didn't get angry when he was deceived by other weapon spirits. For a while, the whole scene fell silent again. At this moment, a deep voice sounded from the center of the valley, causing everyone to look up suddenly. Because the place where the sound is made is exactly the location of the palace, where the Daofeng secret book is located. Everyone, don't talk nonsense. Your thoughts are all speculations, and they don't represent my real thoughts. Anyway, I won't admit it. This time is extremely remote, as if it came from the depths of the endless void. After spending a lot of effort and breaking through countless seals, it seemed weak when it reached here. However, the strength of the big brothers present is naturally heard clearly. Look at the gate, you still have the guts to come out. The whole body of Huntian Bangling rushed out of the communication jade talisman, opened his mouth and roared. Not only him, but also the big bosses such as Emperor Tian Songzhu, also stared at the palace tool spirit with a look of anger. My lords, I really didn't tell lies, you listen to me first. Even if he is a tool spirit, being stared at by a group of terrifying bosses is still a bit of a lack of energy, so he quickly explained. Didn't you tell a lie? Let me ask you, did you say that the first place in the martial arts tournament is the chance one? Huntian Bangling's tone became even more violent, this guy dared to argue in front of him. It's just a small palace tool spirit, but I am the ancestor of the tool spirit, and I can destroy it with one finger. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The identity and majesty of the Huntian Bangling played a very powerful deterrent effect. This palace tool spirit was born not long ago. After being subdued by Huang Tiantang, it has been acting as an intermediary to deliver news. Regarding the situation of the Daofeng secret book, Huang Tiantang used it to learn about it, and it also took advantage of the large amount of natural materials and earth treasures and resources usually provided by Huang Tiantang. Huang Tiantang knew this, but he didn't mind, after all, it was still useful. But now, even if he still lied to them, and it was such a big matter, it would never be forgiven. Anyway, there is no hope, just destroy it, and it will be scattered in two. Under Emperor Songzhu's thoughts, the murderous intent in a pair of eyes became more and more obvious, and Qi Ling's whole body trembled when he saw it. Adults, it's true. Whatever Master Daofeng Qi Ling said to me, I passed on the original words without changing the word, and I never dared to be negligent in the slightest. Moreover, I will not benefit me at all by lying to you. It's simply impossible to do that. The palace spirit was speechless, he was just a messenger, he wouldn't die here unjustly. Snort. Huntian Bangling let out a cold snort, and the whole palace trembled suddenly. It was obvious that Huntian Bangling didn't believe these nonsense at all. Regardless of whether it's true or not, today his bastard brother is angry, even if he is right, he will vent his anger on you. In this world of martial arts, big fists make sense, and I am trying to reason with you now. My lord, there is really a misunderstanding here. I found some problems, so I hurried out and explained to all my lords. Gong Qiling already understood his situation, so if he dared to say anything more, he quickly picked up the key points. Explain. Han Dingdanfang shouted. My lord, the first place in this martial arts conference was actually decided by you according to the rules of the martial arts conference, but not according to the rules of Dafeng Sama, so the rules of your martial arts conference and Dafeng Sama should be there's some misunderstanding in there. That is to say, the first place selected by your martial arts conference, if you follow the rules of Master Daofeng. Probably not at all, number 1. Palace Qi Ling couldn't breathe, and finished all in one breath. These words were not guessed by him out of thin air, but based on evidence. He has been communicating with the spirit of the secret book of Taoism, and this is the conclusion he came to. Before, everyone, including himself, fell into this misunderstanding, thinking that the first place in the martial arts conference was of course the chance winner of the Daofeng secret book. But now it seems that it should be messed up. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. What's the meaning? Number 1 is not number 1. You mean, the first place in our martial arts conference is not the first place in the chance assessment of the secret book of Taoism? A big guy reacted and asked tentatively. Yes. That's what it means, because Lord Daofeng is the main examiner, so there may be some misunderstandings. The more the Palace Qi Ling talked, the more he felt that he was right, which meant the original meaning of the Daofeng secret book. It seems that before the martial arts tournament started, these grown-ups realized that the key point was wrong, so they came up with such a result. I'm not talking nonsense, I have evidence to prove what I said. Gong Qiling saw that the big brothers were stunned, and hurriedly spoke again. He knew very well that if there was no evidence for such a big matter, based on his few words alone, the result might not change. At least its little life must be confessed here today. Actually, even according to the rules of the martial arts conference, Li Mubing may not be number 1 this time. When this sentence landed, the faces of all the bosses in the audience changed drastically. What did you say? Li Mubing is not number 1. The eyes of Han Dingdanfang, Emperor Xantian, and the big bosses present all burst out with light, like a cluster of stars twinkling. Yes. It is possible. It is absolutely possible. Emperor Xantian shouted loudly, it must be during the assessment, something happened that we don't know about, right? He stared at the palace artifact, because he knew that none of them could see the assessment process, only the palace artifact could see the whole process. Not bad. That Suyu from before seems to have surpassed Li Mubing. Some big guys were deeply impressed by Suyu, so they quickly raised the question at this time. He was not the only one who was puzzled by Suyu's situation. The big bosses present were all a little strange at the time, but they just focused on Li Mubing, so they didn't think about it. But now that I think about it, it seems a bit. My lords, the man named Suyu has obviously completed the last step, he just needs to push the door and walk into the palace, but at this moment, he gave up on his own initiative. In this regard, he is completely different from Li Mubing. Li Mubing is the last rune that has not been refined, so he cannot open the palace gate, but Suyu has refined all the runes. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3956 It's him. Gong Qiling's words made all the bosses present dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. At that time, he only had to push the door lightly, and he could come in, directly leading out of the Dao ceiling world, but he just stopped in front of the door, and I kept asking him why, he just said sorry, turned his head and walked away. Gone. So, strictly speaking, if he doesn't leave, the real first place cannot be Li Mubing's. This final characterization is fair, just and reasonable. Palace Qiling, who had held back for a long time, finished speaking in one breath. All the bosses at the scene opened their mouths and were completely at a loss. The expression on leaving was exactly the same. At that time, all the bosses thought that Chu Yan was unable to comprehend, so he failed. But now, hearing what Gong Qiling said, that's not the case at all, they quit by themselves. How to count? Strictly speaking, it means that he gave up the first place and handed it over to others. So, there is such a thing. Han Dianfang, Huang Tian Songzhu and a group of big bosses all had trembling pupils and expressions of shock on their faces. Based on this calculation, Li Mubing's first place is false. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? Han Dianfang gritted his teeth with aura. My lord, you can't blame me. I know that your rules are different from Lord Daofeng's. I also thought that the one who got the first place was the one who got the chance. He quit voluntarily. He must not be the first place. Who knew it would be like this? The palace spirit was full of grievances. Han Dianfang was speechless. Even the emperors and the heavenly masters were speechless. This matter completely exceeded their expectations. Ha ha ha. After a few breaths, the Han Dianfang laughed wildly, and the sound shook the sky. I didn't expect it, so you could give me such a surprise, not bad. So, Daofeng's opportunity should be him. Hearing this, Gong Qiling quickly nodded and said, it must be him. It can't be anyone else. The basic condition for a chance person is talent and aptitude, and the assessment is at the gate of the palace. He is the only one who has comprehended all the spirit seals and runes so far. Li Mubing is one short, and the others are much worse. Hearing this, Han Dianfang nodded and said, that's right. That's it, this matter will be easy to handle. Ha ha ha. For Han Dianfang, this is definitely another spring, not hopeless, but just missed. It's nothing to miss, just make up for it, I'm afraid that there is no hope at all. Call. The big bosses present, such as Emperor Tian Songzhu, let out a long breath, and all of them raised their hands to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Scary. It's scary. If it's a little bit worse, all the efforts will be in vain, and maybe even Huang Tiantang will be involved. Wait, now is not the time to relax. Han Dianfang was the first to laugh, and now he is also the first to remind him. Brother Hun, hurry up, bring that kid Suyu back to me. No, please come back. Emperor Songtian said anxiously. Okay. I'll look for it right away. Han Dianfang nodded, with breath surging all over his body. In less than 10 breaths, Han Dianfang opened his eyes and said, why did that kid go to the 18th domain? It seems that there is Tiancheng Lake of Tianchengzong. It's not too late, I'll set off right away, you guys are waiting here, get ready. After Han Dianfang finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly on the spot. 18 domains, Tiancheng Lake. Xiao Tian, Feng Bugao, you don't have to worry, I have already contacted Lord Tiger Gutsongzhu. Chu Yan said via voice transmission. That's good. Daozu Xiaotian and Feng Bugao breathed a sigh of relief. They all know that Chu Yan has a good relationship with Huge Songzhu, and Huge Songzhu intends to win over Chu Yan. He should really help each other. In this way, Chu Yan may be able to solve this trouble. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry, although I am the deputy suzerain of Tianqingzong, but the grandson Songzhu is at the same level as me, and his strength is not weak, so I can't absolutely guarantee his safety, this is a bit beyond my ability. Excuse me. The deputy suzerain of Chongqing thought for a long time, and finally replied politely. These words are 3 points true and 7 points false. It is impossible to say that he is incompetent, but the consequences are more troublesome for him. He needs to tear himself apart with the eldest grandson, Songzhu. It's like fire and water between them. After all, this is not like other things, there is something like making up for the loss, this is revenge for killing his son. If he stops the eldest grandson Songzhu now, then the eldest grandson Songzhu will take this hatred on himself in the future, but it's a lifetime thing. The deputy suzerain of Chongqing is very polite. You are lucky to come here as promised. Let's find a way to solve it ourselves. Daoist Xiutian also knew that there is nothing to do, and the other party has scruples, and it is useless to force him. As soon as these words came out, especially when he heard the word as promised, the deputy suzerain of Chongqing blushed, feeling extremely aggrieved, but helpless. I can't help Chongsun Songzhu, but I guarantee that in this place, it is impossible for other people to hurt you. Chongqing deputy suzerain said. You are not allowed to make a move, everything will be discussed after the eldest grandson's offering, do you hear me? Turning his head, the deputy suzerain of Chongqing yelled at Elder Yuehu and a group of people. He has more scruples about the eldest grandson Songzhu, but he doesn't pay attention to these people at all, so he can make up for it. This is. Elder Yuehu's original plan was not like this, but now that the deputy lord of longevity is here, he can only abandon his original plan. When the time comes, the grandson Songzhu will come and see the situation here, so he should be able to understand it. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice sounded from the distant horizon. Joke. Don't do it. Yuehu, you should do it right away, beat me to serious injuries, and break my limbs. Accompanied by a roar, a figure shot out from the distant sky, with two long knives on its back, crossed and held, and its whole body was full of murderous aura. This person's imposing manner has obviously reached the realm of invincibility. Shuilong. What do you mean by that? It's your master's words. The deputy lord of Chongqing asked, with a dark complexion. Humph. It's all the same. My master's words are the same as mine. Let's do it now. Just answering casually, Shuilong Wudi stared at Yuehu and continued to urge. Yes. Let's do it right away. Elder Yuehu and the others came to their senses and replied. Wait. Shuilong, can you tell master that it's a way of saving me face, can this matter be reconciled? Although the deputy suzerain of Chongqing guessed that this matter should not be done, he still wanted to try his best. Okay. Since Senior Chongqing asked, I will naturally obey. The water dragon was full of murderous looks, but he knew the general situation, took out the jade talisman and started sound transmission. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3957-2 Great Lord. After a few breaths, Shuilong Wudi put away the jade talisman, looked at the deputy suzerain and said. Senior Longevity, I'm sorry, master means. This son is my greatest enemy in this life, no matter who it is, I can't stop it. Starting today, master will let him live in pain forever. In addition, master said that Senior Chongqing is just a deputy suzerain, so don't mention the face or something, and it won't be too late to succeed the suzerain in the future. When these words landed, the face of the deputy suzerain of Chongqing instantly turned dark. This eldest grandson, Songzhu, really didn't give face, and he spoke so harshly. If he didn't care about his status as an enshrined in the sect, the deputy sect master of Chongqing would be so angry with him. However, if you are angry, you are angry. This is not the time to turn your face against the grandson, Songzhu. If he really dared to turn against the elder grandson, Songzhu, he would not have answered like Xiutian Zudao before. The deputy sect master of Chongqing is now filled with a sense of powerlessness. This is the case with resource sect forces like Tianqingzong. Unlike those powerful sect forces, the middle ranks of the sect are strict and have countless rules. And for resource sects like them, sometimes the enshrined status is almost below one person, above 10,000 people, and no one can afford it. After all, Tianqing Lake like Tianqingzong is a hot-sided existence of many sects, so the only way to protect the sect is to rely on these offerings. Deputy Sovereign of Longevity. Hee. Shuilong Wudi seemed to be thinking of something, but in the end he didn't say anything, but just chuckled, his eyes flickered with a hint of contempt. A cultivator like him has been with the eldest grandson, Songzhu, for a long time, and his master is precious. Everyone in Tianqingzong fears the prestige of his master, so naturally, they also have some scruples about him. After a long time, arrogance grows. However, this sentence fell into the eyes of the deputy suzerain of Chongqing, but it was like a spark igniting dry wood in an instant, as if a mountain fire was exploding in the sea of consciousness, and the whole person's spirit was about to explode. It's okay to be suffocated by the eldest grandson Songzhu, but the water dragon cultivator in front of him is just the apprentice of the eldest grandson, Songzhu, an invincible person, and he dares to stand in front of him with such an attitude. As the saying goes, all Buddhas have 3 points of fire, not to mention the identity and strength of the deputy suzerain of longevity. So, the deputy suzerain of Chongqing exploded on the spot, drew his sword and stood up with a clang. His eyes were red, and he pointed at Xuelong Wudi and shouted. "Humph! I want to see it today, that one dares to move." The Chongqing deputy suzerain who originally planned to stay out of the matter and forbear it, now his whole body was like a rainbow, and his sword energy was soaring to the sky. At this moment, he completely changed his mind, and was ready to justify his name for Wu Tianji. Therefore, he is going to protect Chu Yan to death. Even if he offends the eldest grandson Songzhu, becomes an enemy for life, and even fails to be the suzerain of Tianqingzong in the future, he will not hesitate. Oh! I didn't expect Senior Chongqing to be so strong for an outsider. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything, Elder Yuehu, let's do it. Xuelong Wudi glanced at the deputy suzerain of Chongqing, his eyes flickered for a while, he didn't care, and said with a sneer. This? Originally, he was still leaning towards Chongsun Songzhu and Xuelong Wudi, but now his heart skipped a beat. Previously, Chongsun Songzhu and Xuelong Wudi had the upper hand, but the deputy suzerain of Chongqing had obviously backed down, so he dared to help Chongsun Songzhu's side. But now, the deputy suzerain of Chongqing is obviously angry and completely desperate. Under such circumstances, if he helped Chongsun Songzhu again, it would be tantamount to choosing to occupy the team, and to show his position against the deputy suzerain of Chongqing. As for the identity and status of the Chongqing deputy suzerain in the sect, he is clear, and this has become a difficult choice for him. Elder Yuehu, my master just said that he will bear any incidents and consequences. Water Dragon Invincible is just a master of invincibility, and they are considered to be the weakest group here, so before his master comes, he will naturally have to rely on Elder Yuehu. So as soon as these words came out, Elder Yuehu still had a hesitant look on his face. He's not stupid for being an elder. He originally got involved in this matter because he wanted to gain some benefits. If he really put himself in a disadvantageous situation, it might not be worthwhile. After the matter is completed, my master promises to give you a chance to break through the Songzhu. As soon as these words came out, Elder Yuehu's eyes instantly brightened, and the red light flickered. For him, nothing is more alluring to him than this. Vice Suzerain, I'm sorry. Without any hesitation, Elder Yuehu bowed his hands to the deputy suzerain of Chongqing, and a powerful aura burst out instantly, locking on the opponent. Bring it on! The deputy suzerain of Chongqing waved his long sword, and the sword surged. At this moment, the world changed color and the situation was disturbed. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light lit up on Chu Yan's body, and a powerful aura rushed out from the jade talisman, turning into a tall figure, floating in the void, standing in front of everyone. This figure stood erect on the spot, like a mountain, and looked up. It looked like the capital of the sky and the earth, which made everyone's hearts tremble and their souls trembled. Bold! With a single drink, the tiger howled and the dragon roared, as if a tiger god descended from the void, and the power of the beast god exploded. Tiger! Lord of the Revolution! Elder Yuehu's expression froze for an instant. In the past, he had seen this legendary figure in the mainland, who founded the Tiger Star Mansion with his own strength, was one of the top existences in the mainland, and one of the veteran Songzhu realm powerhouses in the mainland. Compared with Changsun Songzhu, he is a bit weak. Do you know that this son is the person I declared asylum? Are you trying to make enemies of my Tiger Star Mansion? As soon as these words came out, they were extremely domineering, and the words Huxing Mansion were like a mountain pressing down, causing the faces of Elder Yuehu and the others to change drastically. This Tiger Star Mansion is not like the resource sects like Tianchengzong and Huangshentang, and even if it is a resource sect, no cultivator in Huangtangtang dares to offend, because no one is lacking. Even Songzhu realm has it as possible to ask them, but Tianchengzong is different. There is only one treasured cultivation place like Tiancheng Lake. And this is not the only treasured place for cultivation in the God's domain continent, so the Tianchengzong is not like the Huangtianzong, it is irreplaceable. And the Tiger Star Mansion is a real cultivator sect, an existence that can compete with the world's powerful, and it is by no means comparable to the resource sect. At this time even Shuilong Wudi, who had a proud face before, frowned slightly, and his face changed slightly. The deputy suzerain of Chongqing looked at the will body of Chu Yan and huge Songzhu, and suddenly looked surprised. He never thought that this Chu Yan could invite such an existence as huge Songzhu. It seems that this Suyu is not an ordinary casual cultivator, and his identity and status are by no means simple. Huge, long time no see. At this moment, a cloud of auspicious clouds swept over the sky, and with a majestic momentum, the figure of the deity appeared above Tiancheng Lake. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3958 The suzerain comes in person. The huge Songzhu who appeared before only appeared in the body of will, but now when this strong man appears, he comes directly from the deity. As a result, the power and influence are quite different. See the sovereign. Elder Shuilong, Yuehu, and others immediately looked overjoyed when they saw the visitor, and hurriedly consulted Taoism. This old man with blue hair and a green robe is the current suzerain of Tianchengzong, Tianjuit Songzhu. With his current strength and status, he is on an equal footing with huge Songzhu. Good. Lord Tianjue swept across the audience, nodded slightly, looked at Lord Huge Song and Chu Yan, and said, Huge, there has never been any old grievances between your Huxing Mansion and my Tianchengzong. Therefore, I don't care about you trespassing on my sect's important place without authorization. You can leave. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan and Feng Bugao's expressions all changed. This situation is obviously well prepared. It seems that the eldest grandson, Songzhu, has already guessed that Chu Yan has support. After all, huge Songzhu announced the relationship between Suyu and him in the entire Godland continent. The suzerain Jiuetian was invited to check and balance tiger leather. When the suzerain came forward, it would no longer be a personal grievance, but it might become a matter between the sects, which would trigger a war between the sects at any time. In that case, the consequences will be serious. This is tantamount to forcing Lord Hu Gutsong to the point where he has put his sect and power on the table. Jiuetian, you want to help the eldest grandson? Huge Songzhu said. Hu Gu, I have already said it just now, there is nothing more to say, you leave immediately. This time, Jiuetian Songzhu's tone became visibly harsher. Ha ha ha, it's interesting. Suddenly, without waiting for huge Songzhu to answer, another aura burst out from Chu Yan's body, and accompanied by loud laughter, his figure emerged. As soon as this person appeared, he stood beside huge Songzhu and looked at Jiuetian Songzhu opposite. It's the Lord again. All the strong men present felt their hearts twitching violently at this time, and their sea of consciousness shook. No one expected that there would be another strong man in the Song Lord realm. Huh! Blazing heaven! Jiuetian Songzhu's complexion instantly sank. Jiuetian, we used to have a good relationship, that eldest grandson was just a villain of Dao Tian Dao in the past, and his sect was damaged, but he retreated completely. You still expect such a person to wholeheartedly inherit the sect for you? Blazing Heaven Lord spoke with a smile on his face. You too must protect this Suyu. Jiuetian Songzhu asked. What do you mean? You and I have both come here. Of course, we must protect him. Everyone in the God's Domain continent knows about this. The two of us attach great importance to this son. Why don't you sell the two of us together? For the sake of saving face, don't get too involved with the younger generation's affairs. Huge and I will definitely come to the door to thank you in the future. Blazing Heaven Lord laughed. After these words, there was an instant silence. Jiuetian Songzhu frowned, thinking about the balance in his heart. Now the opponent is two Songzhu realms, and they are also two major forces, Tiger Star Mansion and Blazing Star Building, but they are not comparable to his resource sect like Tianqingzong. Although Changsun Songzhu offered a lot of benefits, it always feels a little uneconomical now. Hu Ge and Qi Tian Quan Dalu announced that they would protect the Suyu. This is something that all cultivators know. It's like an endless relationship. In this way, Tianqingzong is under great pressure, and it is very likely. At this moment, Jiuetian Songzhu's jade talisman of communication trembled suddenly. A message came. Jiuetian Songzhu saw it, and after a few breaths, his eyes suddenly brightened. Apparently, Shuilong Wudi has been passing on the situation on the scene to Changsun Songzhu in time. Because of this, seeing that sovereign Jiuetian hesitated, the eldest grandson, Songzhu, directly took out the treasure, instantly making sovereign Jiuetian firm again. Unexpectedly, the eldest grandson even took out this. Sect Master Zhu Tian also knew that what Blazing Song Master said was true. When Dao Tian Dao was overthrown, Changsun Songzhu basically didn't do anything, and completely protected himself, so he was able to retreat completely without any injuries. But now, in the hands of Changsun Songzhu, there is a treasure that he desperately needs. Therefore, the reason why he included the eldest grandson Songzhu into the Tianqing sect was not that he wanted to rely on him to increase the strength of the sect, as Qi Tian Songzhu thought, but for the treasure in the hands of the eldest grandson Songzhu from the beginning to the end. What I didn't expect now is that for a junior in the invincible realm, the eldest grandson, Songzhu, actually took it out. You too, the eldest grandson has joined my Tianqingzong, so I will naturally support him with all my strength. You two should leave, and don't let the result become too bad. Sect Master Jiuetian said. Oh. Huge Songzhu and Qi Tian Songzhu, their faces changed slightly at the same time, and they looked at each other. It seems that the treasure in Changsun Songzhu's hands has already been promised to Zhu Tian, otherwise he would not have worked so hard, and he has obviously been persuaded by Qi Tian just now. The two of them have also heard about the treasure in the eldest grandson's hand, and now it seems that it should be real. This Jiuetian sect master is quite nonsense, but what he said is righteous. How many masters are there in God's Domain continent? No one knows who. Especially the veteran Songzhu like Tiger Gut Songzhu and Qi Tian Songzhu, who have lived endless years. Jiuetian, I won't talk nonsense. I still say the same thing today. Whoever touches Suyu in the Xinyu continent will be me and Qi Tian. They will never stop dying, including your entire Tianqingzong. Huge Songzhu opened his mouth. Directly, his breath burst out, and the airwaves surged in all directions. The same is true for Blazing Songzhu. His whole body's energy burst out, and the power of Songzhu swept out, sweeping the entire world in an instant. In an instant, the whole scene became extremely terrifying, and all kinds of heavenly lord energy exploded, as if it was about to destroy the world. Suyu, don't worry, Qi Tian and I are rushing here at full speed, we will keep you safe. Lord Huge Song glanced at Chu Yan, and at the same time looked towards the direction of Tianqingzong, behind Jiuetian sect master. The meaning could not be more clear. Kill Suyu alone, and your entire clan will be destroyed. Thank you two seniors. Chu Yan cupped his hands in thanks. What a big tone. Hu ge, Ji Tian, then don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Tian Songzhu's face turned cold, and the Songzhu aura on his body burst out, and the entire Tianqing lake below shook violently. All the cultivators who practiced in Tianchenggu woke up together with shocked expressions on their faces. They have never encountered such a situation before. They practiced in Tianqing Lake before, and everything was normal. Why did all the spiritual breaths and spiritual sources suddenly disappear today? Lord Jiuxiao mobilized the origin of the entire Tianqing Lake, and as a result, his strength skyrocketed. Chu Yan, this is troublesome. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Daozu Xiutian immediately became tense, and said to Chu Yan, through sound transmission. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3959, don't my words work? In the current situation, Lord Huge Songzhu and Lord Blazing Heaven are only the bodies of wills here, but Lord Jiuxiao Songzhu is here in his true self. In this way, even if the two Songzhu protect Chu Yan, it is impossible to block it. The rest depends on whether the time they come can last until the Jiuxiao sect master succeeds. This is a bet on probability. And this probability is related to life and death. On the other hand, even if the two Songzhu came here, but this is Qingtian Lake, if it is Tianqingzong's territory, plus Jiuxiao Songzhu is the suzerain of Tianqingzong. Now that his face is completely torn apart, if he summons the power of the whole sect, he will definitely occupy the absolute peak in a short time. Even Lord Huge Songcheng and Lord Blazing Heaven broke out in sect wars, but it still takes time, and it is a matter of probability. Calculated in this way, regardless of whether Lord Hu Song and Qi Tian Song Lord come to mention it or not, for Chu Yan, the right time and place are not good for him. Fellow Daoist Suyu, don't worry, I'll find someone. Feng Bugao also noticed something was wrong, and gritted his teeth. Now that he is like this, there is only one way, and that is to find his elder brother. God. Feng Budian is one of the four. As long as he appears, the problem can basically be solved. Chu Yan, there is another way. We can use the historical materials that King Ming and Bo Wang told us, and use Lord Huge Tsong and Blazing Heaven as rewards to call other powerful Tsong lords to come to help. Xiutian Daozu also thought of a way. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. This time the trouble is quite big. Maybe I and Xiutian Daozu will be stuck here, so I must use all methods to solve the trouble. The method of Xiutian Daozu is feasible. Anyway, many historical materials are not needed by himself and Xiutian Daozu. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness flashed, all kinds of historical materials about the ancient times before coming. Die. At this moment, Jiuxiao Songzhu has already made a move. He naturally knows the importance of time, and making a move is a killer move. The mighty gangway turned into a thunderbolt, like the punishment of the gods, and blasted towards the will of Lord Huge Song and Blazing Heaven. Seeing this move, the two lords' expressions changed at the same time, and they immediately exploded their willpower to fight together. Suddenly, a war broke out. At this moment, an incomparably majestic voice suddenly sounded above the sky. This shout was like thunder rolling from the sky, and it exploded above everyone's heads, causing everyone's bodies and souls to tremble at the same time. Jiutian, be bold. Stop me immediately. Words are like thunder, order the audience. This. Everyone present was shocked. This power is so strong. It won't be another Songzhu realm powerhouse descending. This kid can actually call 3 Songzhu. Lord Jiuxiao Song's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect this Suyu to have such a big background. 3 should be 3. I must get such a treasure in Master Chongsun Song's hands. Jiuxiao Songzhu pondered for a moment, then made up his mind and would not waver in any way. For that treasure, he took in his eldest grandson, Songzhu, and now he has bet on the entire sect. At this point, he will not be shaken by anything at all. Moreover, he had rejected huge Songzhu and the others twice before, but now he changed his words, which is a bit embarrassing. After all, he is the master of a sect. The most important thing is the treasure in Changsun Songzhu's hand. As long as he gets it, his strength will increase greatly, and no one will be afraid at that time. One must know that when the cultivation of martial arts has reached the Songzhu state, even if it is necessary to improve a little bit of strength, it is as difficult as reaching the sky. The corresponding increase in Songzhu's strength will also greatly improve the body and status. Stop. Impossible. When I am Tianqingzong. Dare to yell here, presumptuous, even if there are 10 Songzhu here today, so you must let the eldest grandson Songzhu deal with it. No one can say it. Absolute God shouted sharply. Huh. It's quite tough. The voice resurfaced again, with a hint of coldness. Following the sound, a figure slowly emerged above the void, revealing its figure. Jiuxiao, are my words useless? When that person emerged, his face was icy cold, and he spoke softly. Who are you? Hearing this, Jiuxiao's sect master looked puzzled, looked up, he was full of doubts, never thought that there would be people in this God's domain continent who would dare to talk to him like that. I am a strong man in the Songzhu realm, the pinnacle of martial arts in the mainland, and I am also the master of a sect, which can be said to be above tens of thousands. However, when he looked up and saw the figure that emerged, his pupils shrank suddenly. Hunting bangling. Among all the people present, except for Shuilong Wudi, everyone was stunned when they saw this figure. For a moment, the vice suzerain of Chongqing, the good old Yuehu, had a shocked expression on his face, and was completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? This is the real top of the continent. How could the existence of the big boss appear here? Jiuxiao, I am here to take Suyu away. What you said just now means, objecting. Hunting Bangling looked serious, but still calm. 4. Suyu. Hearing the words of Hunting Bangling, all the people present were shocked, and they all turned their heads to look at Chu Yan. Who is Hunting Bangling? That is equivalent to a supreme existence. Since I knew him, I have never heard of it. He has participated in the power struggle in the mainland, and he is completely invincible in the world. According to historical records, Hunting Bangling never made a move on the mainland. With such an existence, a little Suyu is nothing more than invincible, and he can be asked to make a move. What is this Suyu's origin and identity background? This is too scary. Fellow Taoist Suyu, you are too dishonest. With such a backstage, you are still hiding it. You made us worry like this. Feng Bugao expressed his reluctance. On the other hand, Chu Yan, who was on the other side, was confused and full of doubts. Hunting Bangling. This guy doesn't seem to have any friendship other than cheating himself. Senior Hunting Bang, no, there is absolutely no problem if you want to take Suyu away. Tianqingzong, and I will never dare to stop it. Jiuxiao Songzhu was sweating profusely, his face turned green, and he quickly answered. Joke. No matter how good the treasure is, life is important. This is the spirit of the Hunting Bang Bang, the top of the continent, controlling the existence of the Hunting Bang Bang. And what is the chaos ranking? That is the list of the strongest in the world, and every strong person kills the sky and the earth for the ranking on the list. Jiuxiao Songzhu is able to make an enemy of the whole world for the treasure of the eldest grandson Songzhu. It is because he has the bottom line. As long as he gets this treasure, he will not be afraid of other Songzhu in the future. But now, the Hunting Bangling has appeared. If he becomes an enemy, he may not even have the chance to meet the eldest grandson, Songzhu. This God's domain continent can't go on. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3960 looking for you. If you offend the spirit of the Huntian, it is tantamount to offending all the existences on the Huntian list, and no one will be able to live. There is no need to doubt, in order to please Huntian Bangling, all the bosses will chase him to the ends of the earth with knives, let alone Tianchengzong, even all the sects in the world can be wiped out for you. In such a situation, not to mention Tianchengzong, even the suzerain of the #1 sect in the world had to be polite when he saw the Huntian Bangling, not daring to disobey him. This is the strength of Huntian Bangling. This is still his identity and status. As for his own strength, if you don't doubt it, that Songzhu realm powerhouse is probably not attractive to him at all. Sect Master Zhu Tian was covered in sweat at this time, and his whole robe was soaked. After cultivating to Songzhu realm, he finally had the hope of being promoted. The treasure of the eldest grandson, Songzhu, is right in front of him. If he dies at this time, it will be too deadly. Now, the attitude of Zhu Tian sect master is completely different from before, and it can't be better. In the past, he dared to make an enemy of huge Songzhu, or any Songzhu, but now, it is absolutely impossible for him to be an enemy of Huntian Bangling. To deal with him, one sentence from Huntian Bangling is enough. Senior, I really don't know that Suyu belongs to you. Otherwise, this junior would not dare to trouble him even if he had 100 guts. This time, this junior was deceived by bad guys, so he did such a thing. Senior, please forgive. The Jiuxiao sovereign is also in existence on the Huntian list. Although the ranking is not high, he still wants to improve it, get more benefits, and even have the opportunity to get the guidance of the Huntian list spirit in the future, and try to break through to Songzhu, the legendary road above the border. Therefore, right now, you must not offend the spirit of the hunting list, and instantly kick you out of the hunting list, believe it or not. The current Jiuxiao sovereign's intestines are green from regret. This is a real regret. If I had known that Chu Yan had something to do with Huntian Bangling, it would be impossible for him to participate in this matter if he was killed. Since you have pleaded guilty, forget it. Huntian Bangling waved his hand. It's not that he doesn't care, but that he doesn't have time to talk to him now, he still has important things to do. Suyu, I have something to do with you, come with me. Chu Yan looked at Huntian Bangling with a puzzled look on his face, and after what happened before, Chu Yan is now more vigilant. Senior, you. This expression immediately made the corners of Huntian Bangling's eyes twitch, and his heart arose. What's the situation today? I ate all the way, it's fine if it's Songzhu realm dares to disobey himself, this Suyu is only a little invincible, and he dares to do the same. He would still be polite there. Huntian Bangling waved his big hand, the surging breath directly wrapped Chu Yan, turned around and disappeared on the spot. If you have fire in your heart and are anxious at the same time, then you have time to talk nonsense with him. Today's matter, no one is allowed to divulge, each of you has made an oath of God's power, and anyone who violates, will be punished. When the figure disappeared, the voice of the champ Bangling resounded in the void. There is no need to look at them at all, with this momentum and self-confidence, only Huntian Bangling dares to do this to the strong in the Songzhu realm and the Divine Realm continent. As soon as Huntian Bangling left, the whole scene became quiet instantly, and everyone was stunned. Especially Shuilong Wudi, the deputy suzerain of longevity, and the elder Yuehu, as if they had experienced an illusory illusion. For them, when a great war broke out and a few strong Songzhu realm took action, it ended like this. As for huge Songzhu and Qi Tian Songzhu, the two looked at each other at this time, their eyes were full of ecstasy. Have a look. It's called vision. The two of them had taken a fancy to this Suyu from the very beginning, and bet heavily on him, and this bet was completely right. I didn't know why this Suyu was so amazing before, but now I understand that he is a chauvinist. This time, they were completely fired. No wonder, you can come out of the land of 10,000 origins. The two nodded secretly at the same time. I believed in the words of Huntian Bangling more and more in my heart. Ha ha ha, Jiuxiao. That's amazing. With your vision and decision, you are worthy of being the master of a sect. Now you Tianqingzong will follow you to enjoy the blessings. We won't take advantage of it, so farewell. When the words fell to the ground, the tiger good Songzhu and blazing heaven Songzhu, who laughed heartily, disappeared instantly on the spot. This time, they didn't use their true deities anymore, and happily went to find a place to drink. Although the two of them talk about running against the Jiuxiao sovereign, they still have to thank him in the end. If he hadn't provoked such a big pot, they might not be able to attract the Huntian Bangling, and it would be impossible for the Huntian Bangling to know that the two of them worked hard to protect Xuan. It was originally Suyu, but now even the spirit of Huntian has climbed up, which is definitely a huge profit. Ha ha ha. Not only huge Songzhu and Qitian Songzhu were happy, Feng Bugao was also laughing wildly, feeling very comfortable in his heart. Come on, do it, don't you want to deal with us? Don't worry about my brother, come directly, I promise not to fight back, let you cut it with one knife. How about? When Elder Yuehu and Shuilong Wudi heard this, their faces turned dark and the corners of their mouths twitched wildly. Who dares to cut you? Thinking of the result they will face in the future, both of them are full of bitterness and are about to cry. This time, no matter it is the eldest grandson, Songzhu, even Tianqingzong, can't stay. What's more frightening is that if this matter spreads, there may not be a sect force in the whole world who will accept them again. From now on, they have become veritable casual cultivators, and they will venture into the world alone in the future. This shit, I won't even have a place to live in the future. Humph. A bunch of rubbish, let's see how you bully others in the future. Feng Bugao snorted coldly, didn't bother to talk to them anymore, took out the jade talisman, and started to send news to Wan Tianxing. Wan Tianxing over there was very anxious, and kept asking, now that the matter is settled, Feng Bugao has time to explain to him. Time goes by, and the time for a stick of incense passes in a blink of an eye. The Emperor's paradise, the holy land of the valley. The calm void fluctuated for a while, and the ripples spread, and a figure rushed out of it, raised his hand and threw it. One in front and one behind, two figures emerged at the same time. Senior, what the hell are you looking for me for? This is... Huh? Chu Yan was about to ask, but when he looked up, he saw Emperor Tian Songzhu, and was immediately puzzled. Moreover, there is a group of strong men around Emperor Songzhu, all of whom are powerful, and they are all obviously strong in the Songzhu realm. In such a situation, I'm afraid something big will happen. This is more than the Songzhu on Tianqing Lake before, and of course the matter is much bigger. Boy. No matter what Chu Yan was looking at or thinking about, Huntian Bangling stared at him and asked, sternly. During the 5th level assessment before, did you give up on your own initiative, not because you couldn't pass it? You are so contemptuous of the first place. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3961 not nervous. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan immediately reacted, glanced at the valley in the distance, smiled wryly, and replied. Senior, I have unavoidable reasons, so. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Huntian Bangling's entire face turned purple, staring at Chu Yan with a cannibalistic expression on his face. It's really true. You kid, you are amazing. You were almost cheated by you. Huntian Bangling really didn't expect that he would have this day too, and he was almost included here. His face turned green with anger, but he couldn't do anything about Chu Yan, so he kept blowing his beard and staring. Su Xiaoyu, please come back this time, there is something very important, please read. Emperor Tian Songzhu said with a serious face. Following the direction of Emperor Heaven Songzhu's finger, Chu Yan happened to see Li Mubing sitting there cross-legged not far away, covered in wounds and blood-stained robes. Although the blood had stopped, that heavily wounded body was still very clearly. This is the Daofeng secret book. Although Chu Yan could probably guess it, when he actually saw it with his own eyes, he still looked shocked. That special aura emerged in his sea of consciousness and surged in his body, making him unnaturally yearn for this book, as if he could know everything in the world after getting it. Han Dianfang and Huang Tianzhongzhu looked at each other, and there was a trace of strangeness in their eyes. Then, Emperor Huang Tianzong said, "Little friend, this book is the treasure of Emperor Tianzong. During the 5th level assessment, you have already met each other, but you didn't know it at the time." Having said this, Emperor Songtian glanced at Li Mubing, and told Chu Yan in detail about his contact with the secret book of Taoism before. "So, you asked me to come here because..." After listening to Emperor Tianzongzhu's words, Chu Yan already knew it in his heart. Yes, Li Mubing tried his best and was only short of the last step, but he still failed. This shows that he is not the one who was looking for the secret book of Daofeng. We learned from the spirit of Daofeng Palace that you did it on purpose. The first one who gave up, so we speculate that you are the one who. Emperor Songtian said, "This matter is of great importance. We hope you can help us get out of the trap of the spirit of the Dao Seal secret book." Han Dianfang also looked at Chu Yan and said, "Boy, you are indispensable for the benefits. After the matter is completed, I will give you a great opportunity." After saying this, Chu Yan hesitated at the time and thought about it. "Seniors, the Daofeng secret book is of great importance. It is extremely important to the martial arts practitioners in the entire God's domain continent. If the junior can help, I have nothing to say, but I don't know what I should do." When Chu Yan asked, Han Dianfang immediately smiled, nodded, and said, "That's right. He's very knowledgeable, you just need to get close to him." Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and walked towards the valley. Dodging a few steps, he fell down the middle of the valley to the Daofeng secret book, and looked up. Daofeng's secret book instantly sensed everything, and the light burst out, and a burst of breath overflowed, wrapped around Chu Yan, and swallowed Chu Yan in an instant. "That's all right, just wait a month, and you'll know the result." Emperor Songtian breathed a long sigh of relief, regardless of whether it will be successful or not, at least so far everything is going well. It was much better than before, when hope was completely cut off. Therefore, Emperor Songzhu sat cross-legged and began to practice with breath. "I can still calm down now. What are you afraid of for a month? It's just a few glasses of wine. Go get some good wine and wait while you drink." Han Dianfang also sat cross-legged with a smile on his face. "Bastard! You're not leaving." Huang Tianzhongzhu and a group of big shots were a little surprised, and looked up at the same time. This Han Dianfang had just left before, and would not wait here at all. Whether this thing can be done or not depends on this kid. If it's okay, I'm still watching, so I'm more at ease. Han Dianfang, who had an experience, nodded. When Li Mubing was originally, he thought it would be all right, and then something went wrong. Moreover, this Suyu ran to Tianchengzong. If he hadn't been there, he would have driven there by the emperor. I am afraid that Suyu would have been wiped out by Tianchengzong by the time he arrived. Under such circumstances, can he rest assured? Still staring at Reliable. "By the way, you." Lord Hundian took a break now, and turned his head to look at the palace artifact spirit who was still waiting carefully. "Do you know that it's because you concealed it? This kid is in danger. If I go one step late, the consequences will be unimaginable. You can't afford to die 100 times." As soon as these words came out, Gong Qiling's whole body trembled, and his hair exploded in fright. "Run now." Apart from anything else, I originally wanted to get close to Senior Han Dianfang, but this situation is wrong, so I better run away. The scene was quiet, and time passed slowly. In Fengheng in the 18th domain, Wan Tianxing and Shou Tiandaozu, because of Chu Yan's relationship, have now completely become the precious guests of Tianqing Zong, and are enshrined like the three top bosses. What kind of Tianqing Zong? The lake is graded to enter and completely absent. Now the three of them, no one can control where Tianqing Zong wants to go and what they want to do. Compared with the previous treatment, this treatment is very different. And the next day, Tianqing Zong issued a declaration that the eldest grandson, Songzhu, would be expelled from Tianqing Zong, and he would have no relationship with him after that. When this happened, Chang's son Songzhu had just rushed back to Tianqing Zong, and found himself locked out of the sect. He was completely dumbfounded. Then came Elder Yuehu and Shuilong Wudi, who were also kicked out. Chang's son Songzhu asked them what happened. The two blushed from holding back, and finally could only shake their heads and sigh, and said nothing, dare not say anything. Chang's son Song was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Anyway, that Suyu was fine and alive and kicking anyway. And he was kicked out of Tianqing Zong. This result, how could it be like this? Of course, Chang's son Songzhu knew that something big must have happened in the middle, and no matter what, it was not good for him. Time goes by, a day goes by in a blink of an eye. In the holy land of Huangshantang, Huntian Bangling held a glass of wine, looked at the distant scenery with special taste, and glanced at the huge tomb in calm weather from time to time, with a calm expression on his face. Haha, old emperor, the atmosphere in your place is still a bit weak, and the taste of this wine is not as good as before. Or, go back and change the place to make wine. I have a good place, I guarantee. Regarding the words of Huntian Bangling, the Emperor Songzhu, who had been staring at the Daofeng secret book, turned his head, and gave Huntian Bangling a hard look with his bloodshot eyes. What time is it? There is still time to control whether the wine is good or not. What kind of wine is brewed? Is it time to talk about whether the wine is good or not? At this time, the Emperor of Heaven and Heaven is forced to drink with you. No matter how good the wine is, it will be like white water, tasteless and tasteless. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3962 Senior. Huntian Bangling was somewhat disdainful of Emperor Songzhu's nervousness. What's there to be nervous about? What can there be? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, suddenly, a ray of light rose into the sky from the Dao Seal secret book in the distance. Snapped. Almost at the moment when the light rose, the wine glass in Huntian Bangling's hand was instantly crushed into powder by him, and he stood up abruptly, looking into the distance. I saw the burst of breath from the secret book of Taoism in the distance, rushing straight to Yunxiao. A large number of spiritual seal runes are contained in it, and a huge fairy palace has evolved, floating above the sky. This. Huntian Bangling and other bigwigs shrank their pupils. Huang Tian, Li Mubing, caused this kind of vision. How long did it take? Huntian Bangling stared at the palace and asked, without turning his head. I don't remember very clearly. It seems to be 8 days and 4 hours before half a stick of incense. Emperor Songzhu replied. Depend on. With this shout, the wine table and wine bottles in front of Huntian Bangling were all turned into dust and scattered in all directions. At this moment, he couldn't drink another drop of wine, and stood there with his whole body tensed, staring straight at the palace, motionless, with an extremely serious expression on his face. Emperor Songtian glanced at him, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Time goes on. For the next time, a group of bigwigs such as Huntian Bangling just stared at the vision so closely without blinking their eyes. Another day passed. The eyes of a group of bigwigs were bloodshot, and they were holding their breath completely. At this moment, the elapsed time is only the 9th day. But the degree of vision has reached the level of vision caused by Li Mubing in a month. What level is this? It's more than 3 times the difference. At this time, Chu Yan should have stepped on the ladder that Li Mubing had stepped on before. On the other side, Li Mubing has been practicing for nearly 10 days, and most of his injuries have recovered, and he is slowly waking up from the practice. What happened? The moment Li Mubing opened his eyes, he thought that he was still awake, maybe he was in a dream. In the dream, on the ladder that made him fail, there was a familiar figure standing amidst thousands of rays of light, like a god. Su Yu. He will never forget this figure, Su Yu, who almost replaced him as the first place in the martial arts conference. Up to now, he will never forget it, and may even remember it engraved in his bones all his life. This figure, like a god, is full of light. Even the palace where he, Li Mubing, had been defeated, seemed to have surrendered in front of that godlike figure. What's happening here? He actually went up that ladder, could it be? Li Mubing, as the #1 genius in Huang Tiantong's fancy, was naturally not stupid, and instantly figured out what happened after his failure. No. It only took 9 days for me to heal this time. Suddenly, a thought flashed by, and Li Mubing froze on the spot in shock, completely dumbfounded. 9 days. It took him a month to reach a step, but he only took 9 days to reach it. Mubing, how are you? How do you feel? Han Tianyang noticed Li Mubing's situation, turned his head for a rare look, and asked. Thank you for your concern, senior, it's all right now. Li Mubing heard Han Tianbangling's voice, and felt like answering. That's good. Han Tianbangling nodded, and turned his head to look at the Valley Palace again, without taking his eyes off it. By the way, the reason why we called Suyu is that during the 5th level assessment, the spirit of the palace found this Suyu and gave up at the last step, so I took him back and tried again. Hearing what Han Tianbangling said, Li Mubing suddenly shrank his pupils. Give up voluntarily. In this way, the real first place in the martial arts conference is not me, but this Suyu. Oh, #1. After he gave up, he gave it to himself. For a moment, Li Mubing was hit hard again, standing there like a dead stone, his sea of consciousness was blank. I'll tell you this, what do you think? Han Tianbangling looked at Li Mubing and asked, with a strange light in his eyes. Senior, I just didn't expect such a thing to happen. There are countless geniuses in this world of martial arts. I am not surprised that Suyu is better than me. I just look forward to it. This way the road to martial arts will be more interesting. Not to mention, this Li Mubing is a true genius. Those cultivators who are full of arrogance and regard the world as nothing can never achieve his martial arts talent and aptitude. Therefore, when Han Tianbangling asked him, even though his sea of consciousness was blank, he still subconsciously replied. Very good. Han Tianbangling could naturally tell that Li Mubing's answer was from the bottom of his heart, not a deliberate answer. In this way, this Li Mubing did not disappoint him. I don't know the result yet, whether he is stronger or weaker than you, the result will come soon. Let's wait together. Han Tianbangling suddenly felt better, Li Mubing, and now Suyu, this is a double harvest, not bad. Yes, senior. In this short breath, Li Mubing's mind returned to normal, and became as still water again, causing Han Tianbangling to nod secretly. Time keeps passing. Han Tianbangling, Emperor Songzhu, Li Mubing and a group of bigwigs all waited quietly. An hour later, Chu Yan stood in front of the palace gate. At this time, Chu Yan could feel a familiar breath reappear. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan raised his hand again, causing a large number of spiritual seals and runes to emerge from the palace gate. One after another, the spirit seal runes were continuously refined by him. Because it has been refined once before, the speed this time is twice as fast as last time. In less than half an hour, all the runes disappeared, and there was a slight pause in front of the last rune. It's not because this rune is difficult, but Chu Yan is thinking, wait a minute, will the palace gate be opened, or not? Will the rules of time and space reappear? While thinking, Chu Yan didn't stop, and quickly refined the last rune, turned around and walked towards the palace gate. At this moment, Li Mubing's pupils shrank suddenly, and his breath was restrained. Sure enough, this Suyu is stronger than himself. But at this time Emperor Songzhu, Huntian Bangling and others all became extremely nervous, and they all looked at Chu Yan standing in front of the palace gate. Boom, boom. Almost the moment Chu Yan raised his hand, a thunderbolt exploded above the sky, and the whole palace trembled suddenly, becoming blurred in an instant. What's going on? This is a failure. Heaven and earth resonate, this is arousing Tianwei, do you want to stop all this? Could it be that Chu Yan was not the one who had the opportunity to seal the secret book, so he was stopped? The faces of a group of big shots changed suddenly, and they were all stunned. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3963 Tongtian Shuling. All the bosses couldn't understand, Li Mubing and Suyu both failed, so who was the one who got the chance to seal the secret book? I can't go back to the original point. What the Daofeng secret book said is false. However, with the talents of these two people, they are already the top in the mainland, and it is even more impossible for other cultivators to be completely unable to compare with the two of them in terms of talent and aptitude. The person who sealed the secret book, by chance, must be someone. All the bosses have mixed feelings, and they don't know how to deal with all kinds of feelings. However, at this moment, Chu Yan, after standing there for a while, finally moved again. Raising his hand, he slowly walked towards the palace gate. Chu Yan's hand moved forward slowly, thousands of thunderbolts roared in the sky and the earth trembled. However, as Chu Yan continued to stretch forward, the thunder that day was getting weaker and weaker, and the trembling of the palace seemed to be suppressed, and it became weaker and weaker, and gradually returned to calm. Snapped. An extremely weak voice sounded, and it was Chu Yan's hand that touched the gate of the palace. This voice was originally extremely small, but at this time it resounded like a thunder, resounding in the sea of consciousness of the Emperor Songzhu and other big men, causing everyone's mind and body to tremble at the same time. Boom, boom. The gate shattered violently, turning into countless stars, flying in all directions. What? All the bosses in the distance suddenly changed their expressions. Before they could react at all, the vision suddenly appeared. I saw that the steps in front of the palace began to dissipate, turning into countless stars and returning to the palace. With a click, the phantom of the Daofeng secret book changed from virtual to real on the palace. Under the light, the first page trembled and began to open slowly. It seems that it is extremely difficult to bear the weight of thousands of mountains, but it continues like grass breaking through the ground. Halfway through the opening of the first page, a large piece of spirit seal runes broke out from the first page, like thousands of beams of light, soaring into the sky, making the sound of thousands of knights, resounding through the sky for thousands of miles. Majestic, solemn, prestige, dignified, Songgu and other auras appeared above the sky and spread towards the sky at an alarming speed. After that, there was light overflowing from the palace, rushing like a stream of water, supporting the palace and flowing downward. Every minute of movement, the palace becomes solidified, and when the distance of 10,000 battles is gone, the palace has already turned into a solid body, appearing alive in front of everyone, no longer the original virtual image. This palace is countless times larger than the ones I saw before. The first floor of the main hall alone is nearly 1,000 feet high, but 100,000 steps wide. On the pillars of different colors, dragons and phoenixes are clinging to each other, roaring like roaring. As if there are 4 images between the heaven and the earth. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of pages turning was heard, and the gate of the huge palace opened at the same time, making a clicking sound. The ancient breath rushed out of the palace, sweeping out like a wild cloud. Chu Yan's figure instantly disappeared from the original palace gate and appeared in the palace. This? Successful. Is this considered a success? The complexions of several big bosses changed at the same time, and the eyes sparkled with brilliance. Even the spirit of the Tianbang is also covered in a face, completely unaware of what happened. Didn't it fail before? Why did it change all of a sudden? Which one prevails? This change is too random. The opportunity has arrived, the destiny has arrived, please come in. A Tsanggu voice resounded, echoing in the palace. Every word is like the morning bell and the curtain drum, which makes people tremble, as if they are in an illusory world. It feels unreal, but it is real. However, there is no doubt that the owner of this voice is the spirit of the Daofeng secret book. It has fully awakened. Tong Tian, is that you? Han Dianbangling's voice was trembling, his eyes were full of energy, and he was extremely excited. It really awakened. When the emperor heard this, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Brother, it's me. I'm sorry to bother you, thank you. Please come in too. It seems that I heard the voice of the Han Dianbangling, and there are old acquaintances just after waking up, so there is a hint of joy in the voice, and it is straightforward and generous to let everyone enter the palace. Good. 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 Han Dianbangling was also overjoyed. Even after saying 3 good words, he still had an excited expression on his face. At that moment, Han Dianbangling was the leader, followed by a group of bigwigs, and they all rushed into the palace. Senior, I can. Li Mubing asked cautiously with a worried face. He failed before, which proved that he was not the one who had the opportunity to seal the secret book, so he asked first. Of course. Come in. Li Mubing was overjoyed when he heard this, and bowed to thank him. Thank you. Babble. Li Mubing didn't dare to call this name indiscriminately, maybe only Han Dianbangling could call it, and it was not suitable for seniors. No matter what happens, as a genius, he naturally didn't want to miss this rare event, so he rushed to the hall as well. Entering the hall, everyone's mind sensed something at the same time, and everything became peaceful. On the surrounding pillars and the walls of the temple, there are strange lines and visions, all of which are shrouded in spiritual light. On the ground in the middle of the palace, there is a huge array of spirit pattern, which seems to contain the mystery of heaven and earth. The different flowers formed by the gathering of 3 breaths emerged in it, which is obviously the trend of 3 flowers gathering together. These 3 flowers have different colors and are constantly changing, but the colors of the main body are mainly purple, black, and white, and some patterns are also quite different. In addition, under the flower, there are some seeds growing, which seem to be completely different from the flowers. Tong Tian, you. Seeing this scene, Han Dianbangling's face changed drastically, and he spoke urgently. Brother Han, let's talk about this later. I'll talk to him first. By chance, may I ask your name? Under Suyu. Chu Yan replied. Suyu, very good. Very good. Tong Tian Shuling nodded and smiled. Su Xiaoyu, I need your help. I woke up from a deep sleep. Now I need your help. Would you like it? Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and nodded directly. Senior, as long as I can do it, there is no problem. Although he is not the spirit of the hunting Bang Bang, he can tell what happened just by looking at the 3 flowers gathering ding, but there are some speculations to some extent. That's good, it's not difficult, as long as you touch this jade talisman. The voice of the voice fell to the ground, and the 3 flowers gathered below burst into light at the same time, including the kind of seed that also flickered with spiritual jade. The 4 rays of light gathered together to form a light cluster, and a purple gold jade talisman appeared in it. Okay. Chu Yan glanced at it without hesitation, stepped forward, and raised his hand to press the jade talisman. In an instant, a large amount of energy gushed out from the jade talisman and poured towards Chu Yan's whole body. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3964 come in. At this moment, Chu Yan was completely shrouded, and his soul was isolated from the world. Under the mysterious feeling, Chu Yan's 6 senses were closed, and he couldn't feel anything. Tong Bao, you are? Huntian Bangling was a little puzzled and asked. But when he saw the 3 flowers gathered in the cauldron, his face was instantly dark, and when he looked at Dao Feng Qiling again, his face was full of resentment. Bastard, I'm running out of time. Alas. Tong Tian let out a faint sigh, making the atmosphere a bit dignified. Why? Emperor Tianzong's expression became anxious, and he asked. You must know that this secret book is the treasure of Huang Tiantang. If it falls, the loss of Huang Tiantang will be great. There is no way. As long as you bring it up. Huntian Bangling's face became more and more serious. He stared at the other party closely, and asked. Brother Hun, my origin is incomplete and cannot be repaired. You don't have to do this, everything has its own secret. Speaking of this, Tong Tian Shuling smiled softly, and continued to say. For so many years, I have devoted myself to the same thing. I have created that technique, and I have no regrets in this life. When Li Mubing in the crowd heard this, his eyes lit up. Kung Fu. Created. With the origin of Daofeng's secret book, the cultivation technique created, even let it fall. How terrifying is this technique? However, I can fall, but the Daofeng secret book is the treasure of the origin, and I cannot just fall, so. Having said that, his eyes turned and fell directly on Li Mubing. At this moment, all the bosses in the audience were startled, and they also slowly turned their heads to look at Li Mubing. What's the meaning? This Li Mubing actually has something to do with the life and death of Daofeng's secret book. Li Mubing. The voice of Tong Tian Shuling sounded, with incomparable solemnity. Are you willing to let the Daofeng secret book become one with you, and use the spirit of your family to carry this original treasure? As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder, shocking the audience. Everyone's eyes changed suddenly, and their faces were full of horror. This is an offering. In the world of martial arts, it's not that such things happen. It's just that no cultivator in the world is willing to sacrifice his body to a Taoist weapon, and his soul is locked in it. Only when the physical body falls, will there be cultivators entrust their souls in the Taoist treasures, but that is because of helplessness, and they have been pursuing to reshape the physical body, and they will never be willing to be trapped in the spirit of the weapon for the rest of their lives. Middle. In that case, wouldn't it be a weapon spirit? Li Mubing never expected that Tong Tian Shuling would make such a request to him, so he was completely stunned. Don't worry too much, Daofeng's secret book is the treasure of the origin. It is different from ordinary treasures. After you fuse it with your body, you can always pursue your own martial arts. It will not affect your cultivation. You will not be trapped by it, as long as it does not fall, and you will never fall. The relationship between you is mutual growth. It's just that the only purpose of the Daofeng secret book is to create that technique. After the exercise is passed on to Suyu, you must help him create that exercise completely so that he can turn it into his own way. As these voices sounded, a breath gushed out from the top of the 3 flowers gathering cauldron, slowly condensing into a figure. This is a handsome young man. His face is as white jade, without a trace of blood. There seems to be some shadow and feeling of Xingyu in his figure and breath. The moment his eyes appeared, when he swept across the Huntian Bangling, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and after a slight nod, he landed directly on Li Mubing. Looking at it, it is like a vast sea of stars. Well. Huntian Bangling watched, and after a long time of silence, only a long sigh remained. The Huntian Bangling here wanted to say something and do something, but now, he can only respect the decision of his old friend. even if this is his last old friend on God's domain continent. However, you can only respect his decisions and goals. Li Mubing, are you willing? Tong Tianshuling spoke softly. This sound, like the sound of falling into the clear mountain spring, made the voice and will become extremely empty. Emperor Tian Songzhu and other big bosses stood there quietly without saying anything. Fate. These two words appeared in the hearts of every boss at the same time, leaving them speechless. From the day the original Taoist artifact was conceived, I am afraid that all of this has been doomed, and the fate has merged with itself, and can no longer be separated. Actually, my talent and aptitude are very poor. Li Mubing spoke, but his words made everyone startled. Difference. Really? At that time in the clan, they were all better than me, until one day, I accidentally got a half-book of cheats in the Tibetan pavilion. From that day on, everything in my martial arts life changed. When Li Mubing said this, there was light in his eyes. So, I know that everything is destined, the senior is like this, and so am I. I like martial arts. For it, I can give up everything and abandon everything. I just want to do what I want to do. I always think that one day, I will meet a real exercise that belongs to me. It has been waiting for me somewhere, so I practice desperately and strive to improve myself. I hope not to miss it. Up to now, after appearing in the Emperor's heaven and knowing the Daofeng secret book, I know, I have met. At this moment, Li Mubing had a smile on his face, and that smile seemed to be radiant. Senior, I am willing. When Li Mubing said this, his expression was unusually normal, just like he used to be. His expression and tone seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. And in his heart, there was no hesitation in making such a decision, only surprise and excitement. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. You really didn't disappoint me. Tong Tianshuling seemed to be happier than him, so he laughed out loud. At this moment, he finally settled his biggest concern and found the most suitable one for the Daofeng secret book. Congratulations! Big bosses like Huntian Bangling and Huang Tian Songzhu also reacted and congratulated in unison. This is a happy event. It is a great thing for anyone. Senior, what I want to know is, why do you need me to help you inherit the exercises you created? Li Mubing began to ask about himself, which was what he cared most about. This matter. Tong Tianshuling thought for a while, and when he was about to speak, suddenly, the jade talisman in front of him burst into a dazzling golden light. Tong Tianshuling hurriedly looked up, and saw Chu Yan standing there on the jade talisman, with 3 rays of light wrapped around his body, which were purple, black, and white. These 3 colors are like 3 giant dragons, coiling around Chu Yan's body, roaring loudly. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3965 Heaven's Secret. Under various visions, Tong Tianshuling spoke softly. That's right, he really isn't the last chancer. The Huntian Bangling, who was standing aside, was stunned when he heard this. Tong Tian, what do you mean? You mean, he is not a chancer? Not only Huntian Bangling, but Emperor Songzhu also became nervous and turned his head to look over. When Li Mubing heard this, he was even more puzzled than they were. However, he has the lowest status here and did not ask directly. After a few breaths, Tong Tianshuling came to his senses, took a deep breath, and then looked at Li Mubing and said, Brother Hun is a good person, I should have told you all about it, this matter started before my accident. Back then, Brother Han and I, as well as Huang Tian Tang, were all devoted to the study of martial arts, and even led the martial arts practitioners in that area. They were all obsessed with the ultimate in martial arts. The martial arts world back then was several times stronger than it is now. I don't know why, but this kind of martial arts world seems to trigger some kind of special power of rules. In the place where I practiced, Lunhori appeared and shrouded my valley. No matter what method I used, I couldn't force it back. This Haori is very strange, but it is transformed from the origin of the martial arts world. Its appearance represents the development of martial arts to its peak, and it will decline after prosperity. Perish. Hearing these words, Li Mubing's expression changed. The world of martial arts, death. This is impossible. For the prosperity or decline of the martial arts world, all forces and cultivators have a common understanding. You only need to look at the number of geniuses in the world of martial arts to judge prosperity and decline. In the current martial arts world, Tian, Yuan Huang, Yi Rongtian, and Wu appeared, but since the martial arts world, the four strongest geniuses. Under such circumstances, the world of martial arts can only be the pinnacle. How can it decline? Don't believe it. It's normal. Tong Tian Shuling smiled, shook his head and said, even I didn't believe it at all at the time, but when I realized the long river of time and space, I discovered that no matter what it is, it has a beginning and an end. The rules of the road. Nothing can escape. Only some people know, but most people don't know. In the long river of time and space, I also saw my decline. Only then do I know that my lifespan is about to expire. Since then, I have spent all my time in closed-door training. I want to fulfill my greatest dream, create a skill, and find someone who has the opportunity to make this skill a martial art. In the future, I can turn the world around. Protect this continent and the sky. Speaking of this, Tong Tian Shuling's eyes sparkled. At this moment, Li Mubing seemed to be infected by him, and his aura instantly rose. Wu Qi. Exactly the same as myself. It's no wonder that I became willing to fuse the secret book of Taoism, but I didn't expect it to be the same kind. However, if you go against the sky, there must be people who go against the sky. The exercises can be created, but not necessarily someone can practice them, so they need to be perfected, but my original source has been exhausted, and there is no way to continue. This is a secret. It is also a chance. It cannot be done by humans. Originally, if this exercise is to be perfected, it needs a most suitable opportunity, but I don't have much time, so now Suyu is the best. Look at this jade talisman, if it is the most suitable opportunity, its light should be 9. But now Suyu only triggers 5, which means that a small part of this Suyu does not meet the requirements. Tong Tian Shuling was active, looking at the light of the jade talisman in front of him. A hint of thought appeared in his eyes. Tong Tian, why do you do this? Now that you have Li Mubing, you don't have to worry. I can accompany him and slowly find someone who is lucky. When the time comes to inherit this skill, at least reach 8 or more rays of jade talisman. Isn't it better? Huntian Bangling also asked some puzzled questions. Brother, that's not the case. Tong Tian Shuling smiled lightly and shook his head. I am the artifact spirit of the Daofeng secret book, so I am the only one who can sense when the chance one will appear, but because my lifespan is greatly depleted, there is no way to accurately sense the time point. If I'm gone, it might be even more difficult for you to find. This time point may be a year, or it may be 10,000 years. It's impossible to judge. We can't wait. Speaking of this, Tong Tian Shuling sighed softly, thought for a while, and continued. However, after Suyu, you can still continue to search, and the exercises can still be passed on. But for now, let this Suyu prevail, and I will give him my mission first. After he grows up, you can also let him search with you, which may be more accurate. However, you don't need to tell him about these things, so as not to affect the degree of integration of his inherited exercises. Tong Tian Shuling laughed. What you said is reasonable, but it seems that you are a little unkind to Suyu. Huntian Bangling smiled wryly and shook his head. Senior, what's so unkind? Suddenly, Chu Yan seemed to wake up Song Qi from a mysterious feeling, and asked after hearing the last two sentences. Tong Tianshuling looked shocked, and quickly explained. It's nothing, we're just chatting. Come on, Suyu, now you and Li Mubing are standing under the tripod. Chu Yan and Li Mubing looked at each other and walked out together. Li Mubing knew everything in his heart, but Chu Yan was a little strange. Why is Li Mubing's matter now? Could it be that Tong Tianshuling wanted to give him a chance? When the two stood firm in front of the Xuanhuan Juding, the Xuanhuan Juding seemed to come alive, releasing a large amount of spiritual energy, completely submerging the two of them. In front of Chu Yan and the two of them, a large amount of spiritual light and mysterious light were circulating, making them completely blurred. At this time, they were in a sea of clouds, shrouded in rays of light everywhere. Tong Tianshuling stood not far away, dressed in an ancient robe of jade and cloud silk, looked at the two of them, couldn't help but chuckled and nodded. Li Mubing, from today onwards, you are the soul of the Daofeng secret book. As soon as he opened his mouth, the words were like thunder, and the surrounding space trembled, as if there was a resonance, and they all responded. Ben Ling. Chu Yan's expression changed. Yes. Junior obeys the order. With a serious expression on his face, Li Mubing bowed to accept the order. When he saw a mysterious light falling and hitting him, he quickly sat cross-legged and began to practice. Boom. The sea of clouds around him was tumbling, pulling up the power of the sky, and gathered around him, the spiritual tide was like a sea, surging in all directions. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3966 Smokeout. This is the beginning of a legacy. It has never happened, but in the world of ordinary cultivators, it happens often. But no one knows now that a crucial inheritance that can affect the martial arts world of the entire God's domain continent has already begun. Suyu, for so many years, I have not really been sealed here, but I am willing to be here and try my best to create a kung fu. This kung fu needs to be cultivated by chance, and you are the one I chose. Tong Tianshuling looked at Chu Yan, and spoke every word very slowly, as if he was afraid that Chu Yan could not hear clearly. Now, are you willing to practice this technique? Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. Cultivation technique. He didn't expect that the Tong Tianshuling would give him such a huge opportunity. Chu Yan has long seen that the Tong Tianshuling and the Huntian Bangling are probably of the same level. It is the level of the original Daobao of Kunlun Xianshan. Such existences are bred by the original world, and have extremely terrifying origins and missions. Now that he chooses himself, it must be a huge opportunity beyond imagination. And this Tong Tianshuling consumed a huge amount of original power and sealed himself here for countless years, just to create a skill. Senior, I. Chu Yan hurriedly bowed his hands and saluted. Regardless of cultivation or not, this recognition and kindness are incomparably huge. Suyu, I don't teach you this exercise for free. I have a few conditions. I can tell you in advance. First of all, you must be responsible for completely perfecting this exercise so that it is absolutely suitable for talented warriors to practice. There cannot be a situation where no one can practice. I will ask Li Mubing to help you with the two of you, absolutely foolproof. Li Mubing and Suyu, after 5 rounds of assessment by Huang Tiantang, can definitely represent the top geniuses in Xinyu continent. If one is not safe, then 2 are really foolproof. After all, this technique has cost a huge price. Both Tong Tianshuling and Huntian Bangling don't want it to have problems. If there are really no geniuses suitable for cultivation, then there will be big troubles. After all, this exercise was created by Tong Tianshuling alone, and no practitioner has ever practiced it, so there are all possibilities. Cultivation method does not mean that it can be perfected after being created. The more top-notch the method, the more careful it needs to be perfected. Secondly, after you have practiced this technique, you must use your own ability to bear the responsibility for the prosperity of the martial arts world in God's domain, and you must not let it decline. If any catastrophe occurs, you must do your best to change it. Protect the martial arts world. Finally, I hope that when you meet someone who can trigger the 3 flowers jade talisman and the 9 rays of light in the future, you can pass on this exercise to him and let it be passed on. Speaking of this, Tong Tian Shuling stopped for a while, and looked at Chu Yan quietly, as if giving Chu Yan time. After 3 breaths, Tong Tian Shuling spoke again. Su Yu, are you willing? Chu Yan stood there, slightly taken aback, pondering in his heart. In fact, these requirements and conditions sound difficult, but in fact there is no practical content. It can be said to be very easy. According to a cultivator of the righteous way of mind, this is all very normal. Perfect the skills, maintain the martial arts, and inherit the skills. Many cultivators have been doing these 3 things all their lives, which are completely out of their own minds and are nothing more than ordinary things. This is nothing to Chu Yan. As for the inheritance of skills, Chu Yan is naturally willing. Su Yu, you are the only chance person who has been recognized by the secret book of Taoism in the past 1,000 years. I don't have much lifespan now, and I have no time to wait any longer, so I can only rely on you now. Please forgive me for this matter. You must help me. Tong Tian Shuling's tone became extremely sincere and earnest. Senior, you are too polite. Chu Yan quickly replied, for me. The senior taught me the exercises, and he is a great kindness to me. For me, your request should be obeyed. Chu Yan bowed his hands again and said, I will definitely do my best for these 3 requirements, and now I will make the oath of Tianwei. Before he could finish speaking, Tong Tian Shuling shook his head and said with a smile on his face, no need. You are a person of chance, as long as you promise, this is more trustworthy than any oath. Su Yu, this exercise has just been created. I hope it is suitable for you and can play a role in your martial arts. Originally, with your talent and aptitude, even without this exercise, it is only a matter of time before you become the top of the mainland. Speaking of this, Tong Tian Shuling smiled lightly, glanced at Li Mubing, and said, Then you and my successor, start practicing. Chu Yan nodded, and sat cross-legged on the ground with Li Mubing. Tong Tian Shuling waved his hand, and 2 streams of light fell into the eyebrows of the 2 of them. As these 2 streams of light disappeared into their bodies, no one would have thought that the fate of the entire God's domain continent and the entire martial Tao world would begin to roll. On the other side, in the Holy Land, a group of bigwigs such as Huntian Bangling and Huang Tian Songzhu were waiting anxiously, looking at the 3 strange flowers in the middle of the hall from time to time, especially the jade talisman on them, shining with the brilliance of the sun and the moon. At this time all the bosses suddenly trembled, and they all looked at the sky, as if they had a feeling in their hearts. I saw countless thunderbolts floating above the sea of clouds above the sky, and a vision of spiritual light appeared above the vast sky, revealing the source of disturbance. The huge Tao Seal secret book suspended in the valley is being flipped page by page at this time, and every time it is flipped, it will definitely cause the evolution of a large area of vision in the sky. An indescribable special breath gushes out from the void between the sky, or seems to come from the depths of the sky, covering the entire world. At this moment, Huntian Bangling and the big bosses knew that Tong Tian Shuling had already started. Inherited. Everyone. The next moment, the figure of Tong Tian Shuling appeared from above the 3 flowers, standing in the void. At this time, he was wearing a jade robe with a dim brilliance, and his face was pale, with a faint blue color. This is a sign of the depletion of the source. Without the support of the source, it is impossible for the source tool spirits to survive in the world. But at this time, Tong Tian Shuling didn't have any emotions in his expression and eyes, and was as calm as before, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. The Daofeng secret book has a new heir, Li Mubing, and the Chancellor Suyu has also appeared. When the inheritance began, because of the relationship between the two at the same time, the Daofeng secret book is weak in origin and may not be able to bear it. I hope you can take action, help me stabilize the Daofeng secret book. Saying that, Tong Tian Shuling bowed his hands and saluted with a humble attitude. Humph. Stop talking nonsense with me. What do you think we are? Do you still need to talk about this kind of thing? You waste your source and come out to inform us. Who do you think I am? Han Dianfang didn't know why, he was very angry and snorted coldly. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3967 Eternal Beginning. Regarding the attitude of Han Dianfang, Tong Tian Shuling was not only not angry, but nodded gratefully. Thank you. Seeing this scene, the Emperor Tsong said again. Senior Lingyue, please don't worry, my Emperor's heaven will definitely go all out. It is the key to the entire God's domain continent. My Emperor's heaven will absolutely guarantee its stability at all costs. Okay, thank you. Tong Tian Shuling continued to think. Today, this is his most important day, and it is also the day when he is in the best mood. On this day, his mission will be completed. So to everyone, just a smile and a constant thank you. Is it time? Han Dianfangling's face was gloomy. Hunch, don't be sad. Tong Tian Shuling looked over, his eyes flickering slightly. Ghosts will feel sorry for you. Han Dianfang snorted coldly. You're going to get out anyway, come on, let's have a drink. I've been waiting for you for a long time. While speaking, Han Dianfang waved his big hand, and 2 wine glasses appeared in front of him. The spirit wine was lightly fragrant. Okay, have a drink. Tong Tian Shuling did not hesitate, and raised his wine glass for the first time in his life. Haha, come on. Han Dianfang laughed and raised his glass to drink. Tong Tian Yueling also smiled, drank the wine in his hand, and immediately felt a pungency in his throat. The taste of this wine is not very good. I am leaving. Putting down the wine glass, Tong Tian Shuling's whole body began to become extremely gray, and little black fragments continued to peel off from his body. A group of bigwigs stood there, watching quietly, speechless. At this time in Xiaoyan's small world, Li Mubing's body underwent an astonishing transformation. While Chu Yan was on the side, the aura on his body was equally astonishing. There is a dark light in the sea of consciousness world, and the golden body of consciousness keeps moving forward, coming from the dark world. Senior. Chu Yan looked at the golden figure and asked. The golden figure came to stand in front of him, looking at Chu Yan with burning eyes, and said, the heavenly essence is impermanent, the earth spirit is unrestrained, in the eternal world, there is no birth and no eternity, only the eternity of the law, and all the laws are from emptiness. You will feel it if you calm your mind and wise eyes. Open your mind and eyes, and perceive that the world must appear, and follow closely, that is the way to create the world, and there are no 1,000 ambitions. Cultivators have their own way. When there is no sinking, ignore and observe, and there is no way to investigate. My practice is passed on to you, you must observe carefully, and see how I guide the Qi method. Everything must be observed carefully and comprehended quietly. The true law is self-contained and must belong to your soul. After the words fell to the ground, the void in front of him changed, and everything changed accordingly. Chu Yan and the golden figure disappeared in front of his eyes at the same time. The world in front of him was clear, and there was a world of cultivators in all directions. There were spiritual mountains and treasures everywhere. Dynasty Ancient City. After that, Chu Yan saw that in the void of the world, there was a breath flowing, and the years passed. The sect forces below and the ancient capital of the dynasty also changed accordingly, living and multiplying, and changing constantly. There are disasters, wars, plagues, rising stars, rising geniuses, empty worlds in all directions, green mountains and green waters changing seasons, forests spreading, and rivers diverting. This scene, the changes of nature and human beings, seem to have some inexplicable relationship. Repeatedly, day by day, year by year, just like a cycle. What is eternity? The golden figure opened his mouth, and the words were like thunder. The power of eternity has no form or substance, but it is the strongest power. It never stops, let alone ends. Rules, methods, attributes, everything is ever-changing and different. Everyone has their own way, but only by finding this eternal starting point can truly step into this eternal road. This voice resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, making Chu Yan realize like a thunderclap in his heart. Eternal starting point. This may not be so shocking to others. But Chu Yan is different. His later generations have practiced the eternal way of Wu. Therefore, when these words sounded, Chu Yan immediately thought of the eternal way. Regardless of Chu Yan's enlightenment, the golden figure turned into a blurred atmosphere with a wave of his big hand, rushing into the mortal world below, experiencing all kinds of human world. Family affection, friendship, love, suffering, terror, etc., when looked at by outsiders, will resonate with the emotions in the heart at first, but after watching too much, gradually there is no feeling at all, and they are completely ignored. The more he saw and the more he experienced, Chu Yan felt more and more strange about these complexities, which kept lingering in his sea of consciousness. Gradually, Chu Yan seemed to discover something in many observations, as if all of these had one thing in common, which made him feel something. Next, Chu Yan became slower and slower, and even stopped at the end, just watching quietly. The golden figure stood beside him without saying a word, but the aura released from his body enveloped all directions, like a piece of golden light. The void is silent, time freezes. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed, and several major events have occurred in the mainland in front of me. A war broke out between the sects, and the dynasties of all parties are also fighting for hegemony on the mainland. These powerhouses who are on the top have caused a lot of damage to the mainland, nature, and the world. A large amount of void is fluctuating, and the sky, earth, and sky cannot be calmed down for a long time. Moreover, those void fluctuations continue to spread to the surroundings, and the scope of influence is getting larger and larger, like a tide that lasts for a long time. Chu Yan looked at these, standing for a long time, his mind changed. At this time, Huang Tiantang was completely at peace, but the entire God's domain continent was in turmoil. I don't know if it was because of the influence of the Daofeng secret book, but during the past 3 months, Yuan Huang and other 4 people unexpectedly appeared at the same time, stirring up the situation on the mainland and stirring up a huge storm. A direct battle broke out between Tian and Wu, and in the next few days, Yi Yuan Tian fought another round with Tian, completely ignorant of the process and result. And the bigwigs from one side are also constantly appearing in front of the world. History is like a flood, rolling on. It seems that it has not been affected in any way, and the flow is endless. In addition, during this period of time, Li Mubing took the lead in becoming the inheritor, and completely became the successor of the Daofeng secret book. Just as Tong Tian Shuling said, after he dissipated, the origin of Daofeng's secret book began to collapse in large numbers, and the speed of dissipation increased several times. The Hundian Bangling and the Heavenly Tsangzhu have been prepared for a long time, and they will continue to invest a large amount of natural and earth treasures and resources in order to stabilize the passive consumption of the Daofeng secret book. Li Mubing also gradually found the feeling, and began to operate the secret book of Taoism in a small way, trying to move from being connected to the origin of the mainland to promoting self-operation. At the same time, Li Mubing himself was constantly comprehending this heaven-defying book. Like Chu Yan, he also received the inheritance of the exercises created by Tong Tian Yueling. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3968 Big 00000. Li Mubing actually couldn't practice this original skill. However, he wanted to improve himself with the help of this exercise, and at the same time, he also took on the responsibility of perfecting this exercise with Chu Yan in the future. It has to be said that as a martial arts genius, Li Mubing was completely obsessed with this technique as soon as it appeared. This is the real essence of martial arts, and it is not at the same level as ordinary kung fu. Just when Li Mubing was engrossed in the exercises, the 18th domain on the other side, the Tianqing Lake of Tianqingzong, was different. Amidst patches of profound breath and rays of light, a huge palace appeared between the sky and the earth, with a monstrous tide in its aura, attracting the Tianqing Lake below. There was a sound of piercing the sky. Daozu Xiutian and Feng Bugao rushed down from the void above the sky, and appeared in front of the palace gate in an instant. At this time, the two of them were imposing like a rainbow, their spirits exploded, and their faces were flushed. In the past few months, they lived in Tianqingzong like heaven and earth. No matter what kind of treasures, or treasures of various secret books, Tianqingzong provided them with unlimited supplies. As the suzerain of Tianqingzong, Jiuxiao suzerain was as polite as his own father to these two people, because he had no confidence in his heart. He even set aside 3 days to explain to them some experiences about Songzhi realm. Feng Bugao and Xiutian Daozu are both at the peak of the invincible realm. Although they have not directly broken through the cultivation bases after these few months, they have an extremely terrifying accumulation of martial arts foundations and strengths. The improvement is even more incomparable. Wan Tianqing, boy, come quickly. Standing at the gate of the palace, Feng Bugao roared impatiently. What are you doing? What's the hurry? Wan Tianqing rushed out of the palace, and a figure emerged from the gate of the palace, followed by 2 enchanting women with fox ears. From this point of view, she was transformed by the top beauty of the monster clan, the monster of Ziyuhu. A few months ago, Wan Tianqing was still a small beast, but after a few months, he has already developed his own human body. The bloodline of the Sky Beast clan is so terrifying. Without the limitation of resources, a few months is even comparable to the decades or hundreds of years of cultivation of ordinary practitioners. In this regard, monsters have such a huge advantage over cultivators. After Wan Tianqing experienced what happened last time, he didn't wait for his blood to awaken spontaneously like ordinary monsters, but he practiced seriously for nearly 3 months. Therefore, his evolution rate is astonishingly fast. You boy. Feng Bugao looked at the 2 enchanting beast girls and was speechless. Haha, are you interested? I'll give you one. Wan Tianqing said generously with a smile on his face. Roll. Feng Bugao's face turned black at the time. This is a beast girl. Although she has evolved a human body, she is still a monster in the end. Feng Bugao is a very traditional cultivator. For some traditional rules, it depends life is heavier than life. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to accept such a trendy idea of Wan Tianqing. Little saint, you are young, and you have to control some things. Although you monsters are very strong in this respect, it still hurts the foundation. Cough cough. As someone who had been there, Xiutian Daozu still couldn't help persuading him a few words. Ha ha ha, old Shoto, you are jealous of me. Wan Tianqing laughed when he heard what Xiutian Daozu said. This sentence made Daozu Xiutian's face twitch immediately. It's only 2, last month I had 7 or 8 in one night, ha ha ha. Old hairdresser, am I being restrained? When he said this, Wan Tianqing deliberately pinched the 2 fox demons beside him, causing the 2 girls to hum. The scene was full of spring breeze. Okay, okay. You are amazing, okay. We are going to the first domain, are you going? Daoist Xiutian was a little speechless, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he just talked about business. Now. Wan Tianqing heard this. Immediately startled. Suyu hasn't come back yet, we won't wait for him. Hearing this, Feng Bugao replied, we sent a voice transmission to fellow Daoist Su, but he didn't reply. Later, a senior from Huang Tiantang sent a message back saying that he has no time for the time being, saying that there is a big chance. Is that so? Then let's go together. Wan Tianqing nodded. Before that, Huntian Bangling personally picked him up, so there must be something important, and they can all guess this. Haha, I heard that there are a lot of beauties in the first domain, and they are all top beauties from all races and forces. I believe this trip must be worthwhile. As soon as these words came out, Xiutian Daozu and Feng Bugao, who had just soared into the sky, almost fell down. It won't be a disaster to bring this kid to the first domain. It's just that they didn't expect that the Wantiansheng before the transformation was a cute little beast, but now after the transformation, it would become like this. This is really, the world is impermanent. Time passed, and dozens of days passed in a blink of an eye. Emperor's Paradise, Holy Land Secret Realm. Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged there, was like a rock, without any reaction. Strips of golden light entwined and swam around his body like spirit snakes. Wherever they passed, spirit seal runes would overflow one by one and dissipate in the surrounding void. In Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, at this time, it seems that a vast world is gestating and changing, with meteors passing through the sky, ice water standing in the sea, and mountain fires gushing out. Chu Yan was suspended above the endless sky of the Sea of Consciousness, quietly watching all the changes in the world of the Sea of Consciousness. This is like the secular world that the golden figure brought with him before, but at this time, the changes and gestation of these secular worlds were completely simulated and evolved by him in the Sea of Consciousness. This step was extremely difficult, but he did it. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of magma flew away from the erupting volcano below and fell into Chu Yan's palm. The magma rolled like a liquid, and changed into various shapes in Chu Yan's palm, constantly changing, and finally was thrown into the sky by Chu Yan's wave, and suddenly a huge flame dragon rose into the sky, and the dragon was soaring into the sky. Big 10,000 elephants. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly opened, sparkling. One point evolves everything, the origin of this world is like this. As the so-called unification of two instruments give birth to four phenomena, and the four phenomena evolve tens of thousands of times. Everything evolves from a little bit and turns into everything, some are as gentle as water, and some are as violent as a dragon, but in their origin, they are all just that point. This power is really a power that a cultivator can control. No one can do it at will, and the rules contained in it are the core. There are many powers of rules, that is, the various avenues cultivated by top practitioners, such as the way of dominance, the way of eternity, the way of magic, etc. In fact, even if there are no practitioners to practice them, they still exist, and there will be no change. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C3969 1 yuan. Big 10,000 elephants. Taking the source as the foundation, using the rules to exert real power, this is the technique created by Tong Tian Shuling. At present, Chu Yan knows and practices a lot of exercises and methods of questioning, but no matter how top-notch the method of asking, it is basically the power to pursue a certain avenue. I hope that through my own practice, I can evolve my true Qi into the power of the Tao. This is the method of asking. But now, according to the content of Chu Yan's current comprehension, the great 10,000 elephants art created by Tong Tian Shuling is basically an integration of all the methods of asking, pointing directly to the source. Once the cultivation is successful, it is equivalent to including all the methods of asking. Chu Yan was very surprised that such a mysterious technique could be created, cultivated, and controlled by others. Senior Tong Tian is the #1 genius in God's domain. Chu Yan was full of amazement. A complete exercise includes 3 parts: the basic exercise, the method of cultivation, and the method of performing it. At present, the Great 10,000 Elephants art only has the basic exercise, and there is no method of cultivation or application. Therefore, if only relying on basic skills, it is impossible for practitioners to continue to practice and improve the control of the skill, let alone use it to fight and perform. This point, when the Tongtian Shuling created it, it was very thoughtful. If a practice is fully created, it will be limited, and not necessarily any practitioner can practice it. It depends on the practitioner's foundation and understanding of the origin. For example, between the way of domination and the way of war, there are 2 completely opposite avenues. If someone has practiced the way of war and wants to practice the way of domination, he has to start all over again, which is almost impossible. Therefore, the Tongtian Shuling only created the basic skills, and then let those who have the opportunity to perfect the cultivation skills and the methods of displaying them finish the back. Moreover, just in case, he left behind a descendant so that there would be no surprises in this matter. Chu Yan has just begun to comprehend the basic skills, but with such amazing power, if all of them are perfected and used with matching stunts, how terrifying the power will be. Original power. When Chu Yan practiced in the later generations, he had already started to come into contact with this, especially Wu's Eternal Way and Yuan Wang's Magic Way, both of which are based on the original source. Later, almost all the top-level exercises that Chu Yan came into contact with, including Songzhu realm exercises, were almost based on the original source. Therefore, Chu Yan is no stranger to Yuan now, and he is much better than Li Mubing, so his comprehension speed is much faster. In this way, can I combine this exercise with the Eternal Way and the Magic Way to become a new exercise? Chu Yan has been thinking about this question. For the words of the source, one's own source of power is the Eternal Way and the Way of Magic. And in the past, Chu Yan also majored in these 2 original Dao methods. Now that he has obtained the Great 10,000 Elephants art, it is naturally the fastest to follow the original path. Senior Tongtian, I will definitely succeed. Chu Yan's eyes were filled with flames. The train of thought is clear, and this basic exercise is also understood. What Chu Yan has to do now is to practice with all his heart and soul, and perfect it thoroughly. Not only did he agree to Tongtian Shuling at the time, but he also had great expectations for this technique. Immediately, Chu Yan returned to the palace and continued to practice. Before Chu Yan was ready, he suddenly sensed something. The atmosphere in the palace seemed to have changed a lot. Su Xiaoyu, have you already enlightened? When the voice sounded, it was the Emperor Songzhu who appeared, standing in front of Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Not bad, senior. Chu Yan answered. That's good, that's good. Hearing these words, Emperor Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief. For Huang Tiantang, this incident is probably the biggest incident since the beginning of the sect. Now that the Tongtian Shuling has fallen, there is no way but to follow the Tongtian Shuling's plan. Therefore, he was still worried about whether there would be any problems with the exercises created by Tongtian Shuling. Now that he heard that Chu Yan had already comprehended it, he said that there was nothing wrong with this exercise. Even if Li Mubing couldn't learn it, he wouldn't be afraid. At this time, Emperor Huang Tianzong finally understood what a reasonable plan it was for Tongtian Shuling to find Chu Yan as a chancer and at the same time use Li Mubing as his successor. 5 months have passed. I didn't expect it would take so long with my talent and aptitude. It seems that Senior Tongtian's technique is really not easy. Emperor Songzhu said with emotion. I hope that my little friend will perfect this exercise as soon as possible. If there is any need, my Emperor Heaven will spare no expense. After finishing speaking, Emperor Huang Tianzongzhu didn't say anything more. He knew that Chu Yan was cultivating with all his strength, so he withdrew directly and turned to Li Mubing. Etc. Chu Yan thought for a while, but didn't start to practice directly, but followed the emperor, and headed towards Li Mubing. In 5 months, Li Mubing should have gained something too. After all, he was the number 1 in the martial arts conference and the top talent selected by the Daofeng secret book. Just in time, Chu Yan also wanted to see how he understood this exercise. Soon, the two arrived at another hall, one behind the other, which was Li Mubing's training place. At this time, in the main hall on Li Mubing's body, above his head, was the phantom of the secret book of Taoism. This phantom was exactly the same as the deity of the secret book of Taoism in the Valley of the Emperor Paradise. This is the advantage of him as a successor, he can use this source of Taoism to bless himself. At this time, Li Mubing was standing there, and his aura was completely different, as if it was as long as the sky. On the Daofeng secret book, there are some spirit patterns and runes in motion, which seem to be evolving with Li Mubing's spiritual consciousness. Friend Su. As if sensing Chu Yan's arrival, Li Mubing slowly turned around and greeted him enthusiastically. Have you already comprehended the basic skills? It's really fast enough, I just found the way. Li Mubing sized Chu Yan up and said with a smile. He was not surprised by this gap. After all, Tong Tian Shuling recognized Chu Yan more, otherwise he would not be a person of chance, which shows that Daofeng's secret book is more destined for him. It's not about this treasure, but the knowledge contained in this treasure is more related to Chu Yan. Li Daoyu, I have only just started the past few months, it's nothing. Chu Yan shook his head and replied. In Chu Yan's impression, Li Mubing is a person who has no expression at all. He didn't seem to have any insight in the martial arts conference before, so Chu Yan has never seen him smile, but now, this Li Mubing the ice seems to be different. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3970 Supreme Deacon. Chu Yan discovered Li Mubing's changes, and so did the big bosses such as Emperor Tianzongzhu. However, this further proves the power of the Daofeng secret book. After Li Mubing became the successor of the Daofeng secret book, the Book of Spirits and Souls will change. If this is not a miracle, it is. You too, don't be like this, why do we old men feel so embarrassed? Emperor Zongzhu laughed. That's right. Senior is right. Brother Su, I will definitely take on the responsibility and mission, and do my best to help you perfect this skill. Li Mubing replied. Okay. This is a chance between you and me, and the two of us have become attached to each other because of this. If this is the case, we will be called brothers from now on. I am old and call you Mubing. Chu Yan was also very happy, and smiled softly. Of course. Li Mubing said. I don't know if it's because of the relationship Chu Yan mentioned, or because they both practiced the same technique, and both of them can feel that the sense of intimacy between them is obviously much stronger. This feeling is very mysterious. Ordinary people may think this feeling is just a coincidence, but practitioners know that everything has a secret in the dark. The similarity of temperament and momentum will naturally produce a sense of intimacy. Brother Su, I have a letter here, which is left to you by Senior Tong Tian. Li Mubing took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan swept away his consciousness, poured it directly into the jade talisman, and began to check the content. Senior Tong Tian Shuling didn't say anything else in the jade talisman, but clearly listed all the relevant steps of this exercise and some precautions. This is like a catalog of instructions for perfecting exercises. As long as you follow this, you will get twice the result with half the effort. In this case, according to Senior Tongtian's instructions, I will go to Senior Huntian first. Mu Bing, what are your plans? Do you want to go with me? Chu Yan looked up at Li Mubing and asked. Okay. Let's go together. I also want to see what the foundation of this exercise is like. Li Mubing didn't hesitate. After the two had discussed it, Emperor Huang Tian Songzhu nodded, took out the jade talisman and began to contact Huntian Bangling. Then, he took out 2 black tokens and handed them to Chu Yan and Li Mubing. These 2 pieces are the life and death order of the Emperor. It is the identity token of the Supreme Deacon of my Emperor's Heaven, and the person who holds this order is the Supreme Deacon of my Emperor's Heaven. When he said this, Emperor Xantian looked at the 2 of them with the token, thought for a while and said. The 2 of you are still weak, so these 2 tokens should be used as protection. This token is not only a distinction of identity, but it can also send out urgent messages. If you have troubles that cannot be solved, you can trigger it. After handing over the 2 tokens to Chu Yan and Li Mubing, Huang Tiansong smiled and said. You too, it's just that you didn't take the initiative to provoke others. Even if the God's domain continent is turned upside down, I, Emperor Tian Tang, will fully support you. You can rest assured about that. Emperor Xantian said this as a reminder and as a persuasion. In martial arts cultivation, character is extremely important. Although Emperor Tian Songzhu is very reassuring about the character of both of them, just in case, after all, these 2 boys have just accepted the inheritance of the secret book of the Emperor's heavenly treasure. Thank you, Senior, thank you for your kindness. Chu Yan and the 2 took the token, thanked them and put the token away. Thank you. Thank you for what? Emperor Tian, are you buying these 2 little guys again? As the sound sounded, Huntian Zongling appeared in the void, looking towards the 3 of them with a smile on his face. See Senior. Chu Yan and Li Mubing saluted at the same time. Bastard brother, you don't care about what you said. These 2 boys are different now. They shoulder the burden of martial arts in the God's domain continent. Of course, we, Huang Tian Tang, must fully support them. Emperor Tian Songzhu's face was indifferent, and he didn't blush or heartbeat when he explained. But these words fell into the ears of Chu Yan, Li Mubing and Huntian Bangling, but at the same time, the corners of their eyes twitched. What audacity! Even a fool knows. As soon as he issued these 2 tokens, Chu Yan and Li Mubing would be branded with the words Emperor Heaven. The relationship between the 2 of them and Huang Tian Tang is absolutely unclear. However, what Huang Tian Songzhu said was right, the future achievements of these 2 people in martial arts may change the whole continent. Who doesn't know the benefits of this? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Huntian Bangling rolled his eyes at him, then turned to look at Chu Yan and Li Mubing, and looked them up and down. Hee, not bad. Tell me, what can you do with me? As soon as this sentence hit the ground, Huntian Bangling glanced at the smiling Emperor Songzhu next to him and quickly added. Wait, let me be clear first. Although I am the spirit of the Hun Tian Bang, I am fair and just. Don't think so. Hearing this, Chu Yan said, Senior, this is a jade talisman handed down by Tong Tian Shuling. I will entrust this talisman to you. Huntian Bangling took it, swept his consciousness into it, and began to investigate. Soon, Huntian Bangling's expression changed. Damn, this guy is too shameless, he's going to die, and he's planning on me. This sentence made Chu Yan and Li Mubing smile all over their faces. It's not that we plot against you, it's the last order of Tong Tian Shuling, so it has nothing to do with us. This time, the fair and just words he just said were completely in vain, but even if he stared at Chu Yan and Li Mubing, it was useless. The matter is such a matter, you can see that it is done, anyway, it is a matter between you and the Tong Tian Shuling, it has nothing to do with us, that has nothing to do with it. All right. After thinking for a long time, Hun Tianbangling finally gritted his teeth and said, "Since Tong Tianshuling has arranged for the two of you, which is very important to you, then I can't stop you. You wait here, my deity will come over immediately and take you in." Chu Yan and Li Mubing were suddenly overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior." You two are welcome, you don't need to thank me, just thank that dead ghost, but remember, this is not an example." When Hun Tianbangling said this, he was still furious. This Tong Tianshuling knew him too well. If he had brought up this matter when he was here, he would never agree. But now, as soon as he fell, he asked Chu Yan and Li Mubing to come to him with a jade talisman. How could he refuse? The core place of the Huntian ranking. It's really. Hun Tianbang couldn't help shaking his head. Did anyone enter this place? However, what kind of skill is Tong Tianshuling? If you practice in this place, it is really the place that most accepts the origin of the mainland. Hun Tianbangling knows this truth. After all, as far as he is concerned, he also hopes that this exercise can be perfected and change the martial arts in the mainland. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3971 Origin. Big 10,000 elephants. The first step is to experience the source, feel and comprehend, and only after understanding what the source is, can you find a way to guide this power and integrate it with yourself. With these, it is possible to cultivate the great 10,000 elephants art. After all, it is the Vientian Ju, there is no Vientian from the beginning. To do this, it may not be too difficult for Chu Yan. The previous accumulation, including the retreat not long ago, is easy for Chu Yan. But for Li Mubing from the God King realm, it was difficult. In the small domains of God's domain continent, there are original powers, and these original powers are different and extremely chaotic. Chu Yan can now clearly identify and distinguish, but for Li Mubing, he may be deeply involved as soon as he comes into contact with it, unable to extricate himself, and even regard the origin of the small domain that he first came into contact with as the real origin of the mainland. In this way, his martial arts will be restricted to death, which is definitely not what big bosses like Tong Tianshuling and Hun Tianbangling would like to see. Original Tao treasure, that's completely different. Just like the Kunlun Fairy Mountain, the Taoist secret book, the lowly sealed Shantian record and the Jade Compass. Of course, Tao treasures of the original origin also have grades, some are high and some are low, such as Xuanhuan and Jade Compass, which are not highly sealed, have the original aura, but compared with Kunlun Xianshan and Daofeng secret book, it is a big difference. Farewell. Not to mention, Hun Tianbangling. The Hun Tianbangling has existed since the birth of the mainland, and is extremely powerful. It can even control the origin of the mainland and control the martial arts of the mainland for thousands of years. The origin of this is so strong that it is extremely terrifying. Like a jade compass that is not very high, it can only control one line of the great Tao of Mingming, which is extremely difficult. The gap between the two is very obvious. So now, both Chu Yan and Li Mubing knew that if they could directly enter the core of the Huntian list to practice as Tong Tianshuling planned, then it would naturally be the real source. Wait, that's one day. The Hun Tianbangling didn't know where it came from, but it took a day. When the deity of Hun Tianbangling appeared in front of the two of them, he said directly, "Both of you boys are on the hunting ranking, so you should know that if you want to enter the core place, you have to be ranked in the top 20 of the hunting ranking, and you have to be in the top 20 of the hunting ranking, and you have to be ranked when the hunting battle starts." Okay. Besides, the top 20 is just a qualification, and it's not certain whether you can get in. Unless you are ranked first, it is absolutely possible to get in. This time, I'll give that dead ghost Tong Tian a face, but you two went in, don't embarrass me, you must practice this broken kung fu technique for me before the Huntian battle begins. If you can't do it at that time, no one will give you face, and you all know the consequences. Huntian Bangling glared at the two of them viciously, with a frightening expression on his face, very fierce and fierce. Haha, don't worry, brother. I won't let you down. Chu Yan was very scared, and quickly replied with a smile. Well, senior, don't worry. Li Mubing also quickly replied in fear. There is still some time before the start of the battle of the hunting ranking. This requirement is not difficult to fulfill. Okay. Once you're in, don't come out casually, I'll seal the Huntian list. While talking, Huntian Bangling raised his hand at the same time, and two huge air currents fell down, directly enveloping the two of them. In an instant, Chu Yan and Li Mubing felt that their bodies and souls were sealed, and they could not move at all. Only then did Huntian Bangling raise their hands, sweeping them away and disappearing on the spot. For half a day, Chu Yan and Li Mubing only felt that they were in the clouds and mist, and they didn't know where to go. It's almost here, you two stay calm and enter the core, don't blame me if you are backlashed. Saying that, the sealing power on the two of them disappeared in an instant, and they returned to their original state. Call out. At this moment, Chu Yan only felt a powerful aura rushing into his sea of consciousness, as if the power of communication was amplified 100,000 times, making the whole sea of consciousness buzz. If this power lasts longer, the entire sea of consciousness will collapse. Fortunately, it was only for a moment. Chu Yan mobilized all his willpower to fight frantically, and barely resisted. Not good, Li Mubing. In the next breath, Chu Yan's face changed drastically. He had practiced the way of will, and he was reluctant to resist. Li Mubing was only at the God King level, and he hadn't practiced the way of will. Take care of yourself, I am responsible for his affairs. At this moment, it seemed that he had sensed Chu Yan's thoughts, and a thought came from the Huntian Bangling. Thank you, senior. This time Chu Yan was relieved. This is not a crisis. This Huntian Bangling said that he was fierce, but in fact he has been protecting the two of them, so there should be no real danger. Next, Chu Yan put down his mind and began to fully control the power of his consciousness, while consolidating his sea of consciousness, and at the same time began to look around. I see, this is a mighty world. The entire sky, earth, and void are completely red, that kind of flame-like red, which makes people's hearts tremble. Ahead, in a majestic game area, the tide of the sea is surging. Every time the tide surges, there will be a monstrous breath rising and spreading towards the sky, earth, and void. This seems to be a kind of pulsation, not human, but more like the emptiness of heaven and earth, the natural pulsation of the earth. Every time it is majestic, there will be a huge and incomparable energy mechanism, and various mysteries are contained in it. The emergence of such a situation caused Chu Yan's entire soul to fall instantly, and the sea of consciousness in various consciousnesses appeared crazily and evolved. From the very beginning, when I just awakened my martial soul and stepped into the martial arts, to later fighting geniuses, fighting sects, fighting against the earth, singing in the sky, and walking among the sky, it seemed as if everything in my body was released in a moment. How about it, are you satisfied? The Huntian Bangling suddenly appeared, waking up Chu Yan, who was completely trapped. If he doesn't show up, Chu Yan doesn't know how long his soul has been trapped in it. Terrible. His own willpower and soul are so strong that he is completely unable to resist. At this moment, Chu Yan understood that Huntian Bangling not only helped Li Mubing pass through this core land before, but also helped himself. It's just that my cultivation base is relatively shallow, so I didn't feel it directly, otherwise it would be impossible for Huntian Bangling to answer what I thought in my heart immediately. Swish. The next moment, Li Mubing appeared beside him, with the same expression on his face as that of Chu Yan just now, and at the same time when he suddenly woke up, his face was blank. You two, take this, don't run around, just practice here. As soon as he raised his hand, two spiritual seals appeared on the eyebrows of Chu Yan and Li Mubing. When Hun Dianfang wanted to leave, he just turned around and seemed to think of something again, and turned back and said, "That dead ghost Tong Tian, although he has fallen, he put all his heart and soul into this exercise. Don't let him down." The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C3972 Tianyuan. Unlimited upgrade, the strongest martial soul novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. After Hun Dianfang disappeared, only Chu Yan and Li Mubing were left on the scene. Chu Yan looked at the boundless Lingsha above the sky, took a few deep breaths, and then sat cross-legged. Big 10,000 elephants. With a soft call from Chu Yan, he formed a seal with his hands, and the aura in his body moved accordingly, and the faint original aura overflowed from all directions. One after another, the handprints continued to form, and all kinds of lights appeared continuously on the whole body, purple, red, blue, white, green, gold, and so on. Chu Yan's aura changed dramatically, and a mysterious aura appeared, covering his body and the surrounding space. Li Mubing looked at it for a while, nodded slightly, and then sat down cross-legged, and began to condense various fingerprints like Chu Yan. Time passed, and dozens of days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Chu Yan seemed to be completely immersed in cultivation, unable to perceive everything. For him, there is no better cultivation environment than this one. In the past, he had to consider the issue of safety when practicing in closed doors. It was very difficult to find an absolutely safe place. In addition, the defensive and breath-absorbing magic circles are still being arranged, worrying about abnormalities in the practice, which will attract enemies and other practitioners. At this point, Chu Yan is now in the core of the Hun Dianfang, and no one can enter except the Hun Dianfang. Is there a safer place on this continent than this? Therefore, Chu Yan doesn't have to worry about this at all. In addition, in the core land of Hun Dianfang, there is the origin of the mainland. Compared with those treasure lands for cultivation, boldly speaking, it is 10,000 times stronger than it is afraid of. This is the origin. The ultimate place of martial arts, the ultimate place of strength for cultivators, and it is also the source of chaos in those small domains, but the true source of the mainland. Coupled with one of the most powerful exercises in the mainland, such a cultivation environment can be said to be an opportunity that Chu Yan has never had. Chu Yan naturally cherishes such an opportunity, and he has no feeling at all for dozens of days. The Great Thousand Elephant art also reflects its mystery here. The appearance of the source made the Dewan Xiangju unleash its true power. The cultivation process and goals of Chu Yan and Li Mubing are different. For Li Mubing, his first task now is to fuse his physical body with the power of the source, so as to create more resonance between him and the secret book of Taoism. After all, the Daofeng secret book is the ultimate treasure, and he is just a mortal body. There is a difference between the two. According to the plan left by Tong Tian Shuling, Li Mubing began to refine the flesh body with all his strength, fusing traces of original power into it. It should be fine. After a while, Li Mubing woke up slowly, looked down at his physical body, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, who was not far away, and his face was startled. At this time, Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged like a stone, but because of the surging breath, Chu Yan was flying like a flag in his long robe. The seal of the sun and the moon formed by both hands changes back and forth between Haori and Inoue, and the original power that stirs the surroundings is constantly merging with his aura. Li Mubing was completely dumbfounded by the mysterious aura. In a blink of an eye, several days passed, and the round of Haori seal formed by Chu Yan rose out of the body and rose towards the sky. Suspended above the sky, Haori seemed to have lost the power of the seal. In an instant, the original breath above the sky poured into Haori like a tide, and Haori's volume rapidly expanded. After several hours, the sun descended from the sky and instantly merged into Chu Yan's body. Hot search novels. Chu Yan's body instantly turned into a golden and mysterious color, shining like a phantom of a golden body. This golden body is illusory, as if it is translucent, and you can clearly see the yin and yang qi in the body and the running route of the meridians. Li Mubing looked at Chu Yan, completely obsessed. The appearance of this golden body phantom is beyond the common sense of martial arts and the operation route of ordinary kung fu. It is impossible to imagine it if you have not seen it with your own eyes. The next moment, Li Mubing exhaled a long breath, and began to try to circulate his true energy according to these routes. This is a great opportunity to try slowly. The breath of origin. At this time, Chu Yan suddenly woke up, and the breath inside and outside his body fluctuated. He could clearly feel that these spiritual breaths that entered his body each infiltrated with a special kind of mystery, which was completely incomprehensible. The origin of this world is really special. Chu Yan sensed it in his heart, and couldn't help but secretly marvel. The previous exercises, whether it was Wu's eternal ancient way or Yuan Wang's immortal god and demon art, were also considered as original exercises, but compared with this great 10,000 elephants art, they were completely different. In particular, Emperor Yuan's immortal god demon art, between the upper part and the lower part, is completely two kinds of exercises with different avenues. After all, not only Emperor Yuan, but these four existences are unwilling to teach one way, like Heaven and Yi Rongtian, they all practice two ways. Although Chu Yan feels that his martial arts talent is not low, he never thinks that he is the top of the mainland, better than those four. However, talent and aptitude are only one aspect of martial arts, not everything. Heaven, what you practice is the way of domination and the way of rules, and what I am practicing now is the Tao 10,000 elephants art. What Chu Yan can be sure of is that although his talent and aptitude may not be better than him, at least he is definitely better than them in this skill. This is the chance, the secret. When we go back, let's see how powerful his Tao is, and I'm the strongest. After Chu Yan pondered for a while, he continued to practice with all his heart. This is just the beginning of cultivation, and it will continue. This is just the beginning. During this kind of practice, time is completely frozen, as if there is no flow, it passes away silently and silently. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. For Chu Yan and Li Mubing, these 10 years are just a flick of a finger, but for the outside world, it is the 10 years that make martial arts flourish again. During this period of time, the cultivators on the mainland discovered that there seemed to be some changes in the God's domain continent. Some cultivators with strong spiritual sense and careful cultivators found that the heaven-defying chances on the mainland seemed to be several times more. Many cultivators encountered heaven-defying opportunities, soared into the sky, and stepped into the path of heaven-defying cultivation. Of course, compared to the path of heaven-defying cultivation, the ordinary path of cultivation also has many opportunities, which makes ordinary practitioners think that it is just a commonality. Anyway, all opportunities increase, not just the path of heaven-defying cultivation. As for the ordinary path of cultivation, to everyone's surprise, it seems that the bottleneck of the realm of cultivation is much weaker than before. The bottleneck that was difficult to break through in the past, now only needs half or even less strength to break through the cultivation base. As a result, a large number of cultivators broke through and improved their cultivation and strength, and the prosperity of martial Tao continent began the next stage of prosperity. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 3974 Tianyuan, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. #C3973 Comeback. Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. Unknowingly, some changes have taken place in God's domain continent. Some cultivators who usually feel hopeless in their cultivation have also begun to leave the sect and restaurants and embark on the road of looking for opportunities. In various secret realms and dangerous places, the number of cultivators began to increase, and the various battles that broke out between them also increased significantly. This change, from the beginning among the cultivators, later also affected the sect forces. All major forces began to notice that something had been discovered in the mainland, and sent more elders and deacons to investigate the mainland, paying attention to the occurrence of some strange things, and whether other forces have any plans to start. Year after year, some rules, some treasures, and some resource rewards began to get higher and higher, and the previous threshold was no longer applicable. This means that more cultivators are starting to practice harder and harder, in order to adapt to the new standards and thresholds. As a result, this unified action by the sect forces across the continent has raised the realm and strength standards of cultivators across the continent by a large margin. This time all the cultivators were dumbfounded. What's the situation? How to take a good retreat, drink a drink, go out and travel for a while, after coming back, it feels like the whole world has changed. In addition, the major sects also discovered the most unexpected situation, that is, the number of genius disciples among the sects suddenly increased. Especially for the newly recruited disciples, those who have just stepped into the road of cultivation, it was not bad to have one genius out of 10,000 when they were recruited before, but now there are hundreds of disciples out of 10,000. You must know that among the major sects, they all value genius disciples very highly, so the conditions for recruiting genius disciples are extremely favorable. All of a sudden, the sect's treasure house was almost emptied, and the deacons of the elders were so shocked that they rushed to report. Layer after layer of assessment and re-examination, it was found that it was not that the recruiting deacons below were messing around, but that there were really many geniuses, and among these geniuses, there were quite a few outstanding ones. Such a situation is definitely a huge opportunity for some of the top powerhouses in the mainland. For ordinary practitioners and geniuses, it may just be that the cultivation speed is faster, but for those bosses who are stuck in the bottleneck of cultivation, it is tantamount to a great opportunity. Especially some 10,000-year-old monsters, who had already given up, but now they seem to see a glimmer of hope. The entire continent was surging, and everyone felt the arrival of the peak era of martial arts. In the land of myriad origins, there are more bosses, and the investigation is obviously much smoother than before, as if the danger of this land of myriad origins has decreased. However, this risk has been reduced, but it does not affect the birth of those chances and treasures at all, and even feels a little more than before. The bosses who are stuck in the bottleneck are crazy, and those geniuses are even more crazy. They are young and full of enthusiasm. Who would not want to take this opportunity to soar into the sky when they encounter this rare and prosperous age of martial arts for thousands of years? Such a prosperous age has never appeared in history. Those who practice martial arts all believe in the destiny, so of course they know that something big is about to happen. Perhaps, this big event is that he is going to soar into the sky. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, the important thing is to try it out, maybe it will work. There are not just one or two cultivators with such a mentality, it is almost every cultivator's thought and consciousness. Dao Xingshi, how could you miss it? At this time, a small sect in the 27th domain. I saw a beautiful female cultivator who was concentrating on practicing martial arts in the martial arts arena. The thunder was rolling and the void was trembling. 99 Chinese. The strength of this cultivator is not strong, only the state of dignity. At this time, what he was cultivating was a unique skill of the sect, which he had obtained with great difficulty, so naturally he put in special effort. Half an hour later, just as he finished his skills, he found that the zhenqi in his body was a little unstable. Obviously, the power of this stunt was too great, and he hadn't fully controlled it yet. Xiaohe, someone is looking for you, go and have a look. An elder came with a smile on his face. Is that Mr. Wu again? Missing you. The female cultivator had an ugly expression on her face. Haha, Xiaohe, don't even think about it. This young Master Wu is a talented young man with a strong background and strength, and he falls in love with you so much. You'd better forget about your benefactor. When the elder said this, he couldn't help shaking his head. Father. When Xiaohe heard it, her face turned red and she said shyly. I'm only grateful to my benefactor. Where do you want to go? And I'm not interested in men and women at all now. I just want to improve myself and break through to the God King realm as soon as possible. Okay, as you are, I will help you go back to Mr. Wu. The elder smiled slightly, shook his head again, and then turned to leave. Xiaohe smiled lightly, collected her things, and returned to her courtyard. Sitting on the jade bed, he casually took out a jade talisman from under the pillow, raised his hand to caress it, and his eyes became blurred. After a while, after putting the things back in place, he withdrew his thoughts. In the past few days, I don't know if there is any major event discovered on the mainland. Taking out the Zoman jade talisman, Xiaohe began to investigate what happened in the past few days. As for that Suyu, it might really be just a past event for her, and she also knows that the difference in strength between the two is too great, and it may never be possible. It's just that she has such a heart, she will not easily forget the person who has saved her, no matter whether the other person still remembers her or not. After all, some things may just be done casually for the strong, but for the rescued, it may mean the difference between life and death. Now, she is in a remote area, although the distance is very far, but through this jade talisman of the sect, she can know a lot of news. After all, her father is an elder, and this jade talisman of hers also has the authority of an elder, which is much stronger than the disciples of the same clan in terms of mainland information. Well, something really happened. With a sweep of consciousness, Xiaohe discovered it, her eyes widened instantly, and her pupils shrank slightly. The Daojing mountain range is about to be born. Half a month. In the entire God's Domain continent, almost all cultivators are paying attention to the Dao Realm mountain range. This news may cause the continent to shake. Moreover, it is even more meaningful in such a prosperous period of martial arts. Maybe this time the opening of Daojing mountain range will be quite different from before. At this time, not only Xiaohe, but almost all the cultivators in the God's Domain continent received the same news in the past few days. Daojing mountain range is about to open. A huge storm kept gathering among the various sects in all regions of the mainland, and finally turned into a monstrous storm, sweeping the entire God's Domain martial arts world, and every cultivator received such news and was shocked by it. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 3975 Resurrection, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Hashtag C3974 Battle of the Gods. Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. The news of Daojing mountain range shook the world, sect bosses, and cultivators from all sides, even ordinary casual cultivators, all gathered their attention. The Battle of the Cangzhou is about to begin. It's been 10 years, and it's time again in a blink of an eye. This time, who will become the Cangzhou and ascend to the top of the mainland? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid this year's Battle of the Cangzhou will be lively. Do you know the existence of those 4 people? I'm afraid they will all participate this time, and now they will occupy 4 places. Wu, Tian, Yi Rongtian, Yuanwang, 1 for each of them, they will definitely go, that's right. After these 4, Dream Invincible will also go. His ranking has just been improved, and now he is ranked within 50, and he is not far away from them. Only a dozen places away. Among the rankings on the hunting ranking, many of the top 100 are invincible, and there are several top geniuses. Maybe they will go too. There is no need to doubt, this Daojing mountain range is probably the most grand one in the millennium. Damn, if this breaks through the Zhangzhou realm, who on this continent would dare to provoke me? If I can enter it and watch the ceremony, maybe it will be good for breaking through the Zhangzhou realm in the future. The relationship between those four is not good. Between Wu and Yi Rongtian and heaven, there is a hostile relationship. The competition for a few Dao fruits will definitely lead to a heinous battle. It is dangerous to watch the ceremony. That's right. Maybe there will be an alliance battle this time, and the geniuses will definitely join forces with each other. At that time, it will not be an ordinary battle for the Dao Realm mountain range, it will definitely be a big battle. That's right, Tian is not a weak hand, and will definitely prepare in advance. No way. With the strength of these four people, no one is qualified to join forces with them. It's not too scary to join hands with each other, after all, they are geniuses. Haha, you're too imaginative. Whether it's a genius or an ordinary cultivator, anything is possible under the word. After all, no one wants the other party to break through, but you can't break through, so I will definitely be fully prepared, anything is possible. So, you now understand the difference between ordinary people and them. It can be said. When the Battle of the Zhangzhou came this time, everyone's eyes were on this place, including all the top bosses and sect forces. But fundamentally speaking, the Battle of the Zhangzhou this time is far more lively and attractive than everyone thought. Moreover, some terrifying existences even put everything down, didn't care about the chance they got, and instead focused on this Battle of the Zhangzhou. All the reasons are not because of anything else, it is entirely because of the existence of the four majors, which is the absolute emphasis on geniuses on the mainland. Lele literature. Everyone knows that the most important thing in martial arts is genius. A genius can turn a weak sect into a legendary sect, dominate a continent, break the bottleneck of martial arts, and hit a higher level of cultivation. No matter how powerful a genius is, he can trigger the comparison of heaven and earth, avenue the sky, and make the hidden treasures of secret realms come out one by one, thus changing the rules of the mainland. There is nothing that is impossible in front of a genius, only the strength and talent of a genius. Therefore, among the various sects in the mainland, regardless of the difference in the way of cultivation or the difference in the way of practice, there is one of the most important things in the assessment and test of sect disciples, which is the talent of geniuses. Test. Always pay attention to the improvement and changes of the disciples in the sect. Maybe a good genius will appear at any time. This is still an ordinary genius, like the top genius in the mainland. The existence of these four naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, these four are the first echelon, and there is a second echelon below them. There is a gap, but if you say how big the gap is, it is not absolutely insurmountable. Maybe in a peerless event, there will be a genius will replace them and become the new four great existences. Continental situation excited. The 9 major families, the 10 major orthodoxy, and the powerful clans of all parties are all moving around the opening of the Dao Realm mountain range. The suzerain, the patriarch, the ancestors of the clan, and other terrifying existences all radiated willpower, gathered together, and hurriedly discussed. There is no way. This time it won't work, let them let it go first, and wait for the next session. Not only Yi Rongtian, Tian, Wu, and Xuanhuan, but even damning Wudi occupy a spot, and the rest are even fewer. With so many sects competing for the 5 spots, the chances are too low. That's right. And the risk of such a battle is too great. Those people's fighting strength is amazing. If they fight with them, they might die. Moreover, these 4 people are enemies. There must be a teamwork and layout in this battle, so other geniuses may fall. 4 pawns and cannon fodder, the risk is even greater. Even if we give them treasures to protect them, I'm afraid that after they see the combat power of these four, it will have an impact on their martial arts will and their self-confidence, and it will definitely damage their talents and aptitudes. What you said makes sense. But it's a pity to give up such a good opportunity like this. Especially this year, it just happened to be in a prosperous age. Achieving a higher realm. It all makes sense. Forget it, let's not talk about it in advance, and focus on prudence. We are hard won today. One less death is won. It's just a 10-year wait. They can afford to lose, but we can't afford to lose. It is definitely necessary to go. Now not only we are planning and arranging, but also the major sects and forces are arranging and planning, so there may be some changes at that time, and opportunities will appear in these changes. This is impossible. Missed. Oh, troublesome. The 5 of them are not only powerful in talent, but also strong in combat power. If there is no hostile battle between them for the 10 Dao fruits in the Dao boundary mountain range this time, the 5 Dao fruits are equal to what they planned. Others, the invincible realm is not their opponent at all. No. Hurry up and contact those old ghosts through sound transmission, and let them come out to discuss together. Now the major sects in the Xinyu continent have ushered in a good opportunity for development. Maybe that sect will rise this time. Such an opportunity, do not miss it. Yes, we must join forces. Dao fruit is one thing, and it is not the key to who owns the Daojing mountain range. Only by joining forces can there be a glimmer of hope. Okay. Now that's the only way to do the big plan. Everything depends on them. We old guys just help them pave the way and open the sect's holy land secrets. There is no restriction on them. During this period of time, let them, they work hard to improve. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 3976, Battle of Psangzhou, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like unlimited upgrade, the strongest martial soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Hashtag C3975 Godsend Opportunity. Unlimited upgrade, the strongest martial soul novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. The opening of the Taoist mountain range, this time, has caused a lot of trouble for the various sects. In the past, when the Daojing mountain range was opened, the elders in the sect could take care of it with the big guys like them. As long as some support is given to the sect genius, the matter can basically be resolved. This time, the circumstances were special and the stakes were so great that they couldn't help but not show up. After all the sect forces agreed on the matter at the first time, they quickly issued an order, and the entire sect force was operating at a high speed. For this once-in-a-thousand-year martial arts prosperity, all the sacrifices are worthwhile. This is the ancient times, the most prosperous era of martial arts. All the martial arts sects are the most powerful in this era. Not only are the sects strong, but even the sect has the largest number of disciples and geniuses. It is not the first time that the Battle of Dao Realm Mountains has started every 10 years. The major sects usually treat it as an ordinary trial. After all, only the invincible realm can participate. After countless years, all major sects are very familiar with such trials and have rich experience. However, all the sects know that the situation in this year's Daojing mountain range is definitely different. The tide of opportunity in the previous continent has risen, which will inevitably affect this time's Daojing mountain range battle. Soon, the news about the opening of the Daojing mountain range has spread to every corner of the mainland, and basically all the sects and cultivators know about it, even if it is a small sect and a small family in a remote mountain gate, or some scattered people who have retreated. Repair, nothing is missed. It's finally here. Godsend opportunity. The Daojing mountain range is different this time. I should have no hope of grabbing the Dao fruit. The chances are too low, let alone the ownership of the Daojing mountain range. It's a little dangerous. The four existences will go, that's for sure, and the invincible legends of damning invincible will also go. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid we will fight with all our strength. It's too dangerous to fight in a scuffle. However, if you don't take a good look at this battle, you will regret it for life. It is impossible for these four to make him fight once. Only such an opportunity will force them to fight with all their strength. Just take a good look this time. Just how strong is the strength and talent of the mainland's top geniuses? 10 years have passed, and the ownership of the Daojing mountain range is finally about to change. The enlightenment and blessing of the Daojing mountain range to martial arts is definitely the number one in the mainland, and if the tide of martial arts prosperity is superimposed this time, it will be even more terrifying. Humph. How can this battle be without me? How can I realize the rules of the Dao without killing a few geniuses? Some people are excited, some are murderous, and some people want to retreat, shaking their heads and sighing. No matter what, every cultivator has made his own choice. At this time, in a vast lake somewhere in the mainland, countless clear streams were swimming in the lake, like live fish. These clear streams have different colors, and the streams are still devouring and upgrading each other. Some of them have a faint golden color, and their breath is extremely powerful. Those weak clear currents, like small fish and shrimps, scattered and fled in all directions, while constantly avoiding them, they swam towards the farther lake water, hoping to be farther away from those powerful clear currents. The spiritual aura of this piece of lake water is extremely rich, and it is not comparable to ordinary treasure lands at all. The number of all kinds of monsters and spiritual creatures gathered from all directions is innumerable. Some monsters gathered here, and after a long time, they even formed herds, bred offspring, and practiced for a long time. On this day, the water in the lake was a little different. All the monsters and spirits gathered here in the lake felt different at this moment. Small bookstore. However, after looking at all the monsters and spirits for a long time, no matter whether it is the spiritual clouds above the sky, the lake water, or the surrounding void, there is no change. It seems nothing happened. When everything was about to return to normal, I suddenly felt that all the clear water in the lake began to surge. God Lake is fluctuating. What happened? It seems something is wrong. The monsters have been together for a long time, and different groups of monsters have communicated with each other. Several beast masters communicated with each other, and they were all puzzled. This sacred lake has never changed for so many years, why now? There must have been a change. The monsters' senses were extremely keen. Just as they were about to investigate further, the lake suddenly picked up a large wave of water. Those clear streams seemed to be frightened, and they scattered and surged towards the center of the lake. At this moment, all the monsters and spiritual creatures felt a bad premonition. Without any hesitation, Chi roared and rushed towards the sky and the surrounding void. A large number of monsters and spiritual tides surged, suppressing all directions, trying to suppress all these and restore Xuanhuan to its original state. Or there are some outsiders that caused fluctuations in this lake, which would definitely affect their cultivation and must be eliminated as soon as possible. But when they rushed to the sky, a large group of monsters and spirits were shocked by the scene in front of them and stood on the spot. I saw that a large column of water rising from the lake tide rushed straight into the sky, releasing monstrous power, covering the world in all directions, causing the sea of spiritual clouds above the sky to also pick up a large cloud tide. The lake is moving like a tide. At this moment, countless changes took place in the lake, as if there was a dragon entrenched in the lake, and at this moment it was about to turn into a dragon god and rule the heavens. The huge lake water formed a vortex, like a black hole, swallowing a piece. And the most astonishing thing is that there is a young figure standing on top of the vortex black hole, standing quietly, as if unaffected by everything. Countless monsters and spiritual creatures from all directions roared angrily when they saw this person for the first time. There is no doubt that this person caused the abnormal changes in Xuanhu Lake, allowing countless of them to practice normally. However, when they turned their eyes to the young man and were about to charge away together, when their eyes touched the young man's figure, all the monsters and spiritual creatures felt a terrifying sense of oppression. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. It's so powerful that it feels like they have met the beast god and can't compete with it at all. Call out. At this moment, the young man's eyes opened, and 2 rays of light burst out. The wait is finally here. Let's get started. The corners of the young man's mouth were slightly curved, and the divine light was just opened, revealing the beauty and brilliance that could not be revealed. With a wave of his hand, thousands of rays of light fell, converging into a cloud, jumping into it, and flying towards the edge of the sky. On the other side, on a huge mountain, including the mountain and the surrounding void, it was completely dark. This is a legendary forbidden land, almost no mainland cultivators dare to come here. A loud bang exploded in the peaceful forbidden area, impacting the void around the world, and the spreading power made all the monsters kneel on the ground, trembling. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 3977 God-Given Opportunity, Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. #C3976, The Gods and Demons Come Out. Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul Novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. A figure stepped out from the void amidst the kneeling monsters. Not far away, a figure flew over quickly, with a flustered expression, and he rushed over with joy. His breath was a little messed up. My lord, what's going on? Did something happen? Has it already been taken? This young Taoist priest, with 2 strands of fluff on his mouth, is obviously a little Taoist boy. The young man standing above the vortex, wearing a 7-star Taoist robe, looked at the sky ahead and smiled slightly. Xiaohei, what do you think? If I do it myself, will I not be able to take it down? This Kunlun mountain will be mine from now on. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed wildly, as if all the emotions that had been deposited in his chest for thousands of years were released at this moment. Really? Congratulations, my lord. This Kunlun Immortal Mountain is an original Dao treasure on the same level as the Huntian list. With it, my lord can definitely defeat heaven. It's too easy. Xiaohei seemed to be more excited than the 7-star Taoist robe youth. His face was full of joy. At this moment, a streak of light flew out from the young man in the 7-star Taoist robe, and the voice that followed said, Haha, Xiaohei, do you really believe it? Why are you still so innocent? The young man in the 7-star Taoist robe turned his head and stared at the figure that appeared in the streamer. His face darkened and he said, Ming Wang, what's the matter with you? I'm bragging with Xiaohei. What does it have to do with you? You have everything. King Ming rolled his eyes, and glanced at the 7-star Taoist robed youth with disdain. He was too lazy to say anything. My lord, is what King Ming said right? Xiaohei looked confused. Ahem, Xiaohei, don't listen to him. Of course I won the Kunlun Mountain Nara, but the Kunlun Mountain spirit has to break through to the Zhangzhou realm before I can get through the last layer. So, let's look forward to it. With the talent and aptitude that you master me, it's just at Zhangzhou realm, and it's just a matter of sharing interest. When the time comes, the last level of assessment will be too easy. Hearing this sentence, Xiaohei's face darkened instantly. Master, you lied to me again. Don't you bring such a shameless person. And you have been refining the Kunlun Immortal Mountain here for the past few years. And the Daojing mountain range is about to open, and it will only take half a month at most. That heaven must have greatly improved in the past few years, my lord. What Xiaohe said is very clear. Heaven has been practicing for several years, and his strength has improved, but you, the master, have been refining Kunlun Mountain here for several years. Not only did your strength not improve, but you also consumed a lot of energy. Definitely not someone else's opponent. Master, hurry up and find a way. Xiaohe looked anxiously at the young man in 7-star Taoist robe. Haha, Xiaohe, you underestimate me too much. Who told you that you haven't been promoted in the past few years? When the 7-star Taoist robed youth uttered these words, Xiaohe and King Ming were startled at the same time. Promote a ghost? You act like we don't know. You have been here for the past few years, you have consumed a lot of your consciousness and true energy, and you have not moved a bit against this Kunlun Fairy Mountain, so what kind of improvement and gain is there? Don't believe me? Look. The 7-star Taoist robe was full of pride, and when he raised his hand, a strange mysterious light rose. You two boys, you actually underestimate me so much. Although I have refined Kunlun Xianshan here for the past few years, my cultivation of the eternal ancient body has not stopped. I have broken through the bottleneck, and now I have the eternal ancient body. Power. Xiaohe and King Ming looked at that ray of mysterious light, and their eyes immediately lit up. Eternal power. That is the power of the top Tao, which contains the powerful power of the original law, and can only be used by the absolute strong in the Zhangzhu realm. Now, the Lord has cultivated the power of the Zhangzhu with the cultivation base of invincibility, this. The two looked at the calm-looking young man in 7-star Taoist robe, and they were dumbfounded on the spot. 315 Chinese website. On the other side of the continent, in a vast sacred land of magic. The sound of breaking through the air resounded, and figures continued to appear from the void and landed on the forest. In this forest of the Holy Land, all the trees are blood-red in color, and the forbidden undead roared and screamed, making one's hair stand on end. Even in the world of martial arts in the ancient times, the decline of the magic way is doomed, and it is several times more difficult for the practitioners who practice the magic way to break through to the Zhangzhu realm than ordinary practitioners. Therefore, there have always been a small number of demon cultivators in God's domain continent. Even in the ancient times when martial arts was at its peak, the number of demon cultivators on the surface was extremely rare. The number of demon cultivators standing here in the demon forest has basically accounted for half of the demon cultivators on the mainland. Why did your lord call us here? My lord's summoning is of course a big event. The biggest event recently seems to be the Daojing Mountain Range. Not bad, maybe the adults will take us to Daojing Mountains to join the battle. This is a good thing, so our chances are much better. A group of demon cultivators waited quietly, discussing in low voices, not daring to raise their voices, turning their heads to look into the distance from time to time. At this time, in the depths of the forest in the distance, there was an aura rising from there like a tide, sweeping the audience. This. All the demon cultivators stared at each other, all startled. Boom. In the next breath, the moment everyone saw the figure, a monstrous aura shot up into the sky, picking up 1,000 feet high magic aura, like a black magic gun, piercing straight into the sky. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, and they all gasped, as if they had met a demon god, and stood frozen on the spot. This momentum is astonishing. The magic power created by one person not only suppresses all of them, but also seems to assassinate the heavens. Amidst the overwhelming aura, a figure came out from the depths of the forest. Around him, there are countless phantoms of gods and demons, roaring up to the sky, howling in the sky. My lord, you. The demon cultivators present were all dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief all over their faces. Good. Xuanhuan nodded, his face was indifferent. In 10 time, the lower part of my immortal god and demon art has been completed. Completely perfect. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the demon cultivators in the audience burst into brilliance, and they all knelt down on the ground and said loudly, "Congratulations, my lord! Xuanhuan's magic power is not only for him alone, it is the hope of all magic cultivators on the God's domain continent." Before that, the most powerful technique of the demon Dao could only be cultivated to the Zhangzhu realm, and it had nothing to do with the original method test, but now that there is this magic technique created by Emperor Yuan, it is possible to be the same as ordinary practitioners, with the hope of a higher realm. This is a sign that the magic way will be revived. Everyone, don't be too happy. The cultivation method has been created, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate. I have only just started at the moment. As far as I know, the minor and great accomplishments in the future are as difficult as reaching the sky. When Yuan Huang created the skill, there was no ugly look in his eyes, but excitement. According to his own measurement, he knew that the magic way must be much stronger than the ordinary way, so the harder the better. This means that this skill, the law, is the strongest. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 3978 Gods and Demons, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. #C3977, do not miss it. Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. This day was a milestone for Yuan Huang. Not only did he create the perfect immortal god demon Kung Fu, he finally fulfilled his long-cherished wish in martial arts, but he also achieved his goal. He can compete with any sect forces and Dao, and he is the one who is sure to win. What does this mean? In the dark world, everything is under the control of heaven, and I created this can be said to be the #1 skill in the world today, so what does that mean? Of course, it means that heaven has recognized that this magic way is about to revive. Yuan Huang is not talking nonsense. You see that you have just finished, and the Daojing mountain range is about to open. This is the proof. Not only is the Taoist mountain range opened, but the once-in-10,000-year wave of martial arts tripod gods has just started, sweeping across the entire continent. This is the real proof. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, these three things are all crowded together, enough to explain my own thoughts. You must know that any one of these three things would be rare in ordinary times, but now they are all crowded together everywhere, which is absolute proof. I am the one who is favored by the heaven. As for the Daojing mountain range, although it is once every 10 years, it looks very ordinary, but this year's martial arts conference has 4 of them participating, plus the not-so-weak geniuses like Daming Wudi. It will definitely be the same once in 10,000 years. One Realm Mountain Range Event. The real event and change is really coming. And at this time I created the perfect immortal god and devil art, all of which are destined by God. Let's talk about this matter later. There is still half a month left in the battle of the Tsang Lord. You immediately retreat with me to the land of the Holy Devil. You must improve your strength during this period of time, and pull the combat power to the highest level. Yuan Huang opened his mouth and announced. Yes. They had already guessed that Emperor Yuan was taking them to participate in the battle of the Zhangzhu, but now that he ordered them, they were not surprised. Unexpectedly, Emperor Yuan would open the Holy Demon Land. And to teach them personally, this is of great benefit to their magic cultivation base. Moreover, the current Emperor Yuan has created the strongest magic technique, and it is very likely that it is the #1 technique of all martial arts in the mainland. In this case, Yuan Huang's way is definitely the orthodox magic way, which can point out the direction for them. As long as they find the direction, their way will lead directly to the Supreme Realm, and then they just need to practice hard. What an opportunity! Every demon cultivator's eyes were shining, excited, and hurriedly followed Yuan Emperor to the Holy Demon Land. Time passed, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Among them, the major forces are in a hurry, as long as they can be found or saved before, all the resources and treasures that are usually reluctant to take out are all moved out. Leave it to the sect and the powerful geniuses, and hope that they can improve a little in the last few days. As long as it improves a little, there is a glimmer of hope for the Battle of Tsangju. Quanben Novel Network. The major martial arts sects here are in a hurry, and the major chambers of commerce on the other side are not idle, even more excited than the major martial arts sects. What a great opportunity this is. If the action is good, maybe the treasure house of a sect force can be emptied. After all, these four are all supported by sects, and they are all peerless geniuses. They have incomparable confidence in themselves, and the sects that support them are even more confident than them. Therefore, as long as the handicap is good, those cultivators who support them are even willing to gamble their wealth and lives. The major chambers of commerce held several meetings, but there was no way to unify the odds of the handicap. It's not that there is any disagreement between these chambers of commerce, but because they really don't have detailed information. If it is an ordinary cultivator, you can know it every once in a while. There are many people around you, what you have experienced is also clear, and there are many people who know their whereabouts. This is a collection of information. If you want to judge his strength and potential, easy. But now, who are those four? They are peerless geniuses. There is not even a sect that can accommodate them. 3 of the 4 are casual cultivators. 1 person is a force. Their whereabouts are the strongest secret in the mainland, no one knows. Even if they, the top chambers of commerce in mainland China, get together and take out all the secret information that each chamber of commerce usually hides, they can't spell out the complete information of any one of them. To put it simply, the news of those 4 geniuses in recent years has been completely blank, and even very few people have seen them. This time, trouble. Several major chambers of commerce have no way to list their odds. If there is no odds, how can they open the market? At this time is money, and opening the market 1 day later is equivalent to making a lot less money. Moreover, all major sect forces are now urging them, just like the previous one, whenever there is a grand war, especially a genius war, almost all forces will refer to the odds of the Chamber of Commerce to judge whose strength is strong, to prepare in advance. It's all right now. The major chambers of commerce have not moved at all, which is very urgent. 3 days later, the handicap odds of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance finally came out, and the odds of the existence of the 4 geniuses were frighteningly high. At this moment, the Huntian Bangling on the other side had a serious expression on his face. Originally, what the spirit of Huntian Bangbang would like to see the most is that the geniuses and powerhouses on the Huntian Bangbang constantly compete for rankings and improve their strength. During this period of time, the ranking changes and the cruelty of the competition in the hunting rankings are far more than in the past 100 years. In such a situation, Huntian Bangling would of course be happy in the past, but the situation is different now. Because the Daofeng secret book has just found 2 heirs, Su Yu and Li Mubing, and now the news has been sealed, and no one outside knows about it except the Emperor Tsangju and a few high-level officials of the Emperor Heaven. What made Huntian Bangling even more worrying was that Su Yu hadn't moved at all now, seeing that the Daojing mountain range was about to start in a few days. Li Mubing doesn't care, after all, his cultivation is not enough. But Chu Yan happens to be in the invincible state, and now is a good time to take this opportunity to break through the Tsangju state. Moreover, he had just obtained the technique of Tong Tian Shuling, so he happened to take this opportunity to compete with those 4, which would be of great benefit to his perfection of this technique. This is absolutely not to be missed. But now, more than 10 years have passed since Su Yu's retreat, and there is still no movement. What should I do? It stands to reason that the Huntian Bangling let Su Yu practice in the depths of the hunting bang, and it took more than 10 years. God's domain continent is the only one, which is recognized by Huntian Bangling, so naturally he doesn't care about this time. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 3979 can't miss, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Hashtag C3978, 10 Years One War. Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. Every time the Dao Realm mountain range is opened, 10 Dao fruits will be produced. And a Dao fruit has a 50% chance for the cultivator to break through to Zhangzhu realm, and this probability is of course calculated according to the cultivator's talent and aptitude. Therefore, the more talented the cultivator, the higher the probability. If there were not some mediocre cultivators who also came to participate in the Dao Realm mountain range, but if they were all genius cultivators, the chances of these Dao fruits would be much higher. Even 100% possible. According to this, the 4 existences in this year's Dao Realm mountain range, including Damning Wudi, will probably break through to the Zhangzhu realm. According to the current situation of the mainland, and the influence and strength of those 4 existences, when they break through to the Zhangzhu realm, I am afraid that the situation of the entire continent will change accordingly. At that time, it is even more difficult to say what kind of impact these 5 people will have when they enter the land of 10,000 origins. The First World War is 10 years. 10 years later, Su Yu joined the Daojing mountain range again, even if he successfully broke through to the Zhangzhu realm, but after all, he had been separated from these 5 people for 10 years. 10 years may not be a big deal for ordinary cultivators, or even negligible, but for top geniuses in the mainland, 10 years is enough to change everything. In this way, Su Yu will distance himself from the 5 of them, which is definitely not what Huntian Bangling wants to see. What's more, others don't know, but Huntian Bangling knows very well, because the appearance of the Dao Feng secret book has aroused the origin of the mainland, so there has been a wave of revival in the martial arts in the God's Domain continent recently. According to Huntian Bangling's estimate, the time for this wave of revival is about 20 years. Although it is cost-effective for Su Yu to use it to comprehend the great 10,000 elephants art in the past 20 years, it is not as good as entering the land of 10,000 origins. After all, the land of myriad origins is also where the origin of the continent is, and the tide of revival plus the land of myriad origins is superimposed. It is not as simple as 1 + 1. Counting the talents and aptitudes of those 4, if the uncrackable top opportunities accumulated in the land of 10,000 sources over the past 10,000 years, they would all be easily solved and occupied by them. In this way, in 10 years, Su Yu may have a huge gap with them. Huntian Bangling has great expectations for Su Yu. Of course, he didn't want him to be inferior to those 4, and he was even expected to compete with those 4 for the top. Hey, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Everything is a chance. It can only be said that he does not have this chance. Huntian Bangling said this to comfort himself, but he was extremely upset in his heart. He may not care what other people say about secrets, but he himself knows that secrets are born as the times require, and geniuses themselves are children of destiny, so geniuses are accompanied by secrets all the way. If a certain genius misses that great opportunity, I am afraid that his own achievements are also doomed, and he will not have the fate to set foot on the pinnacle of martial arts. Forget it. The more Huntian Bangling thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became, and he kept shaking his head to comfort himself. He couldn't figure it out. How could this Su Yu, whom Tong Tian Shuling and himself had taken a fancy to, not be favored by heaven's secrets? This is not reasonable at all. It's up to you to wake him up or not. This comprehension of the exercises will be done in the future. Anyway, it's up to me to come here. However, when Huntian Bangling saw that Chu Yan was completely immersed in it, he couldn't open his mouth at all. This comprehension and epiphany are extremely important to warriors, just like sleepwalking. Being suddenly awakened by someone may have a big impact. Standing there, Huntian Bangling watched Chu Yan for 2 full hours. After hesitating for 2 hours, when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze. The next moment, a monstrous aura appeared, as thin as a gossamer. If it weren't for the existence of Huntian Bangling, it might not be able to sense it at all. TXT Bookstore. Huntian Bangling's eyes widened and gradually changed into an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What is this place? This place is in the depths of the hunting ranking, and it is his own place. It is absolutely unreasonable that there will be an original aura that does not belong to the hunting ranking here. Damn it, what kind of broken kung fu method is this? What kind of broken boy is this, who can actually affect my Huntian ranking? The whole body of the Huntian Bangling was not well, his face was twitching, and while waving the magic seal, blocking the area of the hunting bang, he cursed at the same time. Swish! The next moment, he seemed to think of something, and disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Li Mubing. Bastard, why are you here? Li Mubing sensed that the Huntian Bangling had arrived, and rushed to meet him. You are normal. After carefully looking up and down at Li Mubing, Huntian Bangling nodded first, then shook his head. On the one hand, Li Mubing didn't have that kind of situation, so there was no need to bother him to block it again, but from the bottom of his heart, he was somewhat disappointed. Bastard! At this moment, Chu Yan, who was not far away, woke up, and the eyes of Huntian Bangling suddenly brightened as soon as he opened his mouth. Woke up. Turning his head to look, he saw Chu Yan strolling towards him. His appearance didn't change at all, but Huntian Bangling and Li Mubing couldn't help but looked at him several times, as if they didn't recognize each other. Especially those eyes, as bright as stars, whose cultivation has reached the peak of invincibility. Huntian Bangling's eyes suddenly burst into sharp light, and when he probed Chu Yan's body, he found that all the power in his body, including rules, origin, etc., had undergone earth-shaking changes. The faint source before seemed to have completely merged with him. This point made Huntian Bangling extremely surprised. It was just a trace of extremely weak original aura that just appeared, and it could be so integrated and transparent. It was as if he himself was the source, and the source was him. Huntian Bangling has never seen such a realm, at least never seen in the invincible realm cultivator. You boy, has Dawang cultivated to the entry level? Huntian Bangling came to his senses and asked anxiously. That's right. Thank you, Brother Hun, I've already reached the entry level of Dawang. There is still a big gap between the small and the small, so I temporarily stopped the practice and consolidated the level. Chu Yan smiled lightly and replied. That's right. That old ghost Tong Tian is no different. Huntian Bangling nodded ignorantly, and dealt with it casually, but he was shocked in his heart, completely blinded by the sea of consciousness. How long has it been? More than 10 years, and he has cultivated the great 10,000 elephants art to the entry level. This is a technique that the Tong Tian Shuling spent tens of thousands of years on the basis of the original Dao Bao Dao Feng secret book, consuming a lot of the original source. Moreover, this technique is only in an initial state and has not been perfected. It is impossible to practice normally. Otherwise, it is impossible for Tong Tian Shuling to ask Li Mubing to help him. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 3980 10 Years War, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. #C3979 Exit. Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul Novel. Cool Notes, find the latest chapter. Call out. After a few breaths, when Huntian Bangling reacted, a weak breath erupted, and Huntian Bangling's figure instantly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above Chu Yan's head, and he raised his hand to take a picture. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and he could only feel a monstrous power from above suppressing him. The power of that palm was as strong as the power of the sky. With a swish, Chu Yan circulated his Xinqi almost subconsciously, and his body flash disappeared on the spot in an instant, appearing thousands of feet away, completely dodging the range of the palm. "Boy, do you still want to hide?" Hun Tianbangling grinned grimly, and the moment the words fell to the ground, the void pierced the sky, and another palm print had already fallen. Chu Yan's power exploded to the extreme, releasing dazzling light like a shining star, like a bright star. Boom, boom. The monstrous palm prints fell, and exploded directly at the center of the dazzling light. The whole world and the void trembled, and the ground beneath them collapsed and cracked. This is the place of origin in the depths of the hunting ranking, which is enough to show the power of this palm. However, as the air wave from the palm print surged, one could see that the dazzling light at the original center seemed to be dazzling, and that group of light seemed to be naturally integrated with the heaven and earth, immortal. The palm print just now passed directly through Chu Yan's body and landed on the ground. Yo! Hun Tianbangling's eyes lit up instantly, and he let out a little gasp. Of course, he knew the power of his palm, and he definitely would have kept his hand, but it was absolutely no problem for a cultivator at the early stage of Songzhi realm to be slightly injured. This was originally his biggest assessment of Chu Yan. Even if Chu Yan couldn't resist being injured, even if it was seriously injured, Hun Tianbangling was sure that he was in his own territory, and it was still at the core position. Let him recover. However, no matter what he thought, he never thought of such a result, that Chu Yan was unscathed. What's the matter with you? The one just now. Hun Tianbangling looked astonished. Asked. This? I can't tell. It's just that I have integrated the original power, but this original power seems to be a little different from the ordinary original power. When it appears, it will directly contact my physical body and soul. Fusion, I feel that this should be the original body. Chu Yan thought for a while and answered. Fuck. What are you talking about? The body of the source. Hun Tianbangling was startled at the time, stepped forward, and directly stepped on the original ground under his feet to make a big hole, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice violently. This is his own territory, or the deep ground of the hunting ranking. I've never heard that there is such a physique as the original body on the continent of God's domain. Among the top 10 holy bodies, is there going to be a ranking added? Not to mention, the old ghost Tong Tian Shuling is really not bad, he has some skills. Hun Tianbangling returned to normal, with a smile all over his face, he couldn't stop nodding to Chu Yan in praise. Not bad. You're not bad too, I'm very satisfied. Hearing this, Chu Yan quickly shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with me, it's mainly because of the technique created by Senior Tong Tian. The more you practice, the more profound it becomes, Brother Hun. Don't say these are useless, you are so rare. Hun Tianbangling said with contempt. Brother Su, don't be polite to the bastard. You know his character. The more you say that, the more, hee. Li Mubing also smiled excitedly. Easy fiction. Since Li Mubing became the successor of the Daofeng secret book, his temperament has really changed drastically, and on the other hand, he is also really excited. The original body. You know, he can also practice this technique, so the stronger this technique is, the more excited he will be. He is a complete martial idiot. Not bad. Xiaobing is quite sensible. Hun Tianbangling is really satisfied with these two now. Regardless of talent and aptitude, as well as this character, martial arts will is first class, absolutely no worse than those four. You know, those four have been on the hunting ranking for so many years, and it can be said that it took tens of thousands of years for such four to appear. This time, he and Tong Tian Shuling were really lucky, and met two of them at once. Brother Hun, the Dao Realm mountain range is about to open. You see, Brother Su has also succeeded in cultivation. Do you want to pass on some unique skills so that he can kill all directions in the Daorealm mountain range? Li Mubing knew that he had no chance to participate this time, so he was naturally happy to be a favor. Anyway, Huntian Bangling's strength is here. If you don't look for him now, when you look for him, if you can squeeze out a little, then I'm afraid it can sweep an ordinary sect outside. Hearing Li Mubing's words, Huntian Bangling was taken aback. He turned his head and stared at Li Mubing like he was looking at a monster. It wasn't because Li Mubing wanted to extract some resources from him, but because of Li Mubing's situation. Why did he feel that his personality was so different from his original personality? This Li Mubing, he and Emperor Huang Tian Songzhu had stared at him for a long time. The original Li Mubing was the one who would hesitate to throw a treasure in front of him, but now he took the initiative to blackmail himself. Huntian Bangling glared at him for a long time, always feeling that this kid is getting more and more like the character of Tong Tian Shuling. It's interesting, you kid has changed a lot. You actually plot against me. However, being called by your seniors every day, if you don't come up with something today, you will be underestimated. Having said that, Huntian Bangling lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked up at Chu Yan and said. Suyu, time is urgent, you go first, I have prepared a big reward here, and I will send it to you later. Having said that, Huntian Bangling glared at Li Mubing, and snorted softly. The expression on his face meant that you are satisfied this time, kid. Haha, a bastard is a bastard, and he even prepared a big reward for Suyu, but I don't know if there is me. Li Mubing smiled very happily. You have the guts. You really have the guts. Ha ha ha. Get lost. No. At this moment, Huntian Bangling was in a great mood. Brother Hun, Mubing, I'm going first, you guys talk slowly. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan shook his head, his voice fell to the ground, and his figure immediately blurred. Brother Su, come on, I'll be here waiting for your good news. Li Mubing looked expectant, and there was a slight hint of ending in his eyes. It's a pity that I only have the God King realm. If I have the same cultivation level as Suyu, then I can participate in this battle. Go, I'll take you out. Huntian Bangling waved his hand, wrapped around Chu Yan's figure, and disappeared on the spot. At this time, the forbidden land of chaos. A figure slowly emerged from the snowflakes all over the sky, and each snowflake was a magic talisman, shining with a faint mysterious light. The snow in this chaotic forbidden land has been falling for 1,000 years, and it has never stopped for a moment. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 3981 exit, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Hashtag C3980 Gods come out. Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul novel. Cool notes, find the latest chapter. In the chaotic forbidden land, although the sky is covered with snowflakes and thousands of miles are frozen, it still cannot stop the vitality of the land. There are forests and mountains around, spirit beasts and birds are everywhere, and treasures of heaven and earth are everywhere. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the sound of thunder broke the silence of the chaotic forbidden land for thousands of years, the world trembled, and the sky and the earth roared. After a few breaths, the ice layer on the ground began to shatter, an endless ice storm swept away, picking up huge ice dragon storm eyes in the world and spreading them in all directions. Haha, I finally came out. Amidst a wild laugh, a faint phantom appeared. The figure looked a little embarrassed, but it couldn't hide its powerful aura. If Chu Yan or Huntian Bangling were here, they would be able to recognize it at a glance. This is damning Woody. Sure enough, it's just as the old guy said, this place is worth visiting once. Dotty Woody took a few deep breaths, his demeanor returned to normal, his eyes shone like stars, the snowflakes all over the sky froze suddenly, and even those eyes of the ice tornado froze instantly. Streaks of aura gushed out from the void in all directions, coiling around the body of damning Wudi like 1,000 streams returning to the sea. The value of this trip has improved a lot, it's okay. Dream Invincible was exploring himself, while muttering to himself. It stands to reason, compared with those 4 guys, it shouldn't be much worse, right? Damning Wudi was a little hesitant. What he said was not very confident. The problem he was facing now was the same as those of the Chamber of Commerce. There was no news of the existence of those 4 at least for a few years, and at most, for more than 10 years. Otherwise, their legends spread everywhere in the mainland, and perhaps many cultivators would think that they did not exist at all. There is no sense of existence. This makes it difficult for Dream Invincible to judge. Over the years, how much the strength of these 4 existences has improved, there is no way to compare without reference. However, it doesn't matter, as soon as the Daojing mountain range opens, those 4 will definitely appear, and there will be a big battle at that time, of course we know. 4 geniuses. Yi Rongtian, Wu, Xuanhuan, God. When these 4 names were said, the aura of damning Wudi became as ancient as the abyss of the ages, and the whole person completely changed, with a pair of eyes shining like the sun, the moon and the stars. For him, it is unfortunate that he was born in the same era as these 4. Without these 4, he would be the number 1 genius of this era. However, for a true genius, Dream Invincible is different from what ordinary people think. He is very fortunate that he was born in the same era as these 4. If there were no these 4 people in front, maybe I might not have such strength and cultivation today, and maybe I would become a prodigal genius, arrogant and unparalleled, and regard the world's cultivators as invincible. True invincibility is lonely, even for geniuses. Let's go. When these words came out, the corners of Dream Invincible's mouth lightly lifted, and his eyes looking at the distant sky were completely clear. The next moment, Daming's invincible figure disappeared on the spot, and the forbidden area of chaos returned to its original state. After waiting for an hour, Haoye rose in the forbidden land of chaos that had been frozen for thousands of years, and the world of thousands of miles of snow began to melt in the forbidden land of chaos that had been frozen for thousands of years. In the next 10 years, there will no longer be any signs of ice and snow in this chaotic forbidden land. Let's read. The forbidden land of chaos has completely changed. No one knows what happened in the forbidden chaos land, why such a sudden change occurred after 10,000 years. Only the forbidden chaos land itself knows that all the waiting has finally come to fruition. On the other side, the 29th domain of God's domain. This small domain is extremely remote, and powerful cultivators rarely come here. Compared with the top 10 core domains, this place can be said to be peaceful. It may take months or even years. Nothing big will happen. Not only cultivators, there are no good treasures or natural treasures in this small area off the wall. At most, there are only 1 or 2 famous ones, such as unique treasures like the fishing grounds in the sky. However, these rare treasures are divided into 2 types. One is known to the world, like the fishing grounds of the heavens, known to all cultivators all over the world, and they only consider whether it is suitable for them or not. The other type is unknown to the world. For example, some powerful sect forces almost all occupy and hide 1 or 2 peerless treasure lands as their own exclusive possession. And in the small domain of the 29th domain, there is a peerless treasure named Immortal Mansion. Legend has it that this immortal mansion was created by the god of chaos, and there is an origin of chaos in it. Whoever can get it can get a heaven-defying opportunity and achieve supreme martial arts. Ever since it was discovered, this immortal mansion has been reduced to a top-secret place, and a powerful breath-separating array has been artificially arranged. This formation is so powerful that even ordinary Zhangzhou realm powerhouses may not be able to find a treasure land here. No one knows how long this treasure land has existed, and no one knows who arranged a large formation here. Anyway, from ancient times to the present, the number of cultivators who have discovered this treasure land is very small. Most of them are by chance, or after a peerless power discovers it, they pass the news to their close people or successors. When these predestined people entered the immortal mansion, they all wanted to explore the secrets of the immortal mansion, but they never got anything. In this era, as before, few people know about this place. At this time, at the core of the treasure land of the immortal mansion, a young figure sat cross-legged in it. This young man's aura is like water, without a trace of leakage. Ordinary people will only realize that this is a living person, not a big rock when they walk up to him. However, what the predecessors and future generations dare not imagine is that at this time, the young man's body is surrounded by phantom visions like a sea of stars, and the young man is gathered in a vast sea of stars. The first stars are all twinkling. After careful observation, one can find that these stars are twinkling according to certain rules and formations. This sea of stars is the origin of the immortal mansion. And this young man is using the source of this sea of stars to practice and improve his strength. Call out. Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened suddenly, and 2 clusters of fiery star flames erupted, burning the surrounding void like the fire of chaos. It's time. We can only stop now. The young man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The sound was like metal friction, as if he hadn't spoken for hundreds of millions of years. Immediately, the young man turned his head to look around, and slowly raised his hand. A starlight appeared on his palm. The surrounding sea of stars suddenly erupted together, tearing open a crack, and a picture of stars flew out of it, fell into the young man's palm and was suspended. The harvest this time is not bad. The cultivation technique has already taken shape. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 3982, All Gods Come Out, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Unlimited Upgrade, The Strongest Martial Soul, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support.